Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Eren Parker. Parker. A muffled voice could be heard through a young man's dreams as he lay face down on his desk, fast asleep. Parker. The voice yelled once again, this time sounding much clearer and interrupting the high schooler's slumber. Eren Parker, the young black prodigy of Osborne Academy, woke up to find himself in his science class, having accidentally fallen asleep once again. A few students laughed, while others glared at the boy as he rubbed his forehead and placed his glasses back on his face. Unknown to everyone in the room, he was going to be the hero that saved that world one day, though that day was many years away and the boy still had much to learn. Once his vision cleared and adjusted to his glasses, the young man glared back at his peers, completely devoid of all emotion. His one-armed teacher stood behind his desk with his one hand on his hip as he prompted the young man with a question. This is the third time this week, Parker. It's amazing to me that you somehow managed to keep an A in this class. Answer this question for me, why is the sky blue? This should be an easy one. The young man sighed, opening his mouth to answer the question, only to be interrupted by another student's voice. It's because of the reflection of the ocean, said Flash Thompson, the big blonde oaf that made Eren's life a living hell ever since they were in elementary school. Flash hated Eren because, despite the boy seeming to not try, he always found a way to one-up him. Even as a child, Eren would triumph over Flash in sports and academics. He even somehow gained the attention of the most beautiful girl in school, Cindy Moon. These facts infuriated the blonde bully, leading to him wanting to return the favor and one-up Eren whenever he could. However, he'd always fail and then resort to violence. The many kids in the classroom laughed at Flash's answer, knowing it was completely wrong. The teacher couldn't help but laugh too. The only ones who weren't laughing were Eren Parker and Flash Thompson. Eren exhaled before saying his answer plainly to the one-armed teacher. It's because the color blue has the shortest wavelength, which causes it to collide with things in the atmosphere, such as nitrogen, which makes up most of it. That's why it's blue. His elbow rested on his desk as he spoke nonchalantly, infuriating the blonde bully to the point where his face was turning red. Great job, Parker. The teacher commended him, grinning at his lazy star student. Next time raise your hand if you aren't called on Mr. Thompson, okay? The class continued to snicker and giggle at the jock's incorrect guess after the fact. Flash looked back at Eren and mouthed the words, "You're dead," with a clenched fist. Eren looked back at him with an indifferent look, as this was a common occurrence. The bell rang, causing the eager students to immediately jump out of their seats. Their bags were already packed due to watching the clock. Eren, still with his empty notebook and pencil on his desk, began to pack while everyone else was leaving. After haphazardly dumping everything into his bag, he began heading out of the classroom. His teacher was looking directly at him with the intent of speaking and Eren knew it. He tried to ignore his teacher's glare, but it did not stop him from talking. Eren. Can I talk to you for a sec? Eren, knowing he had no choice, nodded his head and approached the teacher's desk. You have a lot of promise, Parker. You sleep almost every day in my class, your notebook is always empty, and yet you somehow have a grade higher than any student I have ever had. Eren's eyebrows furrowed in annoyance. He's had this conversation with many teachers before that day and he was already fed up with it. Eren interrupted him before his teacher could leap to the cheating accusations. If this is about cheating, you aren't the first teacher to accuse me of cheating here. I can take my exams at your desk if you want. The teacher looked at Eren with an alarmed look. Oh, no, that's not why I wanted to talk to you. I wanted to invite you to an after-school program. I told Osborne about you, and he'd love to have you on board. It could even lead to a scholarship for you. Eren clearly wasn't interested, it was clear by the look on his face. Despite the disinterested glare, Dr. Connors continued. I know how much you hate school, so I see why you wouldn't want to come back here, but think about how much easier things could be on your mother. Eren lived with his single mother after his father died of an incurable disease when Eren was just 7 years old. His mother, working as a photographer and reporter for the Daily Bugle, often took on double shifts just so they could make ends meet and so she could pay for his private school's tuition. Eren wanted to work so he could help her, but she didn't allow him to get a job. She wanted him to focus on his education, despite him knowing that he wouldn't even need to study much to keep his straight A's. That was the main issue with his mother, she never wanted help from anyone, especially after his father had passed away. Finally having a way to help his mother indirectly, Eren decided to join the after-school program, despite it meaning he'd have to stay after hours at school. All right, Dr. Connors. I'll be there. Thanks. Without saying anything else, Eren awkwardly exited the classroom and began heading toward his locker. Once at his locker, Eren began to exchange his notebooks and textbooks, grabbing the calculus textbook for his next class. Once he was all packed and ready to go, Eren closed his locker, only to be met by Flash Thompson and his lackeys. "So Parker, you thought that shit you pulled earlier was funny, huh, smartass?" Flash stood in front of Eren, puffing his chest in an attempt at making himself seem intimidating but completely failing. Although his body was large due to boxing, his young freckled face and blonde comb-over did not scare Eren in the slightest. "All I did was answer the question correctly, you're the dumbass who got it wrong." Eren spoke plainly and lazily, pissing off Flash in an instant. Flash grabbed Eren by the shirt and looked him in the eye. Eren stared blankly at him without a single ounce of fear, which pissed Flash off, even more than before, and caused him to knee the boy in the stomach. Eren, falling to the ground, was then lifted back up by Flash. He kneed him in the stomach over and over until Eren couldn't stand on his own 2 feet anymore. Flash and his goons all kicked Eren while he was on the ground until Dr. Connors rushed out of the classroom. "Hey! Flash, stop it!" Dr. Connors ran towards them. Each of the boys got one last kick in before playfully running away. "Oh no!" Flash exclaimed in a mocking tone. "Run away, everyone! It's Kurt the cripple." The boys ran away laughing and high-fiving each other after disrespecting the teacher. "Are you all right, Parker?" Dr. Connors tried to help Eren up with his lone hand, but Eren ignored it and attempted to stand on his own. "You gotta stand up for yourself, Eren. You can't just let them bully you like that." Eren looked up at Dr. Connors and wiped some blood off of his face and fixed his now crooked glasses before speaking. "You know I can't do that, Dr. Connors. He wants me to fight back so that way I could get kicked out of the school. I've tried talking to the dean, but he doesn't care. Flash's family is too rich for any of it to matter, they'd just sue the school if he were to get expelled. It's not even about the money, Osborne's people have it, it's the hassle that's the problem. Why go through all that for some poor black kid getting punched around by the blonde quarterback when you could just ignore it?" Even back in elementary school, Eren found that retaliating against Flash Thompson would result in nothing. Either no one would get in trouble or just Eren would, so he soon realized there was nothing that could be done about it. Even if Eren wanted to fight, he was too skinny to stand up against Flash, as the odds of him winning against the boxer were near zero. One good punch would be all it takes, they both knew that. Eren stood up, not saying another word to his teacher before making his way to the men's restroom. Looking in the mirror, Eren stared at the reflection of himself. He saw a skinny, tall, black young man with curly hair, the top of it was long and the sides were faded. He also saw a coward with a bloody lip staring back at him. He then made eye contact with himself, glaring at his own dead, lazy-looking eyes. He ran some cold water in his hands and cleaned the blood off of his lips. Once clean, he wiped his mouth and headed back into the hallway. As he stepped out of the bathroom he ran into a girl with short black hair, causing her to nearly drop her books and water bottle balancing on top. Eren looked down to see Cindy Moon, a Korean-American student, and his childhood crush, struggling to regain the balance of her stack of books. "Why am I so fucking stupid?" Eren's inner voice mocked, due to him once again embarrassing himself in front of her. Eren extended his hand, catching her water bottle and stabilizing her stack of books with his other hand. Letting out a sigh of relief, Eren apologized. "Sorry, I didn't see you." Eren spoke plainly, prompting Cindy to look back up at him with her joyful eyes. Immediately upon making eye contact with her, Eren's entire body language shifted. For once, he had life in his eyes. "What, did my incredibly charming looks distract you?" Her eyebrows raised playfully as she spoke, throwing Eren off almost immediately. "No. Not that I don't think you're charming, I just wasn't paying attention." Eren rubbed the back of his head awkwardly, his go-to mannerism for when he was feeling nervous or anxious. "I'm kidding." Cindy giggled into her hand as she spoke. Unbeknownst to Eren, she thought he was cute when she would tease him, though she liked to keep that part a secret. "You're so funny when you get like that, Eren." Her smile turned into a worried look when she noticed Eren's busted lip. She grabbed Eren by the cheek, immediately causing his face to feel as if it were an oven. "Flash did this to you, didn't he?" "It's nothing." Eren looked away from her in embarrassment. He despised looking weak in front of her, but fighting Flash just wasn't worth it. Cindy then placed both hands on Eren's face, forcing him to lock eyes with her. "Hey, it's okay, Eren. I get it. This is our last year so you won't have to ever deal with him again. Just hold out, okay?" Eren nodded his head in disbelief that her soft hands are touching his face in such an intimate way. "She's so cute," he thought to himself. He could feel his skin heat up once more, his blush being hidden by his brown skin. The two of them then headed to their next class together. On their way there, Eren would sometimes crack the tiniest of smiles while speaking to her. She was the only one who didn't treat him like garbage out of everyone in the entire school, besides a few of his teachers, and the only one to unlock the emotion that he locked away deep inside of himself. At the end of the school day, he decided to take up Dr. Connors's offer and headed to the after-school program. Eren entered the room and saw Dr. Connors talking with a man in an expensive-looking suit and red hair. Looking over the man's shoulder, Dr. Connors locked eyes with Eren and waved his one hand. "There he is," he proclaimed as he approached Eren with the man in the suit. "This is Eren Parker. My student that I was telling you about." "Ah. Hello there, Eren. I've heard a lot about you. My name is Norman Osborn, but I'm sure you know that." Osborn let out a hearty chuckle as he extended his arm out to Eren. Eren shook his hand with a blank stare. "There's a seat available right over there next to my son, Harry. Go ahead and have a seat." Eren reluctantly walked over to the seat that Osborn pointed towards and sat down next to a young man with straight brown hair. The young man had the appearance of a playboy. He definitely did not belong in the classroom when it came to appearances. Once he noticed Eren's presence, he looked up and smiled at him. Harry's smile caught Eren off guard. Usually, people are immediately snobby toward him, but the boy actually seemed like a decent person. Harry, inversely, had heard about Eren from his father, so he already had a good impression of him. "Hey. You're Eren, right? I'm Harry. My father Norman and the doctor have said a lot about you. You must be seriously smart to impress those two," Harry said with his hands behind his head. "I kinda feel like my dad stuck you here next to me because he thinks you'd be a good influence on me. He says I slack off too much and I'm ignoring my potential," Harry said while using his fingers to make air quotes. "I wouldn't call myself much of a good influence. I sleep throughout Dr. Connors's entire class. I don't know why he praises me so much," Eren awkwardly said while scratching his head. The absolute smallest of grins, one that was nearly invisible, formed on his face. He oddly felt comfortable around Harry, thinking he could actually see himself becoming friends with a guy like him. Before they could say anything else, Dr. Connors stood in front of the classroom and began speaking. "Hello, everyone. Today we get the pleasure of being joined by Norman Osborn. He brought us a few new specimens to look at today. These are radioactive spiders that were genetically engineered at Oscorp." He then pulled a sheet off of a glass container, revealing that it is filled with spiders. As he pulled off the sheet, one of the spiders lunged at the glass at a speed that seemed faster than the speed of light. The whole class jumped once the bug hit the glass, causing a loud thump. "Don't worry. This is special tempered glass. There's no way they're gonna break through. Dr. Connors said with a laugh. These 12 spiders were engineered by Oscorp as a test for a future super soldier project. These spiders have super strength, enhanced agility, and the ability to generate electricity. The electricity also increases their response time to stimuli, thus showing us that their processing speed may have also increased." A girl in the front row raised her hand. Sir, there's only 11 in there." The class began to panic until Norman Osborn started to calm everyone down. "It's okay, everyone. We must have miscounted before we brought the spiders here. I might have to replace that intern soon," Osborn said jokingly. The class laughed and Dr. Connors continued his lecture on the spiders. Eren, nearing dozing off, looks down at his arm as he felt a tickling sensation. A spider with a weird yellow glow, similar to the ones in the container, began crawling up Eren's arm. Before Eren could react, the spider bit his arm. Eren screamed in pain and slapped the spider on his arm, killing it instantly. The class turned around in unison, staring at the embarrassed Eren Parker. "Sorry, I hit my knee on the table and it hurt." Eren covered his hand as he awkwardly muttered the words to the class. After his explanation, they all turn around and continue on with the lecture. During the hour of the program, the students observed the spiders, talked about the science behind them, and the students took turns talking to Norman Osborn. The hour passed and the program ended. Eren said goodbye to Harry before quickly attempting to leave the classroom, though Dr. Connors interrupted his swift escape. "So how'd you like it?" "It was cool," Eren answered with a tiny bit of life in his voice. "I gotta get going, my mom wants me to pick up groceries on the way home." Eren quickly and awkwardly walked out of the door and began heading towards the front of the door. "Feel free to come by next week if you would like to join us again, Eren. Norman really seems to like you." Dr. Connors waved out of the door as he spoke, having a small grin on his face in hopes that Eren would return. With groceries in his hand, the young man unlocked his front door before stumbling inside as if he was drunk. In his head, he could hear a constant, probing white noise that was never ending. His vision was blurred, unable to see a thing as he continued to stumble toward the dining room. The boy haphazardly placed the groceries on the table before aimlessly speaking to no one in the empty home. "Mom," he muttered, scanning the room, though no one was there. Figuring she was still at work, Eren shuffled into his room before almost immediately collapsing on his bed. Chapter 2, New Self. Eren. What are you doing? A voice startled the young boy awake. Eren looked up to see his mom standing in the doorway with an aggravated expression. She had just gotten home and was already starting with the yelling. Why are you sleeping on my bed with your outside clothes on? Go take a shower and change. Eren looked around to see that it was completely dark outside. He had been asleep for hours. He looked down at his clothes and saw that his outside clothes were in fact on. Still groggy, Eren yawned. Your bed. I'm in my room. Eren stretched his arms and scanned the room sleepily, still confused as to how he ended up there. After buying the groceries, his memory went blank. It's my bed technically, I paid for it and it's in my apartment. Get off the bed with those dirty clothes. His mother sassily spoke in an annoyed tone. And when you're done, dinner should be ready. I made your favorite. Eren sighed before leaning up and sitting on the side of his bed. I hope she means pot pie. Still feeling dizzy, he headed to the bathroom to take a shower and change out of his school clothes. After relaxing in the hot shower for about 15 minutes, Eren exited, got dressed, and headed to the dining room. He took a seat at the table, as his plate was already made for him in his usual seat. His mother made chicken pot pie, which was his favorite meal. Though he was excited to destroy his plate of food, the boy spoke plainly. Thank you. He said without much emotion, though his face at least showed a small bit of appreciation. There was no smile, but his eyes were somewhat lively. His mother smiled bittersweetly, being able to tell that despite him being distant, he was somewhat satisfied on the inside. Ever since his father had died, Eren's whole demeanor had changed. He became depressed and sort of pushed himself away from all attachment. This depression went on for 10 years, but he kept those feelings to himself. You're welcome. His mother responded as she began taking a bite from her plate. After finishing that bite, she spoke once more. How was your day? Fine. I joined a science club with Dr. Connors. He said it's great for a scholarship. So I guess I'll do it. Eren was scarfing down food as if it were going to grow legs and run away if he weren't fast enough. That's great, Eren. In opposition to his nonchalant way of speaking, she spoke with great enthusiasm. She looked at his face and noticed the few marks that Flash had left on him. That boy hurt you again, didn't he? I'm sorry, Eren. I know it's hard going to school there and not being accepted for who you are, but it will all be worth it when you get into a good university and get a good paying job. She looked at the ground in shame. I don't want you to struggle like how I did. Things are better now, but it took a long time for me to finally be able to provide for us. We were even homeless at one point, all because I'm a nobody. Eren looked at his mother with a sad look in his eyes. You are something to me, Mom. It's not your fault. One day, when Parker Industries becomes a reality, we won't struggle anymore. He spoke as if he were sure of himself. Parker Industries was nothing more than a dream that he and his father shared. They were originally going to start the business together once Eren was old enough, but of course, that couldn't happen anymore. Regardless, Eren was going to do it in his father's stead. Despite his attempt at reassuring her, Eren's mother began to cry quietly. Having no emotional intelligence or skills, Eren continued to try and comfort her like a robot. It's not your fault, Mom. Ever since Dad died, you had to work even harder to make up for him not being here. You've done a great job raising me by yourself. Don't cry. Please, I can't handle seeing you this way. Somehow, the plain words of her son got through to her. Perhaps the thought is what counted to her. Yeah. You're right. I'm sorry. No, don't apologize. It's normal to cry, right? Thank you, Eren. His mother wiped her tears, feeling better after his attempts to comfort her. His delivery wasn't the best, it never was, but she still understood what he meant. Aren't you off the day after tomorrow? We should visit him after school. Eren suggested. They both hadn't visited his father's grave in years. It was even longer for Eren, having not visited since he was 10 years old. Yeah, we should. I'll be here right when you get home. After that, the two of them continued their dinner and talked about other things for a while. After they were finished, Eren headed back toward his room. Still dizzy, Eren flopped onto his bed and fell back asleep. In the morning, Eren woke up and noticed his room seemed as if everything was upside down. Once his eyes adjusted, he noticed that somehow he was sticking to the ceiling. Panicking, he began to pry his fingers from the ceiling and fell onto his bed. What the fuck was that? The boy leaned up out of his bed, staring at his hand. Despite his blank stare, the boy was scared. What? He once again muttered as he pressed his fingers together, feeling them sort of stick together as if he had dry glue on them. In the corner of his eye, he managed to see himself in the mirror, noticing some slight changes in himself. He approached the mirror and noticed that his physique had completely shifted. He went from being lanky and thin to having the body of a Greek god. Holy shit. He continued to look at his new body as he flexed in the mirror. I wonder if Cindy is into buff guys. As thoughts of his crush flowed through his mind, the young man forgot that he once wore spectacles on his face, as his eyesight was now clear as day without the help of glasses. While he flexed and posed in the mirror, he could hear the front door open and his mother's voice. I'm going to work. See you tonight, Eren. This triggered Eren to glance at the clock, realizing he was running late for school. Quickly, the young man got dressed and ran out the front door without breakfast. Like a track star, the boy sprinted to the bus stop, getting there in what felt like 1/5 of the usual time it takes. He made it just in time, getting on the bus and taking it to the hellhole he called school. Half an hour later, he found himself in front of the place he dreaded more than anything, Osborne Academy. He sighed, gripping both straps of his backpack as he began marching toward his personal hell. Before he can even make it to the front door of the building, his head began to ring warning bells. The sensation was overwhelming. It gave his body the same feeling as when you'd hear the sound of your alarm from someone else's phone in public. His fight or flight was screeching loudly in his head, overwhelming him. Dodge. Run. Hide. Fight. Run. Fight. Run. Fight. Run. Dodge. In almost an instant, the young man dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a football that would have otherwise smashed into the back of his head. The ball was thrown with such speed that it hit the glass door at the school entrance, shattering it into pieces. Eren Parker stood frozen. What was that? He monologued within himself. He didn't move his body, it moved as if his mind and body were separate, it acted on its own. Perkirkir. A familiar bully's voice screamed from behind the young man, causing him to slowly turn his head. Flash and his lackeys began to stomp toward the young man, causing his shoulders to droop down in disappointment. Man. The boy thought. Can I at least get to a single class first? Before he knew it, the 4 footballers were in front of Eren, punching their palms with their fists as if they were stereotypes. Parker. Why didn't you catch that? You know what this means, right? Your mom has to pay for it. Though unnoticed, a single spark of electricity discharged from Eren's index finger, becoming aggravated by his school bully. He didn't know where it came from, but he had the confidence that he could take the bully down in one punch. Before he could do anything stupid, Harry Osborn placed his hand on his shoulder. Don't. He whispered to the boy. I got this. Leave him alone, Flash. You know who my father is, I'll make your life hell. The 2 rich boys stared each other down for a few seconds, though Flash lost the battle to the only boy above him in the food chain throughout the entire school. Flash scoffed before walking away with his minions, leaving both Eren and Harry behind. Eren sighed. Thanks. He began walking toward the school, though Harry followed him with or without his permission. Yeah, don't mention it. I'm glad he bought it, my dad does not care what goes on in this place. Harry smiled slyly as he walked beside Eren, prompting the young prodigy to exhale out of amusement. Eren stopped, looking back at Harry with a confused glare. So you just lied for my sake? Why? Eren couldn't understand the gesture. They'd hardly known each other for a day, yet Harry was being buddy-buddy with him. It was almost suspicious. I don't know, I just see you getting pushed around by that guy all the time. I know why you can't do anything about it, I heard you talking to Dr. Connors about it. There was a brief silence between the two, only being broken by Harry speaking again. The reason is different, but I know what it's like for people to treat you differently because of who you are. I don't have many friends. This intrigued Eren. To think that someone else, someone of Harry's status, also struggled with something similar made him feel a little bit less disconnected from the world. However, he still feared forming a new attachment with someone. It was bad enough that he was practically head over heels for Cindy. Regardless, the 2 boys walked into the school together, having a mostly one-sided conversation as Harry talked about himself, his interests, and the girls at school that he thought were cute. Eren would respond with MHM or an IC after each sentence. He sounded disinterested, but he did enjoy talking to him. The rest of the school day went smoothly and Eren once again headed home to an empty apartment. Upon entering, he sighed before locking the door behind him. With a blank mind, the boy walked to his room before dropping his bag and approaching his bed. He nearly leapt on it before remembering his mom's words, "Why are you sleeping on my bed with your outside clothes on?" Eren sighed, immediately changing into basketball shorts and a t-shirt before lying down in bed. He stared at the ceiling, thinking about what had transpired that morning. He looked at his hands sadly. He wasn't very interested in having powers, he knew that having them would only complicate his life further. Despite having no interest in using his powers for anything at this point, his science brain couldn't help but begin to activate. He was going to keep his powers to himself, however, he wanted to see his capabilities. He knew he could stick to walls, run faster, and somehow sense things before they happened, but he wondered what else he could do. He thought about the spider that bit him, realizing his powers must be related to the spider somehow. So, do webs just shoot out my ass? Everything down there seems normal to me. He stared blankly at the ceiling before taking a glance at the glowing orange New York cityscape outside of his window. He imagined himself swinging through the city, building to building, shooting webs from his hands and soaring through the air. Nah, that's stupid. He tried to dismiss those silly thoughts, but his brain just couldn't stop running at 1,000,000 miles per hour. Could it be possible? What if I just made them? Web shooters? No. It'll be pointless. But it'll be fun. Fuck it. The boy leaned up from his bed, glancing over at his desk to see it filled with chemicals and science kits that his mom either bought or he borrowed from school. He walked over to his desk and sat down on the chair before immediately grabbing a pen and paper to start jotting down the different chemicals he could use to make his so-called web shooters. Salicylic acid. Toluene. Methanol. Carbon tertacylide. H-heptane. Potassium carbonate. Ethyl acetate. Hexate. BHA. Sodium tetraborate. Okay, these should work. Now I just need to figure out the exact percentages. And so, the boy genius began mixing the chemicals together, trying different ratios and percentages until they began actually forming webs. It took a few hours, but he had finally done it. He lifted his pencil in the air, one that he had stuck in the fluid, and began pulling it upward. Eventually, the webbing attached to the pencil became so tense that the pencil was forcibly yanked back down into the beaker, frightening the boy. Okay, now I just need to figure out how to shoot this stuff. Eren glanced over at a water gun that lay on the floor of his room, sparking an idea. Finding some superhero gauntlets that he had used for a Halloween costume, Eren made some adjustments to them, creating a contraption inside of them that operated in a similar fashion to a water gun, just with more power to ensure they could propel the thick webbing. The finished product was bulky and slightly unintuitive as the trigger for them stuck out across his hand, however, it worked. With just the press of a button, he could sling webs across his room, using them to lazily pull objects to himself. The webs also dissolved after a certain amount of time, leaving nothing behind. Once the web shooters were completed, just like that, he was bored again. Eren sighed, lying backward on his bed with his arms spread as he looked at the ceiling. Well, there's that. Now what? Eren stared blankly at the ceiling, thinking of what he could possibly do with his new invention. I could sell it, but they'd probably just see it as some silly science project a child made. Maybe I can do stunts or something. Like a YouTube channel, or maybe I could IRL stream myself swinging around the city. No. That's too much effort. But I can make money doing that though. Mom said I can't get a job, but I don't think you need an adult's permission to make money from streaming. Eren sighed. Fine, I'll try streaming, I guess. She won't accept the money, but maybe I can just hand it to Mr. Ditkovich directly. With that thought, the boy went to a streaming site and created a brand new profile. All that was left was to create a name. Human Spider? EW, no. Maybe. Spider-Man. No, this needs a hyphen. Spider-Man. I like it, but now I sound like a superhero. No thanks. How about the Phantom Spider? Yeah, I like that one. The Phantom Spider it is. It was getting late, so the boy decided to hold off on the streaming and wait for the next day. Eren put away his web shooters, stashing them beneath a shirt that lay on the corner of his desk, before lying in bed and closing his eyes. Chapter 3, The Streamer. Thwip. The Phantom Spider, wearing an all-black costume consisting of pants, a turtleneck, boots, a trench coat, and a black mask, swung through the city of New York gracefully with his phone attached to his chest. He was a natural, flipping and twirling in the air as if web swinging was as easy as walking on the ground. Usually, the boy locked himself in his room, playing video games or doing homework all day. However, feeling the wind blowing in his face as he swung around the city was exhilarating. As the boy had promised to himself, he had begun his streaming career, swinging through the city, performing stunts and tricks for the entertainment of his viewers. Almost immediately, the young man's stream had taken off, causing thousands of people to rush in to watch the Phantom Spider swing. They thought he was some sort of superhero, which was exciting considering those were a rarity at that point in time. No one knew exactly what had happened to the heroes, as the Avengers went silent seemingly out of nowhere. The truth was that the Avengers were off-world, leaving only a few heroes left to defend the Earth, such as the Fantastic Four and Ghost Rider to name a few. The Phantom Spider, truly unaware of how many people were watching his stream, continued to swing through the air. Wanting to actually see his stream's progress, the boy stopped at a hot dog stand, grabbing a glizzy for himself before swinging back up to one of New York's many skyscrapers. Removing only a small section of his mask, the Phantom Spider began eating his lunch while reading the chat. Are you a hero? Are you an Avenger? Are you single? Fight something. How did you get your powers? The boy was being bombarded with questions, as well as subscriptions and donations. He was making more money on day one than he'd ever imagined. He wasn't doing this at all to be a hero, so he made sure to clear it up. Guys, I'm not a hero. I'm just an entertainer. I can't fight anyone. The young man said to the chat room plainly, causing another uproar of questions and demands. Yes, you can. What's the point of powers if you won't use them? Come on, stop a robbery or something. The boy suddenly felt the weight of peer pressure getting to him as the hundreds of people continued to spam him and tell him what he should be using his powers for. Feeling overwhelmed, the boy ended his stream abruptly. Sorry, everyone. I need to go now, thank you for the support and donations. Immediately, he shut the stream off, taking a sigh of relief. That was easy money, but I never want to do that again. He thought to himself as he leapt off the building he was sitting on, hot dog in hand, and began swinging back home. Do this. Do that. Ugh, they're like mindless sheep. If being a hero was as easy as punching a few guys, why don't they do it? I'm sure Oscorp has a few more spiders lying around for them. The young man continued to think to himself until he eventually found himself at home. After entering through his window, the boy peeked around the corner, seeing that once again he was home alone. He sighed, feeling nothing but loneliness yet again in the empty apartment. Eren spent the rest of the day doing homework and coming up with new designs for his costume. One of his designs was a skin-tight red and blue suit with a spider symbol on both the front and the back. As he glared at his own drawing, he couldn't help but feel strange emotions within himself. He felt hopeful. He felt inspired. He felt safe, just from looking at the masked man in his drawing. No, the boy thought to himself, realizing he was letting the people's opinions on what he should be doing impact his own view of himself. He didn't want to be a hero, at least, that's what he told himself despite unconsciously drawing himself in a heroic light. He crumpled up the piece of paper with the heroic suit design and threw it in the trash. After spending the rest of the day thinking about what to do with his powers, the boy went to sleep, still having thoughts of what is and isn't his responsibility with his new gift. The next day came, and Eren went to school as usual. Oddly enough, Eren, or at least his alter ego, was a celebrity amongst the high schoolers. Everyone, even his bully, was talking about how cool this new hero named the Phantom Spider was, though Eren disagreed with the hero part. After school, Eren went straight back home to find that his mother was there, just as she had promised. As planned, the two of them then headed out and took a cab to Eren's father's resting place. Eren hadn't visited his father's grave since he was a little boy. Going there was always hard for him, as well as for his mother. The two eventually found themselves standing at his grave. The grave read, "Here lies Richard Parker. A loving father, husband, son, and friend." Eren stared down at his father's resting place as his emotions began to overwhelm him. He looked over at his mother and could see tears running down her face as she held flowers in her hand. She then took the flowers and placed them down on the grave. As she did this, her tears fell and landed on the petals of the flowers. The two remained silent as they both didn't know what to say to each other or to Eren's father. After a minute or so of silence, Eren's mom spoke to him. "Did I ever tell you about how your father and I met?" She had a faint smile as she thought about the past briefly. "You've both told me some things, but not really the whole thing." "No." Eren shook his head. She hadn't spoken about the time she met his father since before his death. Eren's mother then sat down at the grave and rested her hand on it as she looked at it with a bittersweet and tearful smile. "Right after I graduated high school, I used to work at this restaurant as a server. He was one of the chefs. His uniform always fit funny because he was so tall. The pants were too short for him, he looked like such a geek, but I strangely found something about him to be cute." She told her son, her hand still on Richard's grave. "We would interact with each other fairly often, considering that my job was to serve the food that he prepared. He eventually asked me out on a date one day. We had dinner at the same restaurant that we work at." She laughed at the silly memory, causing Eren to crack a rare smile himself. It was honestly a terrible first impression. I thought to myself, really? The same place we work. He wasn't very creative back then with those types of things. However, I did end up enjoying my time with him, so I agreed to another and then another. You get the idea." She looked up at Eren with a faint smile, noticing that her son was smiling back at her ever so slightly. "Eventually, we were really close. We might as well have been a couple at that point, I was just waiting for him to ask me properly. One day during my lunch break, he came over with a plate that had a single slice of the lemon pie he would always make. It was my favorite. Even after we quit working there, I still often begged him to make it for me all the time. On the plate, he spelled out the words, 'I want to be your man.' It was so incredibly corny, but that was our favorite song at the time. It really made me laugh and smile more than I had ever in my life, honestly. Figuring this was his way of awkwardly asking me out, I said yes. Then, 5 years later, we got married on the same exact day as that day. 2 years later we had you. I didn't know he was so lame back then. Eren laughed slightly as his hand rested on the other side of the grave. That does seem like something I'd do, though. Briefly, Eren began thinking of Cindy and how he would ask her out if ever had the guts to do so. He had multiple opportunities to do so, but he was afraid of girls, especially Cindy. Eren's mother raised an eyebrow before probing into her son's personal life. Are there any girls you're interested in at school? You're pretty close to the same age as your father and I when we met. Eren, taken aback by the question, shook his head and lied as if Cindy Moon didn't exist. What? No. I'm not interested in any girls. So, you like boys then? That's fine, as long as you're happy. She asked him. She really didn't care if that was the case, but she thought teasing him would be funny. Immediately, Eren shook his head again, almost in a panic. No. I like women. His mother then laughed at his sudden flustered behavior, causing Eren to place his hand on his forehead in embarrassment. There is one girl. Her name is Cindy. As he confessed, he could instantly feel the intense weight of his secret lift off of his chest. She's really nice. She's really smart too. I liked her since elementary school, but I'm worried that if I make a move on her, I might scare her off or something. His mom reached over and placed her hand on his shoulder with a sweet smile on her face. Don't be worried. You won't know until you ask. Plus, the worst she can say is no. She told him. Eren looked up at his mother once more. She could say something worse like fuck no, or something. He said plainly with the straightest face possible. His mother laughed, covering her mouth before telling him more about his father. You know, your dad thought the same thing when I asked him about it. You two are so funny. Well, I am his son. Eren spoke shyly. Yeah. You and him are very similar. You're like his miniature self. I'm glad it's that way. Seeing you every day feels as if he's never left. I still miss him and it still hurts sometimes, but at least I still have you. Our son. She told him as she smiled sadly once again. Eren was visibly in pain, holding himself back from tearing up as he thought of both his father and himself. It sometimes feels like a curse, to me. Eren spoke sadly as he wrapped both hands around his knee, looking forward at nothing. Every day when I look in the mirror, it feels like I see him. I can't explain the feeling, but it feels like I'm letting someone down by not being him. Sometimes I even feel like I'm letting him down. His mother shook her head before speaking softly to him with her hand still on his shoulder. No, Eren. You don't need to be him. You're you, your job isn't to be him. Your job is to carry on your father's name and legacy as yourself. That's what he'd want. You should be proud that you are his son, that you are a Parker. Those words were something that Eren desperately needed to hear. His whole life, at least after his father had passed on, he truly felt like nothing more than a disappointment and a burden. He wanted to fill those same shoes as his father but failed to do so. You're right, Mom. Thank you. Eren said quietly. His mother smiled, rubbing her son's shoulder as the two continued to sit next to his father's grave. They talked to each other for a while before Eren's mother received a phone call from her job. They had called her in for something, though Eren didn't mind as she kept her promise in the end. The two took a cab home before heading their separate ways. Eren went inside, taking a shower before doing his usual homework and gaming routine. It was late at night and his mother still hadn't come home yet. Figuring it must have been a long day at the office, traffic, or both, the young man went to sleep, unknown to the reality that would come knocking soon. Chapter 4, Broken. 3 knocks at the front door of his mother's apartment awoke the spider boy from his slumber, followed by the sound of a man speaking his name. Mr. Parker. Mr. Parker, are you in there? This is the NYPD. Immediately, the boy's heart felt as if it fell from his chest and into the deepest pit of his body. He sat up from his bed and froze, unable to move until the knocking continued. As if the knocks put him in a trance, the young man rose from his bed and slowly walked over toward the door. His thunderous heartbeat was loud, feeling as if the heart itself was ready to burst out of his chest. Eventually, he found himself at the front door with his hand hovering over the doorknob. Mr. Parker. The aggressive knocking made the boy jolt, canceling his hesitation. He lowered his hand and grabbed the doorknob, opening it up to see 3 policemen standing in the hallway. Their expressions were solemn, they were not bearing good news. Mr. Parker, my name is Officer Sanchez. The man hesitated, knowing that the next words to leave his mouth were going to destroy the boy. He couldn't even look at the teenager, averting his eyes before continuing. Just have a seat, Mr. Parker. The young man and the police officers made their way to the living room, allowing Eren to sit down on the couch, along with Officer Sanchez, while the other officers stood nearby. Eren's mind raced with possibilities. It was obvious something bad had happened, but the suspense of the unknown was killing him. The officer removed his hat before making the heartbreaking reveal to the young boy. "I'm sorry, son. Your mother was found dead this evening at a landfill. We're here to ask you a few questions about her, okay?" Immediately, Eren was unresponsive. All of his senses shut down. The officer spoke, though the boy did not hear anything but his muffled voice in the background of his own screaming thoughts. The officer stood in front of him, though the boy did not see them through his visions of what his mother's last moments might have been like. The boy wanted to scream, though he could not muster up the energy to open his mouth. As the broken teen stared forward, blankly, the officers continued to try and get his attention. The voices were muffled as if he were underwater, but one managed to break through. "Parker." Eren's body jolted as he was released from his trance. He then looked over at the officer with dead eyes, causing the officer to nearly tear up himself upon seeing how fast the boy broke. "Do you know anything? Any enemies? Your mother was a reporter, right? Was she involved in anything that you know of?" The officer asked calmly. "I don't." Eren answered coldly in his plain and quiet voice. The officer hesitated, understanding that the boy probably wasn't ready to talk about any of that yet, but he continued on regardless. "Are you sure? This wasn't just a typical murder, kid. It was some dash." I said. "I don't know. Please, just leave me alone." Eren's arms began to discharge electricity, though the officers failed to notice. If they were to ask him any more questions, he was ready to snap. Luckily, the officers understood that they overstayed their welcome, so they saw themselves out after his response. "Okay, son. I'm sorry. Here's my number, in case you remember anything. We'll go. Come on, guys." The three officers left, leaving the boy alone in the living room. The boy sat in the same spot, not moving a single muscle for half an hour, alone in his thoughts. He had nothing left, no more family, and nothing else to live for. He thought about killing himself multiple times, wondering if the thoughts of leaving his mother alone were the real reason why he couldn't bring himself to do it in the past. In the end, he could even bring himself to try it. It was about 11 p.m. when the boy finally moved, standing up on his feet before slowly walking into his mother's room like a lifeless machine. The police were useless, he knew this. If he wanted to find out who did what they did to his mother, he knew he had to do it himself and retrace her steps. "I can't die yet. No, I need the person who did this to suffer. Then I can die at peace." The boy thought to himself, justifying a reason for him to still live on. Once in her room, Eren immediately made his way over to her computer before accessing her cloud data. He knew the password, it was simply just his grandmother's name and a few numbers. Scrolling through the cloud, Eren could see many photos and files that involved something that his mother was looking into. Project V. He said to himself as he scrolled through the many files on her computer. His mother, for years, had been looking into this mysterious project. It was her big story, her big break, though it was inevitably the death of her. The people running this so-called Project V didn't want information about it to go out, so they erased her once she got in too deep. The contents of the Project V folder were horrifying. There were dozens of dead bodies, seemingly drained of their nutrients until they were nothing more than empty husks. Their skin was discolored and they also had sharp teeth like wild animals. One of the contents in the file was a video, so Eren clicked on it. The video showed a person walking through a dark facility, presumably his mother following a lead on Project V. Suddenly, what looked like a human from inside of a glass cage began slamming their body against the glass like a deranged zombie. Like the others, their skin was discolored and they had sharp fangs. The monstrosity then began to lick the glass, its tongue was about a foot long. The camera then panned to show an elevator on its way down, prompting the camera person to run behind some boxes and hide from whoever was on their way down. Two men came from inside the elevator, one wearing gauntlets around his suit and one wearing a suit. The suited one was a humanoid, but his skin was gray like a shark's. "Looks like the freaks are acting up." The larger, yellow-costumed thug said in a gravelly voice. "They must be hungry, you should jump in, Herman." The suited one teased with a Russian accent. "How about I throw your skinny ass in there instead? Maybe Fisk will give me your cut." Upon hearing this, Eren paused the video. "Fisk? Wilson Fisk." Immediately the boy scrolled through the folder to find a picture of Wilson Fisk that he had ignored earlier. It was taken in a rush, but Fisk could be seen shaking a man's hand. The man was not visible, only his hand was seen. He was white and wore a suit. That was the only lead. "Fisk." Eren muttered as his limbs began to glow brightly with yellow electricity. He stood up, emotionless, and walked out of his mother's room. He went back to his room and put the costume back on that he wore previously during his stream. He wore a black mask and a pair of glass goggles that he used to use for his science experiments. On his body, he wore a black turtleneck and black pants. On his feet, he wore black Timberland boots, and over his clothes, he wore a black trench coat. He looked at himself in the mirror and didn't see himself glaring back at him. It was someone different. The true Phantom Spider was born. It was pouring rain outside as the Phantom Spider aggressively swung through the city to Fisk Tower. His thoughts of how he would take revenge on the men responsible for his mother's death repeated in his head over and over, only being interrupted by the sounds of thunder and lightning roaring in the sky above. The Phantom Spider had completely lost himself, there would be no holding back. His destination was the skyscraper with the word Fisk plastered onto it. The vengeful Phantom had seen it before, so he knew exactly where it was located. Eventually, he reached the tower and began climbing it using his sticky hands to reach the top. Fisk, oblivious to what is going to happen to him, sat at his desk smoking a cigar while counting stacks of money. A lightning strike flashed behind Fisk and in front of him, he could see the shadow of the Phantom stalking him from behind. Fisk turned around to look at the window behind him but saw nothing. After investigating the glass for a brief moment, he turned back around and continued to count his stacks on the desk. What he failed to notice was the vengeful ghost crawling out of the vent from above him. Another lightning strike flashed and the power in the building turned off simultaneously. Before Fisk could react, one more lightning strike illuminated the room and the same shadow from earlier appeared on the ground in front of Fisk, but this time much more imposing. Fisk turned around and saw the Phantom Spider hanging over his head. He looked over at his desk, grabbed a gun, and pointed it where the arachnid was last seen, but it was gone. A woman was killed today. Why? Who is responsible? The demon's cold voice said from somewhere in the room. Fisk gripped his gun tightly and pointed it in the direction of the voice, though it was immediately webbed away from his grasp. From the darkness, Fisk could see the silhouette of a phantom slowly approaching him as yellow electricity formed around its arms. The shadow continued to step forward, revealing the Phantom Spider's full form in front of him. Holding up a printed-out version of the picture of the Kingpin shaking hands with a mysterious suited man, the Phantom Spider spoke. Who is this man that you're shaking hands with in this photo? As those words left the boy's mouth, a lightning strike flashed behind Fisk and the sound of thunder soon followed. I know exactly who that is, and I'm not telling you jack shit. So bug off, brat. Those words from the tubby crime lord infuriated the Phantom Spider, prompting him to leap forward and send an electricity-filled punch to the Kingpin, directly in the jaw with incredible force. If Wilson Fisk wasn't so powerful, at least compared to a regular human, his jaw would have been removed cleanly from his face. The massive man flew backward, hitting the bulletproof glass behind him and causing it to crack ever so slightly due to the force of his body flying into it. Before he could gather himself, the Phantom Spider webbed the man by the wrists and ankles. With his limbs spread on the glass, unable to move a muscle, the fat man spoke. Do what you want, I ain't telling you shit. As the Phantom Spider approached slowly, the Kingpin attempted to spit at him, though the boy easily dodged it. You'll tell me. The boy said before unconsciously charging his fists with electricity and punching the massive man in the face. The glass behind him cracked once more and the boy continued his interrogation. Who is the man? Who killed the woman? Who ordered you to do so? What is Project V? The boy reeled his fist back, charging another punch before sending it with full power straight to the man's face. I said, I won't tell you. I send them to kill who I want, no one bosses me around. The man lied confidently, but the Phantom Spider saw right through it. Who did you send? And I'm not fucking stupid. That man in that picture is related to all of this, I know it. Tell me who he is. Once again, the rage-filled boy reeled his electric fist back and punched the Kingpin in the face. Hearing the commotion from outside of the room, Fisk's men attempted to bust down his door, but it was completely webbed shut. Kill me, if I tell you who that man is or what Project V is, I'm dead and my family is dead. So do it. Kill me like they killed whatever whore you're here to avenge. Those words immediately set the boy off, causing the electricity on his limbs to grow brighter before sending a barrage of full power punches to the Kingpin's face. The sounds of electricity, melting skin, cracking bones, and screams of agony were heard by all, even by the guards on the other side of the door. With each punch, chunks of the Kingpin's face began to fly off and stain the glass behind him. Eventually, he was dead, and his screams had ceased. However, this did not stop the boy from continuing his onslaught. The boy's punches began to speed up to the point where they were nothing more than a bright yellow blur of energy, cooking the Kingpin's skin as if he were a boiled egg. Eventually, the boiled egg popped, leaving a massive blood stain on the window and on the Phantom Spider's body. With one final punch, he used everything he had to send a powerful blow to Fisk's chest, breaking the glass and causing his headless body to fall from the top floor of his tower, all the way down to the concrete below him. Kingpin's murderer, standing at the broken window and looking down at the mess he made, could hear a low buzzing sound. He looked over at what was left of a desk and saw a phone illuminating the destruction. He webbed the phone and pulled it towards himself before reading the notification on the screen. Jobs done, boss, the text read. There was also a photo attached. The killer tried to open it, but the phone was locked and asked for a Face ID. Eren looked at the screen and then at the mess of what's left of Fisk far beneath him. Well, that's not gonna work, he said to himself as he opted for figuring out the password himself. Let's see. He began trying random common passwords, but none of them worked. The Kingpin was too smart for that. After searching through Fisk's stuff, he found a picture of Fisk and his daughter at what appeared to be a birthday party. Seeing a date at the bottom of the picture, Eren typed it into the phone and it opened. Sorry, kid, the Phantom Spider muttered under his breath before going through Fisk's messages and looking at the latest one. This time he could see the image. It was a picture of one of Fisk's victims. Eren's body shook uncontrollably as he felt anger mixed with other emotions overwhelm him. So he sends henchmen to do his dirty work. He continued looking through the messages until he saw the one about his mother, showing her mutilated dead body inside of a black plastic bag. He began shaking with anger once more and tears streamed down his masked face. He almost broke the phone in his hands, but if he wanted revenge, he knew that he'd need it in one piece. He then went through Fisk's banking app and noticed a payment that corresponded perfectly with the time of his mother's death. Herman Schultz, the boy muttered. This is just the killer. Who's the man in the suit? He asked himself before searching endlessly through the Kingpin's phone. He couldn't find a single lead, only the messages that were sent from Fisk's henchmen. The sounds of police cars and helicopters interrupted the Phantom Spider's search, prompting him to put the phone in his pocket and leave the area. Not wanting the phone to track him home, the Phantom Spider hid it somewhere that only he could reach before heading back home. As he swung back home, he noticed that he didn't feel any better after killing Wilson Fisk. He killed one of the men responsible for his mother's death, yet he felt nothing. He wondered if it was because Fisk wasn't the one that pulled the trigger. Regardless, if we wanted to avenge his mother, the ones involved needed to die. Only then could he be at peace. At least, that's what the boy told himself. Chapter 5, Loss of Faith. Standing in the cold rain, Eren Parker, the boy who had lost everything, stood feeling no emotion as he stared down at his mother and father's graves. The boy stood in the same spot for hours after the funeral, being the only one that remained. His mother's one wish, a wish she told him long ago, was that once she passes, she wanted to be buried next to her husband. Their son, the only one left to carry on the Parker name, made that final wish come true for her. It was the least he could do. Soon, the boy fell to his knees as tears continued to flood his face along with the chilling rain. Not knowing what to do with himself, he shouted in torment. Aya. The boy's hysterical screech echoed through the empty graveyard, being heard by no one but himself and the souls at rest. Why? God, why? The boy attempted to speak to his creator, though he received no response. He wasn't very religious, his family would only go to church for holidays such as Christmas and Easter. Regardless, through his anguish, he searched for answers. Why me? What did I do wrong? He questioned audibly and loudly, punching the grass as he asked each question. He felt betrayed. He felt useless. He felt like nothing more than a speck on the earth, as unimportant as the worms crawling in the dirt beneath him. Before his father died, he prayed every single day for a cure to be found for his disease. The prayer did nothing. When his mother was all he had left, he prayed that she would live a full life and be with him through his adult life. The prayer did nothing. He wondered if God was even real at that point. If there was truly a creator, he wondered if he got a kick out of watching people suffer in the way that they do. Criminals. Murderers. Rapists. They all lived in this world. If there was a God, the boy wondered why those things existed, and why were they created. His thoughts soon shifted to those of jealous rage, thinking of the millions of people in the world who have never experienced loss, and yet, there he was suffering all alone before his parents' graves. Why did you take everything I had? He screamed into the dark, empty sky as the rain crashed directly onto his brown-skinned face. What do you want from me? The boy calmed down, speaking quietly as he stared blankly at his mother and father's graves. Are you going to take them next? Eren thought of Cindy Moon and his new friend Harry Osborn. He was close to Cindy, he was in love with her. He wondered if she would be taken away similarly. Despite not knowing Harry long, he'd grown quite fond of him. If they'd grow closer, he wondered if just like his parents, Harry would be lost. Would getting closer to them be worth losing them in the end? He thought to himself. Would just being alone be better? The boy continued to weep quietly until the sound of thunder crackling above him reminded him of the powers he received not too long prior. Why did I get these powers? The boy whispered as he looked down at the palm of his right hand. Was it to mock me? Is it some sick form of irony? Despite having super strength, the boy still felt powerless. He didn't see his powers as a gift, he merely saw them as nothing more than a curse. What is my purpose? He whispered painfully. Why am I so bitter? Why do I feel so much hatred and pain inside me yet? I feel empty. He thought of the moment when he killed Fisk and watched his body splatter on the pavement below him. When it happened, he thought he would feel satisfied. He thought he'd feel like his mother was avenged. However, this was far from what he felt. He felt disgusted with himself. He killed a man, a father, for nothing. It was pointless. All he did was continue the cycle and put his own pain onto someone else, the little girl in the picture with Fisk. If I kill Herman, what will that bring me? Would I still feel nothing? Is it because Fisk didn't pull the trigger so I'm not satisfied? Will I ever be satisfied? Would killing him simply make it to where my own pain is once again shared with someone else? Would killing Herman be pointless too? Once again, he wanted answers but he received no response. You're useless. The boy said quietly, words that could be interpreted in many ways. The boy continued to weep over his parents in the chilling rain for over an hour, not moving an inch from his position on his hands and knees. He didn't know what to do with himself anymore. Part of him wanted to just rot away and die on the spot where his parents rested, or perhaps climb to the tallest building in the city and let gravity do what it wanted with him. Those thoughts waned after some time. Eventually, the phantom spider stood back up on his feet and took one last long look at his parents' resting place with determination in his eyes. I will make things right. He spoke, looking directly at his mother's grave with a clenched fist. With those final words, the boy turned around and walked away from his parents' graves. As he walked home, alone in the dark, he wondered if he'd be able to keep his promise. Chapter 6, Back to School. A little girl could be heard weeping quietly as Eren, dressed in his phantom spider costume, found himself alone in the dark, rainy streets of New York. He didn't know how he ended up there, as everything leading up to that moment seemed to have been erased from his mind. Having no control over his actions or his body, Eren walked slowly through the intense rainfall and toward the sound of the weeping child. As the phantom spider turned the corner, he immediately stopped in his tracks upon seeing the child, a little girl with long black hair, crying over the body of a giant man. Eren took a few steps forward, recognizing the men as Wilson Fisk, the men he murdered in hopes of getting revenge for his mother. The boy continued to approach Fisk's headless body and the little girl before stopping just a few feet beside them. Daddy. The girl whimpered as she attempted to resuscitate the Kingpin's body, but to no avail. Speechless, the phantom spider stood in the same spot without moving a muscle. Slowly, the child turned around, showing her face to the phantom spider. He recognized her almost immediately. It was the same child that he saw in the photo in Fisk's office. Why? The weeping child asked the boy tearfully, still trying to use what little strength her small body could muster to bring her giant of a father back to life. Why did you hurt my daddy? Eren said nothing, looking on at the little girl as she continued to press down on her father's chest. Why? The child screamed, waking Eren up from his trance. Why? He killed my mother. I have no one left because of him. Eren muttered, looking toward the ground to avoid the child's gaze. And now I have no one left because of you. The girl spoke before Eren immediately found himself transported somewhere else. Eren's eyes shot open, revealing to himself that what he had just witnessed was yet another nightmare. Ever since that day, he'd dream of hellish versions of the night he killed Fisk, wondering if what he did was the right thing. When he didn't dream about Fisk, he dreamed of his mother. If it wasn't either of those, he dreamed of Harry and Cindy. He often thought about what would happen if he were to grow closer to them. He wondered if he'd lose them too. Those thoughts caused him to push them both away, despite them trying to reach out to him. A few months had passed since the Fisk incident, as did Eren's 18th birthday, which he celebrated alone. Both Cindy and Harry tried to contact him, though he'd rarely respond to either one until he didn't respond at all. He hadn't gone to class for those months as well, since his grades were so high, he didn't need to show up for finals. In the months he spent away from school, he streamed his antics as the Phantom Spider before getting banned from the platform. He didn't do his criminal hunting on stream, but once the connection to himself and the vigilante assaulting criminals at night was formed, they removed him from the platform. When he wasn't streaming, he'd go out at night and track down any of Fisk's remaining men to question them about Project V or Hermann Schultz. Many had heard of Schultz, yet they had no clue where he had gone after Fisk had died. Many had no clue who the man in the suit was or what Project V was. He was running out of leads. Despite having no leads, the boy did not give up. Every day he'd look through the evidence that his mother had left behind, and at night, he'd go on his manhunt. Eventually, Eren had almost no money left for rent and he needed to return to school since winter break had ended. His obsession needed to cease, as well as his unhealthy forms of grief. His mother wanted him to be educated and his father wanted him to create Parker Industries in his stead, so he decided to honor their wishes and return to school. In his now empty apartment, Eren stared at the ceiling for a few minutes, not wanting to get out of bed. He was exhausted, only getting a few hours of sleep that night. The nightmares didn't help. Eventually, he found the will to get out of bed and prepare for the first day of his final semester of high school. The boy took the bus to school, as usual, though things seemed different. People on the bus looked shocked to see him, which confused him. Why are they acting like they've seen a ghost? Eren thought to himself as he stared out the window, ignoring the glares from his peers. The young man soon found himself at the front of the school entrance, glaring blankly at the place which he'd call his own personal prison or hell. As he walked toward the entrance, he saw Cindy Moon, holding her books to her chest in discomfort as Flash attempted to flirt with her with his arm against the wall above her. Eren grew infuriated briefly before Cindy made eye contact with him. As if she had seen her husband return from war, Cindy's eyes widened before slipping beneath Flash's arm and running toward Eren. Though his eyes were cold and emotionless, Eren was happy to see her. For the first time in months, he felt something other than insurmountable rage within himself. Cindy dropped her books to the ground and hugged her friend, burying her face in his chest as the many students walking past them looked on. Immediately, he felt bad for keeping her in the dark for so long. He'd been ignoring her calls and texts for the last month, as he did with anyone that tried to contact him. The only human he interacted with was the landlord, only handing him the rent without saying a word. "I thought something happened to you. You stopped responding to my calls and texts. I heard about what happened. I thought you the entire school knew about Eren's mother's murder. Flash even spread a rumor that Eren killed himself over it and many people bought it since the only two people that had his number, Harry Osborn and Cindy Moon, both claimed to not be able to get a hold of him." Cindy didn't want to believe the rumor, but Eren ignoring her didn't help. Eren hugged her back, looking around awkwardly at the glares from the other students. "I'm sorry. I couldn't handle leaving the house anymore. I didn't want to ignore you, but I just couldn't bring myself to speak to anyone." "No, don't apologize. It's okay. Everyone grieves differently." Cindy's muffled voice brought Eren at ease. He feared she'd be upset with him, due to the fact that he basically pushed her away for so long, but she understood him. She always seemingly did. "Yeah," Eren said quietly. In the distance, Eren could see Flash glaring at him hatefully, though Eren's reciprocated hate no longer existed. His anger was reserved for more important matters. Both Cindy and Eren walked into the school together, as Flash continued to look on with jealousy. Having nothing better to do, Flash taunted Eren one final time. "Hey, Parker. How's being an orphan been treating you?" He said this loudly, causing every single person in the hallway to turn around and stop whatever they were doing. It was dead silent. Eren stopped in his tracks as everyone in the school looked on to see what he'd do next. Leaving Cindy behind, Eren walked over to Flash and looked him in the eyes before talking to him without any signs of real anger in his voice. He spoke plainly. "I'm done with you, Flash. I don't know what your deal is or why you truly hate me, but it needs to stop. Today." Eren knew the reason, but he chose to withhold what he truly wanted to say. He was giving Flash the chance to not embarrass himself. Flash was baffled, looking around at everyone in the hallway as if to say, "Y'all seeing this?" He laughed before speaking to Eren with a mocking tone. "Yeah. Why would I stop? Because you said so." "Huh." Eren nodded. "Yes, exactly. You're a pussy, Flash. I understand that now. You're weak. You're privileged. You have no real friends. Girls don't like you. You're imbecilic. You're a second-string quarterback, and that's just scratching the surface. You're jealous of me, Flash. You always have been, so you make up for it by hitting me. You know I can't hit you back, in fact, you probably want that. I'll never give you that, though." The entire school remained silent. Flash's face was red as he was fuming after hearing those words come from his punching bag's mouth. Flash smiled before using the comeback that he thought would end it all. "Why would I be jealous of an orphan, huh, Parker?" Eren looked up at his bully with the blankiest expression he could possibly show. His eyes were dead and looked deeply into Flash's soul through his blue eyes. Coldly, Eren gave his answer. "Because my parents actually loved me, unlike yours that couldn't give a fuck about you. That's why. You're a disappointment and you know it, a disappointment to the Thompson name. Isn't that right, Eugene?" The students in the crowd all looked on with wide eyes. Many of them had no clue that his name was actually Eugene. The ones that did know about it knew to never say that name to him unless they wanted a punch to the face. "That's why you go by Flash, right? Eugene was a disappointment, so you thought changing your name would change that." Eren paused before saying the next two words with malice. It didn't. Once again, the hallway went dead silent. Flash was speechless. He had been read like a first-grade level book. Eren had always known the reason why Flash hated him. Every time anything good happened to Eren while Flash was around, Flash would try to bring him down. This was especially evident just a few seconds prior when Eren finally felt any sort of positivity in months, only for Flash to try and ruin it. Flash, furious after being read, raised his fist and sent a punch directed toward Eren's jaw. Without even flinching, Eren caught the bully's fist with his hand. No, Eugene. I told you, this whole thing we got going on here is over. Hearing this only angered Flash further, causing him to send a punch with his other hand. Once again, Eren caught the fist with ease. You're embarrassing us both, Flash. Look how many people are watching us. Please stop before you hurt yourself. Hurting me, even though you can't anymore, won't change the fact that you're unhappy with yourself. This won't make people love you, Eugene. These words did nothing more but cause Flash to reach the peak of his anger. The blonde oaf reeled his head backward and slammed it down on Eren, headbutting him with everything he had. Not a single mark was left on Eren's brown skin, however, Flash's forehead began to bleed as he fell to his knees. Before Flash could even begin to think about abusing his privilege and making threats to get Eren expelled, Eren spoke. Before you try to lie and say I beat you up, look around. Both Flash and Eren looked around to see that almost every student in the hallway recorded what happened. Usually, they'd pass by Eren getting bullied as if it were nothing, but this time, they wanted to record the would-be fight. You see. Eren pointed toward the group of spectators beside them. There's no point in trying to lie about it. Leave me alone, Flash. Just give it up. Flash said nothing and the Parker boy walked away with Cindy Moon beside him. Cindy was impressed, looking up at Eren with admiration as he finally stood up for himself in the coolest way possible in her eyes. That was really cool, Eren. You were like Giorno when his piano music would play after beating up the bad guy. Cindy praised Eren using her pop culture references, as usual, managing to make him smile slightly. He did feel sort of cool, but he only had the confidence to say what he did due to his powers. The rest of the school day went on normally, in fact, it was better than normal. Flash no longer even looked in Eren's direction and the students looked at Eren with a bit of admiration, a far cry from their usual glares. Eren, sitting by himself in Dr. Connors' after-school program, was lost in his own thoughts. This would happen often as he'd begin thinking about his mother's killer, who was involved, and the secrets of Project V, who's the guy in the suit. Where's Herman? What the hell is Project Dash? You. Hello, Eren. Harry, sitting next to Eren, waved his hand in front of his friend's face to gain his attention. Are you going to ignore me in real life too? Eren snapped out of it, looking at Harry's worry-free expression before speaking back to him. Oh, no, I was just spaced out. I'm sorry about that, also. The ignoring stuff, I mean. I'm sorry, I couldn't bring myself to talk to anyone. Harry's bright smile transformed into a more sad one as he reminisced about his own past. Don't worry about it, man. I was the same way when my mom. Harry hesitated, still not fully recovering after his mother's death that occurred nearly 4 years prior. It was ruled a suicide by investigators, though he never believed that story himself. Before Harry could finish speaking, Dr. Connors began the day's lesson. They discussed energy discharge, giving Eren a few ideas on how he could use his powers. At the end of the program, Dr. Connors made an announcement to the class. Before I let you guys go, we will be having a little competition. I will email you the rules, but we will be having a sort of drone Olympics, where you will all be submitting your own homemade drones to compete. You will work with a partner and the prize will be a full ride to Empire State University with housing. The students grew excited, as did Eren. He couldn't pay for his tuition by himself, nor could he continue paying rent. This would be incredibly helpful. Hey, wanna be partners? Harry whispered to Eren. Despite how Harry led on, he wasn't an idiot, so Eren was more than fine with being partners with him. Yeah, bet. Eren whispered back, causing Harry to pump his fist in victory. Again, Harry was no idiot, but he was also no genius, so he couldn't make anything advanced on his own. However, the Osborne technology combined with the Parker intelligence was a match made in heaven. The program ended and both of the boys said their goodbyes to each other as they exited the classroom. You better not disappear on me again. Harry teased. I won't. I promise. Eren replied with his hands in his pockets as he looked to the ground shyly. He looked up at Harry and put on a half-fake smile. See ya, Harry. Eren walked away and left school with an odd feeling within him. Usually, he'd feel drained and exhausted, however, he oddly wished the day was longer so he could talk to his friends again. He didn't realize it until that day, but he truly did miss them. He didn't want to be alone, the loneliness was painful, too painful. However, grieving hurts far worse than being alone. He feared that once they all grew closer, he would once again feel the pain of grief consume him. Chapter 7, Insignia. Eren, sitting alone in his apartment bedroom, thought about his actions as the Phantom Spider. He had seen a news story that talked about how crime rates had spiked after Fisk's death, though they immediately shot back down after Fisk's men were being hunted down and attacked by the so-called Phantom. Online, he was being praised for cleaning up the streets, though that was never his intention. Oddly enough, that praise felt good to him. It was unintentional, but he was developing a fanbase of sorts, even bigger than what he was when he was just a streamer. This popularity gave him an idea. I need a symbol, the boy said to himself. Yeah, a symbol that people will fear when they see it. Immediately, he walked over to his desk and began scribbling different versions of a spider symbol. After a few sketches, he decided on using one of his designs that appeared as a spider with long, sharp legs. In the corner of his eye, Eren could see his costume on the ground, giving him an idea. I could stitch the symbol on my chest, but I'd need a sewing machine. Cindy works as a seamstress, maybe she has an extra one lying around. Grabbing his phone, Eren began to text Cindy. Eren, hey, can I ask you for a favor? Cindy, who is this? Upon seeing this, Eren's heart dropped. What? Did I piss her off and she deleted my number? However, his worries would soon cease with her follow-up. Cindy, JK LOL. What's up, smiley face? Eren breathed a sigh of relief before continuing their text conversation. Eren, you had me for a sec NGLLMAO. Eren, do you happen to have an extra sewing machine lying around? I need to fix a shirt of mine. Cindy, yeah, you wanna come by RN? Eren's heart skipped a beat. A girl just invited me over to her house. Cindy just invited me to her house. Before his mind went into the gutter, he responded to her message. Eren, yeah, that sounds good, I'll swing by now, what's your address? After sending the text, Eren immediately left his phone and hopped in the shower, making sure to thoroughly clean every inch of his body. Once he was done, he dried himself off and began putting on his clothes in his room while thinking to himself. Okay. There's no reason to be nervous. Plus she'll probably just hand it to me through her front D-dash. Before he could finish that thought, he received a notification from Cindy Moon herself. Cindy, don't come through the front. It's the 5th floor, my room is on the fire escape, so climb up and I'll open the window, smiley face. Eren's inner monologue immediately shifted. Okay. It's just a girl's room. Still, nothing to be nervous about. It's not like anything is going to happen, right? Eren thought to himself as his mind wandered. Before his thoughts could get too far, Eren continued getting dressed before swinging over to Cindy's apartment. Once he arrived, he hid his web shooters in his backpack, which also held his suit just in case, before climbing the fire escape. Eren knocked on her window and she opened it almost immediately as if she were already waiting for him. Her hair was freshly brushed and she had makeup on her face, which of course wouldn't make sense for anyone who was just lounging at home. Like Eren, she also fixed herself up for his visit. Hey. Eren's attempt to act normally had already failed him. He was nervous, which was normal for any boy who'd never visited a girl's room before. Cindy, with a look of confusion, began questioning him. How? How did you get here so fast? She asked with an eyebrow raised. What do you mean? Eren answered plainly, trying his best not to sound suspicious. I texted you my address like 20 minutes ago. Did you fly here or something? Cindy giggled into her hand, unknowingly hitting the nail right on the head. It only took Eren about 10 minutes to swing there, it should have been much longer if he had walked or even jogged. Flying? No, I wish. I just ran here because it was cold. You know, since chemical energy is turned into heat when you exercise and also your heart rate increases, which increases blood flow, which also increases body heat. Eren spoke quietly, hesitating at the end after realizing he'd accidentally gone on a nervous over-explanation. However, Cindy didn't mind as she looked up at him with a smile and both hands beneath her chin. She actually enjoyed it when he described things in such a way, she'd describe it as one of his cute traits. Yeah. Cindy giggled before standing back and gesturing for the boy to enter. Well, come in, it's cold. Eren obliged, climbing into her room and awkwardly standing next to the window after shutting it. Cindy walked over to her desk where her sewing machine was and unplugged it. She turned around to see Eren standing in the same spot, which compelled her to giggle a bit. They'd been friends for years, but Eren was always awkward, that's just part of who he was. You don't have to stand, Eren. Have a seat right there. Cindy instructed him as she pointed toward her white bed that was covered in stuffed animals. Eren sat down on her bed and looked around her room. It appeared to be very basic and plain looking. It was extremely clean, as if it was just cleaned before his arrival. The only things on the floor were her ice skates, which made sense since she was a figure skater. On the ceiling, she had star-shaped string lights, which illuminated the room. So this is what it's like in a girl's room. As he finished that thought, Cindy approached him with the sewing machine and set it next to him. Here you go. She said with a grin as she placed it on a bed. She then took a seat next to Eren on the other side and immediately noticed his now muscular arms. Did you start working out? I swear you were way skinnier not too long ago. She reached toward him and grabbed his bicep, squeezing his new muscles which were a far cry from his usual knotted limbs. Eren could feel his heart rate skyrocket. He looked at the window to hide the shocked and nervous expression on his face. How did you gain so much in such a short amount of time? Did you hit the hyperbolic time chamber or something? She laughed at her own joke as she continued squeezing his arm. I've been working out daily for months actually. Eren rubbed the back of his head, his main mannerism for signaling his nervousness, as he spoke. It is January, so maybe you didn't notice under my winter clothes. She looked up at him suspiciously, squinting her eyes at his plain expression. I guess that's true. Before she could grab anything else, the sound of footsteps was heard near Cindy's door, growing louder before coming to a complete stop. Cindy, who are you talking to in there? A middle school boy's voice said from behind the door. Is it that guy Eren you keep talking about? Cindy's face slowly began to shift colors, becoming a bright pink due to her embarrassment. Eren raised an eyebrow, not fully understanding what her brother was actually getting at. He may have been the smartest boy at Osborne Academy, but his emotional intelligence would be in the single digits if there were a scale for it. No. Albert, go away. Cindy yelled, her face was becoming more bright by the second. Before he could say anything, Cindy grabbed Eren's hand and led him over to the window. You gotta go now. She whispered nervously, though her nervous expression soon shifted to a bright smile as if she were an Oscar award-winning actress. I'll text you later, Kay. Yeah, I'll text you when I get back. Bye, Cindy. Eren climbed out of her window before climbing down the fire escape with the sewing machine in a single hand. Cindy watched as the boy grabbed his backpack from the floor and walked away with the machine in hand. She wondered what was in the bag and why he left it, but she soon dismissed those thoughts and closed her window. Once far enough away from her apartment and out of her line of sight, Eren began swinging one-handed through the city. As he swung, he thought about Cindy and what her brother said. Does she really talk about me? I wonder what she says. Eventually, Eren found himself inside his room, working on the insignia for his costume. After a bit of trial and error, he had done it. He held up his turtleneck, which he wore beneath his trenchcoat when crime fighting, and unveiled the white spider insignia in the front. He chose to make it white so that way they'd know that the Phantom Spider was coming, similar to a different hero who wore all white for that very reason. Well, I guess I'll go on some patrols tonight. The spider told himself as he began putting on his costume, piece by piece. Once geared up and ready, the vigilante leapt from his window and began his patrol through the city in search of anyone who may have been affiliated with Fisk. Not too long after beginning his search, he stumbled upon a group of thugs trying to break into a penthouse. As the three thugs stood near a door with tools in an attempt to open it, the Phantom Spider landed in the darkness behind them. The three men turned around after hearing his feet hit the floor behind them. They could barely make out the silhouette of a humanoid figure, though the white symbol on his chest let them know exactly who he was. Shit. It's the fucking spider. We're dead. One of the thugs fell to his knees like a coward while the other two stood their ground. Though they were afraid, they refused to go down like pussies. What do you want? One of the thugs yelled at the figure, prompting the Phantom to step forward out of the shadows. Who here worked for Fisk? He asked the group, causing both standing guards to unconsciously look down at the cowardly one. So it's just the one, huh? The Phantom Spider said to himself before webbing the standing thugs to himself and clotheslining them. They both immediately fell unconscious, leaving only the cowardly one to tremble in front of the door. Please, I have a daughter. Don't kill me, the men said as the vigilante slowly approached him. The trenchcoat-wearing crime fighter bent down in front of the men before looking at his eyes through his goggles. I'm not. Unless you make me. You worked for Fisk. Tell me what you know about Project V, Herman Schultz, or that guy with gray skin. The men continued to tremble as the spider spoke to him, confused as to why the kid needed that information. What? Why? The coward asked, taking the Phantom lightly since he promised not to kill him. Knowing this, the boy upped the ante. Grabbing the men by the collar, the boy threw him off of the building before webbing him in the chest. He then held the men over the ledge of the building before interrogating him. Why doesn't matter. Tell me what you know or I'll drop you. He had no intentions of killing the guy since he seemed to be nothing more than a lowly thief and a father, though he had to make himself convincing. I don't know about the V stuff, but Herman works for the Magia now. That's all I know. The men screamed as he dangled off of the building, hundreds of feet in the air. Magia. Of course. The vigilante thought to himself. Do you know where before that sentence could leave the boy's mouth, thunder could be heard and lightning could be seen in the distance, yet the sky was clear. Soon after, police cars and helicopters began to conveniently pass by the boy, leading him to assume that something big was happening. Though barely a speck from the Phantom Spider's point of view, a bald man with fair skin was seen flying in the air using electricity that looked similar to Eren's. As he flew higher, the metallic vest on his chest that he wore over his green jacket began to glow. As soon as two of the police helicopters were close enough, the men hurled two bolts of lightning at them, causing them both to explode on impact, killing the pilots and passengers instantly. Eren's eyes widened as the bright explosion reflected off of his glass goggles. He told himself many times that he only was doing what he was doing to find his mother's killer. He had no real interest in helping the cops or using his powers to save people. However, this triggered something within him. As if a voice in his head told him to do something, the boy sprung into action. In an instant, the boy yanked his interrogation victim up to the roof before swinging toward the electric men. Once close enough, the phantom spider charged his leg with electricity before slingshotting himself toward the electric men. With his leg extended, he kicked the man in the face, sending him flying backward into a billboard. Landing on the same building as the billboard, the phantom spider spoke. "What the hell is your problem?" And so began the phantom spider's first fight against a superpowered opponent. Though his heart was racing, he was not scared. Despite not wanting to be a hero, the hero within him had emerged. Chapter 8, A Shocking New Enemy. A large bolt of electricity shone upward into the night sky before the electric man, using his electrokinesis, crashed through the billboard once again and began hovering above the hero who was now standing on the same roof with his hands in fists. The electric man raised an eyebrow before speaking confidently to the boy beneath him. "So you got electricity in you too, huh?" The man then flourished his arms, making himself glow brighter with seemingly infinite energy. "Too bad yours is weak, that kick barely even tickled. Watch this." The man extended his hand forward, discharging a bolt of electricity at light speed. Though the phantom spider had heightened senses, he wasn't prepared for such speed, as he'd never encountered something so fast. The bolt hit the boy in the chest, causing him to fly backward and crash into a water tower behind him. As water poured all over his body, the electric man taunted the now drenched spider. "Aw, look at the itsy bitsy spider." He laughed. "And that was only about 10% of my power. Run along, boy, this has got nothing to do with you." The phantom spider, unwilling to give up, stood back up on his feet as his body and the electrified water around him reacted with one another. "Who the hell are you?" The new hero angrily muttered, still feeling the pain from the bald man's last attack. The man, almost as if he were offended that his name wasn't known, put his hand on his chest. "Me? Well, I'm the one and only Electro, the new god of this world, and don't you forget it." The man responded in a high and mighty tone, matching perfectly with his god complex. "Once I find where they're hiding the good stuff, I'll be able to rid myself of this mortal body and truly take the form of a god." Eren started to laugh. Not because anything that Electro said was funny to him, or at least, not entirely, but because of how ridiculous the entire situation was. What kind of stupid-ass name is that? He thought to himself. The boy looked up at Electro with his hand still on his abdomen before saying his first official quip as a hero. "Electro. What, was the shocker already taken?" The boy laughed a little, though Electro wasn't having it. Eren would rarely say jokes or laugh during a serious moment like that, but he was nervous. When he was nervous, he'd often say the first thing that came to mind or something stupid to calm himself down. It worked that time, though Electro was pissed. Electro's face immediately scrunched up and his body began to illuminate brighter than it ever had. "Someone has thin skin." Eren thought to himself as Electro continued to charge up and levitate higher. "You think I'm some kind of joke, kid?" Electro's confident tone switched to a more menacing one as he spoke with malevolence. "I'll give you something to laugh at." He rose higher in the air and his eyes shone a bright white. He then hurled an electric bolt at Eren, though this time, he was ready. The hero dodged it at the last possible moment and shot a web toward Electro. Electro dodged the web and sent another bolt flying toward the newbie hero. One after another, Electro sent bolts of electricity toward the spider, each one barely missing him by millimeters. At the same time, Eren tried to land a web on Electro, but they all missed. After throwing a couple of dozen bolts of electricity, Electro realized he was running low on fuel. He flew toward an electric billboard that said Roxanne on it before draining the electricity from it with both hands. His body began to glow brightly once more, showing that he was close to becoming pure energy. "So he has to recharge, huh?" The spider thought to himself before stupidly leaping at the man while he thought he was distracted. "You bozo, you think I can't attack while I juice up?" Electro used his other hand to send a massive bolt of electricity at the hero, which then sent him flying toward the futuristic-looking laboratory known as the Roxanne building. The force of his fall caused him to break through an exterior wall and then through multiple floors in the building into a massive storage room of Noform, a type of renewable energy that the Roxanne Corporation invented, though it was still under its testing phases. Humbled and with a piece of metal piercing through his chest, the phantom spider was lying on his back, looking up at the electric villain as he descended down to him. "I gave you a chance, kid. I won't let you get in my way of becoming pure, dot." Electro laughed as he charged an insane amount of electricity in his body by using some of the Noform surrounding him. The veins in his body began to glow as he gathered more and more to charge his attack. He began to become intoxicated by the energy, laughing manically before speaking to his next victim. "Since you're kinda like me, I'll add a little more juice with this one." Eventually, his body reached as much as it could handle and he released it all onto the boy's body. Ayawa. Eren screamed in pain as every single inch of his skin began to feel as if it were ready to peel off. His costume, though newly upgraded with his symbol, was not made to withstand this much energy, so it began to rip apart. Eren's voice began to cut in and out as if he were a glitching computer. As the boy glitched, a glowing blue light began to form from his mouth and the veins in his skin began to glow blue as well. What the hell? Electro was confused due to the odd display in front of him. His attack had caused the entire room, filled with Nuform, to react with the Phantom Spider's body, forcing an insurmountable amount of energy into his body. Why the hell aren't you burnt to a crisp right now? Eren's body vibrated faster and faster by the second. His limbs and his chest began to glow brightly, taking on a new neon blue color momentarily. The ground beneath Eren also began to glow, as well as the machines around the room. Electro's body shivers as he can feel overwhelming amounts of energy growing around him. The kid is gonna explode. He thought to himself fearfully as the boy continued to convulse beneath him. Although he sought to become pure energy, this was too much for him to handle mentally. He was overwhelmed with the fear of the unknown. As if his body had a mind of its own, Electro flew away to a safe distance before stopping to turn around and look at the Roxxon building. As if a massive bomb went off, the entire Roxxon building erupted, destroying the nearby buildings and seemingly killing hundreds of residents and scientists who were either near the building or inside of it. The explosion was so large that it was visible throughout the entire city of New York as a bright blue beam shone seemingly infinitely toward the heavens. Once the explosion was done, all that was left where the Roxxon building used to be was a massive crater. Christ! Electro whispered to himself upon seeing the destruction he had inadvertently caused. He didn't care about the lives lost, he was just shaken up by the scale of it. After staring at the wreckage for a few seconds, he turned around to see that the park beneath him was completely filled with people and scientists. There were hundreds of them, all standing in one large group while looking around and feeling themselves as if they had no clue where they were. The hell? Electro thought to himself, unaware at the amazing feat that had happened within the span of a few seconds. Seconds prior. The Phantom Spider's body exploded, ripping his costume to shreds as blue electricity expelled from his body. Though it felt like he had been unconscious for hours, the boy leaned up to see that he was still at the center of the explosion as it was going off. Everything around him had nearly paused as if he had frozen time itself. He looked down at his body to see that he was now surrounded by a blue aura of electricity. He failed to notice for himself, but his eyes' irises had become a bright, neon blue and his hair had become white as snow. He looked to his left, noticing a scientist frozen in time, nearly getting hit by a piece of the explosion's debris that was frozen in front of her. Without a second thought, the hero sprinted over to the woman, grabbing her by the waist and pulling her out of the building, and taking her to a park that was a safe distance away. From the park, he could see the bright blue beam that shone up to the heavens as if he wasn't the one who had caused it literal milliseconds prior. Still, without a single thought in his head, the boy sprinted back inside of the frozen, exploding building before searching it up and down for anyone who was inside. One by one, sometimes taking two at once, the boy carried each and every last scientist out of the building until there were none left inside. Though it seemed like minutes had passed for him, not even a second had passed in reality. After double-checking the facility, the boy noticed that many of the nearby buildings were in danger of the possible blast radius. Still, within the same nanosecond in time, the Phantom Spider sprinted through the many apartment buildings, restaurants, and stores that surrounded the Roxxon facility and took each and every resident to the same park until everyone was safe. He even had enough time to triple-check. The energy flowing through him, though great, was not Eren's to hold just yet. His body was becoming overwhelmed by it, he needed to release it soon or else his body would explode and possibly nuke the entire area. Not knowing what else to do, he did the one thing his brain told him to do. He ran. Now back in real time, the building exploded, taking all of the nearby buildings down with it. The residents and scientists in the park, who the Phantom Spider had saved, all looked around at each other with various expressions of wonder. They had no clue how they got out there, all they knew was that they were in one place a moment prior, and now they were safe from the explosion that they were able to witness in front of them. The Phantom Spider, now across the entire city, began slowing down as the new blue energy began to leave his body. Eventually, he slowed down to the point where he was nothing more than a boy, wearing tattered clothes, and running barefoot through the streets of New York. Eventually, he had overexerted himself, though the energy within him that could have caused him to erupt had been successfully expelled. Knowing he was about to collapse, the boy passed out in a random alleyway, away from everyone else, and fell unconscious. Perkiar. A deep, demonic, and gravelly voice spoke to the young man as images flashed through his mind. He was dreaming of something, yet he was fully aware of this dream as if he were watching a movie. Parakeet. That same voice, filled with malice, spoke to the boy as images of a destroyed New York amongst other things rapidly played through Eren's brain like film. Eren. Cindy's voice called out to him. Please, don't. You promised. What? Don't what? Eren's inner voice asked as random images flashed by, so fast that he couldn't even process them. Eren, I'm sorry. Harry's voice spoke solemnly. This is how it has to be, we knew it would come to this. How what has to be? Eren called out, unable to fully comprehend a single thing he was seeing or hearing. It's all your fault. A voice that sounded similar to his, though slightly older, scolded him. It's all your fault. You're useless. You're a coward. Is that me? Eren thought to himself before the dream showed him one final scene. Eren was seen standing in the center of a destroyed New York as hundreds of dead bodies surrounded him. Something was off about his own appearance, though he couldn't tell what it was until the vision got closer to his body. For just the smallest moment, he saw himself, though he was unrecognizable. He was older, maybe by about 2 or 3 years, and his hair was the deepest black that he had ever seen. He had an aura around his body, though, unlike the one that covered him before, this one was white with a deep black outline around it, matching his hair. The expression on his face looked inhuman, as if he were nothing more than a machine. His future self glanced up at him with a freakishly fast head turn before his future self's body was engulfed in black. Ha! Eren woke up, out of breath, to find himself lying on a sofa inside of a random penthouse. It looked expensive, as there were multiple grandiloquent vases and cat statues scattered around the room. His wound from the piece of metal that impaled him had been cleaned and stitched together, though most of his clothes were nowhere to be found. The boy sat up, looking around the room until he noticed a woman wearing an all-black, skin-tight outfit that showed off the shape of her perfect body. Her hair was silver and she wore a black mask on her face. She took a sip from a glass of milk in her hand as she sat on a chair with her legs crossed, looking over at the young man lustfully. With the voice of a seductress, she spoke to the hero. Good morning, Spider. Chapter 9, My Little Spider. Still lying on a couch inside of the mysterious penthouse, Eren, barely wearing any clothes, looked over at the woman in awe. She was one of the most beautiful women he'd ever laid eyes on, and her body was that of a goddess. She continued sitting in her chair with her black spandex-covered legs crossed, staring through her mask at the boy as if he were a 5-star meal. Am I dead? The hero thought to himself frantically. Did my body explode and then send me to heaven? The young hero looked down at his body, seeing that his wounds had been dressed by the woman. Realizing he was nearly completely naked, Eren reached for his face frantically, feeling his face for his black mask. He let out a sigh of relief upon realizing the mask was still on, though only by a thread, as his hair and part of his eye were visible. Seeing him reach for his face made the seductress giggle sensually before teasing the young man with her words. Don't worry, my little spider, I didn't take a peek. I like the mystery. The woman's alluring voice sent a shiver down Eren's spine, giving him a feeling he's never had from something as simple as a woman's voice. My little spider? He asked her shyly. Though it was odd, he sort of liked her calling him that. Well, you had that spider on your outfit, or at least what was left of it, so I think it's a fitting nickname for you. You also sounded young when you were talking in your sleep. Are you in college? She asked him as she rested her hand on her chin, staring at him attentively. Ah, yeah, it's my first year. He lied. A college boy, huh? She tapped her finger on her chin as she spoke seductively before standing up on her feet and slowly approaching the boy like a runway model. As she approached him, Eren could feel his heart racing. Her hips swayed side to side with each step. Eren's eyes were locked onto her legs, thighs, and hips as if he were in a trance. I'm definitely dead, or I'm dreaming. He thought to himself as he watched her hips and thighs continue to sway side to side until she was right in front of him. Taking her gloved, clawed finger, she slowly ran it down his upper chest and the rest of his upper body, using his defined muscles as a guide. Eren's spine shivered in arousal once more, as this was the first time a woman had touched him in such a way. Bending down on her knees, the woman continued to lightly scratch his chest with her claw while whispering in his ear. Well, I don't mind if you don't. Do you mind the age difference? She erotically whispered in his ear. He shook his head quickly without breaking eye contact with her. He didn't mind it at all. With her face level with his, she gazed into his eyes through their masks. Eren could feel the aura of her animalistic nature surrounding her as her eyes glared at him as if she were ready to devour him whole. Do you have a girlfriend? She questioned, immediately snapping Eren out of his trance as his brain could only think of Cindy. Well, it's Dash. He started to mutter his answer, but he was quickly interrupted by her finger being pressed against his lips. Shoo. Actually, don't answer. Are you still a virgin? How about we roleplay a bit? Taking her hand, she slowly slid it down from his neck all the way down his body, approaching the only clothed part of his body. I'll be the teacher. You'll be my student. she declared sensually as her hand went lower down his body, eventually rubbing on his inner thigh. Before her hand could reach its destination, Eren leaned upward in what seemed like an instant. Although the woman was insanely attractive to him, he couldn't help but think about Cindy at the moment. It felt like he was betraying her, despite them not being anywhere close to a couple. Clearing his throat, he tried to get out of the feline's den in a non-direct way. Wouldn't you prefer someone a little more exp? Before he could even finish his sentence, she pushed him back on the couch aggressively. Not wanting him to move, she crawled on top of the young hero and pinned his arms down. Obviously, the phantom spider could overpower her, but he found himself getting back into it. As she pinned him down, she slowly leaned down to the point where their mouths were only inches apart. I didn't dismiss you yet. Her animal eyes glared into his soul as she spoke down at him in an authoritative, yet sexy tone. Oh well, why shit? Eren's inner voice muttered in disbelief. However, he realized the whole situation wasn't right. Eren grabbed her by the waist, making her think for a second that he was into her advances. Using his superhuman strength, he lifted her up in the air, causing her to let out a playful squeal as he easily overpowered her. As he leaned up with her in his grasp, she wrapped her arms and legs around him tightly. The young man then stood up, with her still clinging to him, before gently placing her down. Now towering over her due to his above-average height, the masked boy looked down at her with serious eyes, changing her animalistic glare to that of a submissive one. I need to go. I'm not very comfortable with this right now. Eren said truthfully. Again, he felt that doing anything with that woman would be nothing more than betraying Cindy. The woman placed her hand on his chest and smiled slightly. She was disappointed, but she understood him. I get it. Maybe next time. Eren nodded and looked down at her hand, noticing the wound that she fixed, right below where his heart was. He didn't realize it when it happened, but that piece of metal that impaled him was only centimeters away from being fatal. He got lucky. Oh, thank you. For helping me with the stab hole. What do I call you? The woman chuckled, realizing that the two of them could have possibly done what she wanted, yet they didn't even know each other's names. It's Felicia. Or Black Cat if you prefer. You don't have to tell me yours, I like the mystery, as I said before. Eren smiled slightly under his mask upon hearing her name. Thank you, Felicia. I should go, now. Wait, you want to borrow some clothes? They won't fit you, but it's better than swinging around with your bulge out. She laughed a bit at her own words. I'll be back. As the woman walked away, into another room of her penthouse, Eren looked down at his wrists and around the room. His web shooters were nowhere to be seen. After thinking about them for a moment, he realized he didn't use them at all when he saved those people, so the cheap prototypes he made must have broken during the explosion. He then looked into the room she entered, noticing a wall with newspapers about the Magia. She knows about the Magia. Is she looking for them? He thought to himself. Seeing this, he knew he had to return to her. However, stopping Electro from causing more harm was the #1 priority over his revenge plot. Revenge could wait. Black Cat eventually emerged from the room with an oversized t-shirt and some sweatpants and handed them to the hero. Here, you go. Thanks. Eren quickly began putting on the t-shirt, which fit him, and the sweatpants, which were far too short for him. As he finished putting on his temporary outfit, Black Cat teased him once more. Don't forget about me, my little spider. You'll have to bring those back. She gave him a sly smile as she spoke flirtatiously. Yes, ma'am. I'll be back, I promise. He responded as he nodded. I guess this is goodbye, for now, Felicia. Goodbye, Spider. Still wearing his mask, the hero turned around and left her penthouse. Though he had no webs, the boy was able to free run across the New York rooftops, making a stop at a place that sold electricity-resistant fabric, before heading home. On his way there, he tried to replicate what had happened earlier, using his electricity to run with super speed. However, it seemed that the electricity within him was back to normal, losing its blue color and returning to yellow. As he free ran, he thought about the woman, about how she was coming onto him so aggressively. He'd never experienced anything like that. To him, it was the first time a woman had ever shown any real interest in him, though that fact was not true, he was just blind. He considered turning around, maybe letting the woman have her way with him, but those thoughts were soon drowned out by his thoughts of Cindy Moon. In his head, Black Cat would be the easy route, but he pondered if that was what he truly wanted. Once home, the hero spent hours creating an exact replica of his old costume, even down to the symbol, using the electricity resistance fabric he had just bought. Not only did he create a new suit, but he also created a new version of his web shooters. He already had the new design planned, but laziness prevented him from actually creating them. This time, the web shooters were small and appeared to look like regular wristbands so he could wear them discreetly in public. Due to their size, he had to carry small cartridges to refill them, but that was far better than carrying around the old bulky ones. As he worked on the finishing touches of his new web shooters, a news broadcast played in the background, praising the Phantom Spider for a job well done. 213 people were saved last night in what could only be described as a miracle. After a men described as being made of electricity caused the Roxxon facility to explode, civilians reported finding themselves seemingly teleported out of danger, claiming a mysterious hero saved them. Everyone is wondering if amidst the disappearance of the Avengers, has a new hero emerged to protect the city in their absence. Many believe it was the Phantom Spider, the streamer turned vigilante who is also the prime suspect for the murder of Wilson Fisk, as he was seen fighting against the Electric Man moments before the explosion. Whether it be the Phantom Spider or someone else, we thank you. All 213 people, parents, spouses, and children, we thank you. Authorities have dash. Eren smiled as the woman on the broadcast praised him for his actions. He felt validated for once in his life. Many outlets would talk about how the Phantom Spider was doing more harm than good as killing Fisk caused a massive ripple effect in the world of crime. He felt good knowing that there were people out there that maybe understood him. However, those positive feelings waned immediately upon the broadcast being interrupted by a breaking news report. Breaking news, the Electric Man that attacked the Roxxon facility is now in Times Square. Oh my god. The men reporting the news suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky with horrified eyes. Mere seconds later, a bolt of electricity struck the man down, reducing him into nothing more than a charred husk. The cameraman was also struck, causing the camera to fall onto the ground and show the Electric Man flying through the air and hurling electric bolts at the innocent, fleeing civilians. The boy hero, the Phantom Spider, looked at the screen in horror for a moment as he witnessed the innocent people's lives being lost before him. Snapping out of his trance, the hero put on his new and improved costume, along with his web shooters, before leaping out of his window to fight Electro once again. He had no real plan, no real strategy, but he had to do something about it. It was his responsibility. Though he failed to notice for himself, the electricity around his limbs, which began discharging because of his anger, began flickering blue as it did when his body interacted with the uniform. Unbeknownst to the boy, he would soon find himself unlocking a new power. Godspeed. Chapter 10, Godspeed. Ha ha ha. The electric maniac laughed as he soared through the night sky effortlessly, killing the lower lifeforms beneath him as if they were nothing more but ants beneath his boot. He enjoyed the mayhem, taking the lives of the weak. It made him feel like God. As for why he was attacking Times Square, it was because of all of the energy that was around that area. It was practically unlimited. The billboards, the screens, the lights, they would all be used for the villain to power himself up and take one step closer to becoming pure energy, just as he wanted. As he hurled bolts of yellow lightning down at the innocent civilians, police cars and helicopters began to arrive in an attempt to stop the villain from causing any more destruction. This is the NYPD, put down your weapons, or else we will use lethal force. The police officer speaking was clearly doubting both his own capabilities and his comrades. It was clear by the tone of his voice. He feared the men in front of him, he feared the supposed God, though he had to do his job in the end and try to stop the psychopath. Electro laughed at the pathetic words of the officer before declaring his godhood once more. You can't tell God what he can or cannot do, you peon. How about I show you a small fraction of what I can do? Using a single finger, Electro pointed it at one of the police helicopters before causing the tail rotor to explode with a thin, but a precise electric bolt. The pilot of the helicopter tried to regain control of it, however, his efforts were futile as the vehicle continued to spin uncontrollably. The pilot and his passengers could do nothing but watch as the helicopter began hurling down toward the earth, falling toward a group of innocent civilians who were trying their best to flee from the chaos. The civilians, the officers, and the pilot all shut their eyes in fear of their own fate. Moments passed, which turned into long seconds of silence, causing everyone who had already counted themselves out to slowly open their eyes to see what was around them. A hammock of webs held the helicopter in place, protecting the Earthlings from the helicopter and the helicopter from striking the earth. Look. One of the civilians spoke, pointing her finger toward the hero who saved them. The Phantom Spider, just at the nick of time, had saved them all with his webs and was now swinging away to stop the villainous Electric Man from causing any more harm. Shooting electric bolts wildly, Electro failed to notice the hero swinging behind him as he laughed maniacally with each bolt of lightning that he sent down toward the earth. The villain truly felt like a god, whether it be the god or Zeus, his godhood would soon be cemented and known by all. Or so he thought. HRA. The Phantom Spider screamed from behind the electric, crazed god, compelling him to turn his head slightly. Using everything he had, the boy sent a mighty, electrified punch to the side of Electro's head, sending him flying down toward the earth and through a building, reminiscent of how Electro treated the spider, just a day prior. However, unlike our hero, Electro blasted out from beneath the rubble, flying toward the spider with a hateful gaze as yellow sparks trailed behind him. That fucking bug won't get out of my way. Electro's inner voice screeched as he began charging both hands with electricity. Like a maniac, he angrily sent bolts of energy toward the spider, though this time the boy was ready and waiting for his attacks. Like an acrobat, the black-cladding hero danced around the bolts by pulling his weight with his webs, flipping and twirling around the bolts as if things were moving in slow motion to him. Using a single hand, the spider shot a web at Electro's chest, continuing to dodge his energy blasts before yanking him toward himself and kicking him in the face. Electro then launched toward the earth, smashing into a car with so much impetus that the car was nothing more than a hunk of metal beneath him. Before he could even come up with a single thought, Electro's face was met by the Phantom Spider's fist as the boy began wailing at him with full-powered, electrified punches. With each punch, Electro's head would forcibly turn side to side, nearly snapping his neck as he tried to muster up enough energy to fight back. Unbeknownst to our hero, Electro was absorbing what little energy was within the car. As soon as the Dark Hero realized what was happening, it was too late. Electro released a massive beam of electricity, sending the Phantom Spider flying across Times Square and crashing into a small shop. His body rolled to a stop, as he found himself beside about 10 people, all taking refuge inside of the building from Electro. They looked at the hero with fear in their eyes, though beneath those fearful gazes were small glimpses of hope upon seeing the Phantom Spider's symbol on his chest. "It's that spider guy, from the news," a voice muttered. "Yeah, I heard of him from the Daily Bugle. They said he was a menace, but look at him, he's fighting that psycho outside." A different voice, coming from an older man, whispered. "Mommy, is he here to save us?" A little girl mewled as she held onto her mother tightly. Seeing the people who needed saving, who needed the spider to save them, motivated the boy to stand up on his feet. "I am. Just." The hero noticed something across the street. Electro's assault hadn't ended yet. No, it was just beginning. Not wanting to show his weakness or his fear, the hero spoke with confidence. "Just hang tight everyone, I got this." Like a track star, the boy sprinted out of the building, leaping over a water truck and swinging toward the villain who was preparing to attack. Electro, using his electrokinesis abilities, released a crane from its shackles and began toppling it over toward the building that the Phantom Spider was once in. He wanted to crush the spider, though he wasn't aware of the innocent people inside. Regardless, even if he did know, that fact would not have mattered to him. As the crane slowly toppled over, our hero, the young, trenchcoat-wearing vigilante named the Phantom Spider, held up the crane near its base with all of his strength. Though he was strong, the massive machinery began to overpower the boy, still slowly falling down toward the huddling innocents hiding inside the building from which he'd fled. If it wasn't for the water truck in front of it, which was then beginning to spew water everywhere as it helped support the weight of the crane would have crashed into the building and killed everyone inside. Seeing the danger, the hiding innocents began to flee the building, running in different directions just in time for both the Phantom Spider and the water truck to collapse and allow the crane to reduce the building to rubble. The Phantom Spider, seeing nothing around him but dust and debris after being crushed to near death by the crane, lay beneath the machine, unable to move an inch. He was helpless. The machine was too heavy for him to lift up on his own. He knew that as soon as the dust cleared, the innocent lives that he put everything into saving would have been smitten by the self-proclaimed god named Electro. Having nothing left in the tank, the boy looked up at the night sky, taking one last look at the stars as he felt that he was done for. "I knew it," he thought. "I wasn't cut out to be a hero." His mind then thought about who he was leaving behind, though it only be a few. Cindy. He thought of the woman he loved but never told. Harry. His friend, though they had barely known each other for a few short months, would also be left behind. As his vision began to fade, he felt the presence of someone he knew. Their voice, a familiar one, spoke to the young man, calling his name. Eren. Eren. Eren looked around for the source of the voice. His vision still appeared blurry, but as he scanned around his environment, his vision began to slowly clear. He found himself in a car, a familiar one from his past perhaps. The sunroof was open as if he was stargazing from the inside, just as he was before he had given up. "Eren, did you hear me? I'm talking to you," the voice said again. Eren's voice sounded as if he had just de-aged by 10 years. "Why do I sound like that? Where am I?" His inner adult voice spoke in his mind, contrasting with the one that came from his mouth. "I said, do you remember what today is?" The voice said again, sounding as if the person speaking were excited to reveal something to the boy. "I know this voice." Eren's inner voice spoke in his mind once again, sounding as his young adult self once did. At this point, his vision was almost clear. He turned his head and looked to the side to see where the source of the voice was coming from. As his eyes focused on the face of the speaker, they widened. It was his mother. "Mom." Eren's childish voice called out, his eyes were wide and his tiny face was filled with confusion. His mother frowned slightly, confused and concerned as to why her little boy looked scared so suddenly. "Yes. Eren, are you okay? You're alive?" the boy asked. His mother looked confused in response to this seemingly insane outburst by her son. "Boy, what the hell are you going on about?" she questioned as her look of concern grew more worried. Eren sat quietly in his seat, not saying a word, confused about what had just happened. Just a moment ago he was fighting to the death against a man who had almost reached the point of being made of pure electricity, but at that moment he seemed to be sitting in a car stargazing with his mother. Was that all a dream? He asked himself as he looks down at his now childish body. However, if it was a dream, why was his inner voice still that of the 18-year-old version of himself, he wondered. Eren, what do you mean by that? Am I alive? Her voice sounded as if she is extremely worried for her son. She believed in superstitions, so him telling her this caused her to feel uneasy. I don't know. I think I just had a bad dream or something. The child said as he rubbed his small face. Oh, okay. She began to look at Eren with a puzzled and concerned look once more before brushing it off. Well, do you know what today is? No. Eren tried to remember what day it was, but he could barely even comprehend what was happening in front of him. It's December, she said as she smiled from ear to ear. Eren stared at her with a blank and confused expression, not really understanding what she was getting at. December 26th. Your birthday, Eren. You forgot your own birthday. She continued her concerned glare as she spoke, wondering if he had hit his head and suffered brain damage somehow. My birthday. It's December. He looked around outside of the window, causing his eyes to light up due to what he was seeing. He could see Christmas lights and decorations as far as the eye can see throughout the concrete jungle before him. I'm sorry that we had to spend Christmas and your birthday sleeping in a car like this. His mother couldn't even look at him as she said this, feeling as if she were a disappointment. But it isn't all bad, I was able to get you something that you've been asking for. Her sad expression turned into a slight smile as she reached for something in the glove compartment of the car. This is for both your birthday and Christmas, so merry late Christmas and happy birthday, Eren. She handed Eren a box covered in gift wrap, jogging his memory of what was inside. I remember this. Eren's adult inner voice spoke. That's right. My 8th birthday. A few months prior, we'd been evicted since she couldn't pay the rent alone after Dad. Go ahead, open it up. His mother warmly encouraged him with a smile, prompting the boy to begin tearing the paper off of the green and red-wrapped box. That's right. This is the same year I got my. He continued thinking to himself as he opened the present. As he did, his memory of that moment began to all come back to him. Once the wrapping paper was completely removed, he instantly recalled the gift that he received that day. It was a Game Boy SP with Pokemon Emerald. That's right. I must have sunk 1,000 hours into this game. It was the only game I ever had for a while. He thought to himself as he stared at the packaging reminiscently. So, do you like it? You said you wanted the one with the Pokemon, but there are so many different ones like reds and blues and oranges. She was hoping he appreciated the gift since it was all they could really afford at the moment. Yeah, this is just what I wanted. Thank you, Mom. Eren's voice weakened as he spoke. The rush of emotions that he felt on the day all rushed back into him in real time. I'm glad. His mother took a sigh of relief as she said this, happy that he was satisfied with the gift. These Game Boy things have been really hard to find, your father and I were able to get that one before. Her smile slowly turned into a mournful expression as she thought of her husband, his father, Richard Parker. I'm sorry, Eren. I'm sorry that things are how they are. Your father's passing. Us having to leave our home. Living in a car. Not being able to give you a good Christmas or birthday. It won't always be like this. I promise that eventually, we'll be able to move in someplace and I'll put you in a better school. Tears began to stream down his mother's face as she apologized wholeheartedly to her son. It's okay, Mom. It's not your fault. Besides, I'm happy with my gift. Eren smiled brightly in an attempt to cheer her up. At this point in his life his depression hadn't caused that expression to become a rarity yet. The current day Eren, seemingly trapped within himself, realized that fact as well upon feeling himself express such happiness. With tears still in her eyes, she looked at Eren with a serious expression and put one hand on his cheek. I might not always be here for you, Eren. She said to him as more tears flowed down her face. But, I promise. While I am here, I will do everything. Everything in my power to raise you to become a strong man someday. And if I somehow don't make it, to see you grow up and become a man. Scarred, the boy whimpered words to his mother. Mom. Why are you talking like this? Tears began to build up around Eren's as well eyes before they fell down his 8-year-old face. Never give up, Eren. No matter how hard life gets. Even if I'm gone and you're all alone. Keep going. You're so smart, Eren. And despite being so young, you're strong. If you find yourself knocked down to the ground. Simultaneously, Eren's mother's voice along with his own present-day voice spoke to him. Get back up. Eren opened his eyes and turned his head to see Electro charging up with electricity with a shit-eating grin plastered on his face. The dust was almost cleared. Within a few moments, Electro would attack those hiding beneath it. What was that? Eren thought to himself. Is that what they mean by your life flashes before your eyes? It was like I just relived a memory. My 8th birthday. His body was still numb from being shocked from the inside out as he attempted to comprehend what happened. He didn't know it yet, but this was a side effect due to his own powers mixing with the Nuform from Roxanne. That memory was real, though slightly altered, and he had relived it. Get back up. His inner voice told him. Get back up. His inner voice commanded him once again. Somehow, mustering up enough strength, the hero began lifting the crane off of his tired, exhausted body. Though not shown, beneath his mask, the boy's face winced in pain as he put everything he had into lifting that crane. Get back up. His mother's voice echoed in his mind, encouraging him even further. Unconsciously, a blue aura of electricity begins to surround his arms and legs as he began pushing harder, somehow generating more power. His muscles, hiding just like his face, contracted aggressively as he continued to push with his entire being. Get back up. His inner voice pressed him once again. Now on one knee as he continued to push the crane upward, loud crackling sounds could be heard coming from the hero's body. Electro, still charging up his body, could see the blue sparks of electricity through the dust as it began to clear. Get up. The boy's inner voice urged him one last time, as well as his mother's, giving the boy the last bit of motivation he needed to push the crane off of himself and dash out from beneath it. Meanwhile, Electro aimed his hand toward the civilians and began releasing electricity from his fingertips. Although the hero did not have the full aura of energy around him, the white hair, or the ability to run at super speeds just yet, he was still able to use this new, blue energy to push himself off of the ground and flash step toward the people in need. Just as the electricity shot from Electro's hands, the Phantom Spider reached the civilians, realizing the Electro wasn't necessarily aiming at them, but the water beneath them in an attempt to fry all of them to death. Just as the bolt of electricity hit the water, the boy outran the superconducted liquid and grabbed all 4 fleeing people with his long arms, scooping them up and using his new ability to push off the ground and leap away from the danger. Landing somewhere safe, the hero dropped the civilians off and instructed them to flee. Run. The boy demanded them, causing the shaken-up innocents to run away from the danger. The boy's limbs shone with a bright blue aura, as seen by the little girl that he saved as she looked backward while her mother carried her away from the scene. His new power had finally fully manifested itself. This is Godspeed. Chapter 11, Taking Down a God. The Phantom Spider, his limbs glowing with his blue Godspeed energy, faced the Electric Man as he hovered above the hero with his body glowing brightly due to the electricity coursing through him. Electro was growing aggravated at the child beneath him. The bug kept ruining his display of godhood and his journey to becoming pure energy. The Phantom Spider, however, was furious. The man who proclaimed himself as a god was hovering above him, looking down at the hero as the bodies of those who he could not save before his arrival and destruction surrounded him. Though he'd lost to Electro before, he was confident. His new power was going to be the key to ending the Electric Man. Electro. The Phantom Spider, filled with fury, screamed at the god who floated above him. This ends here. The boy was certain that those confident words were true. He noticed that his brain seemed to be moving faster than it usually did, allowing him to come up with a plan in only just a couple of seconds. That vest, it must be some sort of inhibitor. If I can get it off of him, perhaps he'll overcharge himself. Before that, I need to find a way to short-circuit him so I can get a hold of him for long enough to pry it off. The water, yes, there's gotta be more water somewhere. His eyes scanned the area for another water truck or any source of water that he could use to momentarily slow the Electric Man down. His eyes nearly locked onto a fire hydrant, though he made sure to not make it obvious in an attempt to hide his plan from Electro. That's the key. All right, Parker. Let's kill this god. With haste, the hero of the night flash stepped forward, dodging Electro's lightning bolts with even more speed than before. He was untouchable as he zipped from side to side as if he were dodging the blast from the toy gun of a child. Who's a god now? He thought to himself as he began flash stepping up a nearby building. With each step, one of the screens on the building would shut off due to his power interacting with them. No, I'm no god. His inner voice declared as he continued up the building, dodging the lightning strikes that trailed behind him until reaching the height at which Electro was hovering. Using a Godspeed-infused jump, the hero leapt backward, jumping so high that he even surpassed the so-called and self-proclaimed god's altitude. I have no need to see myself as such. I am but a man, a mortal who will stand up to these so-called gods for those who cannot. Using his webs, the young hero webbed Electro's electric bolt-slinging right arm. Just before Electro could throw another bolt, the Phantom Spider yanked the villain's arm to the side, causing the bolt to fly in the wrong direction and disappear into the clouds above. I may be a man with weaknesses. Using his other hand, the boy webbed Electro's left hand. With both hands in his control, the trenchcoat-wearing hero yanked his webs forward, causing Electro to fly upward uncontrollably as the boy's body was flung downward toward the earth and the villain. But that weakness made me stronger. Strong enough to defeat gods like you. That's why I will call this power of mine Godspeed, the power that allows me to be fast enough to keep up with supposed gods like you. Just as those words left his brain, the hero used both legs to kick Electro in the chest, sending them both hurtling toward the earth with great velocity. Electro hit the ground hard, as if he were a meteorite, leaving a human-sized dent in the street beneath him. Once again, the spider began a barrage of punches toward Electro's face. This time these strikes were boosted with Godspeed's energy. Electro attempted to fight back, however, the spider knew he would retaliate. Using his webs, the hero restrained the men to the ground and continued punching the men with nearly everything he had. Crack. 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 Each punch was heard by both fighters and any spectators in the nearby area as the sounds of electrified fists hitting flesh echoed off of the concrete jungle's buildings. Eventually, Electro was clearly starting to feel affected by those strikes, though his vest was still protected by a layer of electricity. Using Godspeed, the hero flash-stepped toward the fire hydrant that he spotted, yanking a manhole from the ground before kicking the top of the hydrant off as if it were weightless. Water spewed from the hydrant, allowing the phantom spider to take the manhole cover and aimed at an angle in which the water bounced off of it and soared through the air, hitting Electro just before he could release himself from his webbed shackles. Once again, the boy flash-stepped, this time approaching the electric killer before jumping on top of him once again. Just as the hero's body did the day before, Electro's body convulsed and twitched rapidly as if he were a glitchy computer, due to his electric body reacting with his one weakness, water. Having no weakness to water himself, though he never learned how to swim, the phantom spider began prying the metal vest off of Electro's chest as water continued to blast the both of them. Wait. The villain screamed with a glitchy voice. Please. I'll explode. The phantom spider hesitated only for a second before speaking. It's not like this'll kill you. He proclaimed, though he didn't know for himself if it would have. It will, I swear I'll die. Please. Electro begged the hero for his life, hoping that those words, which could be true or false, would cause the spider to stop his attack. Once again, the hero hesitated, having a brief flashback of Wilson Fisk and his daughter. Those nightmares, the ghost of Fisk and visions of his broken family, haunted the boy, though letting this man off would result in more deaths than his life would even be worth. Regardless of his feelings, the hero successfully pried Electro's vest off of his body, immediately causing a massive explosion of electricity. The phantom spider flew backward, catching himself on a traffic light before perching on top of it and watching the electric man's body vibrate intensely as he began to overcharge with power. Soon enough, Electro's body began to bloat. There was too much energy going inside of him, as Times Square began to turn dark due to the villain taking away all of the power in the area. There was one final explosion, causing the hero to cover his eyes as his costume fluttered backward due to the pressure of the blast. Once the explosion was done, the boy approached Electro's body, glaring down at it with disgust. The self-proclaimed god was now nothing more than a husk. His pale skin was now jet black as if he had become charcoal. His skin was also dry and brittle as if it were ready to break into tiny pieces if the wind blew too hard on him. Every few seconds, his body would twitch due to the agony. The god was experiencing the pain of hell through his burning skin. Soon, the smell of cooked flesh tainted the air, causing the hero to wince under his mask. Electro was of course still alive, whether that be a good or bad thing is up to personal opinion, but his life as a villain was over. His life as a man was over, he was basically a vegetable at that point. Kill me, please. He whimpered to the hero, causing the boy to frown beneath his goggles. Those words both offended and angered the hero. The self-proclaimed god didn't care about stopping the suffering of the dozens of people he killed, nor did he care when he nearly killed hundreds in the Roxanne explosion. To suddenly beg for mercy after all of that was nothing but pathetic to the spider. Kill you. Fuck you. You deserve every last second of this pain. I hope you live a nice, long life like this, you scum. As those words left the boy's mouth, the police who were in hiding the whole time, like cowards, emerged from their hiding holes. Helicopters also began to come in, circling around the hero and villain, pointing their weapons and spotlights at them as if they were one and the same. Put your hands up. Don't move. Both of you. Both of you. The phantom spider questioned audibly. He had just saved all those lives, possibly hundreds to thousands in the grand scheme of things if Electro got what he wanted and became pure energy, yet this was his reward for being the hero. The boy put his hands up slowly, planning to flash step away before a woman's voice, a commanding one, spoke to her underlings. Stop it. He's on our side, you idiots. Immediately, the officers lowered their weapons as an Asian woman with short black hair emerged from one of the newly arrived police cruisers. With a confident face and stride, matching her authoritative voice, she approached the spider and extended her hand. Sorry about that. I'm Yuri Watanabe. The hero shook her hand, though he was somewhat suspicious of the woman. What do you want? A thank you would have been nice, she said sarcastically. I'm here to ask for your collaboration. Here. The officer handed him a card with her name and number on it. Call me when you get the chance. As you know, these guys don't get the job done as they should. Wouldn't you agree? Still, the hero didn't trust her. She was a cop, though he reluctantly took her number and agreed. Sure, I'll give you a call. I'm gonna get out of here before your trigger-happy friends get any ideas. Before Yuri could respond, the Here Flash stepped away, disappearing off into the darkness. Once he was far enough away and he was sure that he wasn't followed, the boy began swinging to clear his mind. He thought about Fisk again, including his daughter. He wondered if it was a mistake to kill the man, if it would have been better to find a way to put him behind bars. In prison, Fisk's power would have been limited, but he could have gotten out anyway. At least, that's what the hero told himself. He then wondered if Electro had a family. He wondered what they were like and what their family dynamic must have been like. Though, the boy soon considered that a man like that probably has no family. If Electro did indeed have no family, then he and Eren were much more similar than the two had originally thought. He wondered what was the small difference between them that led to them being on opposing sides. Why did one seek power where the other sought validation? Why did one seek destruction while the other sought to preserve? Those thoughts soon waned as the hero eventually found himself at home. Exhausted, the hero removed his costume and fell asleep in his boxers. He put everything he had into that short battle, and he was taking his well-deserved rest. Chapter 12, Study Date. The Phantom Spider swung above a crowd of people in Times Square, reaching into the crowd to allow them to touch his hand as if he were a celebrity. Their booming voices were all chanting his name as their hero was finally within their reach. They all loved him. He saved the city from Electro and saved countless lives from being lost during both of their encounters. As the boy swung above the crowd, he noticed a little girl in the center of it all, looking down at the floor. She was the only one who didn't care about the hero, the only one who saw through the facade. She knew he was no hero. She knew the real him. The child was all alone as if everyone else was avoiding her. No one cared about her, they didn't even notice her existence. The only one who noticed her was the so-called hero himself. As the girl finally glanced up at him, he immediately recognized her. Fisk's daughter, once again, was back to haunt him. Her hands were bloodied, though the blood was not hers. As if he had teleported, the hero soon found himself standing in front of the girl and the crowd was gone. Just like the little girl, his hands were also stained with blood. As he looked at his now crimson gloves, he noticed Kingpin's mutilated body beneath him. He looked back up at the girl, seeing the dreadful expression on her face. She was just like him on the night in which he took her father's life. Spiteful. Furious. Yet also heartbroken and terrified. Suddenly, the sound of his phone's alarm released the sleeping hero from his nightmare. The boy groaned as he reached over for his phone, fumbling with it before disabling the screeching, repeating alarm. Once again, he was tormented by a similar nightmare. Why won't they go away? He thought to himself as he looked down at his hands. Though they were not crimson as they were in the nightmare, they were still stained with blood in his eyes. Eventually, the boy calmed down and leaned up from his bed, feeling as if he were made of stone. His body was sore, of course, due to having fought an electrified supervillain, but also due to having unlocked a new ability. His body hadn't adjusted to Godspeed just yet. Despite not wanting to, the hero had to attend class once again, as it was Monday. The boy did his usual routine before heading to the bus stop as usual. Upon entering the bus, he noticed that everyone seemed to be excited about something. Each student was glaring at each other's phones, seemingly watching a video, the same video of the Phantom Spider fighting Electro. Someone recorded me. Humans are so stupid, why didn't they run? The undercover hero walked past his fellow peers before sitting in the last seat on the bus, which was his preferred seat. As he watched his peers from his seat, he noticed that most of the students had grown a liking for the hero. For once, he felt like his peers accepted him, though that man in the video was only his other half. They loved the Phantom Spider, but he knew that love didn't go past that. While on campus, the hero noticed that the rest of the students were gushing about the new hometown hero. Even before the Avengers suddenly vanished, there wasn't a hero that the city could truly claim as one of their own. For the locals, having a superhero that lived amongst them felt as if the local sports team had won a championship. Even Flash Thompson of all people was talking about the Phantom Spider. In fact, he was completely fanboying over him at his locker as Eren walked by. Bro. Tell me you saw the way he sprinted up the building as the blue sparks trailed behind him. He's so cool. I wonder if I could get him to appear on my YouTube channel. Flash was actually an aspiring influencer, using his parents' money to throw parties and make clickbait videos that simple-minded children click on and eat up. Not happening. Eren thought to himself as he walked past his old bully. As the secret hero found himself deeper within the school grounds, he ran into Cindy Moon, who was holding a brown paper bag. As soon as the two spotted each other, the two teens' eyes lit up and Cindy smiled gingerly. "Oh. Good morning, Eren. Did you eat breakfast?" No. Eren answered plainly. He was thrown off by the question since no one would ever ask him that randomly. Since the bus ride, he felt a little bit depressed that so many people seemed to care about the Phantom Spider, but not the men beneath the mask. He felt like no one cared about him, but he soon realized those were just silly thoughts in his head. Having an understanding of reality, Eren's once tense body relaxed as he spoke with Cindy Moon. Just as he gave his answer, Cindy reached into the brown bag and pulled out a blueberry muffin, which also happened to be the boy's favorite kind. He'd mentioned that only a single time, yet she still remembered it. In fact, Eren didn't even remember ever telling her that information. It surprised him. "Here. I know you skip breakfast sometimes, so I made these. Blueberry is your favorite, right?" Cindy smiled warmly as she handed the muffin to the undercover hero before her expression immediately shifted to that of embarrassment. Immediately, she realized how the sentence sounded, and despite it being true, she didn't want him to know that. "Not that I made them specifically for you or anything like that, that'd be weird. I just made them and I thought to myself, oh, Eren skips breakfast sometimes so I should bring them. Not that I wouldn't ever make something for you specifically, I just mean I didn't do that at this moment." Eren looked at her with a slightly confused expression before taking the muffin from her hand. He was too dense to understand why she was acting so strangely, so he dismissed it. "I love blueberry muffins." "Thank you. Do I get one?" Harry Osborn said as he appeared from seemingly nowhere, placing his hand on Eren's shoulder from behind him. "Nah, I'm just kidding. But anyway, is this your girlfriend?" Harry knew what he was doing. Eren told him about liking a girl at school, but he never said who. He looked at the two friends intensively, gauging their reactions. Eren, uncharacteristically, became flustered for just a brief moment. Despite that moment being brief, Harry noticed it. He laughed internally, as he thought to himself. "Interesting, so this is the girl." "No, we're just friends." Eren looked toward Cindy and pointed back at Harry using his thumb. "This is my friend Harry. He's in that after-school program with me." With a smile, Harry waved at Cindy and introduced himself. "Hey. Hi, I'm Cindy." She responded, waving back at him shyly. "Well, I better get going. It was nice meeting you." Realizing he was cock-blocking, Harry made a swift exit. The smile that he had on his face didn't cease until he turned the corner, leaving the other two alone. After Harry's exit, the two teens ate their muffins together, just before the bell signaled them to go to class. They both agreed to meet each other after school and so, after their time at school was done, the two met at the entrance once again. "Hey. What are you doing today?" Cindy asked Eren as the two walked off campus together. "Well, I was gonna head home. I have to finish homework for calculus today, I've been slacking off so." The yet again dense and oblivious Parker boy gave a direct answer. Regardless, Cindy used this as an opportunity to get closer to him. "No way, I was gonna do my homework today too. Let's work on it together. How far is your house?" The idiotic genius's heart skipped a beat as soon as those words left her mouth. "She wants to come over." His inner voice panicked in his mind. Cindy continued. "I think we actually live pretty close, do you walk or take the bus?" Eren, thrown off by her directness, uttered out an answer. "Yeah, it's not that long of a walk but I take the bus when I'm lazy." "You want to come over?" Eren used every ounce of his being to not sound nervous as he spoke, which worked for the most part. "MHM." She nodded her head. "I'm kinda lost after the last lecture, you're super smart so, yeah." This was a blatant lie. She had the highest grade out of anyone in the class, including Eren since he started slacking off a bit. She just wanted an excuse to go see him. "I see, that's surprising coming from you, but it was a tricky module. Let's go then." Eren led the way and the two of them walked together until they eventually reached his home. The two made their way inside and Eren led her up into his room. The two plopped their bags down and Eren immediately hopped on his bed, forgetting his mom's rule about outside clothes at the moment. "That walk was brutal for me, I'm still sore from working out yesterday." "It was pretty intense," he said as he stared at the ceiling. By working out, he obviously meant his fight with Electro and his new power causing an intense soreness in his body just from exerting himself slightly. "I bet, considering how much progress you made in such a short amount of time." Cindy responded. She stood by the door and scanned the entire room. It's cleaner than she expected. Besides the clothes haphazardly hanging out of his dirty clothes hamper, the only messy part of his room was his work desk. Noticing her eyeing the desk, Eren shot up and began removing the mess from it. "I'll get this out of the way," he muttered. He was extremely embarrassed at the mess and the fact that she may have seen his nerdy drawings on the table, especially his drawings of future hero costumes. As he cleaned the desk, she noticed his Game Boy in the corner. "No way, you still have one of these too." She reached for it and turned it on before sitting down in one of his chairs as if she were already comfortable at his place. "Yeah. I got it on my 8th birthday. It was the last present from both my parents," he told her with a sad smile. "I still play it sometimes. I mostly only had that one game for it for the longest time." "I see." She smiled sadly as well, understanding it must have truly meant a lot to him. "Maybe we could trade sometime." "Yeah, we should." There was a brief pause as things began to get awkward, though Eren was quick to change the subject back to math. "Anyways, should we begin?" He gestured toward his now clean desk. The two of them sat down at his desk and began working on their calculus homework together. As Eren retaught her the module, he'd take glances at her face every once in a while. Being so close to her, he'd find himself studying her beautiful face, something he'd never really gotten the chance to do until then. During their study session, he would often become so stunned by her beauty to the point where he'd suddenly forget what he was even saying. Unknown to Eren, Cindy would also sneak looks at him while he was focused on the problems he was working on. She would often nervously bite the eraser on her pencil while he would explain to her how to work out the problems after she'd pretend to be confused by them. "He's so cute when he's focused like that," she thought to herself as she stared up at his focused expression. His eyebrows were furrowed and his eyes were beaming with concentration. It was the same face he'd make under his mask during his vigilante work. In the corner of his eye, Eren could see her biting the eraser of her pencil, though he pretended not to notice her intense glare. "God, she's so pretty," he thought to himself as he continued solving the problem. After about an hour of working on the assignment together, the two awkward teens had finally finished. If they'd worked on it on their own, they'd both be able to finish it within just a few minutes, but the silent romantic tension distracted the both of them. "I think I get it now," Cindy told him while still biting the end of her pencil. Again, this was a lie. She already understood everything when the teacher first taught it in class. "That's good. It wasn't that hard, right?" The teacher just explained it weirdly. Eren smiled shyly, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly as he shut his notebook and moved it to the side. Cindy nodded. "Yeah, he makes it so confusing. Maybe you should become a teacher, Eren. I'd attend every class." She giggled as she spoke, though her glare was intense. "So? What now?" she asked as she looked up at him submissively. I don't know," he answered, completely thrown off by her eyes piercing through his heart. His heart was beating so hard that he was afraid that the whole neighborhood would be able to hear it. The two of them both sat next to each other without saying a word. They both wanted to say something, they both wanted to make their move right then, however, they were both afraid. The awkward silence seemed as if it had lasted hours when in reality, it had only been about 3 seconds at this point. Maybe now's my chance," Eren thought to himself with partial confidence. "I literally fought a man made of electricity and lifted a 40-ton crane. This is nothing. Stop being a pussy. Should I make the first move?" Cindy asked herself in her own head. The two teens glanced at each other simultaneously as if they shared the same thought. Upon making eye contact, Eren's eyes averted away and Cindy's face became crimson red. Eren suddenly gained a burst of courage and once again looked directly at Cindy, causing her to look back up at him once more. As the two locked eyes, Eren placed his hand on hers, which rested on her thigh. This was it, he was ready to make his move. "Cindy." Eren started, but before he could finish his sentence, Cindy's phone startled them both and caused them to jolt back into reality. Cindy reached over and grabbed her phone frantically and began fumbling with it. "It's my mom," she told him before answering the call. "Hi, Mom." "Yes. I'm at a friend's house." No. "Okay, I'll be home soon." She hung up the phone and looked back at Eren sadly. "My mom wants me home, I kinda didn't tell her I was coming over here. I should go." "No." Eren interjected, pausing as he realized his voice was much louder than intended. "I mean, no. You shouldn't walk back by yourself. I'll walk you home." Eren walked her home, which wasn't too far away from where he lived. Though it would take him merely 5 minutes to swing there, it was about a 30-minute walk. The walk wasn't awkward in the slightest, as the two spoke as they normally would with each other. However, they both couldn't help but think of the what-ifs. The two stood face to face in front of her home, both having the same thought of regretting not making their move when they had the chance. "Well, I'll see you tomorrow," Cindy said as she rubbed her arm shyly. "Yeah, see you tomorrow," Eren responded with his hands in his pockets. Cindy began walking toward the entrance, prompting Eren to speak once more. "Oh, we should do that again." I liked working together. It was fun. Eren smiled as he said this, triggering Cindy to smile back in response. Yeah, we should. Bye, Eren. Cindy then opened the door to the complex and walked in. As she closed the door behind her, she took one last look at Eren before waving and closing the door. As soon as the door shut, Eren's inner voice screamed so loudly that it was almost audible to the outside world. I fumbled. I was so close, but I hesitated. That was my one chance. Eren felt as if he could fall to his knees and scream, but since he was in public, he opted to just stand there as the small version of himself in his consciousness did instead. After staring at her door for a while, walked away and crawled up a nearby building. Reaching into his backpack, the hero began pulling out the pieces for his costume. Though she was sort of scary, especially the way in which she was coming onto him, he needed to speak to Black Cat about what she knew about the magia. The time for normal boy things had come to an end. It was time for his other half to take over. He still hadn't forgiven himself for his mother's death, nor had he forgiven the ones who killed her. However, he could feel that his revenge was close. The void within him would finally be filled when his mother was avenged, at least, that's what he told himself. Chapter 13, Revenge. The Phantom Spider, wearing his full costume, knocked on the glass window of Black Cat's patio. If things went well, he was going to find the magia that night, which would lead to him finding Hermann Schultz, his mother's killer. However, he needed information from Black Cat first. Within a few seconds, Felicia opened the door, wearing nothing more than black pajama pants and a loose white t-shirt. The hero noticed she wasn't wearing anything beneath the shirt, though he kept his eyes locked on her unmasked face with a serious glare. Hey, Spider. Felicia said in her usual sensual voice. I didn't think you'd visit me again so soon. It's not for what you think. I brought the clothes I borrowed, but I want to talk to you about something. Something serious. The hero's voice was monotone and his eyes glared into hers coldly from beneath his goggles. His glare almost scared her, as she was used to him looking like a lost puppy in the eyes. Okay. Come on in then. Upon having permission to enter, the dark hero entered her home and took a seat across from her at a table. The feline began pouring herself a drink, looking directly at the hero as if she were offering one to him. I don't drink. He said as he waved his hand, compelling Felicia to giggle slightly. You're really playing that model hero role perfectly, huh, Spider? She said just before taking a sip from her cup. It's not playing a role. The hero said in an assertive tone. I want to help people. I think. I don't know, I just sometimes get into a trance where I feel like I need to step in when people are in trouble. Felicia raised an eyebrow, still drinking from her cup. Heroes kill nowadays? Felicia asked, shaking the spider to his core. How does she know about that? Eren thought. There were theories going around that he was the one responsible for Fisk's death, though she sounded certain that it was him. What do you mean? He asked, keeping his composure and sounding as if he truly didn't know what he meant. However, that facade was nothing but a transparent barrier that Felicia saw right through. You killed Fisk, right? I mean, you're the only hero around town lately besides the Fantastic Four, and that definitely was not their work. You also said something about him in your sleep when I was fixing you up the other day. She's smarter than she looks. Eren thought to himself, taking her for a woman who was nothing but a pretty face. The hero sat quietly, staring blankly at the table as he thought about his past actions once more. He didn't remember it, but he wondered if he had another nightmare about Fisk while Black Cat was tending to his wounds. You did it, didn't you? It's okay, I don't see you any differently. Felicia reached outward and grabbed the boy's hand, comforting him as his mind raced. Did you want to talk about it? It's okay if you don't. Her thumb rubbed on his, causing the emotionally vulnerable boy to open up to her. He killed someone I care a lot about. Someone important to me. So I killed him. Nothing valiant or heroic about that. Though he did not look up at her as he spoke, Felicia's eyes were sympathetic. Oddly, she did care about the boy, despite not even knowing his true name. I'm sorry. Felicia whispered. You know. Something similar happened to me when I was close to your age. The hero's eyes slowly raised up from the table to look up at Felicia. Her expression was solemn, though she continued speaking. My ex-boyfriend. One day he didn't take no for an answer. After he did what he did to me, I wanted to kill him. I was consumed by rage and hatred and I wanted to make him suffer, but he died in a car accident before I could get my hands on him. To this day, I wish it was me who did the fatal blow, but I just have to learn to live with it. There was a brief pause between the two, neither knowing what to say to the other at that point. My point is that it's okay to get revenge, Spider. Fisk deserved to become a blood splatter on the ground. Just like my ex did, I feel no remorse for him and I wouldn't even if I were the one who killed him. Fisk does not deserve your sympathy. She's right. He deserved it. Stop being a little bitch and finish the job. His inner voice commanded him, causing the boy beneath the mask to let that part of him begin to lead him. The young man looked at Felicia with stone-cold eyes before speaking once more. It's not the same. I don't feel bad for Fisk, it's someone else. He had a daughter, Felicia. I took him away from her. Felicia shook her head before looking at the spider with a solemn frown. Fisk was dangerous, perhaps he even put her in danger. Maybe you had no choice. Eren thought about it for a second, he wondered if any of what she was saying was true. Maybe she's right. His thoughts paused but only briefly before he thought about the picture frame that was on Fisk's desk when he murdered the Kingpin. But the photo. He loved her, right? Would he harm her? Would others harm her because of him? Maybe. Maybe she's right. His more reasonable voice within himself was beginning to become drowned out by his more selfish side. The side of him that craved revenge, his vengeful self, was becoming the louder voice. No, she is right. He was a plague. Seeing the boy was visibly confused, Black Cat continued to comfort him. Hey, Spider. We all make mistakes, but maybe that wasn't a mistake. As I said, it's okay to get revenge for who you love, Spider. The boy nodded. Yeah, I tell myself that all the time. But who am I to play God? Do I really have the right to say who lives and who dies? His inner, reasonable voice spoke clearly. Fisk's killer spoke once more. You're right, Felicia. Thank you. She's right, but why am I forced to choose? Why am I allowed to choose? Why was I given this power? His inner self spoke once more, though this time, it was drowned out by his other thoughts. The vengeful spider spoke once again, getting to the point of why he was visiting her in the first place. I have a question. Do you know who the Magia are? Felicia, despite not being able to see his face, could tell something was off with the young man. Her hold on his hand gripped tighter as she leaned in closer to him. Are you okay? You look dash. Before she could continue, Fisk's killer interrupted her with a stern voice. Those boyish thoughts, the ones that felt sympathy, fear, and guilt had been successfully suppressed by the phantom spider. Within him, Eren did not exist. He was merely an obstacle holding him back from his goal. You know about the Magia. Tell me what you know. Please. I'm not here for therapy. The only thing that will save me is killing Herman. I'll be satisfied once that happens, that's why I can't forget about Fisk. I'm not sympathetic, I am unsatiated. The cold-blooded killer slowly withdrew his hand from the table, glaring at Felicia with a stony glare. I need to know. That last sentence he spoke, I need to know, wasn't just referring to who the Magia were or where they were located. He wanted to know what was going to happen when he found out. What would happen to Herman? Would he be ready to take his life? Would something hold him back? What would happen to himself after he kills him? What if he doesn't? Will he still feel guilty? Will he feel satisfaction? I do. I've been tracking them for years, but they're dangerous. After tragic events in her past, Felicia, just like Eren, began obsessing with the Magia. However, the Magia were too powerful for her to deal with on her own. She was afraid, despite her confident nature. They're not too dangerous for me. The Phantom spoke coldly, repressing his feelings of guilt so he could complete his quest. They're not too dangerous for us. Black Cat added, having a surge of confidence now that the young hero would be by her side. Though the hero preferred to work alone, he could tell that Black Cat wanted revenge for herself, so he didn't want to get in the way of that. As long as Herman was his, it didn't matter who helped him in the end. And just like that, all was decided. Black Cat suited up and the two fighters swung across the city together to follow the Magia's trail. Black Cat was serious about this. She had informants, and people on the inside that she paid to gather information about them so she knew where they'd be that night. The Magia were planning a robbery at the Museum of Modern Art. One of the most expensive paintings in the world was being held there, and the Magia wanted to claim it for themselves to sell on the black market. The two black-cladding fighters found themselves on top of the museum, looking down at the Magia members below. They were all wearing suits, except for one who wore a bright yellow costume with a fishnet pattern. Among the others, there were two standouts, a bald man wearing a suit with gray skin and a massive albino man, also wearing a suit. Do you know which one Herman Schultz is? The spider asked the cat. I do, he's the one in the yellow. He goes by the Shocker. Eren looked over at her, thinking she was saying some sort of joke, but she was serious. The big guy is Tombstone and the little Russian one is Chameleon, he can shapeshift. She said as she pointed at each of them through the glass. The rest of these guys are just minions, let's get rid of them first. Seeing his mother's killer beneath him enraged the boy. In an instant, he was no longer feeling any sympathy toward anyone, not even himself. The nightmares no longer bothered him, he didn't even think about them. Felicia understood him, or at least, that's how he felt at the time. The other side of him, the side that he had to keep secret from his friends, would not have been accepted by anyone else in his mind. Her words. Her trust in him and his trust in her pushed him over the line of doubt. His volatile, vulnerable mind truly believed that he was in the right at that moment. As Felicia told him, there's nothing wrong with revenge. That's what he believed. All that mattered was that Herman Schultz was there and his mother could finally be avenged. The spider nodded as Black Cat pulled out a gadget from her utility belt. With a small laser, the feline began cutting a circle into the glass ceiling. "Put your hand on it for me," she told the spider as she continued forming the circle. He obliged, and as the circle was completed, the piece of glass disconnected from the rest of the ceiling, sticking to the hero's hand. He lifted his hand up and placed the glass to the side before looking at the cat once again. "Remember, Herman is mine," he said as he crawled through the hole and onto the ceiling from the inside. Black Cat followed behind him, dropping onto a beam just below their entry point. There were about 20 guards scattered around the museum, all holding various firearms. The Phantom Spider, using the darkness to his advantage, crawled on the ceiling until he was above 2 unsuspecting guards. Using his webs, he pulled a broom over, causing it to make a small sound that was only heard by those 2 guards. Unbeknownst to them, it was the indication of their doom. They both looked over toward the noise, though only one approached it with his weapon drawn. The curious guard took a few slow steps into the darkness, pointing his flashlight toward where the noise came from until he spotted the knocked-over broom. He let out a sigh of relief before turning around and looking back at where his partner was last seen. However, his partner was nowhere to be found. "Charles?" the thug asked, scanning the area rapidly to see where his friend went. Immediately, the thug's brain began having thoughts about the spider. He was a myth among crooks at first, however, his fight against Electro proved that he was real. The man was scared, walking backward as he continued to scan the area. Deciding to check above him, the goon pointed his gun at the ceiling and his eyes widened. His partner was unresponsive, hanging from the ceiling as if he were a work of art himself. Fearing for his life, the thug began scanning the area even more frantically with his flashlight before spotting the Phantom Spider's white insignia facing him from up above. Before he could even react, the boy's limbs flashed blue as he pushed off of the ceiling, punching the thug in the face in an instant. His body hit the ground, with a thud, and the sound of his gun sliding across the ground resonated through the building. From the other side, a trio of guards reacted to the noise and began slowly walking toward it. However, Black Cat leapt from the ceiling, knocking out one of the gunmen before disarming the other 2 in one swift move. Once disarmed, the 2 guards attempted to punch the feline, though due to her bad luck aura, which gives her incredible luck during fights, the 2 crooks missed and knocked each other out with their fists. As she stood over the 3 thugs with a confident pose, she failed to notice another one creeping behind her with a knife. Before he could attack her, the Phantom Spider appeared out of the darkness, sending a Godspeed kick into the crook's face. "Thanks, Spider," Felicia said seductively, though the vindictive wraith was in his flow state. Without acknowledging her, he leaped into the darkness, continuing to remove the guards one by one. Eventually, Herman, a few guards, and the other 2 villains were able to unlock the case that held the painting which they planned on stealing. They were all oblivious as to what was happening and what was about to happen to them, but they would find out soon enough. "Let's hurry up and deliver this to the boss," Shocker muttered as he approached the painting with haste. Knowing stealth was no longer an option due to the remaining Magia thugs being grouped together, the Phantom Spider emerged from the darkness, sending a powerful punch to Chameleon's face, disabling the villain in an instant. The thugs all turned around to face him, drawing their weapons and pointing them at the assassin. Before anyone could shoot, Black Cat emerged from the darkness, using her cat claw to pull one of the thugs toward her before doing a split kick to knock out 2 guards at once. Meanwhile, the Phantom Spider sprinted toward Tombstone and delivered a powerful punch to the giant's face, sending him flying backward and crashing into an art piece. Due to his enhanced strength, he was still alive, though he was dazed. All of this happened within just a couple of seconds. However, chaos would soon ensue afterward as the Shocker immediately pointed his fists at the spider before hitting him with a concussion blast. The spider's body flew backward, breaking through a concrete pillar as he flipped uncontrollably into the darkness. Shocker followed, leaving Black Cat alone with the remainder of the guards and Tombstone. The cat burglar, knowing she was on her own, instantly dashed toward the crooks, evading their bullets with minimal effort due to her bad luck aura. Using her claws, she slashed one in the face, persisting to dodge bullets before knocking out the other with a swift kick to the face. Just as her kick landed, Tombstone rose from the ground and began sprinting toward the cat. She dodged his strike with ease, though her counterattacks of punches and kicks did nothing to the villain due to his superhuman strength and her being nothing more than a human. The 2 skirmished for a while until Tombstone was able to get a hold of the feline, holding her up by the leg before grabbing her face with both hands. Using his great strength, the villain began to crush her skull, causing her brain to feel as if it were about to burst from her ears. Simultaneously with the fight between Black Cat, the minions, and Tombstone, the Phantom Spider rose to his feet as Shocker leapt toward him. The Phantom Spider, wanting to make sure that the Shocker was who he was looking for, held back as he punched his mother's killer in the chest with a still powerful Godspeed punch. Aside from wanting to confirm who he was, Herman deserved to suffer, so he was going to make sure his death was as slow and painful as possible. He also likely had information about Project V. The Shocker, though formidable to anyone else, was a joke to the now Godspeed-powered Phantom Spider. The vengeful spirit Flash stepped forward, grabbing the Shocker by the throat and removing his mask. Just as he had hoped, the man was Herman Schultz. He recognized him from the video that he saw in his mother's recordings. At that moment, Eren was completely gone. He was overwhelmed by anger, hatred, and pain. "You." The Spectre growled at his mother's killer. "I'll make sure you suffer as I did." Before the boy could do anything else, his spider sense began to blare in his head loudly. He glanced over to see Black Cat's skull being pressed together violently by Tombstone. Her hand reached out to the spider as if she were subconsciously asking for his help. Using Godspeed, the hero Flash stepped over and sent an even more powerful punch to Tombstone's jaw, this time managing to do some damage to the giant. With his jaw unhinged and misplaced, the giant screamed and attempted to punch the boy, though he easily sidestepped it using Godspeed before sending an uppercut to the giant's jaw once more. Tombstone flew into the air, allowing the Phantom Spider to web him by the face and yank him back down to earth. Charging his fist with Godspeed energy, the boy socked the mighty giant with everything he had, sending the men flying through one of the museum walls and disappearing into nothingness. The young boy within the Phantom clawed his way back from the deepest depths of his brain as he looked down at the injured Black Cat. "Are you okay?" He spoke as he bent down toward Felicia, forgetting about Shocker at the moment. However, the sound of glass shattering as the Shocker tried to escape awoke the killer from within once more, causing him to turn around and Flash step out of the building. In the distance, he could see Shocker leaping from building to building using his concussion blasts, though his speed would soon prove to be child's play compared to the Phantom Spider's. Using a quick Godspeed step to gain speed, the vigilante launched himself toward Shocker's direction, screaming as he landed on buildings, Flash stepping off of them and using his webs to yank himself forward to keep his momentum. "Get back here, Shocker. You can't escape me," the killer proclaimed as he began gaining on the villain as if he were a hare chasing a tortoise. The Shocker looked back, surprised that he was able to catch up. Though his face was not seen beneath his mask, the villain's face had fear written all over it. He knew he was going to die by the Phantom Spider's hand, though he still ran for his life. "I'll chase you to the ends of the earth," the vengeful Phantom yelled once again, devoted to chasing the Shocker no matter how far he flees. Chapter 14, Coward. Herman. The Phantom, his limbs glowing bright with Godspeed energy, shouted as he continued to ruthlessly give chase to the men who killed his mother. Like a free runner, the costumed assassin flowed effortlessly from building to building, stepping forward quickly using Godspeed and further propelling himself forward with his webs. Shocker tried, with everything he tried, but he could not escape the grasp of the Phantom Spider. Within a matter of time, the shadow was right on the Shocker's tail. Having no other option, the yellow-costumed villain shot another concussion blast at his pursuer, sending him crashing into a nearby hotel building. The Shocker was afraid. He knew he didn't stand a chance after seeing what the kid had done to his partners, but fighting was his only choice. Chasing after the man who was once his pursuer, the Shocker leapt into the hotel building, finding himself inside an empty hotel room. Where the hell did he dash? He failed to notice the spider perching above the hole in the wall behind him. Before his sentence could finish, Herman was greeted by a powerful kick to the back of the head, sending him flying toward the room's entrance. He crashed through the front door of the hotel room, which led him into the hallway, uncontrollably. By the time he had landed on his hands and knees, the Phantom was already on top of him, leaping in the air and using his two Godspeed-coated hands to push off of the ceiling. With tremendous momentum, the ghost dive kicked his mother's assassin in the back of the neck. Due to the strength of the incredible kick, the Shocker was blasted through the floor, landing in the hallway beneath the two fighters. His back slammed onto the ground, knocking the wind out of him as he struggled to regain his bearings. Though his special suit was made to counteract any physical and electric damage, the punches from the Phantom Spider hurt like hell and they weren't even nearing his full strength. Herman glanced up to suddenly see his Reaper using two webs to slingshot himself downwards once again, though this time from a floor above. The Shocker was too slow to react as his killer stomped down onto his body at an astonishing velocity. The mighty strike sent the two crashing through multiple floors of the building as if the floor was made of papier-mâché. As they broke through each floor, the sounds of civilians screaming and fleeing could barely be made out due to the intense volume of the brawl between killers. Eventually, the two found themselves on the ground, causing the few people within the hallway to run for their lives. Now that their momentum had ceased, the Phantom began to throw a punch toward the Shocker's skull. However, before the punch could land, he was propelled upwards by the Shocker's powerful gauntlets and sent back through the holes in which they had just created. The momentum from the propulsion blast sent him back to the level they started on, though the momentum did not cease until he broke through 3 floors above where they started. Once his acceleration had slowed down, he slammed into one of the ceilings, only to be met by a gut punch from the Shocker, sending him down the hallway. He didn't expect his mother's killer to have that much fight in him, so the boy decided to start using more of his strength as his body soared uncontrollably through the hallway, coming to a rolling stop. The shocker brushed some of the debris off of his shoulder and began blasting his way toward the boy with haste. With a counterattack in mind, the phantom spider stood up on his 2 feet, forming a bright blue aura around his limbs. He then kicked his foot off of the ground, leaving a crater behind him, and began stepping forward using Godspeed. Within 3 steps he reached Herman and punched him in the chest at an unprecedented speed. As the shocker flew toward the very end of the hallway, due to the strength of the attack, the vengeful spider took 1 step forward using Godspeed, which flashed him forward about 15 feet instantly. He didn't know it yet, but he was becoming stronger during every passing second of that fight. The young killer released a web from his wrist, attaching it to the shocker before pulling him in close to deliver a powerful punch to the face. Crack! The ear-splitting sound of Godspeed's electricity could be heard throughout the entire hotel. The lights flickered at the same time as the punch landed. As the shocker's body began rocketing away in the opposite direction, the phantom spider yanked the villain once again, this time hitting his mother's killer with a Godspeed kick to the chest. Crack! Once again, the shocker was sent flying backward, only to be met by another web to the chest. As if the shocker were a paddle ball, the boy repeated the process of Spartan kicking him backward and yanking him back toward himself. With each kick, the lights would flicker, causing the entire hallway to go dark, only to be illuminated by the boy's Godspeed energy before the lights would brighten up the hall again. Crack click crack click crack click. Repeatedly, the booming sounds of the Godspeed-infused kicks could be heard, followed by the sound of lights flickering and Herman grunting in pain. Having had enough of using the shocker as a toy, the hero yanked Herman back one last time before stepping forward, causing a crater in the ground as he released a powerful straight right punch, striking the shocker in the chest. ZZT crack. If it wasn't for the suit, the shocker would have been reduced to mush from this attack, but the spider knew this and let himself go all out with that punch. Herman's body was sent zooming down the hallway, causing him to break through not only a hotel door but a window that led to him flying outside aimlessly. Though he tried to regain his balance as he flew through the air uncontrollably, the phantom spider was already on him as if he had teleported. Glowing with Godspeed energy, the killer spider put 2 fists together and slammed Herman on the skull, sending him falling down into the train tracks below them. Herman was barely conscious at this point, only being able to see blurs and hear the sound of an oncoming train rocketing toward him. He turned his head, only being able to see the lights as the train speedily made its way toward his unmoving body. Before the train ravaged his nearly unconscious body, the shocker began accepting his fate. At that moment, his life flashed before his eyes, though he regretted nothing. He looked up at the sky, and the last thing he saw was the white symbol on the phantom spider's chest inching closer to him. Ha! The shocker's eyes shot open as he found himself sitting inside an abandoned train car, somewhere deep below the city. He was no longer wearing his suit and he was attached to a seat with his arms webbed behind his back. His body was also webbed down to the seat, he couldn't move a muscle. The phantom spider chose this place so that way no one would hear the shocker, or rather, Herman Schultz, scream. Herman looked over to see his costume laying on the ground in front of him, though his gauntlets were nowhere to be found. Where the hell am I? The ex-Fisk minion whispered to himself as he continued scanning the area for any clues. Hearing this, the phantom spider leapt into the train car, startling the shocker as the young man held onto the thug's gauntlets. These are pretty high-tech. Did you make these yourself? The phantom asked his mother's assassin in a chilling tone, though Herman remained silent. It's funny, you've had to have some sort of engineering background, right? But you threw that all away to live a life of crime. How long did it take for you to get these vibroshock gauntlets right anyway? One mishap and they could have killed you. You could have blown your arms off. Once again, the spider spoke as if he were acquainted with the men, though Herman did not respond. Phantom Spider placed the gauntlets down and picked up a rusty, metal rod, and walked toward the villain with the metal weapon resting on his shoulder. The piece of scrap metal began to glow brightly with Godspeed energy, a new ability that the boy seemed to have discovered during the shocker's slumber. You know, while you were asleep, I was looking for something to beat the answers I want out of you with, and I learned that I can transfer my energy onto metallic objects. I don't know why I never thought to try it. His Godspeed imbued, rusty rod shone brightly as he approached his mother's killer, placing the hot metal on the half-naked villain's chin before speaking down to him with an emotionless and monotonous voice. I'll be honest with you, Herman. You're going to die here. Let's get straight to the point and I'll make sure it's fast, all right? The torturer reached into his pants pocket and pulled out his cell phone, scrolling through his photo gallery until he found a picture of the man shaking hands with Wilson Fisk. Do you know who this guy is in the photo? Herman scoffed. Wilson Fisk. This pissed off the hero, causing him to slowly dig the electrified metal rod into the shocker's chest, making sure to miss any organs. Blood spewed from the shocker's mouth and he began coughing up blood as the weapon dug deeply into his flesh. I know who Wilson Fisk is, dumb fuck. I killed him. Who's the man in the suit? The spider held the weapon in place, staring into Herman's eyes intensely. However, his eyes were not that of a killer. They were scared, just as scared as Herman's eyes were. However, both failed to notice how terrified the other was at the moment. No way. Herman chuckled ever so slightly, causing more blood to spew from his mouth. You're the one that did it. Some kid. The phantom spider dug the weapon deeper inside Herman's chest, causing him to scream in anguish. Leaning in closely, the boy spoke, though his boyish voice was beginning to break through his murderous facade. I'm no kid. Not anymore. Answer the question. I don't know who the man is. It's a hand. Shocker admitted falsely. You do know. The phantom spider adjusted his hand, hinting at Herman that he was ready to twist his electrified weapon as it burned the inside of his chest. I don't. I swear. Herman shook his head frantically. Unbeknownst to the boy, this was a lie. Herman would rather die than give up that information. He wouldn't dare risk the ramifications of talking. What do you know about Project V then? Still holding the electrified rod with a reverse grip, the boy spoke once more. His voice was no longer cold. It was becoming frantic and fragile. Where did you hear about that? Shocker screamed, causing the boy's eyebrows to rise beneath his mask. What do you mean by that? What is it? The boy questioned, though the answer he'd receive wouldn't be satisfactory. I don't know who created it, but it's like a fucking virus. It makes the host go insane and want to eat people and breed or some shit. Look kid, you need to stop or else he'll dash. Before the men could finish, the boy twisted the rod slowly before barking more orders at him. Who? Who is a he? I'm not fucking telling you. Kill me. Fucking kill me, I'll die if he finds out I opened my goddamn mouth. Kill me, you fucking coward. The Shocker challenged the boy, he knew he was dead regardless. I'll spare you if you tell me. Please. The boy pleaded, though his plea was on deaf ears. Fuck. You. I don't care about my life. If he finds out I talked. I won't be his only target, my folks would be next. I won't tell anyone who told me if you just fucking spit it out. The boy yelled, but it didn't matter. The Shocker already had decided his fate. I won't. I'm not risking my family for some kid. The boy paused after hearing those final words. They were reminiscent of some of the final words of Fisk, before he brutalized him. He thought of Fisk's daughter. He thought of his mother. He thought about what Black Cat told him. Eren thought about everything that's been happening in his head for the last few months. The nightmares. The guilt. His feelings of worthlessness and regret. They'd all be gone after this. At least, that's what he told himself. Then, new emotions began to overwhelm Eren. Frustration. Confusion. Why did he choose this life if he has a family? If I choose to steal his life from him, does that make me no different? Is it worth making his family feel my pain? Killing him doesn't do anything for anyone. All it does is continue the cycle of pain. He wants to die. I'll be giving him a gift and the ones who weren't involved with my mother's death would receive misery. He could be lying. The phantom spider said internally. So with empty eyes, Eren removed the blade and stood with his arm raised, holding his Godspeed infused weapon high above his head. Kill him. He's useless to you now. His inner voice demanded of him, though the boy could do nothing but stare at the men in front of him with emotionless eyes. You can finally avenge her. The voice in his head spoke. She can rest in peace now, knowing you've finally got him. The same voice, once again tempted him, though it was louder. Do it, now. The same voice screamed, pushing the boy past the edge, finalizing his decision. Knock. 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 Eren, having blood all over his costume and the body language of a broken man, knocked 3 times on the window of Black Cat's penthouse, immediately summoning the feline to open her doors for him. His eyes, hidden beneath the shadow covering his face, were devoid of any emotion. As he stood there, once again as heavy rain poured behind him, just like with Fisk, he felt nothing. No joy. No sadness. No satisfaction. No pain. Just emptiness. Spider. Felicia asked him, feeling scared due to his imposing stance, yet she felt sympathy for his now unknown circumstance. There was a long pause between the two, though it was soon broken by the defeated words of Eren Parker. I couldn't do it. He spoke, triggering Felicia's eyes to widen. I let my mom's killer walk. As the boy said, he didn't kill the men who killed his mother. Herman Schultz, the Shocker, was spared by Eren Parker, though he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. Just after the interrogation, the hero decided to call Yuri Watanabe and informed her of the museum robbery and the murders of Fisk's victims that the 3 were involved with. All of the Magia members at the museum, including the Shocker, the Chameleon, and Tombstone, were arrested by Yuri and her squad. I'm a coward. The young hero spoke to the silver-haired feline, still not moving an inch from where he stood. He needed someone. No one else knew his secret but her. He needed Felicia at the moment, just her. Felicia, knowing she was the only one he could go to, embraced the hero in her arms. The young hero wrapped his arms around her and began to silently release tears from his eyes, though his mask hid them from her. "You're not a coward, Spider. You did the right thing." She spoke into the boy's ear softly, immediately soothing him. "But, you said it yourself. I should get revenge." The boy's weak voice uttered. "No, Spider. I said revenge is okay. Being the bigger man is okay too. It makes you better than most. Remember what you said to me earlier? Being a hero wasn't a facade for you, right?" The hero nodded slowly. "Look at me." Felicia spoke, grabbing the young man by the face with her clawed, gloved hands and forcing their gazes to meet. "You did the right thing. Okay." As she said this, she slowly removed the lower half of the boy's mask with her thumb, revealing his tightly shut, quivering mouth. With her thumbs, she wiped the tears from his face. "You did the right thing," she repeated, staring deeply into his eyes. The phantom spider then grabbed her chin with both hands before passionately kissing her on the lips. This surprised her, as he was normally somewhat shy and reserved. However, he made the first move. He didn't know what came over him at the moment. Eren Parker would never do such a thing. Perhaps his alter ego and mask gave him the conviction he lacked when he was just himself. Perhaps it was because he felt safe with her at that moment. He felt that she understood him. No, she understood the phantom spider, not him. Upon realizing this, the boy pulled away, looking down at her with wide eyes. "I'm sorry, I just dash." Before he could finish his explanation, Felicia quickly locked lips with the young hero once again, pushing him back into the rain as the two kissed passionately once more. It felt wrong. Yet, at the same time, it felt so right. For both of them. However, he slowly pushed her away from him. "I'm sorry. Thank you. He couldn't find the right words to say at the moment. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Felicia smiled slightly before teasing the young hero. "Cat got your tongue." The hero exhaled humorously, showing a glimpse of his smile to Felicia for the first time. "Yeah, sort of. I need to go. Thank you for everything. You're right about me." "Yeah." The boy turned around awkwardly, preparing to leap from her building. Before he could leave her behind, Felicia grabbed his arm, stopping him from leaving. "Wait," she said quietly. "You can stay the night. If you'd like." The boy smiled bitterly, but it soon faded. He began fixing his mask to cover the lower half of his face before speaking once more in his now muffled voice. "I know, but I can't. I mean, I shouldn't. We shouldn't be doing this. I'm sorry." Before Felicia could say another word, the phantom spider swung away, disappearing into the foggy, rainy night. As he swung through the chilling rain, the hero retrospectively thought about his life and his two halves. Eren Parker and the phantom spider. The loser and the hero. The weak and the strong. The genius and the impulsive. The two cowards. He then thought about what had just happened, realizing his feelings, specifically about two people, had gotten a lot more complicated. Eren Parker was in love with Cindy Moon. But the phantom spider was infatuated with the black cat. His thoughts soon shifted to the museum robbery and how he just let the police handle it. Giving up revenge, though it felt terrible at first, felt like a weight was released from his chest. He didn't feel vengeful anymore. No more anger. No more hatred. He just felt content. That day, he planned to kill the men who murdered his mother, though, in the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it and he did not regret his decision. This action, however, may prove to have its own consequences down the line. Whether it be days, weeks, months, or even years. All actions have consequences. Black Cat will return. Chapter 15, Spider Drone. Why? A voice spoke through the pitch-black darkness, a voice that Eren knew too well, the voice that he designated to the girl who appeared in his dreams every night. Why did you let him go? Eren, unable to even see his own body in the darkness, spoke into the nothingness. I don't. He tried to give her his answer, though he didn't even know the answer for himself. I don't know. He said, settling for that to be his answer. The child was still dissatisfied. Should I remind you what he did? The child asked him. Immediately, the dark abyss transformed into a New York landfill. In front of the boy was a black plastic bag with flies hovering over it and a pool of blood beneath it. As if his body had a mind of his own, the boy slowly approached the bag. No, he told himself in his mind, knowing what he was about to see, but not being able to stop himself. Wait. His inner voice screamed as his body continued to approach the black plastic bag against his will. Stop. His inner voice tried one last time to get himself to stop, but it was of no use. Slowly, he peered into the black bag, only to be met by his mother's disfigured, mangled, and rotting corpse. He wanted to scream, but it was as if he had no mouth. As he glared down at his mother's pieces unwillingly, her eyes shifted and locked with his. Parker. The boy's body jolted and he could hear the sounds of teens snickering around him. He looked around, finding himself in his classroom. Seriously, Parker. Why don't you just sleep at home? Dr. Connors lectured, looking at Eren with a disappointed stare. Due to his night with Black Cat, the Magia, and Shocker, he was exhausted. He only had a few hours of sleep the night before. His thoughts about his own life, his two lives, along with the nightmares kept him up even longer. The thing that kept him up the most was his discussion with the Shocker. He knew that the men behind Project V had to be a men of two things, science and power. Victor Von Doom. Norman Osborn. Michael Morbius. Reed Richards. Though these men, along with many others, were not seen as anything more than great scientists, they were some of the most powerful men in New York. Power corrupts, however. Would these men actually become corrupted would be the question running through the boy's mind. Victor Von Doom was a mystery. After he became diseased, he basically disappeared from the spotlight. It was possible that during his disappearance, he decided to start dabbling in some dark experiments. Perhaps to even cure his disease. Then there's his old partner, Reed Richards. Though he was a hero to many, he was also the smartest man on the planet. A man that smart could be a master manipulator, though the hero was almost certain that Reed was a good man. Even so, he could be the key to getting close to Victor Von Doom. Michael Morbius, yet another mystery man with a disease that was said to be incurable. Despite the odds, he was still alive. Perhaps, just like the theory with Victor Von Doom, he fell into darkness in search of a cure for his disease. His location was unknown, however. There are many theories about his whereabouts. Norman Osborn, the CEO of Oscorp and Eren's best friend's father. Of course, the boy had met with him a few times and he seemed like a good man. Though, he wondered if it were a facade. Unlike the others, he couldn't really pinpoint any goal or motive that made enough sense to see him as the main suspect. Perhaps money would play a role in why he created Project V, if he were the one who did it. When it came to Norman, Eren was already close to him and his family, so he was able to keep an eye on him. The others, however, would be difficult to investigate. Doom and Morbius had practically disappeared, though they were still alive. Reed Richards, however, was also a superhero. Perhaps the two could work together and find Doom. If Reed wasn't involved with Project V. Regardless, the hero still needed to be a student, so he continued to play his role. Sorry, Dr. Connors. I couldn't sleep last night. The boy said quietly. Before his teacher could scold him, the bell rang, signaling that the class had been dismissed. Eren packed his things, walking past Dr. Connors with his head down. Parker. Connors said, causing the boy to stop in his tracks. Get some sleep, all right. The boy nodded, quietly exiting the classroom before continuing with the rest of his day. Through the rest of his classes, the boy pondered about Project V and the possible culprits. However, at the end of the day, those thoughts would soon cease when he ran into Cindy Moon at the school exit. Immediately, he began to feel a bit guilty for what he did with Black Cat the night before. He still didn't know what came over him. It was as if he was a different man at that moment. Regardless, he greeted Cindy through his guilt as if his feelings for her were not growing more complicated by the second. Hey. You doing anything after school today? Cindy asked, hoping she could spend time with him once again. I am, actually. Harry and I are working on a project for school. A drone actually. Eren answered. Oh, sounds fun. Immediately, Eren thought of an idea. Hey, if you aren't doing anything, you should join us. The more heads the better. Eren told her. Is that allowed? Cindy replied. Who cared? It's not like they'll know. Come on, Harry is picking me up. He won't mind. As the boy said this, he could see Harry in the distance getting into a luxurious-looking SUV. The two approached it, greeting Harry as he sat inside. Yo. What's up? Harry said, scooting over to the side to give Eren some room in the back seat. You don't mind if my friend joins us, right? She's super smart. Eren asked as he pointed back at Cindy as she waved shyly at the billionaire. Of course, the more the merrier. Harry scooted over even further, allowing for both Eren and Cindy to get in the vehicle with him. The seats were extremely soft. There were multiple mini-screens in the back seat, as well as a container with a variety of expensive snacks. There was an older man driving the car who was wearing an all-black suit with white gloves. It's Cindy, right? Harry asked the girl, as they'd met one time before in the school halls. Cindy nodded. MHM, Cindy Moon. She said formally. Harry smiled. Nice meeting you again, Cindy. Oh, this is Bernard, by the way. He's been working for my family since I was a baby. He's like my second father. Harry gestured toward the butler driving the vehicle as he says this. The butler nodded in response. Hello. Both Cindy and Eren spoke at the same time. Let's get going, shall we? Harry declared as he tapped Bernard's shoulder, signaling the men to shift the SUV in gear and begin pulling away from the school campus. Bernard drove the three of them to Oscorp and entered through the Osborne's personal entrance. Once parked, Bernard led the three of them inside the building through the back entrance. I will pick you up when you're all done, Harry. Bernard told the young billionaire, bowing to him respectfully before walking away. Harry was embarrassed. He didn't like that Bernard was so formal with him, especially around his friends. He didn't want to seem pampered. Sure thing. Thanks, Bernard. Come on guys, I'll show you around. Harry said as he gestured to the two of them to follow him through the facility. Harry showed Cindy and Eren his favorite areas of his father's building, including the many never-before-seen projects that Oscorp was working on. Cindy and Eren, both loving science, were enamored with every single invention and doohickey that Harry was able to show them. However, nothing about Project V was even hinted at. Of course, something of that caliber wouldn't just be out in the open. Eventually, the three ended up in a room filled with multiple long glass containers that reached the ceiling. Each container acted as a habitat for different types of radioactive spiders, the same type that bit Eren, along with some unique ones. This room is one of my favorites. You see these spiders? We created these here at Oscorp. Well, by we I mostly mean my dad and his team. Each batch has its own unique abilities. Eren will recognize these ones. They can discharge electricity and have insanely high reaction times. Oh. Those over there are my favorite. Harry jogged over to one of the containers, prompting the other two students to follow. These spiders over here can excrete webs from the tips of their legs. This allows them to create some really beautiful patterns with their webs. They can also use their webs to form armor around their bodies. Harry told them excitedly. Whoa. These ones are so pretty. Cindy whispered as she put her face up to the glass. As she marveled at the spider's webbing and armor, one of the arachnids suddenly lunged at the glass. Cindy jumped backward, yelped, and grabbed onto Eren's arm unconsciously. Harry winced, realizing he probably should have given her a warning about the spider's habit of jumping at people. Yeah, sorry, I should have warned you. They do that sometimes. Well, anyways. Let's go to the workroom. Yeah. He declared as he looked at the two lock arms. However, he chose to not comment on it. With Cindy still on Eren's arm, they nodded and began following Harry to another room. As they strolled, Cindy was still unconsciously holding onto Eren's arm. Eren said nothing, so as to not make it weird, and opted to pretend he didn't notice. It only took around half a minute for Cindy to notice what she was doing, causing her to quickly release his arm. Oh! She exclaimed as her face begins to turn red, just as it did back when the two were in her room. Sorry, I didn't notice I was still dash. You're good. Eren said with a slight grin. He truly didn't mind. In fact, he was hoping she never noticed. The three of them eventually found themselves in a massive workroom, filled with hundreds of high-tech tools. Eren's genius mind began to run at 1,000,000 miles per hour as he thought about the many things he could create with those tools. Wow. Eren whispered in awe. I've never seen so much tech in one room. Bro. Is that an Amphamax? Whoa, that's a Cosmoflux. And this is an electromagnetic Carnflux. Both Harry and Cindy looked at each other with surprised expressions as their friend wandered deeper into the workroom. Usually, he was quiet, but as soon as the tech was involved, he couldn't shut up. Holy shit. Harry, why didn't you tell me about this stuff? A hypersensitive gluon propeller encoder. The boy continued on for nearly a minute, only stopping when he noticed his friends covering their mouths to stifle their laughter. Unable to hold it in any longer, both Harry and Cindy began to laugh hysterically, causing Eren's smile to fade into a look of embarrassed confusion. What? He asked his two friends as they continued to laugh at his nerdy rant. You're such a nerd. Cindy said as she playfully punched the boy in the arm. Eren stood with his hands pointed outward, in disbelief that Cindy of all people was making fun of his sciencey side. Ironically, that was one of the traits she liked the most. What? This stuff is cool. The boy said in an attempt to defend himself. Harry smiled at the two as he began moving 3 chairs over to the workbench. Shall we get started? He asked them both. The other two nodded and made their way to the table, before beginning to discuss their future plans for the drone. How about a spider-shaped drone? Seeing the spiders in that room gave me the idea. Eren lied, as he already had this planned and wanted to use it for his superheroics. A spider? Seriously? Harry thought to himself, seeing the idea as corny. Cindy, however, had the opposite reaction. You're a genius, she said after gasping, sharing the interest in arachnids after their mini field trip with Harry. What if we have it shoot out electricity like the ones in the containers? Cindy added. Like a taser, Harry proclaimed loudly, causing Cindy to gasp once again. Yes. A taser, she repeated, causing Eren to look at the two with a somewhat worried expression. Is that allowed on campus? Isn't that violent? Eren said quietly, causing Harry to reach over and place his hand on his shoulder. Eren, my friend. I know you're a pacifist, but lighten up, dude, Harry said in the most nonchalant tone possible. Like a parrot, Cindy agreed while nodding. Yeah, lighten up, dude. Those two seem to be hitting it off. Eren thought to himself, just now realizing how similar their personalities were. He was at least happy that his two friends were quickly becoming friends with each other. Okay, I'll lighten up, dude, Eren said plainly, making his two friends laugh due to his delivery. Anyway, Harry, didn't your dad make some cloaking mechanism? Eren asked, knowing the answer already but wanting to confirm. Harry snapped his finger and pointed at Eren. Yeah, we gotta use a certain type of metal on the shell for it to work though, it's this one synthetic material. Harry stroked his chin as he tried to recollect the name of it. It can stick to walls when stimulated. It would be cool since the drone is spider-shaped. The three tried to remember the name for a while, both Harry and Eren seemed to be struggling. However, Cindy was able to eventually come up with the name. Phycyzm. Cindy questioned, immediately causing the two boys' eyes to light up. Yes, Phycyzm. The two boys said simultaneously. I'll write this stuff down, Eren said as he began digging through his bag for a notebook and pencil. At the top of the paper, he wrote the suggestions that they had so far, adding one more thing to the list. We need cameras too, Eren declared, knowing they'd prove useful for his future reconnaissance as a hero. For the next few hours, the three went into great detail on the features that they wanted to include with the drone. The whole time, just like during their private study session, Eren and Cindy would exchange looks as the other was focused on writing down ideas, each doing their nervous habit while doing so. Harry, sitting beside Eren, noticed the two eyeing each other, feeling a little left out and like a third wheel. However, he was intrigued. Interesting. So she likes him back, huh? He thought to himself, not being too sure that Eren's crush was reciprocated, but it was very obvious at that point. For the next 2 months, Eren, Cindy, and Harry worked on the drone nearly every day after school, refining and updating it each week. While the drone was in progress, Eren would look into anything that could hint toward Project V within Oscorp, though he couldn't find anything. Of course, he couldn't just go around asking about Project V, nor could he sneak deep within the facility without his costume. When Eren wasn't taking bathroom breaks to sneak around, the three of them became much closer due to the bonding activity, especially Cindy and Eren. It became a custom for the three of them to hang out as friends, even outside of working on the drone. Once it was finished, Eren and Harry brought it to the after-school program on the due date. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all finished your drones as today is the final day and the day of our test. Dr. Connor spoke in front of the class. If no one has any questions, let's all head to the gym for our competition, he declared as he began to walk out of the classroom. The entire class grabbed their drones and they began heading following their teacher to the gymnasium. Eren and Harry looked around at the other students' drones, looked at each other, and smiled confidently. There's no way we'll lose, Harry whispered. For real, Eren responded, having a slight confident grin on his face. They all headed to the gymnasium and saw the obstacle course that Dr. Connors had set up. It looks similar to the obstacle courses used for dog shows or a mini version of Ninja Warrior, an obstacle course TV show. Alright class, I'll go over how exactly I expect your drones to complete the course. The first part of the course is the rotating log. As your drone walks on the log, it must maintain its balance to assure that it does not topple over, Connor said as he stood next to the obstacle. He made his way over to the second obstacle, which appeared to be a wall with an incline of about 60 degrees. The wall also seemed to be covered in multicolored rocks, similar to a rock climbing wall. This is the rock hill. Your drone must be powerful enough to make it up this incline and be able to also maneuver around the rocks in its path, Connor stated as he walked a few steps forward. Once at the top, your drone will drop down here as a test of its durability. Over here, Connors continued as he walked further down the course. We have the swinging axes. Don't worry, they are not real. They will test the speed of your drones. You must be able to make it past the axis fast enough so that way they do not hit you off of the path, he explained as he looked back at the class. For the final section, if you survive the course, you are free to use this area here to show any special abilities that your drones are capable of. You're free to use any of these props during your demonstrations. At the end, I and my 2 fellow judges will score you for your run. Connors pointed over at the judges' table where 2 men were already sitting. You guys should be familiar with Mr. Osborne, of course. The man next to him is our dear friend Dr. Otto Octavius. All 3 of us will judge you. Any questions? He asked as he puts his hand in his coat pocket. He answered a few of the class's questions, called up the first group, and sat down at his judge's seat. Before Eren and Harry had their turn, 10 other groups went, but only 2 of them were able to make it to the end. Seeing this boosted the 2 boys' confidence even more. Okay, next up is Mr. Parker and Mr. Osborne. Everyone give them a welcoming applause. Connors announced as the 2 boys approached the course with their drone. It was large and looked more like a giant, metallic crab than a spider, however, its looks were not what was important. The capabilities of the drone would soon prove to be something great, thanks to the combined intellect of all 3 students and the free backing of Oscorp. The class clapped for them and the boys set their spider drone on the course. The 2 boys looked at each other and nodded, ready to show the class what they've been working on for the last few months. Chapter 16, Spider Drone 2. Who's gonna control it? Harry whispered. Rock, paper, scissors. Eren answered with a competitive smirk. Bet. Harry responded with a smirk of his own. The 2 boys faced each other, extending their hands toward the other. Rock. Paper. Scissors. The 2 boys said simultaneously. Despite having spider sense and high intellect, the spider boy lost the game of chance to his best friend. Yes. Harry laughed as he pumps his fist. You can explain the details during the showcase. Deal. Eren nodded and they began the course. The drone started at the rotating log. Due to the drone's symmetry, balance was not an issue and they cleared the obstacle with ease. Next up was the rock hill. Similar to the first obstacle, the drone sped up the hill with ease while sidestepping the rocks in its way. Once at the top of the hill, the drone dropped to the ground and landed feet first with ease. The crowd began to cheer, as this was the first drone to not roll over upon landing. Harry and Eren looked confidently at each other as the crowd cheered them on. Next up was the swinging axes. Due to the drone's speed, it cleared all 4 axes all in one go. The crowd cheered once again as the drone continued through the course with ease. Once the drone reached the showcase area, Eren approached it with glass bottles and set them in front of it. The first feature of our drone is our stun gun attachment. Eren told the class as Harry controlled the drone to approach the bottles. He shot the bottles with the stun gun and they exploded instantly, causing a few people in the crowd to jolt and gasp in fear. Eren and Harry looked at each other with shocked expressions, as they didn't expect it to cause that much damage. Eren laughed it off awkwardly and continued the showcase. Anyway, next we will show you guys the camouflage mechanism. Go for it, Harry. He said as looked at his best friend. The drone became nearly invisible as it blended in with its environment. The crowd let out some oohs and ahs upon seeing the drone seemingly disappear. Eren then went to the table of props and grabbed a golf club from the table. Now we will show you guys how powerful the outside shell is. Eren said with a confident expression. We used elemental Turatech metal all around the top here. This stuff is crazy strong and is resistant to all elements. Eren continued as he approached with the golf club. Let's see if I can damage it. I'll hit it as hard as I can. Using as much strength as Eren would classify as human strength, he swung the golf club down at the drone repeatedly. After several hits, the golf club was bent at the end at a 90-degree angle, causing the crowd to look on in awe. Harry, show them the remote. He instructed his partner. Harry flashed the remote at the audience, showcasing the dozens of buttons and the massive screen on the front. We also have a full 360-degree camera at the bottom of the drone, so we can see what the drone sees via the remote, even if we can't see the drone itself. Eren lectured to the class. We'll end the showcase with one last feature. Well, I guess we can call it a 2-in-1. Harry, you see the vent on the wall there? Harry smiled at his friend, as he knew exactly what his partner wanted him to do. He sent the drone over to the wall and began controlling it to climb up the wall. The entire crowd reacted simultaneously with various sounds of approval. We used PHYCYZM, a synthetic material, at the ends of the legs to allow them to stick to surfaces on command. Now, once Harry reaches the vent, we'll show you our special multi-tool attachment that is hidden in the shell. The drone approached the vent and stood on top of it. A hatch opened up at the top of a drone and a multi-tool emerged from within it. The screwdriver attachment slowly reached out and began unscrewing the vent. Once the screws were out, the drone pulled the vent cover off. After allowing the crowd to cheer, Harry made the drone put the cover back on and screw it back into the wall. I think that's a good enough showcase. Thank you. Eren told the crowd as they erupted in applause. He picked up the drone and Harry put his hand on his shoulder. The two looked at each other and smiled confidently as they approached the judges' table to show them the drone. The judges inspected the drone up close, amazed that a few teenagers were able to create such a thing. Wow, Harry. You actually put some effort into something. Norman said sarcastically with a smile. As he expected, the Parker boy would act as a motivation for his son. However, their relationship went both ways. Eren helped the boy take his education more seriously, while Harry helped Eren emerge from his shell and become more sociable. It's all thanks to this guy, Harry said as he slapped Eren's shoulder. His creativity is truly infectious. Good job, you two. Dr. Connors told them, proud of his two students for going above and beyond for the project. I'm impressed. What did you say your name was, young man? I'm already acquainted with Harry over here, Dr. Octavius said as he looked over at the Parker boy. Eren. Eren Parker. The young man said with a respectful nod. You're brilliant, Eren. The both of you. Well done. Dr. Octavius said, writing down Eren's name for future reference. Thank you. The two boys say simultaneously. The rest of the groups went, but none of them were able to even come close to competing with Eren and Harry's drone. In the end, the two boys were announced to be the winners of the competition. They both received a scholarship to Empire State University. However, Harry had no use for it, so he asked if he could give it away to another student. Seeing as to why that wouldn't be allowed, the school let him give it to someone else. Since Cindy was such a big help, he told them to give it to Cindy Moon, allowing for all three friends to go to the university together. To celebrate, the two called up Cindy and decided to all meet up at Joe's Pizza for a celebratory feast. Eren and Harry arrived first and sat across from each other at one of the booths. As they waited for Cindy, Harry looked at Eren and talked about the competition before Harry started talking about a girl from the program. You see how impressed Lily was? She for sure wants me, bro. Harry said confidently. Yeah. Lily Hollister. Eren laughed. She is pretty cute, you should go for it. I just might, I do love blondes. Harry responded with his hand on his chin. However, him saying this was only meant to be a smooth transition to the next topic. Enough about me, what about you? Harry spoke to Eren with a smirk as he leaned in toward him. Any girls you're into? He knew the answer, but he wanted to hear Eren say it. Yeah. There's one. I don't know if she's into me or not. Eren rubbed the back of his head while confessing. Does her name start with a C and end in Indy? Harry teased with a semi-serious expression. No. Eren lied, but he could tell Harry isn't buying it. Come on bro, we're buds, I won't tell her, I swear. Harry told him with sincerity as he put his hand over his chest. Okay, fine. I do like Cindy. Before Eren could continue, he was interrupted by Harry celebrating his observations. I knew it. Harry proclaimed as he slammed the table, causing a few of the patrons to glare at them with confused looks. I've liked her since I first moved here when I was around 9 or 10 years old, so about 8 years ago. We've been friends I guess, but we haven't really been close until recently. I always get awkward around her and mess things up. Bro. I even had her in my room once but I fumbled. Eren buried his face in his hands in frustration. Harry held back his laughter before getting serious. Nah, bro, you didn't fumble, not completely. Have you not noticed how she looks at you? Especially when you start being a nerd and getting all hyper-focused. She does this thing where she bites her pen and stares up at you with puppy eyes. I gotta say, I'm jealous. Harry told him as he bit down on a straw, mimicking Cindy's innocent stare. What? That just means she's focused. She's not even looking at me. Eren explained as he looks up at Harry, unimpressed by his impression. Bro. She's obviously gonna look away when you look. Underneath that outgoing personality, she's way too shy when she actually likes someone. Plus, she always sits next to you when we all hang out. Every single time. Harry added while still biting the straw as Cindy would. What? No, it's probably a coincidence. Eren said in a dismissive tone. He paused for a second before admitting his mistake the night prior. I also kissed another woman. He admitted. You what? Harry yelled, once again gathering the attention of the other customers. Can you quiet down? Damn. Eren whispered angrily, not feeling comfortable with the disapproving glares. I was caught in the moment, she's a coworker of mine. After we finished our shift we just sort of, you know. No way. What's she like? Harry was invested, feeling as if he were spectating a drama on TV. She's. I don't know man, she's older than me and it felt weird. She's like mid to late 20s. As soon as those words left Eren's mouth, Harry's eyes widened. You fucked a MILF. He said loudly, immediately causing Eren to look around in embarrassment. I said I kissed her. That's it. She's not even a mom, dude. Listen, I just needed to get that off my chest, alright? I feel bad, like I betrayed Cindy or something. Dude. It's fine. You're single, you can swap spit with whoever you want. You clearly like Cindy, though. She's obviously the one you like, right? The other lady sounds like she's just interested in your body. Cindy really likes you for you. You dork. I think you should ask her out. Today, don't be a pussy. As Harry spoke, he looked over Eren's shoulder and noticed Cindy walking in. Oh, look, there's your girlfriend right there. Harry waved Cindy over as she walked into the building. She walked over to the booth and sat next to Eren, of course, without hesitation. Seeing this, Harry looked at Eren while mimicking Cindy's pencil bite once more and laughed. Cindy looked at them both in confusion. What? She said to both of them. She could tell that the two of them are acting strangely, but she didn't know what was going on between them. Nothing. Anyway, it's pizza time. Eren rubbed his hands as he spoke, and the other two smiled as they all decided on what they should order. The three of them celebrated the victory and eat pizza together. Harry instructed them to all eat as much as they wanted, as he would handle the bill. They all ate until their bellies were full and talked amongst each other for a bit. Once it was late, the three of them got up and headed out of the pizzeria together. Congrats again, guys. I gotta head home now. See ya. Cindy began walking away toward the direction of her house, leaving the boys behind. It's way too late for a small girl like yourself to walk home all alone. You should have a big strongman dash. Harry pushed Eren forward as he spoke, causing the boy to stumble forward since his guard was down. Walk you home. I'd offer, but I gotta get home and take care of my dog. You don't even have a dog. Eren said bluntly, not understanding what Harry is doing due to his density. Anyway, see you two later, bye. Harry said quickly before walking away, waving backward with one hand as his other rested in his coat pocket. Eren and Cindy stood there for a second until Eren realized what Harry was trying to do. He quickly turned around towards Cindy, his heart pounding rapidly, and walked up to her. He's right, minus the extraneous details. You shouldn't walk home alone this late, I'll go with you. Okay. She answered, happy to be able to spend a little bit more time together with him. The two walked and talked for a few miles until they reached Cindy's building. Once there, Eren walked her to the door and waited for her to unlock it. Eventually, she opened the door and began walking inside. Thank you for walking with me. Bye, Eren. She told him as she began closing the door. As if his body had a mind of its own, Eren extended his hand forward and stopped the door from closing. Wait. There was a brief silence between the two as the boy built up enough courage to finally make his move. Remember when I said I'd thank you for letting me borrow the sewing machine? How about we go to Mickey's diner this weekend? On me, of course. He said with a surprising amount of confidence. Yeah, that'll be fun. She said enthusiastically. I can't wait. Great. I'll text you the date and time. The date as in the day of the week, not date as in I'm calling us hanging out together a date or anything. He said as he laughed awkwardly. We can call it a date. Cindy said abruptly as her face began to slowly change color. Oh. Well, then it's a date. Eren declared to her, oddly exuding a small bit of confidence. MHM. Cindy spoke in both a nervous and enthusiastic tone while her face turned more crimson by the second. There was about a 3-second pause of silence as Eren waited for her to dismiss herself. Eren. Cindy said while looking up at him, her face was still red. Yes. He could feel his heart beating rapidly against his chest from the inside, feeling as if it were ready to burst. I can't close the door. You're too strong. She informed him, as his hand was still stopping the door from closing with his superhuman strength. Oh. Yeah, of course. Sorry. Eren removed his hand from the door and took a step back. Good night, Eren. She told him with a smile as she slowly began shutting the door. Good night. Once the door was shut, Eren stood there with a massive smile on his face, one that no one saw, but a toothy smile nonetheless. He was truly happy at this moment, despite his complicated feelings for her and Black Cat, he was certain that this was what he wanted. Chapter 17, First Date. The weekend had come, it was finally the day of Eren and Cindy's date to Mickey's diner. Eren was so excited, that he couldn't sleep at all the night before as if he were a child on Christmas Eve. Looking at himself in the mirror, the boy began talking to himself as he buttoned up his gray long-sleeve shirt. Okay. Don't be nervous. You literally stopped a bank robbery, beat up a man made of electricity, and lifted a giant crane off of your body. He attempted to calm himself down, thinking of his many feats that should be of no comparison to simply going out on a date with a girl. Though things were not that simple in the boy's head. Cindy, I'm almost ready, I'll probably be there in about 30 minutes. Reading the text from Cindy only made the boy more nervous. In just 30 minutes, he would finally be on a date with the girl of his dreams, the one who he was in love with before he even knew what love was. Keeping the facade that he wasn't scared for his life, the boy responded. Eren, Fasho, I'll be there in 20. Having finished getting dressed, the hero began walking out of his room, though something began to bug him. He looked back to see his costume sticking out of his closet, giving him a million thoughts. Do I bring it just in case? What am I going to do if Cindy and I start getting serious? Would one get in the way of the other? Should I tell her? Those were only a fraction of the thoughts that raced through his mind. However, the boy knew one thing. Being a hero meant that there were no off days. Using his webs, the boy yanked his mask toward him and shoved it in his pocket before beginning his walk to Mickey's diner. The boy had been walking normally down the street with his hands in his pockets, opting to walk so his clothes didn't get dirty or ruined. As he walked, he could hear the sounds of police sirens and helicopters closing in on him from behind. No fucking way. The boy thought to himself as the timing of this event was so perfect that he was convinced that a mythical force was playing a prank on him. Within a few seconds, a white truck with the Roxanne logo dashed past the hero, carrying a load of uniform and some thugs wearing purple and black in the back of the truck. Just behind them were a few police cars, holding their fire so as to not cause an explosion due to the uniform in the truck. The boy wanted to just let it go. He wanted to just go on his date with Cindy and be a normal boy. He truly considered it. However, before he could decide, one of the gang members chose for him. Using a futuristic-looking rifle, one of the gang members shot an energy blast at a helicopter, causing it to spiral down toward a building filled with people. Without even a second thought, the hero flash-stepped into an alleyway and began putting his mask on. He then dashed up a nearby building and started chasing down the crashing helicopter. The Phantom Spider, with everything he had, tried his best with a mixture of flash steps and web zips to make it to the falling helicopter on time. With one big step, the hero leapt from the edge of a building, shooting a web in front of him. The web attached to the front windshield of the helicopter and the hero shot another web onto the building behind him in an attempt to stop the helicopter from smashing into an office building. Both webs tightened, causing the hero to grunt in pain as he pulled with every single ounce of strength he could muster up, tugging on his webs to the point where his muscles felt as if they were prepared to slide off of his bones. Ha-iya. He screamed, though his screams were muted by the sound of the helicopter cutting through the glass windows and concrete walls of the office building with its tail and propellers. The boy managed to mitigate the damage that the helicopter caused, saving the pilots and office workers from dying a fiery death, but he couldn't stop it completely from making contact with the building. Tail first, the helicopter wedged itself into a lower building, barely missing anyone on that floor. For a moment, everything seemed fine. The hero was going to simply save the pilots, evacuate the building, and go on his date with the girl of his dreams. However, things were not going to be that simple for the spider. The building began to tremble and one of the floors above the helicopter began to bend forward slowly. Inside, there were office workers, all panicking as they began to glide downward while the building tilted. This all happened in a matter of a second as the hero web-zipped himself forward, thinking of ways to save the people inside of the building before he detected something that would make the situation much more grievous. The hero's eyes widened as he noticed the propellers on the helicopter were still spinning. At this moment, as he soared through the air, he had to make a split-second decision. Option A, web the propellers. This option may seem obvious at first glance, however, this decision would have been an impulsive one. At the speed at which the propellers were spinning, he had no clue if his webs were going to stop them and these people's lives were not worth experimenting with. Then there was option B. Sprint up the building and somehow save the people as they fall while simultaneously forming a web barrier to prevent anyone else from falling from the floor. In this same split second, the boy chose option B, using two webs to launch himself toward the building even faster, landing just above the blades of the helicopter. He flash-stepped up the building, seeing a woman falling from the building to his left. "Don't worry, I got you," the boy shouted. Using his right foot, the hero stepped to his left, grabbing the lady with his left arm before stepping up once more. Another person appeared, this time to his right, triggering the hero to use his left foot to push himself toward the men. "I got you too," he proclaimed, diving almost horizontally to catch the men with his right arm. With two citizens in his arms, the hero charged his foot to take one final step upward, though, to his dismay, he saw the foot of another person sliding from the building. With one mighty step, the hero flashed upward and grabbed the men with his right hand, managing to somehow hold two full-grown adults with one arm. Using his body to break most of the impact, the hero slammed onto the floor before quickly webbing the individual's hands to the floor to keep them from sliding. A few more office workers began sliding out of the building, however, the Phantom Spider quickly webbed them down by their hands before creating a web barrier on the open wall to stop anyone else from falling out. Breathing heavily, the boy looked around, seeing that everyone was safe. He let out a sigh of relief before standing back up on his feet inside of the crooked building. "Is everybody all right? I'm gonna get you all out of here," the young hero proclaimed. Yeah. I'm okay. Thank you. My daughter loves you. Can I get a picture? The Daily Bugle was wrong about him. As the people praised him, the boy felt overwhelmed with positive emotions. He felt loved. Seen. Appreciated. Respected. Those feelings made his sacrifices worth it for him in the end, even if it meant that this side job of his would get in the way of his personal life. The people around him began to clap as the hero helped some of the people get back on their feet. However, their celebrations were premature. Suddenly, the building began to adjust once more, tilting forward and causing everyone but the hero to fall forward once more. Those who were not held down by webs were sliding on the ground, only being caught by the web barrier that the hero had formed just moments prior. Don't panic, said the hero, though those words were mostly aimed toward himself as he began feeling overwhelmed due to the weight of the situation. Despite being scared, he did not let those feelings get to him. He needed to do something. These people had no one else to rely on at that moment. Only him. So without any hesitation, the boy swung out of the building, leaving everyone behind. Where's he going? One of the office workers asked, thinking the hero had abandoned them for dead, though that was far from the truth. Look. One of the women inside the building said as she pointed at the hero swinging around to the other side of his building. The hero landed on a neighboring building before planting his feet and pulling the building with all that he had. Raya! He screamed, tugging on the building to his maximum capacity as the people inside watched him from the inside. Slowly, the building began to rise as the phantom spider dragged the building upward using every last drop of willpower within him. Once again, his muscles seemed as if they were about to shred to pieces. His clothes felt as if they were ready to tear off of his body. His heart felt as if it were ready to explode. Eventually, the structure was essentially upright, all the hero needed to do was pull just a bit more. Just a few more inches and everyone inside of the office would be saved. But one of the hero's webs snapped. His eyes widened, he almost lost his composure but he kept trying to endure. Using two hands on one web, the hero kept endeavoring, utilizing everything within himself to tug. He pulled. The hero pulled using everything he had within himself to save those poor innocent souls from dying a premature death. But it wasn't enough. The building continued to fall, causing the people inside to scream in terror as their deaths were upon them. I can't. The boy thought to himself as his feet began to slide, nearly sliding off of the building. However, before he could give up, he received a second wind. No. The hero roared, using a diminutive speck of latent power within him to just hold on for a bit longer. The building stopped falling, however, it was no longer being pulled upward. It was stuck in place. He and gravity were at a stalemate in their game of tug-of-war for the fates of the people within the building. With his eyes closed, the hero kept pulling. And pulling. And pulling. Until the building began to rise again. It was slow, but the hero could feel the pressure being removed from his body and muscles. The hero opened his eyes, though what he saw would shock him to his core. He wasn't the only one saving those people. Two arms, covered with blue sleeves, stretched out from behind the hero, helping him bring the building back up. The hero turned around to see the leader of the Fantastic Four, Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, holding up the building with him. The stretchy hero raised an eyebrow, keeping a cool expression on his face as if the building was weightless with his help. From behind Reed Richards came Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, as he swooped around the building with his flames covering his body. The flaming hero held up the building from the front, pushing it back to help the other two heroes bring the building upright. At the same time, Sue Storm, the Invisible Woman, and Ben Grimm, the Thing, came flying in on Sue's cosmic energy discs and made their way to the front of the building. The Thing floated toward the helicopter, breaking the door off with his rocky muscles and pulling the pilots out before descending down with them safely. The Invisible Woman, using her cosmic abilities, lifted the civilians out of the building before gently placing them all back on the ground beneath them. Go, kid, help the others. We can hold it. Reed said to the boy, and without hesitation, the hero leapt into the building and helped Sue evacuate the entire building. Once the building was evacuated, the Phantom Spider stood face to face with the Fantastic Four. They were the first heroes he'd ever come across and he was glad that they decided to show up when they did. The four heroes looked worried, as the boy's clothes were completely shredded and charred due to his Godspeed energy. He looked as if he were about to topple over. In fact, he did begin to fall before Reed reached out and caught him with his stretchy hand. Are you okay, kid? He asked as the other heroes continued to look on with worried expressions. Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you for helping me save everyone. The boy could barely speak due to how exhausted he was. He didn't realize it, but he was expelling constant Godspeed energy from his body rather than conserving it as he always did. He had nothing left. His thoughts of Cindy Moon kept him conscious for a while, however, the boy inevitably passed out, missing their date despite his wishes. Chapter 18, The Fantastic Phantom. Eren opened his eyes, finding himself once again in an unknown location with his mask on. His clothes were gone. Instead, he wore a blue costume, similar to the ones that the Fantastic Four wore. Oddly enough, this tight-fitting costume felt extremely comfortable to him. It felt as if it were made to perfectly fit his body. He looked around, seeing that he was laying on what appeared to be some sort of medical bed inside of a white room with all sorts of machines that he'd never seen before. He was astonished. The closest he had ever gotten to seeing that much unknown tech was in the workroom at Oscorp. However, he at least had an idea of what he was looking at back then. The boy looked toward the door, seeing a boy and a girl peeking around the corner at him. Upon making eye contact, the two children looked surprised before the boy leapt into the room. "Put your hands up, scoundrel," the boy said in a country accent, wearing a full cowboy costume as his sister stood behind him. "Ah, save me, Deadshot Franklin," his sister said from behind him, playing the role of the damsel in distress. What the hell is happening? Eren thought to himself. "I said put 'em up," Franklin demanded in his best country accent once again. Playing along, Eren put his hands up slowly. "You got me," the young man said, smiling slightly beneath his mask. "Franklin. Valeria. Where are you? Are you messing with that boy?" a woman's voice said in the distance. Hearing this, the two kids ran out of the room, knowing they were disobeying their mother's orders by disturbing their guest. Eren let out a sigh of relief before the members of the Fantastic Four began entering the room one by one. First was Johnny Storm, walking in with a smile and sharing the same confident demeanor as Harry Osborn. "Good morning, sunshine," Johnny said happily as he stood beside the hero. Ben Grimm, with his rocky figure, stomped into the room. He said nothing, looking at the spider with a stone-faced glare. Behind Ben came both Reed Richards and Sue Richards, walking side by side with worried expressions. Confused, Eren began to mutter some words to the family. "What? Where am I?" he asked Reed, prompting the scientist to smile softly. "You're in our lab in the Baxter building. You passed out after overexerting yourself, so we brought you here. We assumed you wouldn't want the police or paramedics to find you and unmask you, right?" Reed told him. "Yeah," Eren responded. "I gotta stop passing out in the middle of nowhere." "What's this?" Eren said as he pointed down at the suit on his body. "Ah, that's a special suit that my wife and I invented. It's made of unstable molecules, allowing for it to adjust to your body's temperature and more. It's what allows me to stretch without ripping my clothes, my wife to go invisible without stripping dash." "Hey," Sue interjected, feeling embarrassed at that fact. Reed continued. "Johnny to flame on without burning off his clothes, and for Ben to clobber without clobbering his own wardrobe." As Reed explained this, Eren's eyes were looking up at him attentively. No way. Eren thought to himself, never having imagined that such material was possible. His brain moved at 1,000,000 miles per hour as he thought of the ways that he could push his powers without having to worry about his costume. "Your clothes were basically scraps, so we thought we'd cover you up. You can keep it if you want," Johnny added. "Thanks," Eren said plainly, despite his inner thoughts going ballistic with the idea of such an amazing costume being his. "I actually have been meaning to talk to you guys. Can we discuss some things in a more comfortable place?" To his request, the four members of the Fantastic Four led the boy to the living room, having a private chat away from the children as they went off to play somewhere. "What did you want to discuss? What do we call you?" Reed asked. "The Phantom Spider," Eren answered plainly. "No first name?" Johnny asked. "I have one, but I haven't even told my friends Dash." As soon he said this, Cindy came to his mind. He missed their date and disappeared on her for an entire day once again. "My phone. Where's my phone?" the boy asked as he frantically looked around and felt around his new costume. Reaching into her pocket, Sue pulled out his phone, which she was holding to return to him when he awoke. "Here, sorry I forgot to give it back. It was in what was left of your pants pockets." Eren immediately took the phone from her hand and began going through his messages, noticing that both Cindy and Harry were blowing up his phone. "Harry, dude, are you okay? Cindy is pissed. What happened?" Attached to Harry's message was a screenshot of Cindy complaining about how Eren always disappears without a word and how she was growing sick of being treated like she's not important by him. Of course, having his back, Harry calmed her down and explained that it must have been some sort of emergency. Fuck. Eren thought to himself before looking at the many messages Cindy sent him. "Cindy, I'm here. Cindy, where are you? Cindy, are you okay? Cindy, Eren. Cindy, well, I'm going home. Please text me if something happened. Cindy, just checking to see if you're still alive." The messages went on for a while, the most recent one being from 20 minutes prior. Eren buried his hands in his face, causing all four of the others to exchange looks. I know what that means, Johnny said with a smirk on his face. Girl problems, Ben added as he poked Johnny with his elbow. Sue, feeling bad for him, attempted to reassure him. That Cindy girl seems to really care about you, Eren dash. As she said this, everyone looked up at her with various shocked expressions. She put her hands up in a panic and began apologizing. I'm so sorry, I saw some of the notifications and she said your name like 50 times. Great job, sis, Johnny teased. I said it was an accident. I'm still used to all of us heroes calling each other by our first names before everyone started departing, she told her brother. She was so caught up in being in mother mode that she couldn't help herself and spoke his name. It's fine, Eren admitted. You guys have done a lot for me already. I can trust you if you can trust me. We have no reason not to trust you. Now, what's the matter? You wanted to talk about something. Having his mind go off track with the whole Cindy Moon situation, he nearly forgot to ask about Project V. Right, it's about Victor Von Doom. Wasn't he a friend of yours? I think he may be up to something. There's this thing. As Eren began to reveal the name of Project V, he hesitated. He was getting too comfortable with the team far too quickly. If they're involved, which they weren't, they already knew too much about his life for him to just say he knows about the project. It's a weapon. I've been looking into it and I've deduced that it must be a scientist of some sort. One with power. One like you, Doom, Osborn, Stark, Morbius. As Eren said this, the other four looked around at each other with various confused glares. Well, Stark is off-world with the Avengers. He has been for about a year. Victor, we haven't spoken to him in years but he's completely off the grid. Morbius, I have no clue what he's up to. Osborn has been in the weapons industry for a while. I'm not saying it's him, I'm just implying that his domain is making weapons nowadays. I'm sorry we can't be of much help. Eren shook his head. No, it's fine. Maybe it's someone else. I've been looking into Osborn myself and I can't find anything. Well, we'll look into it. If what you say is true and if it is Doom, then it's up to us to stop him. He has been quiet for far too long, in fact, I've had the feeling he was up to something. We'll be in contact, Reed told him. Thank you. The Phantom Spider shot up out of his seat before dismissing himself. I gotta go. Thank you all for taking care of me and for the costume. Before leaving, the hero exchanged phone numbers with Reed and left the Baxter building. As Eren swung through the city, he texted Cindy, informing her of where he was at during their date. Eren, hey. I'm so sorry. I just got out of the hospital. I was near that building that the Fantastic Four saved from falling and a piece of debris hit me and a bunch of people I was walking near. I wasn't too hurt, I just had a concussion. They discharged me just now. However, after about 30 minutes, he still hadn't heard from her. Eren, I really am sorry. I was really looking forward to seeing you. Once again, he received no response. Once in his room, Eren searched around in his messy space and found a black mask that he had created, though he couldn't get the lenses right. For hours, he worked on his mask and continued texting Cindy, getting no response. He texted Harry as well, asking him if Cindy was responding to him and she was. When Harry asked her if she'd heard from Eren, she lied and said that she didn't. Harry, dude, she's still pissed. You gotta do something about this. Eren, yeah, I know. How can I fix it if she won't respond to me? Harry, I'll put you on some game, bro. Write a handwritten apology letter. Eren. Harry, I'm serious. Girls love that stuff. Maybe throw in some flowers too. Eren, she doesn't like flowers. She said they're useless because they die. Harry, I know. Prom. Promposal. Eren, if she's pissed, why would I do that right now? Wouldn't that piss her off more? Harry, because she's not actually pissed. She's just giving you a taste of your own medicine for being an asshole. Eren, first off, I wasn't being an asshole, I was unconscious in a hospital bed. Harry, yeah. Think about it, you said she blew up your phone, right? She was messaging me too about how worried she was. She cares about you, she's just a little upset. Just don't do anything stupid and things should be fine. Girls' brains they're like puzzles, bro. She'll be back to normal by tomorrow probably. Eren, I hope so. Harry, you'll see. I believe in you too. And hey, if it makes you feel any better, I'm doing a proposal too. I'm asking out Lily Hollister. Eren, good luck with that. I heard she thinks you're annoying. Harry, that's code for she's totally into me. Anyway, I'm going to bed, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Unless you feel like disappearing again. Eren, I won't. I'll text you if anything happens tomorrow. Eren put down his phone before completing the finishing touches on his mask. Putting it on his face, the hero began focusing and unfocusing his eyes, causing the lenses to open and close. With these new lenses, his eyes could focus better as he soared through the air and Flash stepped around. Yes. The boy celebrated to himself as he pumped his fist. I should go take some pics of the new costume and send them to Jameson. That'll pay for this month's rent. Since the costume was never before seen, he'd score some extra cash from the Daily Bugle. The hero then suited up, putting on the costume that he was lent, along with his black mask with adjustable lenses. After climbing out of his window, the hero began swinging around the city and taking pictures of himself with his cell phone from many different angles and with different poses. During his photo session, the hero spotted a boy wearing black and purple being chased by others who were wearing the same colors. That's that gang from yesterday. Eren thought to himself as he watched the boy seemingly run for his life. Please. I'm sorry, I don't want to be involved anymore. The young man said to his pursuers as they cornered him with spiked bats and a futuristic rifle in hand. One of the gang members approached the boy and placed his spiked bat beneath the kid's chin. He appeared to be the leader of that group and slightly older than the rest, perhaps college-aged. They each had various masks, following the same color scheme. The leader, wearing black jeans with a purple sweater and a black hockey mask, began to speak down at the boy with malice in his voice. So you think you can just betray the underground and get away with it, huh? He told him as he lightly tapped the bat on his chin. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I'm not cut out for it. The boy spoke as tears began to flow from his eyes. You know what we do to people who want out. We make an example out of them. However, if you want to not become mush, all you gotta do is pass the rest of the initiation test. The leader promised him, putting on a fake nice guy voice. Can I come too? The Phantom Spider asked him, leaning up against a wall behind the thugs with his new black and blue costume. This caused the entire group to jolt in surprise. Dashing forward, the Phantom Spider grabbed the leader by the shoulder tightly and slammed him into the wall, knocking him out instantly. His head began to tingle as one of the gang members pointed their futuristic rifle at the hero and pulled the trigger. Eren dodged the blast as it sent an energy shot past him, melting a hole in the fence next to the weeping young man. Eren's lenses widened as he witnessed the damage before quickly turning back around and webbing the gun-holding thug in the face, pulling him in closer. Once he was close, the hero kicked upward and hit the man directly in the jaw. This sent him soaring up in the air, but before he could get too high, Eren webbed him back down and slammed him onto the remaining thug, knocking them both out in one single attack. The hero then quickly turned around and glared down at the trembling young man on the ground. He approached him slowly and crouched down in front of him before speaking to him politely. Hey, man. What's this underground stuff? The hero asked, pointing backwards with his thumb. It's a gang. The young man murmured as he peeked at the unconscious bodies behind the phantom before him. Seeing this, the spider leaned over, blocking the kid's view before continuing to interrogate him. A gang. Are you with them? The hero asked, looking directly into the soul of the boy through his bug-like lenses. No. I mean, I was, but I wanted to leave. I just wanted to be cool. The boy yelled in fear. The Phantom Spider frowned. To be cool. You joined criminals to be cool. Yes. My classmates told me about them. They know I'm a pushover, so they thought it would make me more hardened if I joined. Are your classmates in the gang? The spider asked. Yes. The boy answered. Where are they? Fisk Tower, I don't know how, but they took it over. As those words left the boy's lips, the hero's heart sunk from his chest. Fisk Tower. He thought to himself. Those words shook him to his core. He never thought he'd ever have to go to that place again. Before any more words could be explained, a police officer shouted at them from the other side of the alley. Hey! Put your hands up, said the officer as he pointed his handgun at the hero and the scared wannabe thug. Scooping up the boy, the Phantom Spider web-zipped away with him in his arms and dropped him off somewhere nearby, away from the patrolling officer. He was tempted to ask the kid to continue on with the gang so he can be his informant, but he didn't want to put him in more danger. Get out of here, don't let me catch you doing some shit like this again, the hero told the scared young man. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, the young man said with his hands together before sprinting away hastily. After watching the boy run, the hero set his sights on Fisk Tower, ready to revisit the place that started it all. Chapter 19, Ultimate Godspeed. The Phantom Spider, sitting perched on a building beneath the moonlight, glared forward at Fisk Tower in front of him. The building, despite the truth, looked desolate and abandoned. The windows were completely tinted, so it was impossible for anyone to see inside. Even if he were to crawl up to them, he'd struggle to see through them. Even if he could see through the tint, climbing on the window wouldn't be very smart when it came to the whole stealth approach. Okay, Spider Drone, time to make your debut. the blue and black wearing spider whispered as he placed his school project on the ground. So glad Harry let me have custody. Now, let's see what's inside, buddy. As Eren spoke to his drone as if it were a pet, he navigated it across the street, using his phone as a screen to see through the drone's eyes. Eventually, the spider drone found a vent to enter through. It unscrewed it from the wall before tossing the vent cover to the side. Turning on its cloaking device, the drone entered the building, crawling through the vents until it eventually made it all the way inside the building. What Eren saw inside through the eyes of the spider drone was astonishing. Inside, it appeared as a nightclub would, beaming with neon lights, drowning in loud music, and filled to the brim with what seemed like hundreds of underground members. Jesus! The hero said to himself as he watched through the drone's feed. Even for him, there were way too many of them to take on at his current power level. Alright, Parker. Let's use your brain this time. A. I have no clue how many of these guys are armed. B. I have no clue what their weapons do, nor do I know how strong they are. If that fence that got melted was anything to go by, they're probably pretty powerful. As he thought to himself out loud, he could see a Roxxon truck pulling in behind the building. A uniform shipment. So they store it here. What if I can get to it? Would I power up like I did at Roxxon? It's risky, but if I could somehow sneak my way into wherever they're holding it, I could try it. Regardless, I need to stop these guys. They almost brought down that building and killed all of those people. I wish the Richards were answering my calls, but they probably have something important going on right now. It's just me this time. Having a plan set in his head, the hero returned home with his drone and looked through his closet for clothes that matched the underground's aesthetic. He wore black jeans with a black leather jacket and a purple t-shirt. Wanting to hide his identity, he wore a black hockey mask, matching the theme of the other masks that the underground members wore. With everything set, the hero once again returned to Fisk Tower and followed a group of gang members through a hidden entrance in the back. Since he looked the part, they didn't say anything to him as he took the elevator with them toward the top of the tower. Once they exited the elevator, they were met with a metal door. Knock knock knock. One of the underground members knocked and a slot opened up at the center of the door. A masked underground member peeked through, looking at all of the members before locking eyes with Eren. You three, come in. You with the hockey mask, don't move. Fuck. Eren cursed mentally, thinking his plan had already become a bust. The three underground members entered the base and the door shut once more. Looking through the slot, the guard questioned the undercover hero. Who are you? I don't recognize you. I know every person that comes in and out of this building, even with their masks. Of course. Eren muttered in his head in annoyance. Hello, I am here to join the underground. I believe my intellect would prove to be rather useful to your leader. Eren said politely, not playing the role of a gang member very well. The masked thug behind the door looked at the boy in bewilderment. He thought he was a total loser and a nerd based on the way he carried himself and spoke. Closing the slot, the guard called his boss and told them about the kid at the door and what he said. Given permission to let him in, the guard opened the door and invited Eren inside. As soon as the door opened, EDM music blasted into the boy's eardrums. Ugh. Eren groaned mentally. He hated EDM and raves in general, which was basically what Fisk's tower had become at that point. As he walked into the building, he wondered how the person in charge could have even afforded to buy and maintain the place, though his thoughts were interrupted by a different guard placing his hand on Eren's chest roughly. Hey, pal, not too fast. We're gonna take you to meet the boss. Follow me. To Eren's surprise, he would be meeting the boss much sooner than he'd thought. Well, this is gonna be easy. I should still be careful though. He thought to himself as he walked behind two massive underground guards. Now that he was actually close to the underground members, he could tell that they were all mostly his age. Even the two massive guards had the demeanor of high schoolers, they were just large for their age. He wondered what it was that made his peers turn to a life of crime until he remembered the kid he had run into early that night. Many of the kids that were there had never committed a crime in their lives, they just wanted to be a part of something cool. The underground was more than a gang, it was like a social club. The base made it obvious with the many bars, activities scattered around it, and the loud music. Whoever is running this place is manipulating these kids. The undercover hero said in his head. This fact angered him. I'm shutting this whole operation down. Tonight. Eren and his escorts eventually found themselves walking past a sort of combat training area of the facility. There were many different weapon types on display, many of which caught the hero's eye. One of the trainees, holding what appeared to be the handle of a sword with no blade, swung the hilt, causing the material to expand into a sword and destroy his target. What? That was hard as fuck. Eren's nerd brain muttered from within him upon bearing witness to the advanced technology. He soon caught himself, realizing that this is exactly how the people his age were drawn it. Regardless, he was still curious about the weapon. Excuse me. Eren said as he tapped the shoulder of one of the guards. What's that? He pointed toward the person using the retractable sword, making the guard scoff slightly. Programmable matter. See those wristbands they're wearing? Eren didn't think too much of it before, but each underground member that was using a weapon had a glowing blue wristband on. The hue was of the same color as his Godspeed energy. Interesting, that must be because of the uniform they stole. The undercover hero thought to himself. I do. Is that uniform? He asked, despite knowing the answer already. Yup. Uniform coming in contact with programmable matter allows them to mold the weapon into whatever they choose. Bats, scythes, swords. What about the guns? Eren asked, remembering the gun that nearly melted him a few moments prior. He was confident that his suit from the Richards family would protect him from it, but he still wanted to know what they were firing. The guns shoot pure, focused uniform energy or something like that. That stuff's too technical for me. The escort said plainly. Enough talking, come on. We're almost there. Pure uniform. If that's the case, my body would just absorb it since Godspeed is seemingly just me manipulating uniform energy. I wonder if I could manipulate Godspeed in a way where I could replicate Gun's blasts. A less lethal version, of course. Eren deduced to himself as he continued following the guards through the facility. Within just a couple of minutes of walking, the two guards and Eren Parker found themselves in front of Fisk's old office door. Eren's heart sank as the memories of that night began to flood into his brain. His feelings of self-regret, disgust, rage, and sorrow all began to overwhelm him momentarily. He began having flashbacks of that night, remembering the many nightmares he's had, and how he would have done things differently. However, he immediately pushed his negative thoughts to the side. The door opened and the guards shoved him into the room as if he were a piece of meat getting fed to a lion, or in this case, a lioness. The leader of the underground was a woman, wearing a black leather jacket with a purple sweater beneath it and black jeans. She wore a programmable matter mask on her face as she sat with her feet on top of a desk where the kingpins used to be. Looking at Eren through the reflection of the glass window, which had been repaired, the girl spoke. What's up, kid? I'm the Tinkerer and I run this place. What do you want? You don't seem like the type to want to join a gang based on what my men told me. She sounded young, likely around Eren's age. You're observant. Eren said. You're right, I have no interest in joining gangs usually, but I'm interested in joining for the purpose of learning more about this uniform and programmable matter stuff. I know how to make things, I'm an engineering student so I can prove myself useful to you. The girl turned her chair around, facing the boy. He could not see her face, but he could imagine the impressed look on her face due to her body language and tone of voice. So you want to be my engineer? She asked him. She felt somewhat disrespected due to the fact that he thought it was okay to walk in uninvited, but his boldness intrigued her. Correct. The undercover hero lied. Interesting. The girl whispered, contemplating whether or not she should let the boy into the gang or not. What's your name? Peter Morales. He lied with confidence. So Peter, you realize this gang is invite only, right? Do you really think I would just let some random punk kid waltz on into my headquarters unannounced and join my gang? Correct. He responded boldly. There was a brief pause as the underground leader stared at Eren from behind her metallic mask. She didn't trust him at all. If he didn't sound young, she'd have thought he was a cop of some sort. Regardless of her doubts, or perhaps because of her doubts, she instructed the two guards to take him down to the lab. Take the new kid down to the lab. She spoke into a walkie-talkie, summoning her guards to enter the room and lead Eren away. And so, the Tinkerer's men and the undercover Phantom Spider walked together into the deepest depths of Fisk Tower. As they walked, his spider sense would begin to tingle, growing in intensity as the guards spoke to the Tinkerer through their comms. He was walking into a trap, or at least, that's what the guards thought. In reality, they would be the ones trapped with him as everything was going according to plan. Eventually, they ended up finding themselves in a massive room filled with uniform and programmable matter. The uniform, still in its blue, liquid form, glowed brightly from within the large, room-sized glass tank that it was stored in. Unlike what Eren had run into at Roxxon before, this was uniform at its purest form. What he had absorbed before had Electro's energy interacting with it, which was part of the reason why his body rejected most of it, giving him an incomplete form of Godspeed. He was astonished at the amount of uniform that these guys were able to harvest in such a short amount of time, triggering him to ask more questions. How'd you guys get all of this stuff? He asked the two underground thugs. Stole it. Once we started running out, Tinkerer learned how to copy the formula and make more. One of the Tinkerer's men lectured as he approached a wall with many different programmable matter weapons and armor. Boss doesn't trust you, kid. He told the undercover hero, looking back at him as he lightly placed his hand on the uniform glass. I figured. The hero said with his hand still on the glass. He looked over at the two guards as they pointed two uniform rifles at the boy, ready to end his life and melt him to nothingness. Sorry kid, be grateful I let you see what you wanted to see before your demise. The Tinkerer's voice said through an intercom in the room. Finish him and clean him up, boys. Once you're done, find whoever he followed in here and bring them to me so I can discipline them. Eren smiled, though this grin was hidden beneath his hockey mask. This was all going according to plan nearly perfectly. He didn't expect them to try and kill him, but he knew that even if they tried to, their guns had a high chance of not working on him due to his suit. Having spoken to them about their rifles, he was then certain they'd do nothing to him due to his Godspeed energy. Now, all that was left of his plan was to try and absorb the Nuform. He'd hoped he would transform again when he came into contact with the liquid, but even if he didn't, the power in the building would be shut down. Even in his base form, he could take down the underground members one by using the darkness to his advantage. No, I'm sorry. I'm shutting the place down. As those words left Eren's mouth, the liquid Nuform within the tank began to flicker, as well as the lights and the Nuform wristbands around the guards' wrists. The lights and the music within the entire facility began to cut in and out as well. It was pretty stupid for you guys to power the entire building with Nuform and no backup. The boy said frankly as his hair and clothes began to defy gravity and float upward as if a light breeze was blowing from beneath him. The underground members were spooked, looking at the boy as if he were a monster. They began firing their Nuform rifles at the boy's body, though they did nothing but melt the disguise off of his body, revealing his new black and blue costume, along with the spider symbol that he added to it on his chest. Seeing his signature symbol immediately instilled fear into the underground members. It's Dash, one of the guards tried to speak, but his fear froze his lips. The Phantom Spider. The other guard spoke, in disbelief that the notorious vigilante was right before them. The lights in the room shut off, only being illuminated by the pure Nuform in the massive tank and the Phantom Spider's glowing silver hair. From beneath his hockey mask, they could see his now deep, glowing, ocean blue eyes glaring at them. Soon, the Nuform had been completely drained and the room, along with the rest of the building, had become completely dark. The only things visible were the Phantom Spider's glowing silver locks, his shining blue eyes, and the bright blue aura surrounding his body. The guards were still frozen with fear, being able to feel the heat resonating off of the boy's body due to his aura. The Phantom Spider then removed his hockey mask, his face still being hidden by the darkness, and replaced it with his all-black Phantom Spider mask, completing his transformation. This form, though it looked similar to the one he had achieved at Roxxon, was not the same. He couldn't tell its limitations just yet, but he could tell that he could not move as fast as he did at Roxxon. He would have to get used to the power and train it before he could achieve that. However, his body was not rejecting it this time. Before, he felt as if his body were about to burst due to the overwhelming amount of energy that was coursing through him. This time, however, that was not the case. He felt no pain at all. He felt incredible, fantastic even. He felt weightless. He felt like pure energy. The old version, the one that nearly made his body explode, was dubbed Volatile Godspeed by the boy in the past, but this new version is something much different. This is Ultimate Godspeed. Chapter 20, What is Godspeed? Informational. Hello, some people have been confused about Godspeed. Some even left rude comments calling me stupid and trying to correct me, saying that his power isn't Godspeed. What? I created it. If you asked a Godspeed-related question, do not feel targeted, you are not the only one who asked. There was really only one guy who was super rude and wrong about it, calling my book I Cancer and saying that Eren is not Godspeed, the DC character, and that he has the Speed Force. I have no clue how he jumped to that conclusion, but it is so wrong. It is not the Speed Force and he is not using DC's character of Godspeed's power. If that was the case, I would have said that in the title and the synopsis, and I would have added a DC tag. It's just not. I don't know how else to say it. Godspeed, Eren's, and the Speed Force are similar in the same way that Omni-Man and Superman are similar. They share things but they are not the same. What is Godspeed? Eren Parker has the same bioelectricity ability as Miles Morales, however, when Eren came into contact with Roxxon energy, it turned his electricity blue and allowed him to use it to flash step forward and charge his attacks with Godspeed energy. This is where it gets confusing. There are two forms, Base, Godspeed and Ultimate Godspeed. Let's start with Base, Godspeed. Base, Godspeed allows Eren to cover his limbs, only his limbs, in Godspeed energy to power his punches and kicks. This is not super speed. He is pushing off of the ground with so much power, due to Godspeed, he propels himself forward but his actions are still in real time. In this form, he can move at about let's say around 60 miles per hour, not an official calculation. Ultimate Godspeed is where things get interesting. Ultimate Godspeed is a transformation like Ultra Instinct, Dragon Ball Z, or Ninetales Chakra Mode, Naruto. Just like those two forms, he cannot just use the transformation forever, it takes a toll on his body. He will have to train it if he wants to move faster, unlock new abilities, and maintain the form, like Goku and Naruto. I know people aren't used to that since 99.9% of Marvel stories on here have the MC being overpowered immediately, but I'm not interested in that. However, if you remember his Roxanne rescue scene, you'll get an idea of what he can do when he reaches his peak. Unlike base Godspeed, this is super speed. Similarly to the Flash, he actually moves his body faster now and leaves a blue trail behind him. It is not the Speed Force, they share similar abilities but some are my own made-up ones and some are not included in mine. Speed Force is not a transformation. Ultimate Godspeed is. His appearance changes upon transforming. His hair turns silver and his eyes become a deep blue, glowing the same blue as the Nuform and his Godspeed energy. While transformed, he is not only faster, but he has access to more abilities that he can't do in his base form. I will not spoil them but you will see one in the next chapter. Feel free to ask any questions here. Of course, just don't be mean about it, I'm a sensitive boy. Chapter 21, The Phantom's Shadow. The Phantom Spider stood with both hands in fists, glaring at the two underground minions with his shining cobalt eyes. Though they were covered by his lenses, which shone brightly like two white suns. Clenching his fists, the Phantom Spider spoke to the ones who fired their weapons at him with the voice of a vengeful spirit. So y'all like shooting people, huh? The hero said maliciously as his voice vibrated due to how transformation interacted with his body. His two victims looked at him in fear, dropping their weapons and putting their hands high above their heads, surrendering to him. Please. Don't kill us. The guards whined, having heard the rumors about the Phantom Spider going out at night and killing anyone who committed a crime. This evidently wasn't true in the slightest. Slowly, the Phantom Spider pointed both of his pointer fingers forward at the two underground members as if he were mimicking a gun. The tips of his fingers began to shine brightly with small, blue orbs of Godspeed energy, reflecting blue light off of their fearful eyes. I won't kill you, but I'd be lying if I said this wouldn't hurt. The hero, with his celestial aura, told them with his ever-vibrating voice. Zap. The Phantom Spider released the Godspeed energy from his fingertips, sending two powerful discharges to the two goons' chests. Immediately, they slammed into the wall behind them and fell unconscious. The only sound that came from them was the thud of their bodies smacking the wall and the ground. Moments later, the sound of an alarm blaring could be heard, followed by the sounds of heavy footsteps stomping outside of the room. Dozens of underground thugs, all armed with various programmable matter and uniform weapons, lay in wait behind the door with their weapons aimed. The ones that weren't standing were lined up on the spiral staircase above, pointing their weapons downward into the dark abyss. The hideout was silent, the only thing that the underground members could hear were the sounds of their own anxious breaths and heartbeats. For what felt like an eternity, each member waited in anticipation behind the door. Fear. Uncertainty. Anxiety. These emotions filled the air like an airborne virus as the silence was finally broken. Tomb. The sound of a beast punching steel could be heard through the darkness, only being illuminated by the flashlights on the riflemen's guns. A single fist-shaped dent was seen in the metal door, showing just a fraction of the Phantom's strength. Tomb. Again, a fist-shaped dent was seen protruding from the other side of the door, this time the door itself moved forward, loosening itself from its hinges. A few of the underground members ran, pushing past their comrades to the side as they fled up the stairs while the others stood still in either fear or false confidence. Bang. The door was then removed from its hinges, slamming into a group of gunmen who stood in front of the door. Frozen with fear, the gunman on the spiraling staircase could do nothing but watch as a glowing figure emerged from the darkness. His shining eyes, suddenly shifting upwards and glaring at them, awakened a few of the gunmen from their trance, triggering them to begin firing at the ghost. Soon enough, all of the gang members began firing their uniform blasters at the hero, holding down their triggers until their rifles were out of energy. Click click click. They tried to keep firing, though their uniform weapons were empty. Still standing in the same spot, seemingly having taken virtually no damage, the glowing Phantom dashed up the stairs, punching and kicking each member with speedy attacks that were practically unseeable to the human eye. The ones at the top of the staircase tried to escape, but their speed was no match for the shining Phantom. Bang bang bang. Help. Help us. Please. The voices of the underground warriors were heard as they slammed on the door at the top of the staircase that led into the main area of the hideout. The people on the other side, standing at their posts, looked on with horrified expressions as their comrades continued to bang their fists on the metal door and scream for help. Soon, their cries for help turned into screams of anguish until eventually, the other side of the door was silent. Holy fuck, dude. One of the gunmen whispered to another beside him. We're all gonna fucking die. Stand your ground. He can't fight all of us. One of the gunmen proclaimed falsely, truly underestimating the strength of the Phantom Spider in his ultimate form. Tomb. Just as he did before, the Phantom punched the metal door with a Godspeed punch, driving the gang members to ready themselves. They were terrified, scared to death, but they were determined to fight. That determination, however, would prove to be nothing but a facade once the ghoul on the other side of the door showed his masked face. Tomb. Here he comes. One of the members shouted, triggering them all to point their rifles from their nests at the door with their fingers on their triggers. Bang. Immediately after the door was removed from its hinges, a hellfire of bullets rained down on the hero, though this time, he did not wait. Outrunning them, the hero sprinted forward toward the group of melee fighters, delivering a mighty electrified punch to a bat-wielding thug, knocking him out immediately. The others, holding a variety of melee weapons that included bats, whips, and swords, surrounded the hero as he stood over their comrade, all while no-form energy blasts rained down on him. What the hell? One of the gunmen whispered, ceasing his fire along with the other gunmen as they watched the hero's glowing, unmoving body standing as if their blasts were nothing more than delicate snowflakes grazing his body. Rah! One of the swordsmen shouted, swinging the hilt of a programmable matter sword that expanded into a katana at the hero. As if the world was in slow motion, the hero looked over at the swordsman, staring into his soul with his cobalt eyes as he slowly stepped forward. To the hero, he was simply strolling forward as if he was on a walk in the park, but in truth, he was truly moving at a speed that was nearly unseeable. The swordsman's swing whiffed as the hero barely leaned to the side, watching the sword slowly slice the air beside him before he kicked the swordsman in the chest. As the swordsman flew back, his sword flung upward into the air, losing its form and becoming nothing more than a clump of cubes. This was the true form of programmable matter, only taking the shape of a weapon when the user willed it while imbuing it with no form. Leaping into the air, the phantom spider grabbed the floating cubes, transforming them into a reverse-bladed katana, one where the blade was pointing away from the enemy so as to not kill them. As soon as he landed, the hero swung his reverse blade in a circle around him, immediately decommissioning all 10 melee fighters around him in an instant. Seeing this, every single other underground member dropped their weapons and began to flee in fear of the spider. Since most of them were just teens who were caught up in the wrong crowd, the hero let them flee, though he had a farewell message to them. Don't let me catch any of you kids doing anything like this again. I will find you. His mechanical, electrified voice shouted, instilling the fear of the phantom spider within most of them. Phew. The hero sighed, releasing himself from his form which was taking a massive toll on his body. It felt similar to that of a person who stayed in a sauna or hot shower for too long, but at the same time, it was sore as if he had been lifting at the gym for hours on end. I guess I'll call Yuri and tell her dash. Before he could finish his thought, one final underground member emerged from the top of her tower. Clunk. The hero could hear the sound of metal slamming into the ground beside him. He looked over, noticing the underground leader, the Tinkerer, kneeling on the ground with an embiggened programmable matter fist on the ground. The room was dark, however, the moonlight from the nearby massive window illuminated both the hero and the underground leader. She was staring directly at him, and though her face was covered, he could sense nothing but pure hatred resonating from her. You. She shouted with pure malice in her voice. You took everything from me. She bellowed at the hero, standing back up on her feet, showing off of chrome-looking programmable matter armor that covered most of her body. The underground needed to end tonight. You nearly killed countless innocent people with your no-form antics. The hero told her. He was still in his base form, but he was prepared to transform once again. He wasn't sure how, but his transformation had become innate and he was certain that he could do it again if he so willed it. I don't care about the underground. I just used them so I could become powerful enough to face you. The Tinkerer said coldly, clenching her massive metal fists to her side. Why? What, you thought it'd be fun to fight me? The hero asked. Because. As the Tinkerer spoke, she decreased the size of her metal fists to that of a normal hand. She then removed her mask, showing her face to the phantom spider. She didn't care about her identity at that point, she wanted to make sure that he knew exactly who she was. No. Eren whispered, immediately recognizing the face of the woman in front of him. Her broken expression, mirroring his on the night of his mother's death, shook him to his core. Her jet black hair had been cut into a short bob and her eyes had no light in them as they once did. She had aged since his original image of her, but he was certain that it was exactly who he was thinking. If there were any doubt, the Tinkerer's words soon would eliminate any of it. You killed my father. Her voice was quivering as she muttered those words, sending Eren into a mental spiral. The girl who haunted his dreams almost every night. The girl whose father he murdered in cold blood. The girl who he saw in that picture during that one faithful night was right in front of him, all grown up. She was standing right before him, glaring at him with hate-filled eyes, just as he did to her father, Wilson Fisk, before ending his life. Those feelings that were beginning to fade away after Eren convinced himself that he had changed, that he was not that same killer he was on that night, were all rushing back into his mind. Guilt. Fear. Grief. Self-hatred. It was all coming back to him. His shadow. His phantom. The ghost of his past. She was standing before him, reminding him of his greatest mistake. Chapter 22, The Phantom's Shadow 2. Eren Parker, the Phantom Spider, stood standing face to face with the shadow that had been following him since the night of his mother's death. Though the room was dim, only being illuminated by the moonlight behind the girl, he was certain it was her. Her face had barely changed at all, the only real difference was her now mature appearance and broken gaze. There she was, all grown up, the girl who invaded his nightmares almost every single night. The picture, the one in Fisk's office, led him to believe that the girl was just a little kid, a small girl in elementary school. Unbeknownst to him, that picture was taken 8 years prior when the girl was only 10 years old. Fisk's young adult daughter, the Phantom's shadow, flicked her wrist downward, transforming the programmable matter into a short sword. Do you know how much I've longed for this day? The girl spoke in her now frail voice, no longer being veiled by her mask's voice changer. She wanted to continue the facade, she wanted to act strong in front of her father's killer, but she could not. I'm sorry. The so-called hero spoke solemnly, he couldn't even bring himself to look at the girl as his head hung low. I understand what it's like to dash. Shut up. You don't understand a thing. The girl screamed in a fit, slashing the ground with her weapon. The self-proclaimed hero did as she asked, silencing himself. He's gone. I couldn't even see his body after what you did to him, they said he was unrecognizable. Her emotional voice was quivering as she spoke with her hand gripping her chest tightly. Every single day for 5 months, I had to watch people praise you. Calling you a hero, ignoring the fact that you killed my father. All because there was no proof, but I know there were webs in his office. The hero looked down at his wrist, at the same ones that held the webs that he used to murder her father. She was right, those webs were his, they could only be his. They likely had already dissolved by the time investigators arrived, but his men surely noticed them. So I took my father's money and I started the underground. We steal tech and make weapons so that one day I could kill you myself. Once that was done, I'd end it all. Tell me, why did you do it? Why was his life so meaningless to you? The so-called hero, still looking at the ground, hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure if this girl knew about her father's atrocities. The public didn't know and the police didn't care, in fact, many of them were in on it. If anyone were to be kept away from his secret, it would be his own daughter. Regardless, the truth had to come out. The boy opened his mouth and slowly lifted his head to face the shadow that followed him ever since that night. He killed my mother. As those words left his lips, the girl's expression immediately shifted to that of bewilderment. Those words struck her like a blow to the chest, she couldn't believe it. The boy had to be lying to her, her father was a good man. He'd never take a life. At least, that's what she thought to herself. The girl shook her head, staring forward blankly as if she were looking through the boy. No, that's not true. It's as true, said Fisk's killer. I'm sorry you had to find out the truth about your father like this. You liar. Using her programmable matter boots, the girl stepped forward at a speed that was reminiscent of Eren's while in his normal form. With intent to kill, the broken girl slashed at the hero's neck with her blade, but his agility would deny her the easy kill. Still, regardless of her attack missing her target, she continued a mixture of horizontal and vertical slashes with her chrome sword that gleamed with purple light. The boy continued to dodge as he was much too fast for her, despite holding back and staying in his normal form. Transforming her programmable matter weapon into a massive fist that nearly outgrew her entire body, the Tinkerer drew her arm back. With everything she had, the girl unleashed a powerful strike as she released a mighty roar from within her. With both hands, her father's assassin stopped the punch as he looked at her in the eyes through his buggy, white lenses. Though the girl was straining, the boy was calm and he began to speak as such. I was sitting at home and I heard the police saying my name at the front door. Though the boy spoke from his heart, the girl did not cease her attack. Using her other fist, she embiggened it using her programmable matter to make yet another gargantuan, chrome fist. With every ounce of her being, she released yet another powerful strike. With a single hand, the boy caught her other fist, not breaking eye contact with her through his mask for even a moment. With his calm voice, the boy spoke once more. I opened it, they came inside, and they told me that my mother's body was found in a landfill. The boy's masked face became damp with tears as he relived that night in his head. Though his face was hidden, the girl was able to feel his emotions. It was as if his pain was being transferred onto her. A landfill. He repeated, this time he was clearly choking up. Like garbage. He added. I later found out that her body was completely chopped up into pieces and thrown into a garbage bag. We couldn't even bury a body. The masked boy started to choke up, almost losing his ability to speak as his mother's funeral replayed in his mind. We felt that leaving her in that state was just. The boy took yet another pause as the images of his mother's mutilated body began to flash in his head again. By this point, the Tinkerer had stopped attacking him and took a few steps back as she listened to him with her chrome fists reduced to normal size. Usually, you don't bury a person's ashes, but her one wish was that she'd be buried next to my father. And so, that's what we did. We cremated her and buried her right next to my dad. As the hero said this, the girl thought of her father's funeral. They were nearly identical, mirror images of each other. Both kids, only 17 at the time, experienced losing the only parent they had left. Both stood watching as what was left of the only guardian, the only protector they had left, was slowly dropped into the ground beside their spouse that had departed the world before them. Both teens stood in the same spot, unmoving for hours, vowing to enact revenge on the one who caused their pain. "How do you know my father was the one that did it?" the Tinkerer asked, still refusing to believe that her father would even imagine doing such a thing to another person. "My mother was a reporter," the boy said. "She knew about something going on in New York, something horrific. I went through the hundreds of files on her computer and it all led to Fisk and another man who I could not identify. So, I came to your father for answers. When I got there." The boy paused his recollection, clenching his fist as his entire body tensed up before continuing. He exhaled. "When I got here, to this very place we're standing right now, I lost it." From beneath his mask, the boy's face continued to be soaked with tears as anger, self-hatred, regret, guilt, and grief began to overwhelm him. Just like when he fought Electro and relived the memory of his mother, feeling as if he were actually there, he began reliving his night at Fisk Tower. Down to every single fine detail, down to every punch, every blood splatter, every broken bone, every scream. The so-called hero relived it. Though for him, in his head, minutes had passed as he relived the memory, only a second had passed in reality. Once his mind came back to the present, the boy continued to tell her about his mistake. "Filled with rage, I attacked him and interrogated him, but he didn't give me the answers that I wanted. Just like you are now, I was bitter. I thought killing him would make me feel better, so I did it. Those webs that you found were mine. I killed Wilson Fisk." The girl's body was trembling due to her own rage and feelings of grief. In her mind, the hero still hadn't given a good reason for why he killed her father. It sounded as if he killed the man without any hard proof or evidence that he was his mother's killer. "You just killed him in a fit of anger. You didn't have any proof that it was him." The girl's chrome gloves began to glow once again as they transformed into massive fists. Before she could even start an attack, she was halted by familiar words. March 11th. As the boy said this, the girl stood frozen in her tracks. That date meant something to her, but she couldn't understand how he knew that or what it meant to him. "That's your birthday, right?" the boy asked her. She said nothing in response. Him knowing her birthday meant nothing, though the boy continued. "That was the password for his phone. Still is. I saw dozens of messages, all having photos attached to them. That's when I saw my mother. What was left of her?" The message said, "Job's done, boss," as if he were working an office job and turning in his work to a supervisor. "Where's the phone now, then? I won't believe you until I see it for myself." The boy reached into the pocket of his suit, pulling out the same cell phone that he found that night. "I've been using it as a burner for a while. I didn't want to give the cops my real number, so I used a texting app on this phone for that." The boy held up the phone, showing the all but too familiar device to the girl. He tossed it to her, and she immediately recognized the unchanged lock screen. Just as the hero told her, the phone's password was still the same, 0311. Just as the phone unlocked, the hero instructed her on what to do. "Go to the messages, you'll see it all in there," he told her. Doing as he said, she went through the messages, finding the endless sea of assassination confirmations. She was speechless. Up until then, she took everything he said with a hint of doubt in her mind, but the hard evidence was right there. "No," she said. "I don't know how or why you did this, but it's not true." The girl continued to lie to herself as a trauma response, but Eren kept going. "I'll never forgive your father, not after what he did to me. I don't expect you to forgive me, but you need to stop this. What you're doing, killing people just to get to me dash. I never killed anyone. The underground simply steals the gear we need and that's it. We don't kill," she told him. It was true, to her knowledge, no one had died from the underground's antics, but there were two massive holes in her logic. "You were ready to kill an innocent kid earlier today. If it wasn't me playing the role, a harmless kid would have been killed. He would have left me no choice. What about that office building that nearly collapsed because of the helicopter your men attacked? You nearly killed dozens of innocent people, all because of revenge. Would it have been worth it? Would those lives have been worth taking just to get to me?" The Tinkerer said nothing. He was right, she knew it, but she refused to admit it. She took things too far. If they hadn't met any sooner, she may have crossed that line just to get to him. "I don't want you to make the same mistake that I did. Please, just stop all of this before it's too late." The spider begged her. "I will stop after you're dead. I came this far, and I've come this close, I won't stop now." She was far too stubborn to give up. By this point, she knew she was in the wrong. She knew she was the villain in this scenario, they both were, but it didn't matter to her. "You can't kill me, Tinkerer. I can try. I don't want to have to fight you. I'm giving you a choice. You made some mistakes, we both did. I don't want you to get sent to Rikers for this. Eren pleaded to her one more time, but his pleas were on deaf ears. I don't care. I'm not stopping until I get what I want. The so-called hero took a deep breath, standing with his arms bent and his fists clenched as the aura of Godspeed energy began to surround his body. Once again, he entered his ultimate Godspeed form before speaking to the girl in his now static-like voice. I'm sorry. I truly am, but I can't give you what you want. I have a city to protect and you're in the way of that. This is your last chance. Without saying a word, the Tinkerer covered her entire body with programmable matter, turning her entire silhouette into a chrome version of herself. She didn't plan on giving up, not now, not after all she'd gone through. Forming a programmable matter greatsword in her right hand, the Tinkerer stood in a ready stance, cementing her decision to her father's killer. This was it. The fated battle between the Phantom Spider and the shadow that had been haunting him ever since his greatest mistake. The fated battle between the Tinkerer and the Phantom that destroyed her family. Chapter 23, The Phantom's Shadow 3. The Tinkerer, Maya Fisk, now completely covered in her chrome, full-body programmable matter armor, stood in front of her father's killer with her two enormous chrome fists. Her body shook, whether it be due to her insurmountable anger and hatred toward the so-called hero, or the blue uniform energy that was visibly coursing through her armor. Perhaps it was both, but she knew she didn't have much time before her body and uniform bracelet gave out. She was still blinded by thoughts of revenge, despite now realizing her father wasn't the man she once thought he was. No, he was a good man. This masked killer was lying to her. That's what she told herself. Why would she trust this man, this boy, this child that spoke to her with his own selfish motives? He just wanted to get out of his deserved punishment scot-free. He wasn't really sorry. No, he didn't care about Fisk, he didn't care about anyone but himself. She watched her father's killer, the Phantom Spider, standing firmly in his ultimate Godspeed form with his fists clenched tightly. He stared blankly at Maya through his glowing white lenses. Despite Maya's violent thoughts, he didn't want to harm her. He could feel his heart pounding against his chest as if it were attempting to break free from his chest due to his form increasing his heart rate drastically. His brain pulsated, feeling as if it were about to burst out of his skull as his mind raced with a million thoughts and emotions per second. Regret, anguish, and self-hatred were all still there for the boy. They never left. His muscles felt as if they were engulfed in hell's flames and were about to tear from his bones if he were to take another step forward. He didn't have much time left in this new form, it had only been a few minutes, but his body wouldn't be able to continue much longer. He gave the Tinkerer his final words with his ever-vibrating voice. Last chance. Give this up, Tinkerer. The murderer tried his best to plead his case to the girl. She didn't care. She wasn't hearing any of it. All that mattered to her was finally avenging her father, finally ending this cycle of pain, of hatred. Though it wouldn't end. It never would. Not in the way she'd hoped. Killing her father's killer would do nothing but continue the cycle, but her furious gaze at the men who killed Fisk blinded her. And so, ignoring his words, Maya Fisk, the Tinkerer, boosted forward using her uniform-infused armor at a speed that was reminiscent of the so-called hero's, reeling her arm back in preparation to knock his head off with her oversized fist. The assassin dodged, the dodge looked low effort but her speed did surprise him. This speed. He thought to himself as his body continued to ache. His reflection, his shadow that has been haunting him for half a year, was even more like him than he thought. It made sense, Godspeed was uniform, though it was an organic version that he generated from his body. Due to her armor being infused with it, she could move just as fast as he would when he wasn't in his ultimate state. Maya grunted as her punch whiffed past his face, she put her all into it, and her body ached as the uniform-infused programmable matter was already beginning to take a toll on her body. She knew she couldn't keep it up for long, despite training for this moment, so she quickly threw another punch, this time with her opposite fist. Rah! She let out a war cry as her fist just barely whiffed past the murderous spider's face. His speed was incredible, it was as if he could see the attack before it came out, dodging away from where the attack would land upon seeing it come out. You can't win, Tinkerer. Please, stop this. Once again, the killer tried to beg her to stop, but his words meant nothing. The nerve of him. Begging her to stop as if he didn't ignore her father's screams all those months prior as he reduced the man's face into an unrecognizable mess. It was pathetic. His words did nothing but anger her further as she began pouring more uniform energy into her programmable matter armor recklessly. She threw yet another punch, this one was faster, barely grazing past the boy's face. Her arm was in such pain as the punch whiffed past her father's killer, but she didn't care. Up. Once again, yet another punch was thrown with another scream, flying past her father's murderer by just a few inches. As the Tinkerer's fist flew past the spider's face, she turned her palm to face him, revealing a repulsor that she had formed using her programmable matter, one similar to that of Tony Stark. In an instant, there was a bright flash, and a beam of energy shot from her hand at a speed that was even unreactable to the speedy spider himself. The lenses on the killer's mask widened as the beam struck him in the face, causing him to fly backward and crash into a wall behind him. The Tinkerer stood in the same spot with her palm still facing the hole in the wall that the self-proclaimed hero's body had created as the repulsor began to dim. That was the greatness of programmable matter, it could be used to create any weapon that the user imagined. Though he had the ability to absorb Nuform energy, this attack reacted with the boy's nearly overexerted body, giving him the feeling as if he were about to explode. Lying in the rubble, he returned back into his normal self, no longer having his ultimate form's blue glow. I can't keep this up. I'm going to kill myself if I try to maintain that form any longer. He told himself as he rose from the dust and debris, this time without his glow. I can beat him. The Tinkerer was confident that she was doing damage to the killer herself, noticing that he was now in a lesser state. However, this was truly the mark of the killer having enough of holding back. He knew that he couldn't just keep dodging forever, especially not now with his reduced speed, so he attacked. In a flash, Fisk's killer stepped in front of the girl, startling her due to the speed still being impressive in his standard form, before sending a powerful Godspeed-infused punch to the side of her armored body. The resounding sound of his fist slamming into her armor echoed through the room, it was so powerful. Despite the intensity of the punch, the Tinkerer held her footing, only sliding back a few inches in response to the attack. It hurt, the pain was so intense. She wanted to tumble, curl into a ball, and weep due to the excruciating pain, but she endured it all. The spider's lenses squinted as he watched the girl give no reaction to his strike. Only hesitating for a brief moment, the assassin stepped to the side before delivering a powerful punch to her liver, once again causing the sound of metal clashing with his fist to echo throughout the room. Yet again, the pain nearly overwhelmed her. Though the thoughts of her father kept her going. Blindly, she swung her fist behind her in an attempt to hit the murderous arachnid, but her arm connected with nothing as he flash-stepped away to a safe distance. The murderer was breathing heavily as the overuse of new form was still affecting him. Breathlessly, he spoke to the girl. You're not hitting me again. Give up or I'll have to bust through that armor. Hearing the fiend say this did nothing more than make the Tinkerer scoff in amusement. You're saying this because you're fatigued, if you could break my armor, you'd have done it. As she shouted this proclamation, Maya dashed forward, sending a punch with her giant fist once again toward the killer. Again, he dodged to the side and punched her in the torso, though most of the damage was prevented due to her armor once more. Realizing doing the same thing over and over wasn't going to work, the Tinkerer transformed the fist in her right hand into a chrome, programmable matter greatsword, one of such length that it was larger than her entire body. The spider's lenses squinted upon seeing the massive weapon form in front of him before the Tinkerer swung the mighty weapon with great speed, aiming straight for his neck. The boy dodged backward, allowing the blade to narrowly pass his face, along with the sound of the blade cutting the air. Despite the blade's size, the Tinkerer moved it as if it were weightless, continuing to swing her blade at her father's killer at an incredible speed. As if the weapon were a mere extension of herself, the orphan gang leader danced with the massive blade, sending a barrage of lethal slashes that nearly cut the arachnid assassin. Fisk's killer knew that striking her armor wasn't going to work. If he were to not hold back and use his full strength, he knew could damage it, but he could also kill the girl, and this was not an option for him. He knew that he needed to remove the armor somehow. As he dodged and weaved the deadly attacks from her greatsword, he noticed something, her Nuform bracelet, glowing brightly on her dominant wrist. He wasn't certain, but destroying the bracelet would likely disarm her, allowing him to apprehend her without having to resort to delivering her the same fate as her father. Growing frustrated, the Tinkerer released a wild, wide swing with her sword, leaving her open for a counterattack for just a brief fraction of a second. This small moment was all that the killer needed to end this battle for good. Seeing his chance, the phantom spider ducked beneath the blade, narrowly avoiding a horizontal strike from the Tinkerer's greatsword before grabbing her wrist and using all of his strength to crush the bracelet. The sound of the glass bracelet shattering was soon followed by the sound of an explosion, one that sent the Tinkerer flying backward as her chrome, full-body armor began to inform from around her. Without the protection of her armor, Maya's head struck a nearby wall, rendering her unconscious in an instant. When she opened her eyes, she found herself atop Fisk Tower, webbed with her arms behind her back. She tried to move, but she was restrained to a pipe on the roof and couldn't break loose due to the strength of the webbing. In front of her, the phantom spider was seen crouched down at the edge of the tower, looking down at the spot where Fisk's lifeless corpse once lay, reminiscing his past actions. Hearing Maya groan, the boy turned around. As the two made eye contact, she could see the lenses on his face relax. "You're awake," he said as he slowly walked over to the girl and crouched down in front of her. As Maya uselessly tried to break free from her restraints once more, she looked down at her body, noticing that her armor was completely removed. "That programmable matter stuff is gone. The police are down there and sadly I had to turn it all into Yuri, the police chief," the boy told her. "What happened?" Maya asked, barely being able to speak through her raging headache. "The armor exploded. Sorry, when I crushed your bracelet, it sort of caused a reaction. The police responded to the explosion and showed up pretty quickly, but I told them you got away. Maya frowned, seemingly offended by the so-called hero speaking to her so calmly and admitting to lying on her behalf. Why? Because I want to give you one last chance, Maya. Hearing her name come from his mouth surprised her momentarily, though the boy continued to speak. Tell me that you're done with all of this underground stuff. Tell me that you're done chasing me and I'll let you go, Maya. There was a silence. The only thing that was heard was the police helicopter searching for her in the distance. Without looking up, Maya Fisk spoke with malice in her defeated voice. I don't want anything from you. I'd rather die. I'll jump off this building before I forgive you. Though she tried to hold them back to save face, tears began to fall from her face as she realized the weight of the situation. She had lost. She didn't stand a chance against him, she knew that now. Everything she had built up for the last half a year was for nothing. She wondered if she had won, would she feel satisfied, though she remembered his words from before their battle. She knew that she was in the wrong, they both were. There was no hero in their story, only two bitter children who had everything stripped away from them. Despite only one of them achieving their goal of gaining revenge, both ended this story discontented. I understand, Maya. I wouldn't forgive me either if I were you. I haven't forgiven your father and I probably never will. I'm not asking for you to forgive me, that would be selfish. You're a brilliant girl, Maya. You invented a form of matter that can adapt to the mind and body of the person holding it. I hope one day you use that brilliant mind for something far greater than revenge. You can stop the thing that happened to us from happening to anyone else. Saying this only reinforced the idea that the two teens were mere reflections of the other, two geniuses who lost everything, using their brilliance to enact vengeance on those who wronged them. It was, however, ironic that her father's killer was telling her these words. Once again, she thought he was pathetic and a hypocrite. You really expect me to become a goody two-shoes after all this? It's too late for that, said Fisk's daughter, still looking at the ground in front of her. The masked boy shook his head. It's not. You can put your mistakes behind you and continue on a new path. We both can. As the spider said this, he realized that this was something he wasn't able to do himself, but something he needed to do as well. Maya said nothing in response to his advice, she just continued to stare at the ground with a tearful frown. Realizing his words weren't doing much, or at least, that's how it seemed, the boy began unbinding the girl from her restraints. Well, I'll take you down to Yuri. With nothing else to say, the once vengeful phantom finished untying the girl and brought her to the authorities beneath Fisk Tower. Eren Parker watched as Maya Fisk was escorted away in the back of a police squad car, unable to even bear looking at him as she pulled off. As her car disappeared in the distance, the boy stood in the same spot, unmoving for a few minutes. After a while, he slingshot himself in the air and began swinging through the city. As he swung, he monologued to himself internally. I told Maya that what she needed to do was put the past and her mistakes behind her. Saying this, I realized that I myself needed to do the same. I need to move past this period of my life and begin anew. I've been thinking about this for some time and I think the Phantom Spider should die tonight, along with his mistakes and his past. I named myself the Phantom Spider because I wanted to seem otherworldly to those whom I saw as not as gifted as I was. I gave myself this symbol, this insignia because I wanted people to fear me. I wanted to be the bully this time. I abused my power back then, but now I've changed. I don't want to be feared anymore. I don't want to create another Tinkerer because of my actions. This whole time after Electro, I tried to convince myself that I was a hero, but as Maya told me, it was a facade. If I want to truly be a hero, I need to alter what I stand for. A hero's symbol shouldn't bring fear. Or anxiety. Or dread. No, a hero themselves should be the symbol. One of peace. A symbol of hope. A symbol that people should look up to, not fear or despise. I was the Phantom Spider. But that isn't who I am anymore. I am no shadow. I am no ghost. I am no specter or spirit. I am no phantom. I am nothing more than a mortal man, a mortal just like everyone else that I want to protect. I am Spider-Man. Chapter 24, Risks. Knock knock knock. 3 knocks on Dr. Connors's classroom door interrupted the scientist as he was reading through a book on stem cells. Who could that be? The doctor thought to himself as he began walking toward the door. It was the end of the school day and there was no after-school program that day, so there was no reason for anyone to bother him at that time of day. Soon enough, he opened the door with his single arm and smiled slightly upon seeing his star student, Eren Parker. Eren, what brings you here? The doctor asked. The young undercover hero rubbed the back of his head shyly before giving his reasoning for intruding. Sorry, I think I left my textbook in here. The young man said. Dr. Connors did notice someone left their book, so he kept it at his desk in case that person returned later that day. Ah, yes. Connors said. I have it on my desk. Come on in. Dr. Connors held the door open, letting the boy inside and leading him over toward the teacher's now messy desk. There were vials filled with unknown substances and notebooks scattered all around it, along with open science books and his laptop. "Something on your mind?" "It's not like you to forget things," said the doctor as he grabbed the textbook from his messy desk. Realizing he was just read like a book, Eren confessed. "Yeah, it's nothing too important, I was just really lost in thought." As the book exchanged hands, Dr. Connors chuckled. "Is it girl problems? I noticed your girlfriend wasn't there waiting for you today." Eren was taken aback by this observation. Girlfriend, he thought. Did he mean Cindy? Do we look like a couple? What do you mean? Eren asked. That girl that waits for you after class and after school. She'd give you a hug and you'd walk together. Connors said. Eren raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. You stalking me, Dr. Connors? Eren questioned jokingly. Connors laughed, shaking his head and denying the boy's claims of being a stalker. No. It's just I've never seen you smile like that before. It seems she's really the only one who has the kind of ability to make that happen. Usually, you just frown all day and look like you're about to fall asleep. Huh. Eren thought. So it's that obvious, huh? You're observant. Eren said shyly. He didn't really like the fact that Cindy's hold over him was so obvious. First, it was Harry, then it was his teacher. He wondered who else knew. He also wondered if it was obvious to Cindy that he was basically head over heels for her. Well, I shouldn't say this, but you're one of my favorite students, Parker. Strangely, I see a lot of myself in you. Which is often why I would push you to really apply yourself sometimes. Connors admitted. I'm glad you did. Thank you for that, Dr. Connors. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have joined the program. As these words left the boy's mouth, he thought to himself about his other half. I wouldn't have gotten bitten either. I wouldn't have become the Phantom Spider. I wouldn't have become Spider-Man. Eren continued. I wouldn't have met my best friend, Harry. I wouldn't have gotten into ESU. I wouldn't have had the confidence to ask Cindy on a date. Eren then stopped himself, thinking again about how that one small event, that spider bite, changed his life in so many ways. With an eyebrow raised, the one-armed doctor teased his student. So Cindy is her name, huh? Yeah, it's Cindy. Eren said with the smallest of smiles as he confessed. But I ruined things between us, I think. I've been busy, too busy to really give her the attention she needs from me. I also have, let's say, another side to myself that I am afraid she won't like on top of that. Girls are confusing. I can't tell if she's just upset or hates me or is it something else. I don't know what to do. Eren looked at the ground sadly, gripping his textbook as the doctor watched from his work desk. Messing with a green vial, the doctor began telling the boy about his own girl troubles of the past. You know, Parker, I met my wife in high school. Connors's face was filled with nostalgia as he reminisced about the past. It was true, he met Martha, his wife, when they were just teenagers. Like Eren, he had conflicting thoughts on what he should do about his feelings. Is that so? Eren said. Yes. I was scared to death to make the first move. I came up with all kinds of excuses like being too busy with school and clubs. I also planned on joining the army as a surgeon. I knew I wanted to save lives directly on the battlefield. I was afraid that if we were together and I were to die out there, she would be devastated. I didn't want her to get hurt like that. She actually came to me first and asked me why I didn't ask her to be my girlfriend yet. Girls didn't do that type of thing back then, it was very bold of her. Eren could see how happy Connors's wife made him purely off of the look on his face as he spoke about her. Pouring a clear liquid into one of the green vials, the doctor began to stir the substance as he continued speaking. However, I kept turning her down for years. Eventually, she convinced me to be with her a year before my deployment. We were together that entire year and then I was later deployed directly onto the battlefield, just as I had wanted. After a couple of years, I was working on a patient and then. As Connors watched the reaction in the vial, he grabbed his shoulder that was now missing an arm, staring down at the mixture sadly. It soon began to bubble up intensely and the doctor quickly transferred it over the contaminant bin to avoid making a mess. An IED blew up the tent, taking my right arm with it. When I came back home, I expected her to leave and go be with the completeman once she saw that I was now handicapped, but I was wrong. When she first saw me she sprinted at me and hugged me as if I was no different. We got married soon after. Connor smiled with his hand on his shoulder again as the bubbling serum began to calm down. Based on the doctor's warm smile, Eren could tell that the man truly loved his wife and she must have loved him equally as much. He wondered if when he was older, would he and Cindy be like them? Those thoughts soon waned as he realized he was getting ahead of himself. My point is, Eren. You can't just push a good woman away because you're scared. If I hadn't agreed to let her in my life, who knows where I'd be right now. Eren was stunned upon hearing Dr. Connors's backstory as he realized that the two of them were so similar. Being in the military and being afraid of not being there for his wife was the same as how Eren felt about being a hero and not being there for Cindy. That girl, Cindy, you said her name was. She looks at you the same way my wife used to look at me when we were young. That's why I was so invested. You two reminded me of those times. Connors began pouring the mixture into a syringe, staring at it intensively as he continued to speak. Ah, sorry for probing, it's your personal life. No, Dr. Connors, I think you might be right. I have the same exact feelings as you did back then. Eren admitted, staring at the green syringe in an attempt to figure out what was inside of it. Dr. Connors put down the syringe and reached over toward Eren, resting his one arm on Eren's shoulder before giving him one last piece of advice. Everything you do is a risk. Not doing anything is also a risk. Which risk will you choose, Parker? Connors gave him this hypothetical question to think about, though he was not expecting a real answer from the boy. Eren began to speak, but Connors quickly interrupted him. Don't answer now. Just remember what I said. All right, said Dr. Connors, his hand still on the boy's shoulder. Right. Eren answered, redirecting his gaze back at the green vial. What's in there? He asked. Just some reptilian DNA. Connors said dismissively. Quickly, Eren was able to piece together what it was. Based on how many vials there were in the many papers, books, and files scattered around, he knew it was something he was rather obsessed with. He wanted to look into reptiles' regenerative abilities. I'm sorry if this seems insensitive or rude, but is it for yourself? Eren asked. Your arm. He added. Connors nodded. Nothing gets past you, Parker, he said. My 20-year research has led to nothing, sadly. But I refuse to give up. We share enough DNA with reptiles that I am sure we can somehow inherit their regenerative ability. I can be whole again. This confused Eren. Connors spoke about how his wife accepted him for who he was now, however, Connors couldn't accept himself. It was sad to see, the man was clearly still dissatisfied despite the front he put on. His wife still loved him, but part of those insecure, negative thoughts from before still resided within him. I want to help, said the young man, though Connors was skeptical. Aren't you a little busy for that, Parker? According to you at least. The doctor asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise that Eren would offer his time like that. Yeah, I'll be fine. As Eren said this, he received a notification on his phone. His eyes widened and he quickly dismissed himself. Any day that is not today, because I really need to go now, see you tomorrow. The boy then sprinted out of the classroom with a sense of urgency, leaving Dr. Connors before he could even get a chance to respond. What a peculiar kid. Connors said to himself, chuckling slightly before continuing on with his research. Chapter 25, Friendly Neighborhood Hero. Grief. Misery. Anguish. Loss. Failure. Hopelessness. A nameless boy, one with reddish, sepia skin and tight curly hair, looked down at the hundreds of people walking by beneath him in the lively New York streets. He envied them, but at the same time, he couldn't help but turn that envy into disdain for them. Those people, they didn't care about him, he thought. No one did. When he was getting bullied by the kids at school, these same people would walk by without batting an eye. When he lost his mother, none of these people would care enough to feel any sort of sympathy for him. What was the point of life? He wondered. Is there truly a purpose? We live and we die and then? Then what? Heaven? Hell? Reincarnation? Nothing. He didn't care. Whatever it was far better than whatever this life on Earth was considered. The boy inched closer to the ledge, his toes hung over the metal edge, pointing toward his final destination. All he needed was one final push. He took a deep breath and began building up the courage to take one final step to his end. Goodbye. He whispered as he began letting his body fall forward. However, his body was suddenly stopped by an unknown force. He opened his eyes to find a blue and black glove on his shoulder. He turned his head to see a spider's emblem in front of his face. Looking up, he was met by the masked face of the arachnid hero. Sorry I didn't get here sooner. The blue and black wearing hero said softly, pulling the boy back and removing him from the edge. The hero didn't really know what else to say. He didn't have the emotional intelligence for a situation like this, but he knew he couldn't just let the boy fall. The boy was confused, looking at the hero with a disconnected gaze. Why, he asked. Why didn't you let me fall? I finally had the strength to do it, and you stopped me. The black-masked hero was muted by these words. They weren't appreciative of him, they were angry, they were bitter. What's your name? The hero asked the young man. The boy was clearly surprised by this. Usually, the heroes didn't care about the little guy, they really only cared about grander problems like universal beings or their playboy billionaire image. In fact, this was the boy's first time seeing one up close. "My name is Cameron. My friends call me Cam," he answered. Eren smiled softly under his mask before giving the boy his name in return. "Hello, Cam. My name is Spider-Man," he said in return, extending his hand out to offer a handshake to the boy, though this invitation was not accepted. The boy looked confused once again. "Spider-Man? I thought you were just the Phantom Spider in a new costume or something." Spider-Man shook his head, laughing slightly. What the boy said was true, but false at the same time. The Phantom Spider is gone. I'm taking his place. He did some not-so-good things, so I am here to atone for that. "Oh," Cam whispered, averting his gaze back down to the pavement hundreds of feet below him. "Why are you up here, Cam?" Spider-Man questioned in a half-friendly, half-stern tone. The lenses on his mask emulated the worried expression on his face beneath it. "Isn't it obvious? I wanted to jump." The boy responded impatiently. "But why?" Spider-Man asked again. He knew the boy wanted to jump, but he wanted to know what brought him to want to end it all. "I just learned that I'm dying. My mom died from a genetic disease, and I just found out I have it too. I have no idea how long I have left to live. I'm failing all of my classes. I'm depressed. The bullying is only getting worse. I'm the only one who looks like me in most of my classes. It's been hard to make friends. Music has been my secret passion for a while, but they found where I posted my stuff and now they make fun of me for that too. I've just had enough. I'm a failure, my music sucks, and I'm alone. If I'm going to die, I'd rather die on my own terms." Eren could relate to a lot of what the boy was going through, feeling outcast, being bullied, and losing a maternal figure. It was a lot to deal with at a young age. "I see. I understand what you're feeling, but the hero tried his best to show empathy for the boy, but he couldn't get through to him and the boy interrupted him. "No. You'd have no clue what I'm going through, Spider-Man. Guys like you never have to struggle a day in their lives." Spider-Man stood in the same spot without saying a word. He didn't know how he could convince the kid that he truly did understand him. However, Eren soon had an idea. He began lifting his mask, revealing half of his young, solemn, brown face to the boy, showing that they were more similar than he'd thought. "I do, actually," he whispered. "I know how it feels to be bullied and to be an outcast. I know how it feels to lose a mother too. My mom died not too long ago." Cameron looked on with wide eyes, saying nothing. This was the first time he'd seen a hero who looked like him and was seemingly around the same age. It was shocking, but at the same time, comforting. "Cam, I'm not qualified to help you. I'm just a kid like you, we might even go to the same school." The hero paused. As he tried to speak, his mind raced at 1,000,000 miles per hour in an attempt to come up with the right things to say. Despite his silence, Cameron was the one to speak. "We went through the same things, but we aren't the same," Cameron said sadly. "I'm just a boy, not a Superman," he told the hero as he sat down on the ground holding back tears. "I can't fight. I can't shoot webs. I can't fly. I'm not a billionaire. I'm just a kid." Spider-Man knelt down, putting himself on the boy's level before speaking to him softly. "Not true. I'm just a boy who can run fast and climb walls. Like you, I have moments of weakness. I have moments of vulnerability. I fail every day, I cry sometimes too. Being a Superman doesn't change that. These abilities aren't my real powers." Spider-Man grabbed the boy's shoulder, fetching his attention before the hero pointed at his own head. "My real powers are up here, Cam." The boy then pointed to his chest, right at his new spider symbol. "Here too. This is true for us both." Cam sniffled, saying nothing as he thought about what Spider-Man told him. Spider-Man, still comforting the boy, continued speaking. "You make music, right? That's something I couldn't even dream of doing. I want to hear it. But it's bad," the boy said, wiping tears from his face. He looked up at the spider as the boy beneath the mask smiled and his lenses relaxed softly. "No, it's not. No music is bad, well. Unless it's country music." Spider-Man joked. The boy laughed, revealing a smile to the hero for the first time. Eren was relieved as this signaled that the boy was at least growing more comfortable. "No. I want to be a movie composer, so I make orchestral stuff. Orchestral music is fire, I love it. Come on, let's hear it." "I don't know," Cameron said reluctantly. He wondered if, like everyone else, would the hero make fun of him. "Everything you do is a risk. Not doing anything is also a risk. Which risk will you choose?" "That's what my teacher told me. Don't be afraid to show your stuff to the world, man. Spider-Man told him, giving the boy the final push he needed. Cameron nodded and the two sat side by side as the boy pulled out his phone and put one earbud in his right ear. He handed the other over to Spider-Man, and the hero lifted his mask further to reveal a single ear, placing the earbud inside it. The boy was nervous at first, looking over at the hero with an uncertain glare. Spider-Man nodded. "Go on," he said, and the boy played the song. "I haven't released this one yet, but it's my most recent one," Cameron said nervously. His inner voice was praying that Spider-Man wouldn't be too harsh on him. The song started off slowly as heavenly, yet solemn, high-pitched strings grew louder. Those strings were accompanied by a faint sound of what sounded like angels humming. Soon, those high-pitched strings were replaced with louder, booming, lower-pitched ones. The feeling that these sounds evoked was that of bittersweetness, as if the person had experienced loss, though they tried to remain hopeful through it all. Soon, the sweetness faded, leaving only the bitterness as the low-pitched strings became soberer over time. Soon, a soft brass could be heard like a warm breeze blowing past the two listeners as the feeling of hopefulness began to envelop the boys, but just as they felt hopeful, the tone shifted back to helplessness again. Eren was mesmerized. The song spoke to him in many ways as if it were made for him. In the beginning, there were feelings of loss, followed by the sounds of the strings going through a long period of grief. Each time the song began to feel hopeful, it returned to being somber again. It was depressing. All the hero could think about was his mother during that long moment and what he did after her death. However, this changed when the final phase of the song began to play. Soon, the high-pitched, hopeful strings from the beginning returned, followed by the humming angels once again letting their voices be heard, growing louder as the two boys began to feel more hopeful by the second. Once again, Cameron was smiling and his eyes lit up as he watched a grin form on the hero's face and tears begin to fall from one of his eyes. The song, though it lacked words, truly spoke to the young hero. Shortly, drums began to boom in the background, picking up in intensity with each collision as the sounds of horns accompanied them. Each sound culminated, playing the same three notes, increasing in intensity with each repetition. The drums bellowed loudly, the exhilarating, angelic voices sung, and the brass descanted out to them. The two boys felt like could fly, like they were soaring victoriously through the sky as each instrument continued to speak to them until everything came to a halt. What an experience, Spider-Man thought. No song had ever spoken to him in such a way before. That song told a story. The story of a boy, one who lost everything, one who nearly gave up. That boy, through the pain, through the hardship, found his light and pushed through darkness, and emerged stronger than ever before. This was the story of Cameron Elfman. The tale of Eren Parker. The legend of Spider-Man. The parable of mankind. This wasn't just a song representing the hero. No, it was representing everyone. The people of New York. The little guys. The two boys sat there silently as Cameron watched the hero continue to look forward with a smile on his face. "What do you call that one?" Eren asked, smiling softly as he gazed at the cityscape in front of him. "I didn't have a name. When I wrote the song, I didn't understand what I was trying to tell myself when I created it. I now understand it, thanks to you, Spider-Man." The boys paused. "That's it. That's what I'll call it. Spider-Man," he whispered. "Is that okay?" "It's an honor," Spider-Man said. "How about this? Let's make a music video for this song. There hasn't really been any clear footage of my new costume yet, so how about it?" And so, the two boys spent the rest of the day recording the hero swinging through the air with the Spider-Man theme playing in the background. The video started off slowly with the hero swinging through the air as if he were searching for something, slowly shifting to that of a confident hero as he began zipping through the air, past the camera, doing flips and spins as if he didn't have a worry in the world. In the end, Spider-Man and Cameron were both standing next to each other. Holding the camera in one hand, Spider-Man spoke to the would-be audience. He knew that the world would be watching once the footage was uploaded, so he knew his message would be heard. "Hello everyone, this is your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here and this is my friend Cam. He's the greatest songwriter I've ever met and we have a message for everyone out there. There are people out there like Cam and me who are treated differently because of what they look like, how they speak, the type of music they like, how they dress, what they identify as, who they're attracted to, and the list goes on. I just want to say that if you're one of those people who treat others in a way that you wouldn't want to be treated based on who they choose to be, we don't fuck with you. If you have a problem with people like us, then I have a problem with you. That's all. Stay in school, kids." Spider-Man shut off the camera and looked toward Cameron. That face that he had back when he was ready to end it all had vanished. He had found his purpose, all he needed was someone who would listen. "Thank you, Spider-Man," the boy said. "No problem. And thank you, Cam. Seriously, thank you. I learned a lot today," Spider-Man told the boy as he handed his camera back to him. "Oh, one more thing. Do you have a pencil and paper?" Yeah, said the boy as he began digging through his backpack for what the hero requested. He handed his notebook and a pencil to the hero and he began jotting something down. Here, this is my number. If you ever feel down like you did today, call me and I'll come running. Even if all you want to do is say hi, I'll answer. All right. You're not alone. Got it. Cameron said. Thank you, again. And with that, the two parted ways. Cameron watched as the hero swung away into the cityscape until he was nothing more than a speck in the distance. Cameron smiled, he was thankful for the hero. He was grateful that Spider-Man was there to stop him from meeting his premature end. Chapter 26, Padlock. 2 knocks on her bedroom window went unnoticed by Cindy Moon as she lay on her bed, scrolling through social media and listening to music through her headphones. Her scrolling was soon interrupted by a notification from Eren, though she immediately swiped it away, ignoring him. Her feelings toward him had grown more complex than usual. They'd been friends for years, though their friendship was starting to feel more one-sided as it progressed. This one-sidedness felt as if it had doubled within the last half-year. Even as children, she knew that Eren was a closed-off person, and for years, Cindy invited him to open up to her, to vent his problems and speak about his feelings, but he rejected the many attempts. When his mother died, he disappeared for months to grieve. She felt horrible when he didn't speak to her during that time. She was scared, she felt useless. She wanted to help him but she couldn't. This long absence didn't anger her at all, since it was understandable that such a traumatic event could require some time alone. She was only upset at herself for not being a good enough friend to be someone to turn to. However, him standing her up on their date and disappearing without a word or good excuse was the final straw for her. Speaking to Harry and thinking about the situation for herself, she could acknowledge that she was reacting in a selfish manner. Still, at the same time, she was sick of being left in the dark. It felt as if she was being lied to and she felt as if he didn't view her as a true friend, let alone anything more than friends. She knew he was hiding something but couldn't figure out what it was. Regardless, she didn't care anymore. If he wanted to keep hiding, to keep running, he could do it in the opposite direction. Once again, Eren sent her a text message, this time actually stopping Cindy from continuing to scroll through her social media feed as she read it. Eren, I'm at your window. Please let me talk to you. Cindy frowned at her phone before turning her body to look at the window. She had a curtain covering it, but she could see his silhouette from the other side. Seriously? Cindy muttered, staring at the window with a look of contempt. Please open the window. Eren thought to himself, standing out in the cold, New York air wearing his everyday clothes. He knew that showing up at her house uninvited wasn't the best idea, but it was the only thing he could come up with as he wasn't experienced with any sort of girl problems before. After a few long, agonizing seconds, Cindy moved the curtain, meeting Eren face to face through the other side of the glass window. Eren waved at her awkwardly, though she continued to stare at him with a blank stare and furrowed eyebrows that showed him that she was not delighted to see him in the slightest. Eren then put his hands together as if he were begging her to open it, prompting her to roll her eyes and unlock the window. What? She said coldly as she opened the door, allowing the chilling New York air to infiltrate her space and wrap her body in its coldness. I want to apologize for my past actions. The boy answered with a sincere, low voice. A voice that was nearly low enough to become a whisper. Cindy was perplexed, prompting her to respond to his answer with a hushed, yet assertive voice. So you climbed my fire escape and knocked on my window like we're in a shoujo manga. Cindy was still visibly displeased. The nerve of him, she thought, to just show up there uninvited as if that were going to magically fix the rift between them. Yes. Eren replied plainly. I'm bad at this. Harry's advice was even worse. This is the best I could come up with, just please hear me out. Cindy thought about his request for a few seconds, watching him shiver as he stood on the fire escape with his arms crossed. Hurry up then, it's cold. She replied. She wasn't going to let him in, but she would at least let him say what he had to say. He's stubborn, she knew this, so she knew he wouldn't give up if she told him to leave. Okay. The boy inhaled slowly before releasing that same long breath outward. His heart was racing, he'd never opened up to anyone in the way that he had planned on doing at this exact moment and her potential reaction terrified him. I have a lot of problems, Cindy. I really do. Eren admitted. Cindy was surprised, but she nodded in agreeance, still staring at him with her fake unforgiving gaze. Ever since I was a child, I haven't been able to really express how I feel or tell people things about my life and stuff. Even when we first met, I was already shut down after what happened with my dad. Eren paused, it was hard for him to speak on such matters even after all those years. Regardless of that fact, he kept going, putting a determined expression on his face. I never learned how to talk about these things. I hated when people would worry about me and I'm afraid of losing people. That's why I push you and Harry away all the time. I'm afraid to let you guys be involved with me. Involved with you? Cindy asked. Eren was afraid of what would happen if Spider-Man and Eren Parker were to one day no longer be two separate men, having their lives converge into one. He wondered how that would affect both separate lives. Can Spider-Man allow Eren to give Cindy Moon the attention and time she needs? Can Eren Parker allow Spider-Man to give the city of New York the protection and hope that it needs? Can she love a murderer? What if his enemies found out? Would they hurt his friends? Of course, those were merely thoughts in his head. He couldn't tell her about being Spider-Man just yet. Eren nodded and opted to explain his feelings in a way that was truthful while avoiding the superhuman aspects of that same truth. I feel like everyone I love gets hurt. Whether it be emotionally, like what I've done to you and maybe even Harry to an extent, or physically, like my parents no longer being here. I can't help but blame myself for it. I'm afraid. Cindy was beginning to understand him. For the last few days, she thought he was the one being selfish, but in reality, it was her. It wasn't her fault for acting selfishly. She hadn't really had the opportunity to understand him since he kept everything locked inside. Her once upset expression had then transformed into that of empathy as she spoke. That wasn't your fault, Eren. There's nothing you could have done. Though to her, it was true that there was nothing he could have done to save his parents, Eren thought otherwise. Ever since he was a child, he'd wished he was smart enough to notice that his father was sick before the disease became untreatable, despite there being no warning signs. When it came to his mother, he wished that he was there to stop her murder from happening, despite there being no possible way for him to foresee the murder. Eren nodded regardless of his own negative thoughts. Though he did blame himself still, he was beginning to accept that there was nothing he could have done. I've done a lot of self-discovery and self-reflection recently and I no longer have that fear of loss, or at least, not to the same degree. My teacher, Dr. Connors, told me something recently that stuck with me. Everything you do is a risk. Not doing anything is also a risk. Which risk will you choose? Eren glared down at Cindy's hand as it rested on the windowsill, considering if he should place his hand atop hers. His chest felt as if it were about to burst as he opened up to her while building up the courage to confess to her. He could dodge bullets and run at super speed, but this was one of the hardest things for him to do in his life. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not afraid of being with you, Cindy. For years, I've wanted to be with you so badly but I couldn't bring myself to do it because of those stupid fearful thoughts. With those words, the young hero grabbed the woman of his dreams by the hand softly, startling her with his forwardness. Cindy began to blush slightly, growing flustered as things were happening so quickly. Just moments ago, she was telling herself that she was ready to let him go due to how closed off he was. However, as if he read her mind, he did the one thing she'd been waiting years for. I know that standing you up hurts, I'm sorry. It won't happen again, I promise you. If I do somehow hurt you again, I will leave you alone forever. You'll never have to see me again. Though he sounded juvenile and foolish in saying this as a young adult, he was serious. He truly didn't want to hurt her anymore, so if leaving her alone was the only way to do that, he'd do it. You don't need to go that far, Eren. Cindy spoke softly as she flipped her hand that Eren rested his on, using it to grab his hand and hold it delicately. With a sweet expression and soft voice, Cindy continued. I'm sorry too, Eren. I was being really selfish when I got upset with you. I can never read you, Eren. You're so closed off all the time, you're like a closed book that's being held together by a padlock. Sometimes it makes me feel like I'm not important enough to you. I was only thinking of myself when I thought those things. I forgot that you've been through so much and I only saw my own problems. You are important to me, Cindy. And don't blame yourself. I wasn't speaking to you and you reacted reasonably. I'm truly sorry for not making it clear how important you are to me. If it wasn't for you, and Harry too, I don't even know if I'd be here right now. You two are part of the reason I was able to keep going. You've both done so much for me and I've been a bad friend. Eren said sadly, his gaze still locked onto their hands embracing each other. Cindy shook her head, grabbing Eren by the chin to raise his gaze back to hers. She had the smallest of grins on her face, realizing how silly the two of them were being during their short misunderstanding. You're not a bad friend, Eren. If you were, I don't think I would have opened my window for you tonight, but I'm glad I did. You're brave for finally opening up. Even if you're totally being a romance manga character right now. Cindy laughed slightly as her hand rested on Eren's auburn skin, rubbing his cheek slightly with her thumb. Her touch combined with her warm voice and humor brought a smile to Eren's face. He laughed slightly, shaking his head in denial. You should have heard Harry's idea, it was way worse, trust me. Just as the mood was beginning to lighten up between the two, a knock was heard on her bedroom door, interrupting the two high schoolers' heart-to-heart moment. Cindy, come empty the dishwasher. Cindy's mother's voice could be heard through her bedroom door, once again her door being the catalyst for disrupting a moment between the two. Coming, Mom. Cindy yelled behind her before directing her attention back to Eren with an apologetic expression. I gotta go, do that. I'll call you. Cindy smiled slightly, her face still red either due to the cold or her feelings for Eren, or maybe even a combination of both. And I'll answer. I promise. Eren began lifting his hand away from Cindy's, only for her to grip his hand even tighter with her warm grip. Before you go. Cindy paused, her eyes darted around Eren while avoiding direct eye contact until she built up enough courage to look him in the eye and saw what she felt. I feel the same way about you. I mean, what you said about wanting to be together. I want to try. Maybe. Good night, Eren. Eren was stunned to the point where he couldn't respond as Cindy swiftly released his hand and began closing the window. Good night. Eren whispered though the window was already closed. As soon as the curtain closed, Eren released a sigh of relief. His heart rate had reached astronomical heights, feeling as if he had once again transformed into his ultimate Godspeed form. Eren looked around, seeing that he was alone before backflipping down to the ground beneath the fire escape, landing perfectly like a gymnast. He felt relieved like a weight had been lifted off of his shoulders. Before Eren Parker could get another moment to himself, a notification from his crime tracker appeared on his phone, informing him of a nearby robbery. He sighed, remembering that he had a balancing act to keep up. And so, Spider-Man ran behind the apartment building and began suiting up, removing Eren Parker's everyday clothes to reveal his blue and black suit beneath it. The sound of sirens could be heard in the distance, as the then fully costumed Spider-Man leapt in the air with his mask in hand, pulling it over his face before web-zipping toward the commotion. Chapter 27, Looking Up. The next morning after Eren Parker and Cindy Moon's heart-to-heart moment, Eren found himself sitting at his work desk tinkering with a small piece of programmable matter that he stole from the underground base when Yuri wasn't looking. Due to the place crawling with law enforcement, he could only take the smallest of pieces, however, it was more than enough for him to study its properties and perhaps find a way to replicate it. His life at this point was beginning to feel as if things were coming up for the young man. His new name, Spider-Man, was already catching on and Cameron's video had already begun trending on social media platforms. Excitedly, Cameron messaged Eren his many thanks, and Eren thanked him as well for reminding himself of who he is. Of course, things with Cindy were now much better than they were before, and that was another plus for the young hero. His social life, in general, had improved and the relentless bullying had finally ceased for good since he stood up to Flash. These positive thoughts were soon interrupted by Eren's stomach releasing a mighty growl. As usual, he planned on skipping breakfast, but he had also skipped dinner the night before. Though his life was gaining a lot of positives, there was still one big issue going on in his life at that moment. He was broke. He had pretty much no money left, working as a freelance photographer for the Daily Bugle wasn't cutting it and his rent would be due soon. He could have asked Harry for money, but that would have been too embarrassing of an act for Eren to go through with. Along with that, he was afraid Harry would think he was using him. This was far from the truth, as Harry would give Eren a place to stay in a heartbeat if he asked and wouldn't think anything of it. Luckily, Eren only needed to come up with a few months' rent before he'd be living on campus for free with his scholarship. He emailed his high-fidelity photos of Spider-Man's new suit to J. Jonah Jameson, his boss, and that alone should be enough to put him slightly over for the month. Distracting himself from his money struggles, the boy began thinking of ways he could replicate the programmable matter and perhaps make crime-fighting tools out of it. Looking under his microscope, he was able to deduce that the matter itself was able to change in shape due to its unstable nature at a molecular level. This stuff is similar to Zothesium, but there's something off about it. It seems Nuform is what causes the molecular imbalance. The boy was puzzled, though dopamine was flowing through his brain as he was having the time of his life figuring out this conundrum. Though it was already very early in the morning, he had been up for a few hours because the idea of studying the material wouldn't allow him to sleep. A small smile was on his face as he reached over to his laptop and began researching what exactly Nuform was. Nuform is a synthetic version of the natural electricity humans generate in their bodies. Interesting. The boy whispered as he looked through one of the early journals of the material. That must be why it reacted to my body in such a way. That old electricity, before it became Godspeed, must have been an extremely enhanced version of my body's natural electricity. Nuform merging with it must have created Godspeed. This also explains how programmable matter works for normies. The wristband synergized their own body's electricity with Nuform's, sort of creating a fake Godspeed. I wonder if neurons are involved in any way. The young man began scribbling into his notebook, writing down his thoughts before they could become forgotten. In the middle of writing down a sentence, he stopped in an instant as a new thought infiltrated his brain. If Nuform or Godspeed affects neurons, that must explain the dreams and the visions. When I relived that memory and when I saw myself wearing that dark costume, it was almost real. Too real. The young hero put his pen down and crossed his arms, closing his eyes before taking a deep breath. Okay, it usually happens when I begin to drift out of consciousness or if I'm completely out. I'll try clearing my mind. I'll think of a memory. As the young man's mind drifted away, his black locks began to turn white as snow and lift upward due to Godspeed's pressure. He took a deep breath and thought of a memory, one that was locked in the back of his mind, but he could only recall a small fraction of it. Eren opened his eyes, finding that his height of 6 feet 3 inches had shrunk down to that of a small child. He was now reliving a memory of his past self. He seemed to be around 7 years old as he walked through the halls of his old childhood home. It was nearly completely dark, only dimly illuminated by the light coming through the cracked basement door, his father's workshop. Slowly, the boy approached the door, peeking inside to see his father seemingly working on some sort of formula. Eren, internally, laughed slightly at the fact that he and his father looked exactly the same as they worked at their desks. He knew exactly where he got it from. As the little Eren's weight pressed against the door, moving it forward slightly, a slow creaking sound resonated through the room, catching his father's attention. Richard Parker turned around, having a rather serious expression on his face, one that looked like an exact copy of Eren's, before it shifted to a playful half-grin. "Eren, Mom tell you to go to bed," Richard said, chuckling as he got up out of his chair and approached his son. The young Eren smiled brightly out of admiration for his father, though internally, the older Eren felt as if he wanted to cry tears of joy. It was just like before when he saw the memory of his mother. It was as if he was really there. This time, however, it was as if he was taking a back seat and viewing the memory rather than being able to interact with it. "I want to see," Eren said, pointing toward his father's work desk. Despite being a child, he had already formed an interest in scientific concepts. He'd always sneak into his father's workroom and read through whatever he could understand in his father's notes. His father of course knew about his sneaky behavior, but he didn't mind. Richard laughed at his son's enthusiasm, bending over and picking up his son before bringing him over to show him his newest concept. On the messy desk, a large piece of paper was spread across it, nearly taking up the desk's entire space. This drawing was nearly incomprehensible. It was far too abstract for the uninformed to even begin to try and understand. It seemed almost alien in nature, definitely not something of this world. "It's like Star Wars," the child said, pointing down at the massive drawing beneath him. Richard laughed once more, sitting down at the desk with his son on his lap. "Not quite," he said with a smile. "This is a time machine. Remember when I showed you that movie with the car and he went back in time?" Eren nodded. He said. "I am working with my college buddies on a way to make it a reality. Imagine if we could go back in time and stop bad things from happening before they happened." Richard was a kind man, much like his son. He wanted more than anything to help people. Like the superheroes around the world that existed at the time, he wanted to use this machine to save people in both the past and present. Aside from that, the idea of time travel had always fascinated him. He wanted more than anything to explore time itself, whether it be the past, present, or future. "Like stopping a bad accident, Daddy?" the 7-year-old asked. "Yes, like stopping bad accidents or big tragedies. Sadly, this isn't such an easy thing to do, but I know it's possible. I'm almost certain." Richard had a determined look on his face, losing the smile that he once had as he thought about the things he could have changed if this machine was real. "I'll help," said Eren, eager to do anything with his father. Of course, despite being a bright child, the concept of time travel was way too advanced for him. Richard laughed once again. "We'll work on it together when you're a bit older, okay?" "Yay," Eren said, unaware that the day would never truly come. "And by then, I'll have saved enough to start up our own family business, Parker Industries." Richard had a smile on his face as he looked down at his desk with a dreamy expression. "I can't wait. Finally, I'll have an impact on the world. I'll be able to make a difference. We will be able to make a difference, a real difference. It is our responsibility after all." "Our responsibility?" Eren asked. "That's right, Eren. Guys like us, we're gifted. There are a lot of people out there who have the ability to change the world but they don't use it. Sure, we aren't the Avengers, but we have a power of our own, Eren." "We do?" the child asked excitedly. "Of course we do. Our power is up here. Like Spider-Man did on the rooftop when he was speaking with Cameron, the boy who wanted to jump." Richard Parker pointed to his own head. "This is stronger than any superpower. There's a reason Tony Stark is the leader of the Avengers." Realizing Eren probably doesn't understand what he means by that, he decided to change the subject. "Ah, you're probably too young to really get what I mean. Just remember this, Eren." With a stone face, Richard looked into his son's eyes and put a hand on his son's shoulder. With great dash. The blaring sounds of an alarm clock disrupted the boy from his daydream, jolting him back to reality before he could finish hearing his father's words. "Right," Eren whispered, having forgotten for just a second that he was only in a dream, not reality. It was so real. Just like the one with Mom. Eren looked over at his clock and sighed, seeing that it was time for him to get ready for class once again. And so, the boy got dressed and headed to school as usual. As he rode the bus, he watched from the furthest seat in the back as his peers all gawked over Spider-Man's new suit, new name, and the song that Cameron produced. It brought a small smile to the undercover hero's face, finding it humorous that none were aware that the man they were fawning over was just a few feet away from them. As the bus arrived at school, Eren could see Harry Osborn waiting for him at the school entrance. The brown-haired boy had a huge smile on his face and what appeared to be fake blood all over his face, body, and formal clothes. What is it this time? Eren whispered to himself, knowing he was about to be wrapped up in one of Harry's shenanigans. As soon as Eren stepped off of the bus, he noticed a sign in Harry's offhand that read, "I'd kill to go to prom." Eren approached him, looking at the sign with an unimpressed glare. "Sorry, I plan on going with someone else," Eren said, cracking the smallest of smiles. "Yeah, well you aren't my type anyway," Harry joked in response with a smirk of his own before gesturing the poster toward Eren. "I need you to hold this sign when I ask Lily Hollister to prom. She should be here in a few minutes." Eren looked behind Harry, noticing a body bag with a fake corpse inside of it as if he were a serial killer who was really bad at his job. "Why do you have a fake dead body?" Eren asked. "We watched this movie about this office worker who killed a bunch of people on one of our first dates, so I thought it would be cool to make it my theme." Isn't this a bit much? It's a proposal, dude. It's supposed to be a bit much. Just hold the sign. Reluctantly, Eren grabbed the sign and followed Harry toward the main building of the school. They then waited for Lily, who eventually arrived on campus just a few minutes later. There she was, Lily Hollister, the chestnut-skinned blondie of Osborn Academy. Everyone was looking at her, which was odd since she usually kept a low profile. With an estranged look on her face, she walked further into campus until she entered the main building to see Harry holding a body bag behind him, covered in blood with his costume. She immediately understood the reference upon seeing him. Beside Harry, Eren reluctantly held the sign that said, "I would kill to go to prom with you," dreading the many eyes that were glued to him. Lily smiled, covering her mouth before walking over to Harry and hugging him. Of course, she agreed to go with him, however, this sparked an idea within Eren. Though he didn't like crowds, he began brainstorming a proposal of his own for Cindy Moon. It was decided. The next day, Eren was going to do a proposal of his own to Cindy Moon, then on the night of prom, he would officially ask her to be his girlfriend. Chapter 28, Field Trip. After Harry's proposal to Lily Hollister, the school bell tolled, signaling all students to go to their homeroom classes as usual. To Eren's surprise, the homeroom teachers announced that there was a field trip that day to Oscorp to view a special presentation by Dr. Otto Octavius. Perhaps it was mentioned before, but Eren was so caught up with superheroing that he forgot all about it. Despite being surprised, he was excited. He loved all things science, and for Eren, Oscorp was akin to something similar to an amusement park for normal people. Excitedly, Eren and his friends rode one of the many school buses to Oscorp, arriving just before the presentation began. "You look excited." Harry teased Eren as the two of them, along with Cindy and Lily Hollister, walked toward the massive glass science building. Eren, realizing he was smiling, fixed his face to a more neutral one, turning to Harry and denying his claims. "I'm not, I was just thinking about something." Cindy laughed. "Yeah. Does that something have anything to do with science?" she teased, causing Eren to feel a bit embarrassed. "You're one to talk, Spider Girl." "You begged Harry to see the spider room 10 times. Eren retorted, referencing Cindy's obsession with the spider that they saw when Harry toured them around Oscorp. Since that day, she'd often requested to visit that room so she can see the one with the pretty web patterns once again. "Spider Girl," Cindy said with a playfully offended expression. Harry and Eren both laughed, though Lily had a grossed-out expression on her face. That spider room creeps me out. I never want to go in there again," Lily said, remembering the time Harry took her in there against her will. Harry laughed, reminiscing about the same day as she. I wish you guys could have seen her face, it was hilarious. "Speaking of spiders, have you guys seen Spider-Man's new costume?" Harry asked the group, taking Eren by surprise. "Yes. He's so cool," Cindy said with the face of a fangirl. Eren had no idea that she was into that sort of stuff. Her admiration for the hero brought a small smile to his face. Lily, with a fangirly expression of her own, added on to Cindy's admiration for the web-slinging hero. "You think he's cute under that mask?" "I bet he is, he's gotta be." "I'm right here," Harry whispered defeatedly, though his whisper was mostly ignored. "I don't even care what his face looks like. He's so sweet and heroic. His body is nice too," Cindy added dreamily. If Eren wasn't the man beneath the mask, he'd be incredibly jealous at that moment, but instead, he felt a bit awkward that two girls were objectifying him in front of his face. So true. His body is insane, especially in the Fantastic Four suit. Lily agreed, once again making Harry feel a bit jealous of the hero. Eren looked back at his own body, feeling a bit self-conscious about it. Wanting to direct the conversation away from his body, Eren asked a question of his own. Are you guys fans of the guy? Sounds like it. Eren asked, sounding disinterested, but in reality, he was praying that they'd all say yes. Huge fan, I follow the Spider-Man subreddit, even back when it was the Phantom Spider subreddit. Harry said excitedly. That video of him pushing the crane off of his body when he was fighting Electro was so cool. Cindy nodded. I saw that video too on Twitter. It was like a Dragon Ball Z episode or something. It's comfortable knowing someone so strong is in our city after the Avengers disappeared. Lily smiled, nodding herself before adding to everyone's admiration. And I heard he's black too. Really? Eren asked, faking a surprised tone. He wondered what exactly gave it away since he'd only shown part of his face to Cameron on the rooftop. That's pretty cool, there's only like 3 of us. I mean black heroes. Like Storm, you know. Eren was trying not to sound suspicious with his wording, though that was unnecessary since no one would ever suspect that he was a hero himself. Lily agreed. Yeah, it's really comforting and inspiring knowing the guy under the mask looks like you, right? Eren chuckled slightly, finding her statement ironic since he was actually the man beneath the mask. Yeah, literally, said the undercover hero, feeling happy to know that kids who look like him are able to identify with him. The 4 of them continued into Oscorp, walking with each other until they found themselves inside one of the auditoriums. The 4 of them sat side by side chatting with each other until the curtains opened, revealing 3 men, Otto Octavius, Norman Osborn, and Dr. Connors. Isn't that your teacher? Cindy whispered to Eren, pointing directly at the one-armed scientist. Yeah. He nodded, noticing a tarp covering Dr. Connors' shoulder, the one with the missing arm. Dr. Octavius was a heavy-set man, sporting glasses and brown hair atop his squarish head. With a sort of waddle, the doctor made his way to the center stage and began to greet the audience. Welcome, everyone, the doctor said, flourishing his arms outward. My name is Dr. Otto Octavius, and today, I will show you my newest creation. Now, this is only a prototype, keep that in mind. The doctor removed the tarp, revealing Dr. Connors' new robotic arm. The crowd was amazed, uttering some oohs and ahs. Dr. Connors, however, did not seem pleased, he seemed reluctant. Not many were able to detect it, but Eren could see that he wasn't pleased. My dear friend, Dr. Kurt Connors, lost his arm in the line of duty. For years, the 2 of us have been working on ways to allow him to once again be able to live his life as he once did. This arm, the Smart Arm version 2.0, will allow him to do just that. The tone in which Otto was speaking of this situation was sort of condescending, it almost seemed disrespectful, at least to Eren. Eren frowned, looking at his teacher's reluctant face before glaring back at Dr. Octavius's arrogant grin. This is a blank canvas. Octavius stated, pointing a large white canvas toward the crowd. My friend will now demonstrate one of Smart Arm's amazing abilities. Otto then strolled over to Connors and placed the canvas on the table in front of him. Go ahead, my friend. Otto encouraged the once one-armed doctor, prompting him to grab a pencil and begin scribbling on the canvas. Each stroke of the pencil was masterful, it appeared as if Dr. Connors was a world-class artist, despite having little to no experience in that matter. On one of the screens of the venue, a camera was following the doctor's hands as he was drawing some sort of reptile. The image was so lifelike, almost photorealistic. Wow. Cindy whispered, staring at the work of art being created before her with eyes of astonishment. Incredible. Lily added, staring with the same stunned glare as Cindy's beside her. That's sick. Harry uttered, leaning forward in his chair with a massive grin on his face. He knew about the project since his father was funding it, but this was his first time seeing it. Eren, however, did not look up at the screen, only at Dr. Connors. His face was solemn, it almost looked as if the humanity inside the man was gone. Eren wondered why Connors even volunteered for this, as it was clear that this only made him miss his arm even more. After about 10 minutes, the doctor finished his drawing. It was a beautifully drawn lizard, almost appearing as a black and white photo of one from the real world. The crowd applauded, everyone was smiling, all but one man. The 3 men continued on with the presentation, giving more information about the smart arm before going somewhere backstage. Putting on fake excitement, Eren looked over at Harry, asking him a question. You can go wherever you want, right? You think you could get us a closer look? He really just wanted to talk to Dr. Connors, but he didn't want to just straight up ask Harry to take him to see him. Yeah, probably. I want to get a closer look too. Harry answered, leaning back in his chair with his arms behind his head. Nerds. Lily teased, having no real interest in talking to 3 old men about the robotic arm. Hey, you can stay here if you want. Better yet, you and Cindy can get acquainted, yeah. We'll meet back up when we're done. Harry told her. And so, the 2 boys left the girls, heading backstage while the girls explored elsewhere. Eventually, the two boys found the room where the three scientists were talking amongst each other, peeking through the crack in the door to eavesdrop. I guess I was able to keep my motor skills despite losing my arm for all these years. Dr. Connors moved his robotic fingers around as he spoke, however, the expression on his face lacked satisfaction. That's the beauty of it. Dr. Octavius added with great enthusiasm. It uses advanced AI to do exactly what you want to do, as long as you believe you can do it. Since you've drawn in the past, your brain was able to give it the instructions needed to perform the action. Otto looked up to notice the two boys standing at the doorway, motioning to let them in with his arm. Come on in, boys. You're Parker, right? Otto asked, remembering the young man and his drone from the competition that took place not too long ago. I am. Nice meeting you again, Dr. Octavius. What's up, Mr. Osborne? Eren said, waving to his best friend's father. Good morning, Parker. Norman said as he waved back at Eren with a smile before directing his gaze toward his son, erasing that smile rather quickly. Harry. Harry waved lazily at his father, showing firsthand that their relationship definitely had a sort of rift in it. Hey, Dr. Connors. Eren approached the doctor, placing his hand on his shoulder and taking a closer look at his arm. Part of it seemed to be actually attached to the doctor, digging into his skin in a way that looked intrusive, likely uncomfortable. I can help you after class today, with your project. Eren reminded the doctor, bringing a small smile to his face and reminding him of his true goal, the ability to regrow his arm. Ah, right, I almost forgot you offered to help me, Parker. Connors then looked over at Otto, placing his real arm over his fake one. This was a fun little experiment, Otto. It was an honor to be the first person to be equipped with the smart arm, but it's not for me. As he said this, he began prying the arm from his shoulder, unlatching it and slowly removing the few needles that were impaled into his skin. With each needle, the doctor winced in pain. It was as if he were receiving shots in reverse. Pulling the last needle out, he grimaced once more, prompting Otto to reach out to the science teacher, though Connors moved away so Otto couldn't help him. Kurt, what are you dash? Otto tried to speak, but Dr. Connors interrupted him. I don't want it, Otto. We both know this. Dr. Connors abruptly stated, pulling the rest of the arm off before placing it on the table with a metallic thud. But Kurt. Octavius began to speak once more but was once again cut off by Connors. It makes me uncomfortable. Computers aren't meant to dig around in our brains. It could be problematic. What if it develops a mind of its own or something? I'd rather continue my research on the organic side of things. Connors stood up, pushing in his chair before looking around the room. His eyes finally began to show life again, as he began to speak with true passion. I want to feel. I want pain and pleasure. Warmth and coldness. I want to feel my hands and fingers individually as I touch surfaces. I want to feel my wife's face with both hands. I mean really feel it, Otto. Connors used both hands as he spoke, emphasizing his words. I see. Dr. Octavius quietly uttered in a defeated tone. Technology is the future, Kurt. However, it is your decision after all. If you change your mind, just let me know. I won't change, Otto. We both know that neither one of us will. Ever since we were kids, we've always been like this. You think technology will fix the world, but I believe natural sciences will always prevail, my friend. Connors and Otto looked at each other with competitive eyes, with glares that showed that they had mutual respect for each other despite seeing the world so differently. I thank you for wanting to help me, Otto. But you know how I really want to fix this. Connors told him. Otto nodded. I understand, Kurt. I just really wanted to help you. It truly pains me seeing your struggle, but I understand that what you want and what I want for you are completely different. I was being selfish, I apologize. No need to apologize, Otto. You were only trying to help. Don't worry, I'm not alone. Parker will be helping me after all. Connors glanced at Eren, prompting the young man to smile and nod back at his teacher. Well, if you'll excuse me, I have to go gather up my homeroom class. Goodbye, Otto. Norman. Dr. Connors began walking out of the room, leaving the two scientists and the two students in the room together. Can we see the arm? Harry said with a smile, approaching the arm and inspecting it for himself before even waiting for a response. As Harry got a closer look at the arm, Otto grabbed Eren's shoulder and began speaking to him silently. Please watch out for Kurt. I know him all too well, and I know he gets restless, reckless, and too competitive when I pull ahead like this in our endeavors. I'm the same way. Just make sure he doesn't try anything too dangerous, okay? Eren nodded. Got it, Dr. Octavius. Eren was confused by what exactly he meant by this. How dangerous are Dr. Connors' experiments, he wondered. However, Eren would find the answer soon enough. Octavius then lectured the two boys about the arm until both of them had their fix and both Harry and Eren left the room to go find Lily and Cindy. Eventually, the four teens ran into each other, though something was off with Cindy. As she stood next to Lily, she was visibly covering her left arm with the sleeve of her cardigan, covering something up with her other hand. The two of them had separated briefly, so only Cindy knows what really happened. However, she planned on hiding it for as long as possible. "Are you okay?" Eren asked, noticing some sort of redness beneath her sleeve. As he looked at her, his head felt as if it were about to explode. It was his spider sense, but it was a strange feeling, one that he'd never felt before. It wasn't warning him of danger but of something else. "Yeah, I have a skin condition and it's embarrassing. Can we not talk about it right now?" Cindy lied, though this lie would be enough to get the topic to change. "Oh, yeah. Sorry, I didn't know," Eren said apologetically. The four students shifted the conversation elsewhere, though really it was only the two boys and Lily speaking at that point. Cindy, falling behind them silently, continued to hold her body as she felt her body begin to feel feverish. She was beginning to form a raging headache, one that would seemingly increase as she would look over at Eren, though she didn't understand why. Little did she know, the real reason for her body reacting in such a way was because the two of them were now ensnared by the same webs of fate. Chapter 29, The Neogenic Recombinator. After the field trip at Oscorp, the students returned to school just in time for lunch. However, Cindy Moon swiftly went home, leaving Eren, Harry, and Lily confused as to why her behavior was so off after Octavius's presentation. Not wanting to push any further after seeing how uncomfortable the topic made Cindy, Eren decided to refrain from probing too far into it. When the school day ended, the two called on the phone and she seemed better, but she still wasn't feeling well. Wanting to keep his promise to Dr. Connors, the boy headed to his lab, though he couldn't stop worrying about Cindy. This should be the place, Eren Parker whispered to himself with uncertainty as he stood in front of a small building that Dr. Connors rented out to act as his own personal lab. The exterior looked sort of rundown and was made of brown brick. Looks more like a trap house than a lab, or a meth lab maybe. The undercover hero said to himself as he approached the metal door at the building's front with slight hesitation. With a dubious fist, the boy knocked on the door 3 times and waited patiently for a response. It only took a few seconds for the door to swing open, revealing a smiling Dr. Connors on the other side. "Parker. Come on in," said the teacher, moving out of the way so his star student could enter. "Thanks," the boy said plainly, nodding his head and entering the building with his hands in both pants pockets. The door shut behind them, almost startling the young scientist due to the sound of the heavy metal door crashing shut. "Sorry about that," Dr. Connors apologized. "It's straight ahead." The two boys walked through the dimly lit corridor, giving the undercover hero a sort of eerie feeling in his stomach. "Creepy-ass building," he whispered to himself as he continued to walk toward the next metal door, though it was already halfway open for him. Using a single hand, the boy pushed the door open to enter the main part of the building. As soon as he was inside, Eren's jaw dropped. The interior was the complete opposite of the building's shoddy, run-down exterior. There were many different devices, tools, and gadgets scattered around the metallic room, along with rows and rows of vials with labels from different reptiles and similar animals. "Impressed?" Connors teased, placing a single hand on his student's shoulder. "Come on, I'll show you what I've been working on." The two science nerds walked side by side toward what appeared to be the main work desk, which was covered in papers and books with a laptop on top of it. Next to the laptop were a few vials, appearing to be a swamp green color. "As I said before, Parker, reptilian DNA is the answer," Connors said quickly as he began typing numbers into his computer before transferring liquids from a vial into a large beaker. "This is the extracellular matrix from one of the rarest reptiles in the world, one that has the ability to regrow its limbs almost instantly." The doctor began stirring vigorously with a glass stick before switching the liquid into a small syringe. "When injected, and with the help of a device I will introduce to you shortly, it is possible, no I am certain, that it is the key to regeneration in humans." A smile soon plastered itself across Dr. Connors' face as he held the syringe up to his face, looking at it with an intense glare. Eren looked at his teacher with a nervous grimace, thinking to himself, Octavius was right, he's lost it. Dr. Connors?" Eren asked, stopping the doctor momentarily. Connors' eyes glanced over at his student and his crazed smile waned. "You aren't gonna inject that in yourself, right?" Connors laughed at the boy's statement. "Oh, gosh, no. Not until I test it, first." With the grin re-emerging on his face, Dr. Connors quickly waltzed over to a glass tank and picked up a white lab rat that had a missing arm. "Chester here has been with me for the longest, don't worry, nothing in this serum could possibly harm or kill him." Slowly, he pressed the syringe against the rat's missing limb before slowly injecting the green serum into it. The rat squealed and winced, though its squealing soon ceased after a few seconds of being injected with the liquid. Quickly, Connor set the rat down into its enclosure and gave the rat a small piece of cheese for his cooperation. "Here you go, buddy," he whispered before motioning to his student to follow him. Connors then quickly grabbed a camera, a pen, and a piece of paper, pressing it all against his body sloppily with his one arm before running toward his desk and haphazardly slamming himself into the chair, causing it to roll away from his desk ever so slightly. Using the keyboard, he commanded a machine that looked similar to a dentist's X-ray machine and panned it over Chester the rat. Seeing his teacher's obsession at full force put a solemn expression on Eren's face. None of this was healthy, not for the doctor's mental and definitely not on his body if he intended on testing this mysterious serum on himself without extensive testing. Dr. Connors?" Eren asked, leering over the computer screen to get into his teacher's point of view. Connors's eyes, just his eyes, looked up at the boy. "Yes. What's up, Parker? How long have you been doing this?" Eren asked. His concerned voice did nothing but confuse the doctor. Eren Parker showing empathy wasn't something anyone was used to, let alone Dr. Connors. "It's been my life's work, Parker. But don't worry, I only need one last piece of the puzzle and all of my work will finally come to fruition. I'm so close, I can feel it, Parker." Dr. Connors's enthusiasm would have been infectious if it weren't for Otto's words pecking at Eren's mind. He was worried about him. "Are you sure you aren't getting a little too excited, Dr. Connors? You don't need to beat Otto. Eren tried to sympathize with his teacher, however, he was soon interrupted by the doctor's tongue clicking as he rolled his eyes. "I'm not worried about Otto." He lied. He wanted to beat Otto more than anything, which was important to him, almost more than getting his arm back. "Look for yourself, Parker. I truly mean I am one step away." Dr. Connors happily approached his laptop, spinning it around before showing it to his student. On the screen, there was a DNA strand spinning itself around, and next to it was an electricity symbol that was only half filled. Regardless, Dr. Connors powered up the machine, causing it to hum quietly before the humming became a loud buzzing sound. A dim beam made of multiple colors of light struck the rat, though the rat did not react to it, it just continued to eat the cheese it was given as if nothing had happened. Eren was confused, not really understanding the purpose of the machine, however, he did have a theory. Is it some sort of device that combines cells using beams of light? Is that even possible? Dr. Connors clicked his tongue. TCH, damn it. Lightly, he slammed his single fist on the desk, causing the laptop to tremble, as well as the many vials surrounding it. "What's this device?" Eren asked. "I call it the neogenic recombinator. It uses semi-radioactive rays of light to combine the cells of one being with another. Using the serum I made from reptilian DNA, it should combine Chester's DNA with it, but the device is still too weak." Radioactive? Eren thought as he looked down at his own hand. The spider that bit him was also radioactive. He wondered if the spider's bite acted as a sort of natural neogenic recombinator. He then wondered if that would mean Dr. Connors and Chester would inherit more than one aspect of the reptilian DNA. "Dr. Connors, what if you begin inheriting more than just regeneration? Like growing a tail or reptilian skin?" Eren asked. "Oh, don't worry about it, Parker. I've made sure that the targeted aspect is regeneration and nothing else. It took many years, but that will be the only trait passed over, trust me." Connors said this with confidence, though it still made the young man uncomfortable. "Regardless, even with the flux extravagator, I can't seem to generate enough power for the neogenic recombinator. Leave it to the technological aspects to set me back." Connors's once confident face slowly turned into a solemn frown as he looked down at his missing arm. "I can give it a look, Dr. Connors. I've actually been studying currents and such for a personal project of mine." By that, Eren meant he had been studying electricity due to his powers. He wanted to really know how it works and what exactly he could do with it. "Please do, I was hoping to have you look through it as you're one of the most technologically gifted men I know. Don't get discouraged if you can't figure it out. The panel is right behind there," Connor said as he pointed toward the side of the machine with his single hand. "Sounds like you're doubting me, Dr. Connors." "I got this," Eren replied with confidence. Eren walked over to the machine and opened it up to reveal its wiring and batteries. With a single hand on his chin, the boy investigated it, noticing that one of the wires was faulty. Along with the faulty wiring, the flux extravagator lacked voltage, definitely not enough to power a machine of such size. However, anything bigger than that would not fit inside the machine and would be far beyond the budget of a teacher. "You got a toolbox, Connors?" Eren asked. The man pointed at a messy desk near the machine, prompting the boy to go over and grab it. Bringing it back to the machine, the boy opened it up and began scanning the machine. For a normal person, it would have taken a few hours to understand the system within the machine, however, Eren had a trick up his sleeve. "Okay, Godspeed, time to do as we practiced." Taking a deep breath, the boy sent Godspeed energy directly to his eyes and brain, causing him to wince slightly. It hurt, and it definitely wasn't a technique that was combat-ready, but it was useful for low-stress situations like the one he was in. With his brain now thinking at 1,000,000 miles per hour, the hero began mentally rewiring the machine in the most optimal way possible. It only took a few seconds, though the amount of information going in and out of the boy's brain could have been half an hour's worth, even more. Using his Godspeed-infused fingers and a few tools, the boy began rewiring the machine in real time. It took a while. Dr. Connors took an occasional glance over his laptop during that time, but the boy eventually finished rewiring it. And I'll give the little guy just a bit of juice. Using his hand, the boy infused the battery with his own Godspeed energy, allowing its voltage to be high enough to power the machine, giving it a blue glow. Dr. Connors, I think I see what the issue was. Your wiring was completely off. If you had a better power supply, it would have been fine, but the flux whatever isn't strong enough. Go ahead and power it up, it should be good now. Eren said, walking over to his teacher and looking at the monitor. The battery symbol appeared full this time, surprising both men. How? Connors asked in astonishment. I guess you were right about natural sciences being your area of expertise. Leave the machinery to the experts. Eren joked, causing Connors to laugh a bit. We'll see if you're worthy of the expert title. Connors said as he activated the machine, shooting another multicolored beam down at Chester the rat. This time it was much brighter. The rat let out a slight squeal, though it was more so out of surprise than out of pain. Both scientists peered over the computer screen and watched as the rat's nub began to tremble slightly. The two scientists looked at each other before they sprinted over to the rat to get a closer look. Within a few seconds, Chester began to regrow his missing arm. Parker, we've done it. Connors said in astonishment as Chester's arm continued to grow. Within about half a minute, the entire arm had fully grown back. Chester then began running in circles, excitedly testing out his arm like a joyful puppy. You've done it, Dr. Connors. I just patched up the machine. This is incredible. Eren admitted with an astonished voice of his own. No, if it wasn't for you fixing the machine I'd still be lost. I can finally feel my wife's face with both hands once more. I can finally be whole again. A smile came across the doctor's face as he thought about how his life would soon transform. Eren, please, I need you to inject me with this. I'll mark exactly where you need to put the needle, then I need you to press this button right here and then dash. Connors was speaking sporadically due to his excitement, though his student interrupted him as the voice of reason. Connors. Shouldn't we look for any side effects? Eren asked, feeling reluctant to get straight into the human trials. Side effects? Like what? You think I'll turn green or something? It works, Parker. It really works. Connors was still speaking sporadically, unmoved by the thought of any adverse effects. Well, yeah, but I think we should do further testing just to see. Eren tried to once again reason with his teacher, but the man interrupted, placing a hand on his shoulder before looking at him with a pained stare. Parker, please. I need this. Connors told the boy as his eyes started to become glassy as he held back tears. Eren shook his head slowly, unwilling to do something so dangerous. I'm sorry, Dr. Connors. I know you're excited. There are things in my life that I wish I could get back, like my parents. I'd do anything for that. If I was in a situation where I could bring them back, just like you, I wouldn't think twice and I'd be blind to any ramifications. Do you get what I mean, Dr. Connors? Dr. Connors looked at the ground, though it was clear that Eren was making progress in swaying his mind. Remember what you told me about risks, Dr. Connors? Sure, not doing anything is a risk, but this is far riskier and more dangerous. Please, I don't want anything to happen to you. What if something truly awful happens? What if you die? What about your wife? Your students? Your friends? I won't be able to ever forgive myself if something bad happens. Dr. Connors sighed, understanding how selfish he was being at the moment. You're right, Parker. I'll publish this and wait for any side effects before doing human trials. I just really want this, Parker. It's hard for me to wait. Thank you, Dr. Connors. The time it'll take to get reviewed and further tested will fly by. You'll have your arm back, and so will the millions of others who you will help with this serum. In his pocket, the boy could feel his phone blowing up with notifications from his various crime trackers. Damn it, should I leave him alone? Eren reached into his pocket before pulling out his phone and reading the many notifications describing what was going on. Monster made of water attacking a concert. He thought to himself. Unfortunately, there was no time to waste. I gotta run, but I'll see you tomorrow, alright? Eren said as he began quickly walking out of the lab. Don't do anything dangerous, okay? Alright, Parker. I'll be safe, don't worry. See you tomorrow. Connors said, waving his single hand at Eren as the boy left the lab, leaving him alone in his own thoughts. Once the boy was gone, Dr. Connors looked down at Chester as the rat ran in circles inside of its enclosure. Connors looked on with envious eyes, wanting more than anything to share that same excitement as his longtime lab partner. Chapter 30, Hydroman. Let's get this party started. A beautiful young woman with dyed blonde hair spoke in a Korean accent as she posed on stage with her fellow bandmates. Her name was Hannah, the leader of the K-pop group known as Odd Fusion, one of the most popular bands worldwide. This was their first performance in America, standing in front of thousands atop the rooftop pier known as Pier 17. Pier 17 was less of a pier and more of a massive building that looked almost like a yacht floating above the water. Even beneath the concert, hundreds of people were inside the building, dining at the many restaurants and engaging in the many recreational activities within it. The crowd on the rooftop was full of young girls, ranging from high school age to college aged, all looking at the singers as if celestial beings had fallen from the heavens to greet them. There were a few boys there too, some actually being fans of Odd Fusion, though most were just reluctant boyfriends or fathers chaperoning their girlfriends or daughters. Hannah, their leader, began singing the intro to their most popular song, Ocean Love, as her bandmates began dancing behind her. Immediately, the screams of teen girls erupted in front of them. It was so powerful that people who weren't even on the pier could hear them. The girls' choreography was elegant, yet sexy at the same time as they swayed their hips and swung their arms to the rhythm of their music. Hannah, pointing at the crowd, ran her hand down her chest as she sang the most iconic line in the song. You can be my ocean love, causing the crowd to erupt once more, even louder than before. Even the reluctant boys and men couldn't help but feel astonished by her beauty, grace, and body movements, moving to the beat of the music themselves. However, Hannah suddenly stopped her routine, her eyes widened, and her body began to tremble in fear. Soon after, her bandmates stopped dancing as well, looking behind and above the crowd with wide eyes. A large shadow began to slowly creep up the stage, covering the girls at the toes before slowly engulfing their entire bodies. Confused, a few members of the crowd turned around, and just like the band members, they were completely frozen in fear at the sight of what was behind them. A massive beast, one seemingly made entirely of water, was glaring down at the pier. No words were exchanged between the humans and the beast, only a cold glare. If looks could kill, the audience's souls, as well as the singers, would have left their bodies. They were all terrified, glaring up at the beast's oddly human-like face, one that appeared to be filled with jealousy for whatever reason that was only known to the beast. Many of the people in the crowd began to run for their lives, fleeing toward the escalators and heading downward in an attempt to escape from the rooftop, as that was the only way to escape the monster. Those who did not flee, including Hannah and her bandmates, stood frozen in fear as the beast glared down at them with wanting eyes. Using his hand, the beast removed the part of the stage that hung above the girls, causing water to spill everywhere on the pier as it slopped from his body. The singers held onto each other and the stage for dear life as they watched their fans get swept away by the water as if they were in a tsunami. As the fans were swept away, they crashed into each other down the escalator, bouncing off of each other and the walls uncontrollably. Soon, the water began to fill up the interior, causing mayhem and trapping people inside. The monster then took the roof of the stage and threw it randomly to the side, causing it to crash into the nearby street, crushing a few parked vehicles and nearly hitting a couple of walking pedestrians. Slowly, the monster reached out his massive, torrential hand. Hannah. He spoke, as his hand continued to reach out, spilling water everywhere and further sending it into the building beneath him. My ocean love. He spoke once again, this time turning his hand into solid water and clasping the girl as if she were a Barbie doll. Her bandmates cried, trying to reach for their friend and pull her back down, though their strength was no match for the massive, oceanic beast. Soon enough, Hannah and the torrential beast were face to face, giving Hannah a good look at his now content face that was made completely of rushing water. Hannah loves me, he said once again. It seemed as if the monster was so delusional, he thought that song, Ocean Love, was about him despite Hannah having never met him, or at least not to her memory. The young lady began screaming, pleading with the monster to let her go in her native tongue before switching to English. Let go. Let me go. She wailed, trying to break free from the monster's grasp, but it was of no use. He was confused. Why would she want him to let go if they were in love, he wondered. Regardless, he refused and began slowly turning away from the pier to take the girl away for himself. However, like a streak of light, a hero arrived just in time. Hey creep. She said, let go. Spider-Man screamed as he used his entire body to cut through the watery monster's wrist, forcing him to drop the girl and his watery hand to become formless. Hannah shrieked as she began hurling toward the earth. However, Spider-Man was quick to use his webs to sling himself downward and catch her before she crashed into the pier. The hero landed with the girl in his arms, feeling water beneath his feet as he placed Hannah down next to her bandmates. Damn it, there's water everywhere, so I can't use Godspeed here without the risk of frying everyone. He then looked over at the escalators, noticing that water was aggressively flowing down them and inside the building. Damn it, what do I do? There's gotta be hundreds of people in there. Hannah. Mine. Hannah. Loves. Me. The beast shouted as he instantly regrew his watery hand and began pointing his palm at Spider-Man and the girls as if he were using one of Tony Stark's famous suits of armor. The hero's lenses widened. Run! Spider-Man yelled as he pulled two of the girls by the arms and began running as fast as he could toward the escalators. Narrowly, the group was able to dodge a blast of water that destroyed the stage behind them as they continued running for their lives behind Spider-Man. The inside of the building wasn't safe, however, it was far safer than being outside with whatever that nightmare outside was. Once the group reached the escalators, they could see dozens of people holding on for dear life in an attempt to not get whisked away by the ever-flowing water, causing Spider-Man to spring into action. Everyone! Hold on to something. I'm going to drain the water. He yelled, leaping down the stairs before landing and destroying many of the glass walls with his fist. Immediately, water began flowing outside of the building, though the floors below still needed to be drained. Just as the hero was about to go down to the next floor, a blast of water crashed through one of the windows, striking him in the chest and causing him to fly back toward the hole he created. Before he could fly through it, the water formed into a man and that man began to choke the hero with its hands that were now somehow made of solid water. Give me Hannah. She's mine. The man, no, the boy made of water spoke as his grip grew tighter on the Spider-Man's throat. Is this what they meant by parasocial relationships? This kid is insane. Spider-Man thought to himself as he began trying to figure out a way out of this mess without Godspeed. To buy time, he began speaking to the boy, though it probably would have been better to keep quiet. That girl is not your property, water boy. Have you tried Tinder or, well, I guess plenty of fish would be more appropriate for you. Spider-Man quipped through the water boy's grasp. The boy's watery face frowned as he chucked Spider-Man through the window, sending him flying uncontrollably away from the building. As Spider-Man soared through the air uncontrollably, he managed to shoot a web toward the pier, using it to yank himself back toward it. As he flew forward, he saw the water boy sink into the ground, presumably to become one with the water in search of Hannah as she tried to make her escape. Spider-Man began frantically scanning the building, seeing the many people trying to stop themselves from drowning and breaking windows. Eventually, he was able to find Hannah and her friends running across the second floor. Using his webs once again, the boy slingshot himself toward the second floor of the pier, crashing through the window and startling the girls. Water began pouring out of the building, allowing those who were holding on for dear life to finally relax as the water drained. However, a single puddle did not go with the rest of it. Water boy. He's right there, Hannah, look out. Spider-Man yelled as he lunged forward toward the girl. At the same time, the water boy re-emerged in his human form and began reaching out toward Hannah. Spider-Man, using all of his might, sent a powerful punch directly at the boy's jaw, though it went straight through it, sending Spider-Man flying through the boy's entire body. Before Spider-Man could go completely through the villain's body, he solidified himself and grabbed Spider-Man by the skull and slammed him against a nearby wall, breaking it due to the strike's force. I am not Water Boy. I am Hydroman. Hannah is mine, begone, bug. Hydroman proclaimed as he began slamming the boy's face onto the ground over and over and over again to the point where Spider-Man's mask, the only part of his suit that was homemade, began to rip apart. Blood began to mix with water as the boy's face was constantly forced into the pavement on repeat. Everyone, including the K-pop singers, could do nothing but look on in horror as Spider-Man could do nothing but allow himself to get slammed against the ground constantly. If it weren't for all the people around, Spider-Man could simply shock the watery boy that's grabbing him, but if he were to do that now, everyone in the room would get electrocuted as well due to the wet floor. Once Hydroman had his fix and Spider-Man seemed to be weakened enough, he threw the spider across the room, causing many of the people inside to gasp and whine in seeing their hero seemingly defeated. Hannah. Come with me, we can finally be together forever. The boy told her. He was completely delusional. He had formed a relationship with her in his head, going so far as to think that she actually had reciprocated feelings for him. I don't know you. She yelled, causing the boy to laugh a little before reintroducing himself. It's me, Ocean Lover 12. You liked my tweet when I said I love you and you responded with a heart. It's okay, I know you couldn't just say you love me back publicly like that, but the heart told me all I needed to know. We love each other, Hannah. I'm ready to be with you forever now. Hannah looked on at him with disgust and contempt, thinking to herself that he needs serious help. Shaking her head, she screamed at the boy. No. Let go. Monster. Those words pierced the boy's chest harder than any real weapon could as he felt his watery heart break. Monster. He said quietly, his happy expression turning into that of sadness before immediately turning into anger. Soon his entire demeanor, including his voice, transformed into a whole new beast. You bitch. I didn't love you anyway, fuck you. I'll show you a monster. The boy then began to choke the girl with his hands, lifting her up in the air as he prepared to take her life. Last chance, Hannah. Will you come with me or will you die? If you choose to die, then I'll ask your friends here the same question, starting with June. The boy looked over at her bandmate, June, with a disgusting smile as the girl looked back at him with utter disgust. However, her face of disgust soon shifted to that of ease as she noticed something through the boy's watery body. Hydroman chuckled slightly and the smile on his face grew wider, feeling as if his feelings for June were being reciprocated, unlike with Hannah. At this point, he had no more use for the group's leader. Looks like June sees how real of a man I am. Sorry, Hannah, looks like dash. In an instant, Hydroman's body lost its form, releasing Hannah and becoming nothing more than a normal puddle of water beneath everyone's feet. Where Hydroman once stood, Spider-Man stood crouched, beaten, and bruised with a glass jar with a metal lid in his hands. Quickly, Spider-Man screwed the jar shut and began running full speed out of the building, crashing through one of the windows with his shoulder before imbuing the metal lid with Godspeed energy and shaking the jar rigorously to weaken the psychotic fanboy. The formless mess of Hydroman inside of the jar began to scream as the electricity began to interact with his liquid body. Spider-Man stopped shaking the jar and put his face up to it as he landed outside. "Alright, Waterboy, don't move a muscle, or else I'll do it again, you hear?" Spider-Man demanded, closely inspecting what was left of Hydroman. "Please. No more, I'm sorry." Hydroman pleaded, taking the form of a miniature man inside the jar and allowing Spider-Man to let out a sigh of relief as the villain was finally beaten. About 10 minutes later, everyone in the building had been evacuated and the police arrived at the scene, though far too late. Yuri, with a confused look on her face, approached Spider-Man and raised an eyebrow once she saw the boy in the jar. "I thought they said it was a giant water monster?" Yuri asked, putting her face up to Hydroman's jar as the boy hid his face, trembling on the other side of the glass. "He was until I figured out his weakness," Spider-Man said confidently as if he hadn't just barely beaten the boy due to a hunch. "And that is?" Yuri asked. Confidently, the hero raised a finger and began giving his explanation. "Well, I'm not sure exactly how it works, but I knew there had to have been a segment of him that controls the rest of the water, yeah. Well, I wasn't sure how big that segment was, it could even be a single molecule, however, this guy isn't bright enough to move that single segment around, so I knew it would be in the center of his mass. So, I deduced that if I were to trap that molecule that controls the rest of him in this jar, his body would naturally collapse and all that would be left of him would be in this jar. See?" Spider-Man held up the jar and tapped it with his finger, leaving Yuri dumbfounded. "Ah, huh. Can he break out of that?" Yuri asked, her face telling the hero that she had no clue what he was saying. "Well, I'm not sure. He might if anyone else were to hold him. See this lid? It's metal, so I can infuse it with electricity. As long as I'm here he won't try anything. I could hand deliver him to Rikers for you, I think that's for the best." "Yeah, I think so too. I'll call up one of the sergeants and let them know you're coming so they can work on getting a power dampener made for him." "Thanks, Spider-Man. You're far more reliable than these guys," Yuri said, pointing back at her officers behind her. "Well, yeah, obviously. Cops are useless," Eren thought to himself. "I'm just a bit quicker to respond, I'm sure there's maybe one other good cop besides you out there, maybe." Yuri laughed. "Don't hedge your bets. See you around, kid," Yuri said, tapping Spider-Man on the shoulder before heading toward the building to help the wounded. Once again, Spider-Man was able to defeat another villain, this time without relying on Godspeed. Things really are starting to look up, minus the getting my face smashed into the floor part, he thought to himself. He felt his face, realizing his mask was ripped to shreds, though most of his face was still covered. Well, it's time for an upgrade, I guess. After I deliver this little guy to where he belongs, the hero thought to himself before slingshotting himself in the air and swinging away from the scene and toward Rikers prison. Chapter 31, Things Are Still Looking Up. Once again, Eren Parker found himself at his work desk in his room, messing about with the programmable matter that he stole from the underground base. Though he of course was awake because of his excitement to further understand the material, he was truly up because he couldn't sleep due to his nervousness about Cindy Moon. As he promised himself the day before, Eren planned on asking her to prom, and that fact horrified him. As he worked on the strange material, he thought about Cindy Moon and what would happen if she said yes. He soon found himself zoning out, picturing him and Cindy Moon dancing with each other in the school gymnasium with a live band in the background playing a slow song. Words were being exchanged with each other, though Eren couldn't hear them, nor could he read her lips to make out the words. However, Cindy Moon's eyes widened, and at the same time, the boy's alarm jolted him back into reality in the same fashion as it did when he revisited that memory of his father. What the hell was that? He thought to himself. It wasn't a memory, yet it felt exactly the same as when he was reliving one. Figuring it was nothing more than an intense daydream, the boy shut off his phone alarm, opting to skip breakfast so he could have more time to mess with his project. So far, he'd learned that programmable matter and the suit that the Fantastic Family gifted to him were extremely similar. Both materials took advantage of unstable molecules to a certain degree, however, one was made to adjust to body heat and temperature, while the other was meant to adjust in shape. I wonder if I could possibly create my own version of both. Spider matter. He thought to himself, taking a closer look at the differences between the two substances. A transforming suit. That's definitely possible, but I'll need to borrow some tech from somewhere. Maybe Harry could sneak me some. Having his brain overrun by ideas, Eren began jolting down his ideas and the materials he'd need in order to create this so-called spider matter. Nearly getting lost in his own creativity, the boy was once again jolted by the sound of his second alarm about 30 minutes later, signaling that he needed to actually get ready for school. And so, the boy prepared himself for school, making sure to bring the poster he made before leaving his home and heading to Osborne Academy. On his way there, he stopped by a flower shop, hoping a bouquet would be the cherry on top of his proposal. Soon enough, Eren Parker found himself standing in the main building of Osborne Academy, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand nervously. Okay, Parker. It's just a girl. The worst she can say is EW, no big deal. Eren whispered to himself in an attempt to calm himself. Harry, standing behind Eren with a sign that said, "Do you want to swing by prom with me?" accompanied by a hand-drawn picture of Spider-Man, laughed before teasing his friend. You're talking out loud again, dude. Just relax, you got this. His words, though positive, did not help Eren's nervousness wane. Regardless, he took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. After a few minutes, Cindy Moon emerged from the crowd, looking better than ever. In fact, Eren was almost certain that something was different about her, though he ignored it. Upon seeing Eren and Harry standing there, a big smile grew across the girl's face and her cheeks became pink with slight nervousness. Eren approached her sort of quickly, handing her the flowers before speedily saying, "Please, go to prom with me, to hurry and get it over with." Cindy laughed, finding his nervousness adorable, before hugging Eren, calming him down slightly. "Yes, of course. I'd love to," she said in his chest, though the crowd that somehow spawned around them could not hear her answer. However, Harry took it upon himself to relay the answer to the crowd. She said yes. Finally. Harry exclaimed and the crowd of students clapped and cheered on the undercover hero. However, the applause would soon cease as everyone's attention was shifted toward the front of the school once more. Walking toward the school, with both hands in his pockets, was Dr. Kurt Connors. The smile on his face was massive and he walked with the most confident stride that anyone had ever seen. Eren, still hugging Cindy, looked forward with wide eyes. While everyone else was in awe and happy for the doctor, Eren was furious. "Dr. Connors, you liar." He screamed internally, though Dr. Connors was able to understand Eren's thoughts by the expression on his face. Eren's face soon switched from that of anger to feeling betrayed, causing Dr. Connors to feel guilty about lying to him. Regardless, everything about Dr. Connors looked fine. His skin wasn't green, he had no tail, he just looked like a normal, happy man. At least it looks like it ended up being fine. Eren thought to himself. As Connors got closer, Eren gave him a slight smile, at least feeling content that nothing bad happened despite Dr. Connors disobeying his suggestions. "Looks like she said yes. Congratulations, Parker." Connors teased, tapping his student on the shoulder before continuing on into the school. Many of the students continued to look on with a mixture of awe and confusion. "No way, he really pulled it off," Harry whispered. "All these years and he's finally done it. Even I was beginning to lose hope." "Yeah, he did," Eren whispered, still holding on to Cindy as the crowd around them dispersed. He couldn't shake that bad feeling within him, like something bad was about to happen. Regardless, the young hero and his friends continued their day as they normally would. Despite Dr. Connors being a fool, things were still looking up. Months passed and soon enough, Dr. Connors' serum and the procedure were approved, thanks to Oscorp's backing to speed up the process. Due to high demand, the so-called Connors procedure was given to the citizens of New York before it would be able to branch out throughout the nation and then worldwide. By May, hundreds of people had the Connors procedure done and none of them had experienced any side effects. By that time, Eren was no longer worried about the serum and was focusing more on himself. Within those months, Spider-Man became more popular and gained a lot of new fans throughout the city of New York, especially after he wore a paper bag over his head during the process of creating a replacement mask. He even earned the nickname, the Bombastic Bagman, for a brief period of time, though the name would soon fade once the first prototype of Spider-Matter was created. Though he still wore the Fantastic Four uniform, occasionally working with the team every once in a while, his mask would often change in color and shape. People assumed he was just changing masks like how a person would change their shoes, but this was far from the truth. With Spider-Matter, the mask itself transformed into whatever the wearer wanted and soon enough, the hero's entire costume would be able to as well. With the help of Oscorp technology and a few pieces of advice from Reed Richards, the young hero was finally able to finish his own new costume, just in time for prom night. Thank God it started to cool down. said Spider-Man as he sat atop a building as the sun set behind him. Spider-Man, equipped with a new suit, looked down at the hustling and bustling city beneath him as he ate a jelly-filled donut, a worthy snack for a job well done after fighting crime. He now wore a red mask, keeping the same dynamic lenses that transformed with his facial expressions. The red covered his shoulders and went down in the shape of a V until it reached his abdomen. The rest of the suit was black, as was the massive spider on his chest whose legs spread throughout the entirety of the red section of the suit. In an instant, the hero transformed the pattern on the suit into something completely different. This time, it appeared red and gold, having a gold spider on the front along with gold lenses. As quickly as that version of the suit appeared, it disappeared as the boy transformed it into an all-black suit with red trimmings and a red spider symbol on the front of it. Beneath the spider symbol, a red line in the shape of a V went from his chest, all the way up to his shoulders. His lenses, still dynamic, were now white, having a red outline around them. Spider-Man then switched his suit back to the one he was originally wearing. Spider-Matter is definitely my greatest invention, Spider-Man said aloud as he looked down at his costume. It took a couple of months, but he was able to make his own version of programmable matter, one he called Spider-Matter. Just like the original, the user can command it to change shape. Unlike programmable matter, Spider-Matter could change color as well. Combining aspects of the material from the Fantastic Four costume he was given with aspects of programmable matter and his own unique materials, he created Spider-Matter. He was so proud of his invention that he even made 4 of them for the Fantastic Four as a thank you for being so kind to him, though he hadn't had the chance to give them to them. It was May 22nd, and despite being in New York, the temperature had hit a record high, hitting over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. As his feet swung off the edge of the building, Eren Parker looked through his phone, texting Cindy to confirm if she were ready for him to pick her up. As the young hero waited for her response, he began scrolling through social media, noticing a headline that piqued his interest. The hero read aloud as he followed along with the headline. Perhaps due to the intense heat, many recipients of the Connors procedure have reported having dry skin and feelings of dehydration. If you are a recipient of the serum, we advise you to stay inside and drink plenty of fluids. The boy said in a puzzled tone. Well, a lot of verified procedures have side effects, so I guess dry skin isn't too bad. I hope Dr. Connors is okay. As the boy thought to himself, he received a notification from Cindy, immediately removing those worries from his mind. Cindy, I'm ready. Let me know when you're here, smiley face. Man, things really are looking up. Spider-Man shot a web from his wrist and began swinging from building to building. I can't remember the last time I was actually happy. I'm going to prom with the girl of my dreams, I'm at the top of my class, I have the greatest best friends anyone could ask for, I'm loved by everyone as a hero. Life is great. The hero continued to think about all of the good things going on in his life as he swung to Cindy's place. Once there, Spider-Man backflipped in the air, landing in front of Cindy Moon's apartment before retracting his hero suit and revealing a tuxedo beneath it. The young hero fixed his tie and knocked on the door, taking a deep breath. He'd changed a lot since the beginning of the school year. His hair had grown, and his dreadlocks, now in a ponytail, nearly covered his eyes at that point. His face was more defined, appearing more aged than he did before he became Spider-Man. Despite appearing older, he still struggled to grow any real facial hair, only having a few strands on his chin. Standing calmly, the boy waited for the door of the apartment to open, his heart rate only slightly changing when he heard the door unlock. The door opened, revealing the most beautiful sight he had ever seen. Cindy Moon, wearing a black and white dress made of silk, looked up at the hero with a bright smile, posing against the door frame like a model. God damn. Eren thought to himself as he marveled at her perfect figure that he failed to ever notice looked this good. His jaw dropped, he forgot that he was supposed to greet her as he just stared at her. Face it, Eren. You just hit the jackpot. Chapter 32, Prom Night. I'll hit it, alright. Eren thought to himself, still in absolute awe at how beautiful Cindy Moon looked in her prom dress. What can I say, I'm a lucky guy. Eren told her, extending his hand out to her. Shall we? Cindy grabbed his hand, and the two of them began walking toward the school, hand in hand. Eren couldn't stop smiling as he walked with Cindy, and Cindy took notice, looking up at that rare smile with a smile of her own. She knew if she pointed it out, he'd realize it and probably stop, so she simply stared up at him as she grabbed onto his arm. As the two continued to walk together, a familiar voice could be heard from behind them. You. The voice said, and immediately, the two recognized who it was. Harry Osborn, sticking his head out of the window of a limousine, appeared behind the two teens and parked alongside them. Hey, guys. Harry said, still hanging halfway out the window. Hey, y'all. Lily said from behind him, waving to the couple from the other seat in the limousine. What's up, guys? Eren said, waving back at them. Hey. Cindy said. You two lovebirds look like you need a ride, come on, hop in. Harry then pushed the door open, and without any hesitation, the two got inside the limousine. The inside of the limousine was all white, and spotless, and was filled to the brim with snacks and drinks, some being of the alcoholic variety. As soon as Eren and Cindy sat down, Harry handed each of them a can of hard seltzer, though the two hesitated briefly. Seeing this, Harry used his charming words to persuade them. What? We're basically adults now. Having one won't be so bad, it'll be fun. Harry smiled charmingly, extending his arms further until the two of them reluctantly grabbed the cans. Cindy and Eren looked at each other briefly before opening the cans and drinking with their friends. After a few minutes and a few drinks, Eren looked around to see that both Lily and Harry seemed to be a little bit buzzed as they slurred their words and wobbled slightly. Are they just lightweights, or could it be my powers giving me a higher tolerance? Eren thought before looking at Cindy and noticing that she didn't seem to be affected by the alcohol at all. Yeah, they're just lightweights, he deduced, smiling at Cindy before taking another sip from his drink. Harry, speaking from the heart, grabbed Eren by the shoulder and began giving a speech in the back of the limo. This man, Eren Parker. What can I say that can't already be said? I mean, look at him. Not too long ago he was just some nihilistic, yeah I know big words, kid who didn't have a care in the world and got bullied by Flash, or Eugene Thompson. Now, look at him, handsome, genius. Harry's sentence stopped briefly as if he forgot what he was going to say, leaving everyone in the limousine speechless. Oh, my point is, I'm so glad to call this guy my best friend in the world. Cindy too, you're great, I love you both. I love you too, Lily, so much. I would literally die for all three of you. Harry leaned in and hugged Eren, though Eren sort of leaned over and pushed Harry off of him gently. How much did you have to drink? Eren asked Harry, looking over at Lily for an answer as she was less drunk than him. Well, I had about 5 before you guys came and he had like. She began counting on her fingers until she ran out of fingers to count on. I don't remember. Eren laughed slightly at the absurdity of the situation. There was no way the two of them would be allowed into prom in this state, however, due to Harry being the owner's son, he figured they'll probably let him in regardless. A few more minutes passed and the 4 of them had arrived at Osborne Academy, exiting the limousine before taking a look at the transformed school building. There were bright, flashing lights scattered all around the campus, along with balloons and a massive sign saying, "Welcome Class of 2022. That's us," Harry said, pointing at the school sign with a wobbly finger. Okay, you two go in there and have fun, okay? Harry said, grabbing Eren by both the shoulders and nearly causing them both to fall over. You better treat Cindy with care, protect her, you hear me? Or else I'll beat you up. Don't let anyone look at her funny. Harry demanded as he continued to slur his words. Are you not coming inside? Eren asked Harry, struggling to maintain his balance as Harry aggressively shifted his weight back and forth. Yeah, man. Lily and I are just gonna go sober up real quick, and do some things and then be back, okay? We'll see you two later, okay, bye. Harry let go of Eren's shoulders before getting back into the limousine with Lily and pulling off. Both Eren and Cindy watched the limo disappear into the distance before laughing amongst themselves. I'm so glad they didn't try to come inside, it would have been a total disaster. Cindy said through her laughter. Yeah, thank God. Eren told her, shaking his head in disbelief at the still absurd situation they found themselves in. Well, forget them for now. Let's head inside, yeah. The two teens, locking arms, made their way inside the main building of the school, being greeted by balloons, decorations, and loud music. A few classmates greeted the couple as well, complimenting them and giving them kind words, something Eren was far from used to. However, many people simply looked on without saying a word. Eren could tell that these glares were different than the ones he used to receive, somehow. Rather than looking at him like an outcast, they seemed impressed. That shy, scrawny nerd no longer existed as he once was. He was now a man, one with a confident stride and a beautiful woman around his arm. Making their way past the onlookers, Eren and Cindy found themselves inside the school gymnasium, the main area of the party. The music was booming, everyone was dancing, and the happy mood was infectious. Eren wasn't the type to dance, he didn't even know how aside from the few dances he learned in PE class, but even he wanted to bust a few moves. As they continued into the gymnasium, a classic song from the 70s began playing and all of the future graduates began dancing as if they had traveled to that time period. Once again, Eren Parker had the biggest of smiles on his face and Cindy couldn't get enough of it. Even the other students took notice, many of them seeing his teeth for the first time in the years that they'd known him. The party continued on for hours and the ballots for the royal couple were being collected. Most people assumed that Flash Thompson and Gwen Stacy would win, however, there were a few other couples in the running with them. As many of the students continued dancing the night away, the music lowered and a boy's voice could be heard from the speakers. Mic check, mic check. Can you guys hear me? A freckle-faced boy stood on the stage, holding a note card with his left hand and rubbing his arm with his right as he spoke nervously. Eren, remembering the headline he read earlier and that the boy had the Connors procedure done, thought to himself, he must be suffering from those symptoms they mentioned. Speaking of which, where's Connors? Eren looked around briefly as the boy continued to speak on stage, though Dr. Connors was nowhere to be found. What's wrong, Eren? Cindy asked, looking up at him as she still latched onto his arm. Nothing. Eren said, shaking his head. I was just curious where Dr. Connors is. Most of the other teachers were here at some point, I guess he's busy. Coming back to reality, Eren continued to listen to the boy speak. After one last dance, we will announce this year's royal couple. The boy cleared his throat. I recommend voting for me and Michelle, he said jokingly before clapping his hands together a single time. With that said, let's slow things down a bit, shall we? With those words said, the lights dimmed and a slow, melodic piano song began to play, signaling to the many near graduates to begin slow dancing. Talk about déjà vu, Eren thought to himself, remembering that daydream he had earlier. Without any hesitation, Eren looked down at Cindy, smiling softly before extending his hand outward. Shall we? He invited her, prompting her to wrap her arms around his neck as he wrapped his around her waist. The two began to dance, staring into each other's eyes passionately as the music set the mood. This was it. The moment that Eren Parker had been waiting for. The moment he would tell Cindy exactly how he felt and officially ask her to be his. After taking a few seconds to calm himself down, the boy spoke to his date confidently. Cindy. He said softly, staring into her eyes with confidence as if his heart wasn't about to leap out of his chest. HM. She answered nonchalantly, hiding the fact that her heart was also pounding vigorously. I didn't think I'd ever come to prom, honestly. But those times when I did imagine it, it was just like this. Me and you dancing in each other's arms, looking into each other's eyes just like this, he told her softly. But that dream of mine, the one where you play the biggest role, doesn't end on this night. Stunned, Cindy did nothing but continue to look into his eyes, nodding slightly as her cheeks slowly turned rosy. The soft, melodic music continued, as did Eren's confession. I want to be with you, Cindy. I mean for real be with you. So, Eren hesitated as his heart pounded, still looking into her eyes. I wanted to ask you, tonight. Will you be my girlfriend? As those words left his mouth, it felt like a 2 million-ton weight had finally lifted off of his chest. Without any hesitation, Cindy gave her answer. Yes. She told him. I've been waiting a long time for you to ask, of course I will. With those words said, Eren and Cindy both began leaning closer to each other, closing their eyes as their lips began to become drawn to each other like magnets. Finally. The moment Eren would finally kiss the woman of his dreams. However, just when things were looking up, the world around Eren Parker began to crumble. My spider sense. The boy thought as his eyes immediately shot open. To his surprise, Cindy's eyes were wide as well, just like they were in his vision, though before he could think too much about why, his eyes darted over to the corner of the room, noticing that the boy from earlier began shaking violently in his date's arms. Josh. What's wrong? His date asked him, though before she could receive an answer, Josh lunged at her and took a massive bite out of her neck and bringing her to the ground. The crowd began to scream and panic, both Eren and Cindy were completely stunned as the boy began shredding his date apart. As if it were automatic, time seemingly slowed down around Eren due to his processing speed being so enhanced at the moment. What do I do? He thought, scanning the room with just his eyes and thinking of the best course of action. No one's looking at me right now. He double-checked, then triple-checked everyone's eyes in the room just to be sure that not a soul was looking at him. If I put on my costume. Eren looked down to see that Cindy was still looking at him, the only one whose eyes were still locked onto him. Damn it. He thought, realizing that if he were to save everyone from whatever was about to happen, Cindy would have to know the truth. Deciding what needed to be done, Spider-Man suited up, his suit emerging from seemingly within him in a second, and dashed toward Josh and the girl. Cindy, stunned, grabbed her chest and looked on at the red and black wearing hero with wide eyes. Eren is Spider-Man. She thought to herself, never having guessed that he of all people was the man beneath the mask. Let go of her. He yelled, struggling to pull the boy's mouth away due to his sudden inhuman strength. What? The hero thought to himself before using even more of his strength to pull the boy off of her. Everyone in the room was in shock. They were so distracted by Josh devouring his date that no one noticed when Spider-Man entered the room. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Once the seemingly zombified boy had been removed from the girl, Spider-Man delivered a mighty punch to his jaw, rendering him unconscious. Spider-Man inspected the boy's body, noticing that his skin had become rough like a reptile's and was starting to discolor and become green. His teeth were sharp, like that of an alligator or crocodile, and he had incredibly sharp talons on his hands. Before Spider-Man could get a closer look, a girl's scream, one of pure dread and despair, could be heard behind him. Michelle. Michelle. Please wake up. The girl screamed, shaking her friend's body in an attempt to resuscitate her. However, it was of no use as tendons and blood began spilling from her lifeless corpse. Spider-Man's lenses widened. I let my guard down, and I hesitated. The weeping girl shook Michelle's lifeless body as her neck, nearly detached from her body, swayed from side to side, spewing blood all over the panicking girl's white gown. Eren Parker, under his mask, looked on in horror as guilt began to build up inside of him. For the first time in his hero career, a person died within his reach. Chapter 33, Failure. I'm so sorry. Spider-Man said, kneeling down next to the girl's corpse and her friend who helplessly continued to resuscitate her. Please stop. Eren thought to himself as the girl kept trying to get her friend to wake up. She's already gone, please. He couldn't take it anymore. With each plea that left the girl's mouth, the so-called hero felt his guilt build up inside of him. He couldn't help but feel like he was nothing more than a failure of a hero. It truly wasn't his fault, however, every hero makes mistakes. Regardless of that fact, Spider-Man hated himself. He hated Eren Parker for holding him back at the moment, for hesitating. The hero stood frozen over the two girls and Cindy Moon watched from behind with wide, tearful eyes. Slowly, she approached the hero with her hand extended toward him and her now boyfriend beneath the mask. Once the girl was nearly close enough to touch him, the sound of another's voice immediately stopped her in her tracks. Yo. What's going on? Flash here. Spider-Man's lenses furrowed upon hearing the energetic, influencer-sounding voice of Flash Thompson behind him. Slowly, the hero turned around to see that his once bully had the nerve to use the situation for internet fame, holding his phone's camera toward himself as if he were making a vlog. Flash was an up-and-coming YouTube influencer, using his parents' money to make content that showed off his lifestyle. However, due to the massive influx of such content creators, his channel failed to grow in any meaningful way. However, he knew that this would be his moment to finally go viral. You'll never believe who came to my school. Look, it's Spider-Man. Flash pointed the camera at the hero as he still kneeled beside the girl who he allowed to die. He was stunned. He couldn't believe that anyone with a conscience could even think to do such a thing. Spider-Man's lenses began twitching with hatred and his body shook with outrage. If he hadn't learned restraint over the many months of being a superhero, he would have knocked Flash Thompson's head clean off of his body without a second thought. A single web shot from Spider-Man's wrist latched onto Flash Thompson's collar before the furious hero pulled the boy who used to bully him up close. With a single hand, Spider-Man lifted the boy in the air by his suit, causing the crowd to gasp in unison. They'd never seen Spider-Man in such a way, remembering him for his positive attitude in the videos they've seen of him saving people. They thought that perhaps the theories were true, that he and the Phantom Spider were one and the same. That his now kind-hearted persona was nothing more than a facade to make everyone forget the brutality of who he once was. Hey, man, what are you dash? Those words left Flash's mouth before the furious words of Spider-Man disrupted him. What the fuck is your problem? Spider-Man shouted in a furious voice that was never heard by anyone before this day, one that echoed off of the gymnasium walls. That voice was not the voice of Spider-Man, but the authentic, enraged voice of Eren Parker from beneath that mask. Your classmate just died. She died right fucking here. Her body is still warm and you're recording a fucking vlog. Spider-Man took Flash's phone from him before crushing it with a single hand. His lenses squinted, and the hero used two hands to pull Flash in closely to say something quietly to him, something that only Flash could hear. I despise weak, privileged, imbecilic assholes like you. If I had things my way dash. Bang bang bang. Everyone in the room, including the enraged hero, directed their attention toward the door leading to the hallway as someone, or perhaps something, was banging on the doorway as if they were trying to break through it. In reaction to the noise, Spider-Man shot a web at the door, blocking it from being able to be opened from the other side. Without any hesitation, Spider-Man threw Flash Thompson onto the floor, causing him to crash and slide into a wall before barking orders to everyone in the room. Everyone stay inside, barricade the doors. I'll web the entrances so they don't get in. Spider-Man quick-stepped around the room, webbing all but one entrance to the gymnasium shut before making his way back to the center of the room. Though the hero gave his orders, most people were stuck in place until another loud bang slammed onto one of the entrances, encouraging them all to do as the young hero said. Taking one last look at the girl on the ground, Spider-Man transformed into his ultimate Godspeed form, creating a hot, blue aura around his body and mesmerizing those who saw it. In a flash, the hero grabbed the unconscious lizard boy and looked back at his peers. Barricade this door, someone stands by it, and do not open it until you hear my voice. I'm going to bring as many students here as possible. Spider-Man flashed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Using his webs, the hero restrained the reptilian boy against a wall as screams from his classmates echo throughout the hallway. Without a second thought, the young hero blasted off into the hallway, leaving Cindy and the rest of the kids in the gym behind. 3 teenagers, 2 boys wearing tuxedos, one wearing white and one wearing black, and a girl in a red dress, held their breath beneath one of the lab tables in a nearly pitch-black classroom. One of the boys, the one in black, held onto the girl tightly, covering her mouth to prevent her from screaming while they looked on in horror as another student stared blankly at them from the hallway. All they could see was the boy's now pale face lying on the ground, twitching every once in a while without breaking eye contact with them. They could hear the sickeningly, revolting sounds of flesh being ripped apart and gnawed, though none could see what was on the other side of the door causing the sound. They heard screaming, so they all ran into the lab and hid under the table. They were under there for a few minutes, though the boy's face had only appeared just a few moments prior. The boy outside's eyes continued to look lifelessly at the group as they held their breaths. They continued to look on intensely until suddenly, the boy blinked, causing all 3 of the hiding teens to jolt and the girl to weep through her partner's hands. The boy was still alive, at least at that moment, perhaps that was signaling the life leaving his body for good. However, this may have also signaled the end for the 3 hiding teens beneath the lab table. The boy's body stopped twitching and the squelching sound ceased after the girl made a noise. There was silence. A long silence. One that was only broken by the sounds of whatever was behind the door breathing heavily and hungrily before letting out a croaking sound from its throat. Whatever was behind that door was not a human, at least, not anymore. There was yet again another silence, this time being broken by the sounds of what sounded like a heavy foot stepping on the tile outside of the classroom, followed by another. After 3 footsteps, they could make out who was on the other side. A green, scaly, talon-filled foot stepped into the room, followed by the rest of the beast's scaly body. All 3 teens' eyes widened as they gawked at the beast standing in front of them with its dinosaur-esque appearance. It had the head of a velociraptor, including the teeth, but its proportions were almost human-like. It had talons on its incredibly long, blood-dripping hands and its toes had talons as well. There was blood and human residue all over its face and body, its teeth still had chunks of human flesh in between them. It was wearing a tuxedo, or at least what was left of one, which was also drenched in blood. Its tail wagged back and forth as it scanned the room for its prey, looking closely at a dark corner of the room. It started looking from the left, slowly making its way to the right as it scanned through the darkness, getting closer to spotting the teens. The 3 teens could feel their hearts racing, as well as their bodies trembling. The boy holding the girl gripped her tightly, and a lone tear fell from his face as he began to accept his fate. Many of his feelings had gone unspoken for the girl, as were the girl's feelings for him. The girl, with all of her strength, tried her best not to scream as the monster's gaze slowly grew closer to them. She couldn't help but feel as if it were her fault for making a sound, but she just couldn't help herself. The other boy, the one in white, scanned the room for anything he could use to get them out of the situation. He searched for an exit, though there was only one and the beast was standing in it. He searched for a weapon, though the only thing he could spot was a scalpel on a nearby table that wouldn't even break the monster's skin. I have to try, he thought to himself, glaring at the scalpel with determined eyes. His friend noticed his gaze, though he could only watch and hope that he wouldn't try it. The monster's eyes were growing closer, so close that all 3 teens could feel a pit form in their stomachs as they anticipated their demise. Without any more hesitation, the third will decided it was time to play the hero. With quickness, he ran for the table and grabbed the scalpel, stealing the gaze of the monster and causing it to lunge at him like a feral animal. Jacob. Both the boy and the girl screamed as they watched the beast close in on their friend. Holding his scalpel like a knife, the boy defended himself from the beast, sending a powerful thrust toward the monster's abdomen as it left the ground to leap onto him. Run! He shouted, hoping this would buy his friends enough time to escape, but they were too scared to move. Soon enough, the scalpel met the beast's skin, bouncing off of it like a sword striking stone before the beast brought the boy to the ground and began chewing on his face. His friends could do nothing but look on in spectacle with tears streaming down their faces as they watched their best friend be devoured in front of them. The monster chowed down on the boy's face for over a minute, slurping his eyeballs from their sockets, eating through the boy's flesh and skull, and devouring his brain. Once the monster had enough of that meal, it was ready to move on to the next one, turning around slowly to see the 2 teens beneath the table beside him, trembling in fear. With blood and guts in its teeth, the monster grimaced and growled as it spotted its next meal. Slowly, the monster crawled on all 4s toward the teens as they sat beneath the table without any will to live left within them. Slowly, the beast drew closer to the 2 teens. It was just a few feet away from them. Then a few inches. Soon enough, the beast and its prey were face to face, so close that they could smell the stench coming from its mouth as it breathed heavily in front of them, licking its lips as it continued to croak. It was too big to fit under the table, so it was going to have to pull the out one by one. The beast wanted to start with the girl, grabbing her by the dress and pulling her from beneath the table. Her partner tried to maintain his hold on her, though his strength was not a match for the reptilian monster. Once the beast had its meal in front of it, it licked its lips one last time before opening its mouth and sending a bite down toward the girl. She didn't scream, she didn't move, she just accepted her fate. The boy could do nothing but watch as the woman he loved was about to lose her life, feeling like nothing more than a weak man and a failure. A failure who could not protect the girl he loved so dearly. A loud crunching sound resonated throughout the room, sending a shiver down the spine of those who heard it. However, it was not the sounds of the beast's jaw meeting human flesh, no, it was the sounds of a fist meeting his. The beast flew in the opposite direction, crashing into a lab table and reducing it to rubble. The two teens looked at where the beast landed, though their expressions were both still blank as they attempted to process what had just happened. They then directed their attention back to where the beast was once standing, seeing a man wearing a black and red costume, glowing brightly with a blue aura. The figure shot a web from his wrist, restraining the beast to where it lay before looking down at the teens. It was Spider-Man. He had saved them, though no one celebrated as their eyes all soon locked onto Jacob's disfigured body at the same time. His face was completely gone, leaving nothing more than a pile of flesh and some skull fragments where it used to be. Spider-Man nearly fell to his knees upon seeing another life he had failed to save. He had gone to many classrooms before this one, whether it be to scan for anyone to help, or to come running to the cries of those who called for him, but he couldn't save everyone. "I'm sorry," he told the teens, all three of them, with a voice that sounded like nothing more than utter defeat. He knelt down and grabbed the girl, picking her up off the ground before looking over at the boy. "We need to get somewhere safe, okay?" Spider-Man told him. It was as if the boy couldn't even see or hear him as he continued staring at his friend's corpse blankly. "Hey!" Spider-Man shouted, awakening the boy from his daze. "Please. We need to go to the gymnasium now. I need you to come with me. She needs you too." The boy looked at both the hero and his lover, realizing what he meant. The boy nodded before following Spider-Man into the hallway. Immediately upon entry, the boy's eyes widened and he stopped in his tracks in utter disbelief. Dozens upon dozens of dead, half-eaten teens were spread out throughout the ground, many missing their heads, limbs, or even their entire lower halves. Blood was scattered and spread all over the floors, walls, and lockers as the two men continued walking through the horror show. Spider-Man ignored the bodies, trying not to acknowledge them. His failures. The people he couldn't save. The people that died because of Dr. Connors. The people that died because of Eren Parker. The three eventually made it to the gymnasium, which was now filled with everyone who had survived the attack. Spider-Man placed the girl on the ground gently before looking over at the boy. "Please, stay with her," Spider-Man told her before walking toward the center of the crowd. They all looked at the hero with a mixture of expressions. Thankfulness. Fear. Anguish. Admiration. Though in the hero's mind, they were all looking at him in disgust for letting so many die under his watch. Spider-Man, looking at the ground as the metaphorical spotlight was on him, spoke. "The school is safe now. Stay put, I'll lock everything up from the outside and come back for you all once things are." He couldn't bear to lie to them, to give them false hope. He didn't know if things would ever go back to normal, not after this. "I'll be back. Stay put. They're outside, the building, so please." Spider-Man thought about the millions of people who were defenseless against the monsters throughout the city. He then thought about Harry and Lily, causing his lenses to widen. He looked over at Cindy Moon, and as if they shared the same thought, her eyes were just as terrified as his. Without any more hesitation, the hero zoomed out of the gym, locking it from the outside before endeavoring out into the city in search of his friends. Chapter 34, Embrace. Spider-Man swung through the city of New York, through the mayhem that had already undergone in the sectors beneath him. With his phone in hand, he checked his for Harry's location while spamming him with calls, but received no response. "Damn it," he whispered, continuing to scan the area for any soul to help. Cars were abandoned, corpses were laid out, and a few transformed humans were left dead with bullet wounds in them, presumably from police or people choosing to defend themselves from the monsters with weapons of their own. "What am I going to do?" Spider-Man thought to himself, soaring through the air using flash steps on the side of buildings with Godspeed and web zips using his web shooters in order to cover as much ground as possible while still maintaining his altitude. "How did I let this happen? I did this. I let all of these people die." He whispered to himself, hopelessly searching for anyone to save, but he was far too late for the hundreds of half-eaten corpses he was traversing past. Are they going to be stuck like this forever? Can I save them? I need to call Reed. Spider-Man said to himself as he began phoning Reed Richards, praying that he would pick up the phone and be able to tell him what to do. The phone rang 3 times before being picked up by the man himself. "Spider-Man." Reed answered, sounding as if he were in distress. "I'm glad you're okay." Spider-Man sighed in relief, holding the phone in his hand while still checking for Harry's location. "I'm glad you're okay too. I need your help. These people all had the Connors procedure. I recognized some of them from my classes and they all had it. I know a little bit about the serum but not enough to make a cure for these people. Do you think it's possible? Reed paused for a brief moment, taking a second to think to himself. In the background, Eren could hear screaming, along with the sounds of the other members of the Fantastic Four fighting. It's possible, but I need samples of the original serum to do so. I'm friends with Kurt and I. Spider-Man paused, the weight of the situation along with the guilt was beginning to take a toll on him once again. It's my fault, Reed. If I didn't help him, none of this would have happened. It's not your fault, Spider-Man. Do you know where he keeps the serum? Reed said quickly, giving the message that now wasn't the time for the young hero to brood. Spider-Man pushed his pain aside once again before giving Reed his answer. I know where his lab is. There should be a few old samples in there, along with his prototype neogenic recombinator dash. As those words left the red and black wearing hero's lips, Harry began to finally return his call and his location appeared on the screen. He's alive. He's at Oscorp. He thought before quickly dismissing himself. I'll send the location to you and we can meet there. I need to find my friend right now. See you then. Spider-Man switched the line over to Harry before answering the phone frantically. Harry. Eren screamed, receiving the same amount of enthusiasm in response from Harry himself. Eren. You're okay. Where's Cindy? Is she okay? She's okay. We got separated but she's safe. What about you and Lily? Eren answered. She's okay, we barely made it to Oscorp in time. My dad had this whole initiative set for a situation like this. His private military is protecting the building. It's safe here and he's letting survivors in 1 by 1 inch, Harry told him. Thank God. I'm glad you're okay. Your father is a good man, Harry. Eren admitted, surprised that Norman would have prepared for something like this. Right. Harry said reluctantly. My phone is going to die again, I'll call you back later. Stay safe, dude. Please. I will, Harry. I'll see you soon. The undercover hero told his friend before the two ended their call. Spider-Man let out a small sigh of relief, now knowing his best friend was safe. Using his webs, the young hero flung himself into the air as if he were a slingshot before fully transforming into his ultimate Godspeed form once again. With the blue aura surrounding his body, the hero landed on the top of a nearby building before taking off, turning into nothing more than a blue streak of electricity as he dashed through the city toward Connors's lab in hopes that if he and Reed could somehow find a cure, they could save those who have turned and prevent more deaths. Shrouded in darkness, a few dozen people of all ages sat in silence inside a boarded-up diner. The only sounds heard by those hiding in fear were the sounds of their harsh breathing and the repeating sounds of a clock ticking above them. Each second felt like an eternity for those hiding away inside the diner. They could hear the screams of people outside, those who weren't lucky enough to find sanction amongst them inside of the dark diner. Every once in a while, a person would bang on one of the windows, begging for anyone to help them escape from the beasts outside. Though those pleas would eventually cease, only being followed by the sounds of growling creatures and flesh being ripped apart. There was a brief moment of silence for those hiding in the diner. Are we safe? They all wondered. That silence, the suspense, was almost excruciatingly painful. Their breathing. Their heartbeats. Their whimpers. The sound of that damned, dreadful clock ticking away continued on until a sound far worse would make itself known to them. The harsh, high-pitched sounds of a metallic door, the back entrance, being opened slowly sent a shiver down the spines of those taking refuge inside the diner. The chefs and the waitresses looked at each other with wide eyes that said, I thought you locked the back. All hope was lost amongst those who decided to hide within the confines of the diner walls. Those who somehow maintained hope sought out more elaborate hiding spots, including a pregnant woman who seemed to have been accompanied by no one. People hid under tables, behind counters, or anything that they felt could conceal their presence for even just a second longer when the inevitable makes itself known. The pregnant woman, along with a few others, hid behind the bar in hopes that they'd go unnoticed when the time came. Footsteps, those of multiple creatures, began to slowly make their way into the building. Their footsteps were heavy, fleshy, and somewhat slimy sounding as each step grew louder. Pots, pans, plates, and the like were heard smashing on the ground as the footsteps of the unknown made themselves more clear by the second. Almost in unison, the clock continued to tick and the footsteps continued to grow louder and louder until the door to the kitchen began to slowly creep open until it came to an abrupt stop. Trembling in fear, those taking refuge looked on at the door which was only being held open about 1/4 of the way. Slowly, a reptilian eye looked inside the room, making eye contact with a single human, a man wearing business attire that chose to hide under a table. Noticing the beast's gaze, the man attempted to move, whether it be to run or hide elsewhere, it didn't matter. Before the men could stand up, the reptilian beast busted through the door, lunging at the men before ripping him to shreds with his talons and taking a chunk out of the man's neck. The businessman screamed in agony, a wretched scream that was only capable of showcasing an ounce of his insurmountable pain to those sharing the room with him. At the same time, two more beasts lunged through the same door, latching onto two individuals that they decided were best suited to be their dinner. The humans began to panic, running around the inside of the diner aimlessly as if they were going to be able to avoid their fate. Their screams and pleas for help did nothing more but attract more monsters, causing them to burst into the diner through the haphazardly barricaded doors as if they were made of paper. Soon, the sounds of flesh tearing, bones being pulled from their sockets and gnawed on, and the sounds of hungry beasts consuming their prey would exceed the sounds of the human screams. Most were too afraid to move, accepting the fate that would soon overcome them. However, one of the men behind the bar whispered to his peers, "Run," before taking off out of the building. Everyone, including the pregnant woman, dashed past the dining beasts in an attempt to escape their fate. A group of 7 was able to escape, running aimlessly down the dimly lit New York streets. The pregnant woman ran with the group as those more capable than she ran past and around her. All around her, she could hear the sounds of footsteps and screams, both human and inhuman. Rather than just the sounds of shoes hitting the ground, she could hear flesh stomping behind her, fleshy steps that sounded like they were from someone or something running on all fours. One by one, a human scream could be heard and their footsteps, along with the beasts pursuing them, were gone for good. In front of her, the would-be future mother could do nothing but watch as lizard creatures, all in various stages of their transformation, leapt from seemingly nowhere to devour those around her. She began to grow fatigued due to being several months pregnant, and knowing she couldn't run away much longer, the woman fled into an alley in hopes that she could cut through the streets and escape her pursuers without them noticing. However, as she turned the corner, her eyes widened in fright. It was a dead end. If she were to continue down that path, she would be met by nothing more than a brick wall. She turned around and began trying to make her way back out the way she came, only to be met by another human, startling her. Before she could feel any sense of relief upon seeing another human being with her, the man was ambushed by a lizard creature, pushing him to the ground before tearing him limb from limb and devouring him with its sharp teeth. The woman stopped in her tracks and began backpedaling back into the alley until her back hit the aforementioned brick wall. With her hand covering her mouth and tears falling from her face, she slid down the wall and fell to the ground. For 30 minutes, half an hour that felt like an eternity, she watched as the lizard continued to devour the men, consuming the desired parts until there was almost nothing left. This monster seemed less developed than a lot of the others, retaining most of its humanity in terms of appearance. The only inhuman thing about it was its green, scaly skin and long, sharp talons. The woman tried to remain silent in hopes that she would continue to go unnoticed, though the beast was very easily able to detect her scent. With a quick head turn, it made eye contact with the woman, causing her to jolt in fear. "Help! Someone, please!" The woman yelled to no one, hoping anyone in the world could save her and her baby. When her pleas went unanswered, she began to weep in her palms once again. The creature crawled on all fours toward the woman, slowly as if it were stalking its prey, locking its gaze on her enlarged abdomen. "Please. Please." The woman begged. "Please don't. You're a human, you aren't a monster. Please." She pleaded to the monster, hoping somehow her words would get through to it. The beast stopped for a second, looking at the woman with the eyes of a human, but only for a brief moment. During that moment, however, the person's eyes, the one trapped inside the beast, begged the woman to somehow save them from their reptilian prison. Those kind, scared, begging eyes soon shifted back to that of a hungry beast as the half-human, half-lizard monster lunged at the woman. She shut her eyes and turned her back to the monster, using her own back as a shield to protect the baby inside of her. A warmth soon covered her body, followed by the sound of the beast wailing and a metallic bang on the other side of the alley. Slowly the woman opened her eyes and turned her head to see the red and black hero covered in a blue aura. However, the young hero did not stand before her in triumph. The hero looked down at the lizard creature, webbing him down for the time being before looking down the alley at the poor soul he was too late to save. He then looked at the mother, and despite his face being covered, she could feel the young hero's pain through the expressive lenses on his mask. If his mask had brows, they'd have been furrowed. The lenses themselves were halfway shut, and the hero's demeanor showcased his feelings of loss and defeat. With a single hand, he extended it out to the woman, unable to say a single word to her. She grabbed it, allowing the hero to lift her to her feet. The woman looked into the young hero's eyes, and though they were concealed, she could feel every ounce of his pain through them. Grief. Regret. Despair. Guilt. These emotions were all building up inside the hero, and the mother could sense it all. Though she didn't know the boy, she felt that she was obligated to show him compassion at this moment. The mother hugged the young hero tightly, feeling the benevolent heat of his Godspeed energy and giving the hero the warmth of a mother's embrace for the first time in so long, surprising him. Spider-Man's eyes widened in reaction to her gesture, though his arms remained at his sides. "Thank you, Spider-Man. You're him, right?" The woman told him, recognizing the spider symbol on his chest despite the new costume. "It's okay, you can't save everyone," she whispered, immediately sending a metaphorical shock into the boy's chest. It was as if she read his mind. All he could see were the bodies of those he failed to save in his mind, imagining their screams and their dying breaths in his head. "It's not your fault, Spider-Man. I know you're hurting, I can see it in your eyes," the woman whispered, crying into the boy's shoulder as he continued to stand with his hands at his sides. "Please, don't put the weight of all of this on your own shoulders. It's not your fault, no one could have predicted any of this and you can't be everywhere at once, no matter how hard you try to be. What matters is that you were here for me, my unborn child, and the countless others you have saved and will save. Thank you, Spider-Man. Go be the hero that I know you are." The mother gripped the hero tighter, sniffling as tears continued to stream down her face. "If you were my son, I would be so proud of you for everything you've done for those of us that you did save." As those words left the woman's mouth, Spider-Man hugged the woman back before gently saying 2 words to her. "Thank you," he told her softly. The woman felt his body heat up for a few seconds before feeling his embrace dissipate. When she opened her eyes, she was surrounded by other survivors and men wearing white battle armor that had a logo with a silver S on them. "Ma'am," a voice said behind her, startling her for a second. It was Harry Osborn, holding a few bottles of water in his hands. "How'd you get in here? Where's your wristband?" he asked her. She looked around to see that everyone else had the wristband that he mentioned around their arms. "I don't know, Spider-Man brought me," she said, causing Harry's eyebrows to raise. "Oh, he did. Well, we have to give you a screening to make sure you're fully human, then we can call any family you have, okay? Come with me." Harry began walking toward the screening area and the lady followed. She stopped for a second, looking back up at the sky in hopes that she could catch a glimpse of the hero one last time, but he was gone. "Ma'am," Harry uttered. "Sorry," she whispered, taking one last look into the sky before following the young man once again. Chapter 35, The Lizard. Using his ultimate Godspeed form, Spider-Man saved as many as he could before delivering them to the safe haven that was the Oscorp building. After scouring the city for anyone else that may have been left over, he received a message from Reed Richards, informing him that he had arrived at their meeting place. Spider-Man's body ached due to the overuse of his ultimate Godspeed form. Despite his training, he still couldn't use the form for as long as he would have liked. Regardless, the hero entered his form once more and zoomed through the city to Dr. Connors' old lab. In a flash, the hero arrived, finding Reed standing at the entrance and looking at the hero. "This is the place," Spider-Man said as he powered down and began walking over to Reed Richards while the two of them looked forward at Dr. Connors' old lab. Reed approached the door, pulling the handle to see if it was locked. Spider-Man stepped forward, though Reed waved him off. "I got it," Mr. Fantastic told the young hero as the stretchy man inserted his finger into the keyhole and began unlocking it by recreating the correct key with it. Soon enough, the door clicked and the two entered the building together. Just as it was the last time Eren had entered the lab, there were vials, files, and test subjects scattered all around the room. Spider-Man searched through it all, along with Reed, looking everywhere for completed serum until he eventually found a few vials inside a drawer. "I found some," he said, prompting Reed to stretch his arm out to the young hero. Spider-Man handed them to him before walking over to the neogenic recombinator. "This is the neogenic recombinator. This is what activates the serum after it's been injected," Spider-Man told him. "Do you think we could perhaps turn this into a neogenic decombinator?" Reed said, finishing Spider-Man's sentence. Spider-Man nodded in response and Reed began stroking his chin as he began thinking about the most practical way to create such a device. "We can. We'll need some time, but it's possible. I'll just need to repurpose the machine and reverse engineer the serum." Reed continued to stroke his chin in deep thought, before walking over to the machine and continuing to think out loud. "What we need is dash." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud roar could be heard coming from outside, though it was clearly coming from miles away. The screech was so powerful, it shook the building similarly to how booming thunder would. Spider-Man's lenses furrowed as he looked over at Reed, who shared a similar expression to him. "What the hell was that?" Spider-Man said, though his lenses soon widened upon making a realization. "It's Connors. I didn't think about it before, but he injected himself with God knows how many different serums. Do you think that it mutated him even further than it did everyone else?" "It's very possible." As Reed said this, his earpiece began to ring. Mr. Fantastic placed his finger on his ear, pressing the earpiece before answering the call. "Hello," he said, leaving Spider-Man wondering who was on the other line. Reed frowned. "Oscorp," the scientist muttered, having no knowledge of why that place would be relevant to the current situation. Spider-Man, however, looked at the men with wide eyes. "That's where people are taking refuge. It's the most concentrated area of humans in the city right now. He's going to attack the building." Almost instantly, Spider-Man transformed into his ultimate Godspeed state and zoomed out of the room, leaving Reed to figure out the cure on his own. It looks like Spider-Man is coming there now. He mentioned something about the Oscorp building having a high concentration of humans inside, perhaps attracting the monsters to it. I'll stay behind and see what I can do about making a device to turn Connors and the others back, said the scientist as he watched the blue streak left behind by the red and black hero dissipate in front of him. Sue Richards, the Invisible Woman, Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, and Ben Grimm, the Thing, stood atop a skyscraper across from the Oscorp building. Not too far off, a hulking, green creature that looked to be at least 5 times larger than the other lizard creatures hung from the edge of another skyscraper, screaming at the top of its lungs. The scream seemed to be attracting the smaller lizards to it, almost as if it were a war cry of some sort as they began climbing the building to make their way to the Alpha. In a flash, Spider-Man appeared next to the 3 members of the Fantastic Four, startling both Sue and Johnny. "Jesus, dude," said Johnny Storm, nearly falling off the building's edge in reaction to Spider-Man's arrival. "What's happening?" Spider-Man asked frantically, prompting Ben Grimm to point at the building where the lizard was commanding his army of smaller lizard creatures. At this point, there were hundreds of reptilian creatures covering the building, and the lizard, Dr. Connors, stood atop them all. Spider-Man looked over at the Oscorp building, noticing the army of white armor-wearing soldiers aiming their weapons toward the building. "Who are those guys?" Spider-Man asked, never having recognized those people aside from when he delivered the civilians to the building. "Sable International. A private, Simkarian army for hire. I'm assuming they're with Osborn." Sue said, glaring down at the army along with Spider-Man. "They've been gunning down any creature that gets close to the building. We can't just let Sable kill them. I've seen some of the reptiles acting as if they still had some humanity in them. As if they were trying to fight it. We can save them." Spider-Man said, looking at the 3 members of the Fantastic family. They all nodded, thinking the exact same thing as he. "We're the Fantastic Four, saving people's kinda our thing." Johnny added. "Yeah, our." Sue said, emphasizing the fact that Spider-Man was one of them at that moment. "Here, take this earpiece so we can maintain communication with each other, Spider-Man." Spider-Man took the earpiece, retracting a piece of his Spider-Matter mask to reveal his ear, and placed the earpiece inside. Once the earpiece was in, Eren changed his costume back to the blue and black color scheme of the Fantastic Four, bringing a smile to the family's faces. "Those colors always suited you, bro," Johnny told him. Spider-Man nodded, though the warm feeling of being accepted into the family was short-lived as the monstrous lizard screamed once more. Spider-Man's lenses scowled as he looked on at the lizard army that continued to grow across the block from them. Realizing someone needed to take Reed's role as a leader in his absence, Spider-Man stepped up to the plate. "Sue, I need you to form a barrier around the building and one around Oscorp. Are you capable of that?" Spider-Man asked her. Sue was taken aback by him seemingly appointing himself as the leader, though she gave her answer regardless. "I can, maybe for 10 minutes, covering 2 things of that size, along with the likelihood of attack may shorten how long I can hold," she admitted. "Okay, that's enough time. Johnny." Spider-Man directed his attention toward Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, who glared back anxiously as he awaited his directives. "I need you to protect your sister from any and all reptilian creatures that may try to attack her from outside of the barriers. I also need you to protect both barriers from the outside. Can you do that?" "Of course, I can," Johnny said with a sly smile before covering himself in flames. "And Johnny," Spider-Man added. "Hold back a little, there are people under there." Aye, Captain," the Human Torch said, saluting their temporary leader. "What about me?" the Thing asked. "You're with me. We're taking them down from the inside. I want you to protect Sue's barrier. I'm going to fight Connors myself," Spider-Man told him. "Are you crazy?" Ben exclaimed. "You can't fight him like that by yourself," Sue added. "I have to. He's my responsibility. Besides, your jobs are just as important as mine. The barrier is the most important part and you guys need to protect it. Don't worry about me." As Spider-Man spoke, his eyes were beaming with determination for the first time that night. Everyone could feel it. "All right, kid. Fine. If you need any help, call for any of us," Ben told him, knowing that Spider-Man had already decided. Spider-Man nodded and all 4 members of the Fantastic Four stood at the ledge of the building, looking onward at the continuously growing army. "Let's save the city," Spider-Man declared before covering himself in his blue aura once again and immediately blasting toward the building. Johnny followed suit, flying through the air covered in flames as both Sue and Ben followed behind on floating platforms created by Sue. From inside Oscorp, the hundreds of survivors looked on as the Fantastic Four went to work and both buildings began to become shrouded in see-through barriers. "It's the Fantastic Four." Many of the citizens taking refuge screamed as they saw the family form up across the block from them. "The Invisible Woman." Numerous people shouted, pointing at Sue Richards as she suspended herself in the air, extending both hands outward to project her barriers on both buildings. Though she claimed it would be difficult, she wasn't straining in the slightest, floating in the air as if it were as easy as standing. Look. It's Johnny. The girls in the building screeched as the pretty boy flew past the building, making sure to wave and give some fan service before flying down to the ground level to protect the barriers. Using a mixture of flaming punches and blasts, the Human Torch decommissioned many of the stragglers outside of the barriers, making sure to hold back as Spider-Man requested. The soldiers inside the barriers looked around at each other in confusion, not knowing what to do in that situation due to the barrier getting in the way of them interfering. From atop Oscorp in his office, Norman Osborn looked down at the Fantastic Four with a flat expression on his face, showing no emotion. "Umph," he said before walking away from the glass nonchalantly. "The Thing." The people inside the building then pointed at the orange, rocky hero as he punched his way through the army of lizard creatures inside the opposite barrier, holding back just as Johnny did in order to not harm the people trapped inside the reptilian bodies. "Where's Mr. Fantastic?" Many wondered, though their curiosity would soon wane upon seeing the other member of the team. "Look, it's Spider-Man," someone yelled, pointing at the young hero as he ran up the building using his Godspeed energy. As he raced up the building, Spider-Man punched and webbed down dozens of smaller creatures as he continued making his way up to Connors. The mother from before, the one that he saved, approached the window, holding her belly as she looked at the hero scale of the building. She had a smile on her face, knowing that just as he always did, Spider-Man would save everyone. Soon enough, Spider-Man reached the top, finding himself face to face with Dr. Connors in his new lizard form. Now that the two were close, the lizard was far larger than Spider-Man had expected. He had to have been at least 20 feet tall and his mass had to have been greater than 10 lizard creatures combined. His muscles were massive and he no longer had any characteristics of a human. All that was left was a massive hulking beast, almost appearing as if he were a dinosaur come back to life. The lizard looked down at Spider-Man before delivering a mighty roar, one so strong that it would have thrown any normal man on his back. Spider-Man, however, covered his face with his forearm and held his ground. Eren began to tear up under his mask, thinking about the man that Dr. Connors used to be and the man that he had become. Spider-Man released the aura from his body and began attempting to speak with the beast. "Dr. Connors?" Spider-Man asked. "Are you in there?" He had hoped that somehow, his words would remind his teacher of who he once was, but it was of no use. He was seemingly too far gone. Once again, the lizard yelled at Spider-Man, this time the scream being so powerful it nearly toppled the blue and black wearing hero. Knowing that he had no other choice, Spider-Man reignited his body with his Godspeed aura and clenched both fists. "Fine. All that's left is to buy enough time for Reed to get back with the cure and the decombinator," Eren thought, glaring with pained eyes at his former teacher who towered above him. Spider-Man kicked off the ground, sending himself flying toward the massive beast. The lizard, with an aggressive growl, pounced toward the spider with the intent to take his life. The time had finally come for the two to face off. Spider-Man versus the lizard. Student versus teacher. A duel between close friends. Chapter 36, Student versus Teacher. Spider-Man's fist connected with the lizard's massive jaw, causing a loud, booming crunch of an electrified fist meeting reptilian flesh. To Spider-Man's surprise, the punch seemingly did nothing to the beast, allowing the lizard to grab Spider-Man out of the air by the leg and slam him onto rooftop with ease. The force of the attack was so great, it sent Spider-Man through the building, causing him to crash through 5 floors before settling on the ground. Ugh. Spider-Man groaned as he lay with his back to the floor, looking up at the massive hole that the lizard created using Spider-Man's body. Connor screamed down toward the hole he created before using his massive hands to pull the roof of the building apart, sending massive chunks flying down toward the ground below and crushing a few creatures to death. The lizard then jumped down into the hole that was created by Spider-Man's body, delivering a mighty roar as he extended his arm toward the hero and crashed through the holes already created, enlarging them. "Dr. Connors, stop!" Spider-Man screamed, getting back on his feet before using his Godspeed energy to shoot himself back up toward the roof of the building and meet the lizard halfway through the building. This time, Spider-Man put a little more into his attack, sending an uppercut toward the lizard's jaw, seemingly doing some damage this time around, though it was not powerful enough to stop the lizard's momentum. The lizard grabbed Spider-Man by the chest and as the two continued to fall deeper within the building, breaking through the floors beneath them, Spider-Man continued to throw punches at the lizard's reptilian face, punches that were almost to the point where the hero was no longer holding back. Spider-Man hit the crazed scientist in his scaly, green face with a powerful left punch, causing his head to turn to the side. "Dr. Connors!" he screamed as the two of them crashed through one of the floors. Again, Spider-Man punched the lizard in the mouth, this time putting a little more power into it with his right fist. "Stop this," the young hero shouted, hoping his punches combined with his words would somehow get through to the men inside the beast. Once more, Spider-Man delivered a powerful left punch to the beast that was once his teacher. "I know you're in there," he screamed tearfully, though his words would fall on deaf ears. After Spider-Man delivered yet another strike with his right fist, prompting the lizard to grab Spider-Man by the face and begin crushing the boy's skull with all of his strength. "Aya!" Spider-Man screamed before charging his right fist with his blue Godspeed energy. As Spider-Man charged his fist, his arm shook with immense power and he gave the lizard one last warning before unleashing his attack in full. "Dr. Connors," I said. "Stop." Spider-Man delivered a full-powered, Godspeed-infused punch aimed directly at Dr. Connors's chest, sending him flying through dozens upon dozens of floors. From the outside of the building, the members of the Fantastic Four and the citizens inside Oscorp looked on in awe, as a shockwave of blue energy emanated from the building. As Dr. Connors crashed through each floor, a wave of glass and dust spewed outward, displaying to the world just how powerful Spider-Man had become. Luckily for our hero, the building had already been evacuated, so there was no need for him to hold back at that moment. The lizard's body crashed through every single floor of the building, including the first floor until his momentum was stopped by a parked SUV and the concrete floor of the parking garage beneath the building. "I warned you," Spider-Man declared, using his webs to latch onto the building and slingshot himself downward toward the seemingly unconscious lizard. However, as soon as Spider-Man got close to the beast, his eyes shot open and his tail struck the hero in the back of the head, sending him flying through multiple pillars of the garage, only stopping once his back made contact with a sedan. Spider-Man groaned as multiple car alarms began blaring in his ears, causing his spider sense to go haywire. "How is he still going? My head," he said to himself, getting up out of the wreckage before his spider sense began to focus itself once again. He directed his attention toward the lizard, seeing a car door flying toward him at an insane velocity. Spider-Man leaned backward, allowing the car door to zoom past his face and crash into the concrete wall behind him. The throw was so powerful, the car door was stuck inside the wall, causing Spider-Man's lenses to widen in reaction to the display of strength. If that had hit him, he definitely would have been decapitated. "That punch nearly drained me completely. I don't have much more left in me. I need to end this now." Before he could even catch his breath, more parts from destroyed vehicles began flying toward the hero. Using the last of his energy, the blue and black-wearing hero shrouded in his blue aura dodged each attack with ease. As each piece flew at the hero, he quickly stepped to the side as if they were being thrown at him in slow motion, once again trying to plead with his teacher during each dodge. "Dr. Connors. Please. I know you're in there. This isn't you. Listen to me." Once the hero was close enough, he used his speed to dash beneath the monster, shooting a web at his legs. Using both his speed and his webs, Spider-Man crawled around the lizard's body like a real spider would and began webbing him down. In a flash, the lizard's limbs were completely restrained in a web cocoon. Webs could be seen attaching themselves to the lizard from the ceiling, the building's pillars, and the concrete floor of the parking garage. Once the lizard was unable to move, Spider-Man leaped onto his shoulder and perched on it. The lizard began thrashing about, trying his best to break free from the prison of webs, but it was of no use. The lizard shouted once again, though Spider-Man grabbed the monster's mouth with his hand and held it shut to allow himself to speak. He had nearly nothing left within him, he had almost no more Godspeed energy to spend on this fight, so this was his last chance. The lizard, with the eyes of a beast, glared at Spider-Man hungrily as the young hero rested on the beast's shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Spider-Man retracted his mask, revealing his face to the man trapped inside the monster. Eren Parker's face was solemn, his eyes were glossy and teary, and his eyebrows were furrowed. He was in pain, immense pain due to the fact that he was being forced to fight his own teacher in such a way, though he knew it was the only way. Those monstrous eyes soon changed upon recognizing the boy and seeing his expression, just like they did for the lizard that attacked that woman, showing the eyes of the human locked inside. "Parkier." The beast growled, locking eyes with the unmasked hero and bringing a slight grin to the boy's face. "Yes. Dr. Connors, it's me. I knew you were in there." Spider-Man's eyes became even tearier as he made eye contact with his teacher, the man within the beast once more. However, that brief moment would be just that, as the monster's eyes shifted back to that of a demon before the webbing began to snap. "No, no, no. Connors, wait." Spider-Man yelled, preparing himself to sling another web to replace those that were broken, but he was too late. The lizard immediately grabbed Spider-Man's wrist with his free hand before breaking free and grabbing Spider-Man's other wrist with his other hand. With everything he had, the lizard gripped Eren's wrists, breaking his web shooters and nearly breaking the boy's bones. Webs began spraying everywhere, getting into the beast's eyes and forcing him to let go of the hero and thrash about in pain. Spider-Man fell to the ground and the lizard continued flailing about, roaring and screaming as he pulled the webs off of his face. Spider-Man got back on his feet, getting into a ready stance as he began weighing his options. "My body. I don't think I can enter Ultimate Godspeed anymore without any repercussions to my body." The hero looked down at his wrists and his now destroyed web shooters. "That's just great, no Godspeed and no webs," he thought to himself as the lizard was finally able to clear the webbing from his face. It's okay, Eren. You've done this before. This is just like Hydro Boy, no webs, no Godspeed, just brain. Spider-Man looked around the room for anything that could help him in the fight, noticing the many pillars that had been broken in their scuffle. That's it. I can bring the whole building down on him. If he could take that hit earlier, he shouldn't die from it. That'll buy us enough time. Just as those thoughts raced through Eren's mind, Reed began speaking to the team through their earpieces. I have the decombinator ready. Reed spoke. Amazing, Reed. Come to the building that looks like it's about to fall down, I'm in there with Connors. Spider-Man spoke, just as the lizard finished his tantrum. On my way, said Reed Richards, giving Spider-Man the perfect window to enact his plan. Using his normal speed and agility, Spider-Man leapt over to one of the pillars and perched on it. Connors. I'll get you out of there soon, don't worry. He shouted, triggering the beast to throw an entire car at the young hero. Spider-Man dodged the attack, narrowly avoiding the same fate as the now-destroyed pillar behind him. Once again, Spider-Man attached himself to another pillar, prompting the lizard to stomp toward the hero and use his tail to attack him. Like before, Spider-Man dodged the attack and repeated this process over and over until there was nothing but a single pillar left to hold up the building. Come on, big guy. Spider-Man said as he perched on the final pillar, angering the lizard even further and triggering him to lunge at the hero with all of his might. Now. Spider-Man said to himself internally before powering up into his ultimate Godspeed form one last time and using it to zip out of the parking structure. The lizard crashed into the pillar, stumbling forward and causing the entire building to begin to rumble above him. Before long, the roof above him began to crack and fall apart, causing pieces to begin landing on the beast, but not holding him down. Having at least a small sense of what was happening, the lizard roared one last time before stomping its way out from the parking garage, avoiding the falling pieces behind him in an attempt to escape from the impending doom of an entire building crashing onto him. However, the exit was soon blocked off by a massive piece of the building, locking the lizard inside as everything around him continued to collapse. From outside the building, Spider-Man stood and watched as the building began to collapse in its entirety. Through the sounds of concrete crashing, Spider-Man could hear his teacher let out one last bellow. Chapter 37, Loss. Before long, the building had collapsed completely, the dust was beginning to clear, and everything went silent. Spider-Man looked around, seeing that there were dozens, maybe even hundreds of unconscious lizard creatures on the ground, a showcase of the thing's strength. The barriers were still up, Sue still stood suspended in the air and Johnny was still patrolling the area. Connors is down, guys. Spider-Man said into his comms before receiving praise from the rest of the team. Good work, kid. Good shit, Spidey. I'm glad you're safe. Just as the boy began receiving his praise, the debris of what was once a building began to rumble. Fuck, already. Spider-Man thought to himself, pressing his finger against his earpiece once more. Johnny, Ben, I need your help over here. The rumbling continued and both the Human Torch and the Thing arrived by Spider-Man's side. So much for Connors being taken care of. Ben said sarcastically as the rubble began being tossed around by a powerful force beneath it. Yeah. Spider-Man said, looking on with his lenses drooping slightly. In the nick of time, Reed arrived with a device in his hand, the neogenic decombinator. It was now a gun of some sort, having the appearance of some sort of sci-fi energy launcher. Reed handed it to Spider-Man, allowing him to deliver the final blow to his teacher. He's your responsibility, right? Reed told him. Spider-Man nodded before slowly walking toward the rubble with the weapon in hand. The lizard screamed as he finally broke free from his concrete prison, sending pieces of debris flying as he ran toward Spider-Man like a crazed beast on all fours. He was ready to devour the hero, though Spider-Man wouldn't let that happen. With his feet planted, the hero aimed the neogenic decombinator at his teacher as the beast leapt into the air with his talons poised to kill. The weapon went off, sending a green wave of energy at the monster and causing him to stop in his tracks. He began to scream as he thrashed about on the ground, and those screams soon turned into cries of agony as the lizard began shrinking down to human size. Spider-Man's lenses widened and he handed the gun back to Reed before sprinting over toward Dr. Connors. The members of the Fantastic Four began patrolling the area, using the weapon to return everyone back to their human selves, as Eren knelt down beside his teacher and waited for him to turn back human. The monster's green, scaly skin soon reverted back to Dr. Connors' pasty, white, human skin. Realizing that the doctor was now naked, Spider-Man quickly ran over to a collapsed flagpole and ripped off one of the flags before sprinting back over to Connors to cover him up with it. Spider-Man then held his teacher in his arms and waited for the transformation to complete itself. Soon, Dr. Connors was himself again, even down to missing his arm as he was before. His eyes opened, locking with Spider-Man's through his mask and showing the hero that they were now back to being the eyes of the kind scientist he knew and loved. Parker. Is that really you? Connors asked the boy, squinting up at him due to his vision being poor without his glasses. It seemed that he still retained his memories from being a monster, so Eren went ahead and removed his mask for his teacher. "It's me, Dr. Connors," Eren Parker said, smiling down at his teacher as he held onto his lone hand. "I got you, you're back." Connors laughed. "That explains why your grades have been dropping," the teacher joked. "Only by a couple of percents," Eren rebutted. Dr. Connors's laugh soon waned as he looked around at the destruction around him. "Look at this mess. I did this," he muttered, feeling an insurmountable amount of guilt within himself, knowing that hundreds, maybe even thousands of people had died because of him. "I'm sorry I couldn't stop you, Dr. Connors," Eren said sadly, holding back tears as he once again thought about the many ways he could have prevented any of this from happening. "Parker, no. This isn't on you, it's on me." Connors told him, "Don't blame yourself for a decision I made. I took the risk, not you." "But, Dr. Eren tried to give a reason for why it was his fault, but his teacher wasn't hearing it. "No. There's nothing you could have done differently. It didn't matter how many times you tried to warn me, it didn't matter if you would have never fixed my machine, I would have figured it out eventually. In the end, the result would have been the same. I'm just glad you were here to stop me in the end." Dr. Connors told his student, keeping a straight face as he thought about how he lost everything because of his selfishness. "Don't take credit for my mistake. If there's anything you could do for me, it's that. Let me hold this burden myself. I've lost everything because of this mistake, I deserve my punishment in full, including the full blame." As Dr. Connors said this, Eren looked down at him with a confused glare. "By everything, you mean?" Eren had a feeling that what he was thinking was a possibility, but he ignored the thought for as long as possible. "Everything, Parker. Martha is gone," Dr. Connors admitted, confirming the fate of his wife. "I'm so sorry, Dr. Connors," Eren said sadly, tightening his grip on his teacher. "No, I don't deserve empathy, Parker. Just don't," Connors demanded sternly, leaning up to get a look at everything around him more clearly. He watched as all of the lizard creatures around him become human again, bringing a bitter smile to his face knowing that their lives weren't entirely destroyed forever. However, with the trauma they had to endure, they might as well have been. "Eren," Dr. Connors said, looking up at the boy blindly without his glasses. "Yeah," Eren responded. "Thank you for everything. Martha and I could never have kids, so maybe that's part of the reason why I felt like you were a son to me. It's a shame that things ended up this way. Regardless, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to feel what it's like to have a son." Tears began to fall from Dr. Connors's face, it was the same for Eren's. It was almost as if the doctor was giving the boy his final words. "I'm so proud of you, Eren. Who would have thought? Eren Parker is Spider-Man." Connors laughed slightly at the absurdity of the nerdy student being the savior of the city. "Not so loud, Dr. Connors," Eren told him. I know. I just can't believe it. I really am proud of you, truly. No matter what happens, Eren, don't ever stop being the hero that the people need. No matter how hard it gets, don't quit being Spider-Man," Connors said. "I won't, Dr. Connors. I won't." Soon enough, all of the lizard creatures in the surrounding area were returned back to humans thanks to the Fantastic Four and Reed Richards' device. It took a lot of work, but eventually, every single lizard creature in the city had been returned back to being a human and reintegrated into society, despite many thinking that they should be locked away someplace else. Those who had their humanity returned to them were given daily trials to ensure that their return to being human was permanent. As for Dr. Connors, he had his trial date set, having turned himself in for the crime of turning everyone into lizards, despite it being an accident. Norman Osborn offered to hire the best defense attorneys to defend the doctor, but Connors declined, opting to represent himself. It was once again a sunny afternoon in New York, the city was bustling as usual and everything seemed to have gone back to normal. A day that should have been filled with joy, excitement, and optimism was not filled with sorrow and grief. It was graduation day at Osborn Academy. The students who survived the attack on prom night sat with solemn expressions as pictures of their peers who were not lucky enough to survive the lizard attack sat on the chairs next to them, haunting them. Eren Parker and Cindy Moon, the dual valedictorians, stood hand in hand on the stage looking down at their peers with pained expressions. The two of them approached the microphone before taking turns reading off the names of those whose lives were cut short on prom night. Savannah Willems, Colin Young, Everly Adams, Eva Mills, Zoe Richardson, Victor King, Hope McKinney, David King, Lewis Hamilton, Mariah Howard, Michaela Phillips, Michelle Price, Michael Foster, Adeline Smith, Addison Tyler, Winter Clark, Lennox Hall, Jordan Fuller, Carson Long, Martin Richardson, Nicole Fleming, Xavier Norris, Aaliyah Woods, Hayden Myers, Natalie Hughes, Christian Kim, Liliana Price, Madeline Collins, Jameson Green, Francisco Cox, Finley, Jacob Nelson. As the names were read, the parents, family members, and friends of those who passed failed to hold back their tears as they remembered those who were taken from them in such a horrific manner. Eren, allowing Cindy to take a break from having to do the difficult task of delivering such a heavy speech, got closer to the microphone and began to speak. These are the names of the bright, gifted students of Osborne Academy who couldn't be with us on this day to celebrate the beginning of our journey out into the real world as adults. Our friends, our siblings, and our children who we lost on that night will forever have their memory live on at this school and in our hearts. To every one of us, to those of us who were able to walk this stage, it is our responsibility to continue onward with our heads held up high and make them proud, as that's what they would have wanted for us. Eren paused, stopping himself from choking up at the moment. Cindy squeezed his hand tightly as a few members of the crowd applauded to encourage him. There is something I learned on that night, something that I want to share with all of you today. In life, nothing is ever guaranteed. Tomorrow, our lovers, our friends, our family, they may not be there for us. That's why you should love your partners, love your friends, and love your family as if it were your last day on earth. You never know when it'll be the last time you can utter the words, I love you, to them. I made that mistake earlier this year. When I lost my mother, I completely shut myself away from those who cared about me. I took their love for granted, and that isn't something that my mom would have wanted for me if she were here with me today. Please, everyone, starting today, make it known to the ones that you love just how much you love them. It could be your last chance. Eren gripped Cindy's hand tightly, looking into her eyes before saying what he's wanted to say for so long. Cindy Moon, I love you. Eren said plainly, causing Cindy's face to slightly change color before Eren looked into the crowd at his best friend Harry Osborn. Eren pointed to him before telling him what he'd been holding back for so long. And my best friend, Harry Osborn, I love you too. Harry smiled, I love you too, bro. He shouted back at his friend, overcome by the happiness that filled him after seeing how much Eren had changed since they first met. To my fellow Osborne Academy graduates, know that we are more than capable of making our fallen peers proud in the end. We are all a family now, one that is strongest when we come together. I thank all of you for your kindness and the many memories I share with you in those halls. Truly, thank you. Eren received a standing ovation as his classmates applauded him for being brave enough to get up on stage and give such a heavy speech in the way that he did. This was the first time his peers truly acknowledged the boy. It was saddening that it took a tragedy for that to happen. Both he and Cindy stepped off of the stage together, hand in hand, as the crowd continued to applaud them. Due to the tragedy that had just happened, there was no after-party for the graduation. Most people went straight home to grieve and be with their families. Noticing that Dr. Connors was absent from the graduation, despite having a few more days of freedom left before his trial, Eren decided to give the men a visit. Wearing his gown and holding his cap in his hand, the young hero approached the doctor's home before making his presence known with a knock at the door. However, the door was left partially opened, allowing Eren's fist to push it open even further. Hello. Eren shouted into the darkness. Dr. Connors? Eren walked into the home, shutting the door behind him. Dr. Connors? He shouted, again receiving no response. Eren noticed a light coming from one of the rooms in Dr. Connors' home, so he slowly approached it, making sure to be wary in case anything were to go down at that moment. Slowly, Eren approached the room and pushed on the door slowly to open it. Soon enough, the door was opened wide enough for Eren to walk through, and so he did while calling out to his teacher one last time. Dr. Khan. Ors. Eren said brokenly as his eyes widened at the sight in front of him. He dropped his cap to the ground as he looked onward at the men in front of him. Dr. Connors was sitting at his desk with an empty bottle of alcohol on top of it and an empty revolver in his hand. There was a single bullet hole in his head, self-inflicted. Next to the bottle of alcohol on Connors's desk was a picture of his wife, now covered in his own blood. Dr. Connors had taken his own life. Whether it be due to the fact that he had lost the one and only love of his life, the fact that he would soon have to face life in prison, or perhaps both, the doctor couldn't bear to live anymore. Chapter 38, Moving Forward. Once again, it was another solemn afternoon in New York on a day that should have been filled with joy and celebration. Eren Parker, Cindy Moon, Harry Osborn, and their peers stood amongst Dr. Kurt Connors' colleagues and family as his casket was lowered into his grave. Yet again, Eren felt as if he had lost a friend and a father figure to him. He stayed strong during the funeral, failing to hold back tears but maintaining his composure, as that's what Kurt would have wanted. He respected the man's decision to take his own life. He figured it was better than him suffering in his own mind for the rest of his life. He just wished there was something he could have done to prevent it. Kurt Connors wasn't the only one who took his life as a result of the Connors procedure. Nearly 80% of all people who were transformed into lizards took their own life sometime after they were returned to their human forms due to the unbearable trauma. They couldn't bear to live with the memories of murdering the people they loved or taking the lives of the innocent. As the casket continued to lower, Eren's tears continued, but his best friend stood by his side. Cindy's warm hands embraced his and Harry's hand rested on his shoulder. When the funeral ended, the two of them stood by Eren as everyone else began to clear out, giving him the time he needed to grieve. "Harry, it's time for us to go," Norman, his father, told him. Reluctantly, Harry looked over at Eren and Eren nodded. "Thank you," he told his friend. "I'll see you later." "See you later, Eren," Harry said before walking away with his father back to their car, leaving Cindy and Eren alone at Dr. Connors's grave. The two were silent for a few seconds, still holding each other's hands as they looked at Kurt's resting place. Cindy wanted to say something to Eren, but she couldn't find the right things to say. It had been hard for her to talk to him ever since prom night, so much had happened in such a short amount of time, and she didn't know what would be appropriate to bring up with him. Their peers losing their lives. Him revealing himself to be Spider-Man, Eren finding his own teacher dead in his home. And having the weight of all of this on his shoulders, made the whole situation hard to discuss. However, despite all of this, there was no need for her to push Eren to open up anymore, as he was ready to do so of his own volition. Staring blankly at his teacher's grave, the boy began to speak. "I'm sorry for hiding who I really was from you for so long, Cindy," Eren said quietly. Cindy said nothing, continuing to look down at Kurt's resting place. "When I told you that I was afraid to have you get involved with me, this is what I meant. I didn't want Spider-Man to be the reason why I lost you, Harry, or anyone. But I understand now that you can't protect everyone, no matter how hard you try. It must be hard," Cindy told him. "Being Spider-Man, having the weight of the world on your shoulders, the weight of responsibility." Eren nodded, it was as if she read his mind. "You know, originally, I never wanted any of this. To be a hero, an idol, someone that kids worship and look up to. I just wanted revenge for my mother's killer, but when I saw innocent people getting hurt, something came over me and I felt like I had to do something about it. So I did, I stepped up when no one else would and I started saving people." "You made the right decision, Eren," Cindy told him, rubbing his arm with her hand as she rested her head on his shoulder. "I think I did, but I would often still wonder if that was true. If I was never bitten by that spider." As those words left Eren's mouth, Cindy's eyes widened slightly. She was curious if the source of his power was a spider bite, similar to how she was bitten by a spider and started noticing strange things happening to her body. "I wondered how different things would have been. I wish I could see that life of mine, somehow. Just out of curiosity. But, I learned a lot on prom night. Before that night, I wanted to save every single last person in the world. I saw it as my responsibility to do so because I was the only one out there with these powers. When I saw all of our classmates dying, seeing that I couldn't save them all was detrimental to me. I felt like a failure. It was even worse when I went outside and saw the streets littered with corpses. There was a woman, she looked to be several months pregnant. She told me that I can't be everywhere at once and I can't save everyone. She said she was proud of me for saving so many people as Spider-Man. That's when I realized that I wasn't cursed with the burden of having these powers, I was gifted the opportunity to stop bad things from happening that I otherwise wouldn't have been able to. Saving just one person is better than saving zero. I still want to save everyone, I truly do, but I've accepted the fact that this isn't realistic in our world." Later that night, I fought and saved Dr. Connors and he could tell that I was taking on the burden that was thrown at me by his own mistake. He told me that it was his burden, not mine. He told me he was proud of me and to never quit being Spider-Man. And you know what, it made me realize that I can't take credit for the bad things that happen in the world. What Dr. Connors did was an accident, but when it comes to people who purposely harm others, I understand now that I can't take responsibility for their actions, I can only do my best to prevent their actions from harming more people. I wish I could thank Dr. Connors one last time for everything he's taught me, even after his death. Despite not being able to physically tell him, I'll show him by doing everything I can as Spider-Man to protect as many people as possible, even if it costs me my life. I hope it never comes to that," Cindy said. "You losing your life, I mean." "Yeah, me too," Eren told her softly. As if the universe timed things perfectly, Eren Parker's crime monitoring app went off, telling Spider-Man that it was time to clock in. "Ah," Eren uttered, holding up his phone to Cindy Moon. "Duty calls. You need a lift or?" Cindy laughed slightly. "No, it's okay, I can walk." "Go get Spider-Man," she said with a bit of enthusiasm, though it was clear that the whole situation was depressing to her. "Yes ma'am," the hero said, saluting to her before his body became enveloped with his Spider-Matter costume, taking the form of the red and black costume, along with the blue aura of his ultimate Godspeed form. In a flash, the hero took off, leaving Cindy Moon and a blue streak behind him. As Cindy watched the blue streak fade, she looked down at her own palms and began expelling webs from her fingertips, creating an incredibly detailed rose, one with such detail that it almost looked 3D printed. I want to use my powers to save people too, but why am I so afraid? She whispered to herself, feeling uncertain as to what the next step in her life should be. Valeria Richards, the youngest child of Reed and Sue Richards, thrashed about in her bed as she began having a nightmare. All hope lies in doom. A booming, demonic voice told her as images flashed in her mind. They were moving so fast, it was impossible for her to even begin to comprehend them. All hope lies in doom. The voice repeated before raising its voice loudly, so loud that her ears felt as if they were ready to explode. All hope lies in doom. Valeria's eyes shot open and she leaned up out of her bed in a panic. Breathing heavily, she looked around her pitch-black bedroom. Once again, she had the same nightmare she'd been having for the last few weeks, each time becoming more immersive and lifelike. What is doom? The 10-year-old asked herself, rubbing her head as she could feel a migraine coming on. Meanwhile, across the planet in a country known as Latveria, a hooded figure sat on a throne with his arms interlocked in front of his chin. In front of his throne was a green robot, kneeling down in front of the men as if he were his ruler. My lord, we have delivered the message to King Chala and are awaiting his response to your demands. Splendid, I expect nothing more than compliance from the Wakandan. The hooded figure said in a regal, stern voice as he slowly rose from his throne and began stepping down from it, unhurriedly approaching the light in the center of the room and walking past his minion. And if he does not, my lord? The minion asked, still kneeling before the throne despite his master no longer resting upon it. The man laughed, stepping into the light and revealing a metallic mask, covered by a green hooded cloak that draped down to his feet. Through his mask, his eyes were visible, as was the skin around them that appeared to be somewhat damaged. His body was completely covered in titanium armor, which was also covered by his green cloak, matching his mask. Then he and his people shall face the righteousness of doom, he said triumphantly, walking out of his throne room and leaving the kneeling minion behind. Chapter 39, Family. It had been a month since Dr. Connors's funeral and once again, things were seemingly back to normal in Eren Parker's life. His relationship with Cindy was going well, in fact, the two of them were ready to celebrate their 2-month anniversary together, despite the day being on the same day as one of New York's biggest tragedies. Of course, all things were going well with Harry as well, however, Eren still hadn't told him about his other half, Spider-Man, despite Cindy already knowing the truth. He did, however, plan on making it known to his friend the next time the opportunity arose. On this day, however, Spider-Man planned on revealing his true self to his new family of the Fantastic Four. He had grown quite close to them over the short amount of time he'd known them, despite never having shown his face. It felt awkward to him, always hiding his face around people who he considered to be family to him, so he decided that he would introduce his true self for the first time at dinner. Spider-Man knocked on the door of the residential area of the Richards family's Baxter building. In just a couple of seconds, the door opened and he was greeted by Sue Richards. Spidey. Hey, come on in, she said, moving out of the way so he could enter their home. What's in the box? She asked, noticing what the hero was carrying in his hands. Some gifts for the family, as a thank you for accepting me and stuff, Spider-Man told her, smiling under his mask at her. Oh, you don't have to thank us, she told him. You help us out so much, it's the least we could do. Yeah, I know, but I still want to. Here, I'll give you yours, he said, placing the box on a table and pulling out a Spider-Man costume that was tailor-made to fit her. It was all black, appearing as a blank canvas for the user to change upon willing it. I asked Reed about your size, I hope it fits. I call it Spider-Matter, it's what my costume is made of, which is sort of like an upgraded version of what you guys made for me, try it on. Oh, and it'll change appearances once you put it on too, just imagine whatever you want it to look like. Wow, thank you. I'll go try it on right now, Sue said, turning invisible, grabbing the Spider-Matter, and taking it into another room to change into it. From the outside, Spider-Man could hear her shuffling around before hearing her gasp and exclaim from within the room, "Whoa," she said, bringing a smile to Spider-Man's masked face. Spider-Matter has an interesting property. It is technically a costume like any other, however, once it bonds with the body, it takes the shape of anything that the wearer wants it to, and it could even disappear completely. Sue was likely reacting to the suit bonding with her body and taking the form of her first thoughts. Hearing the commotion, Reed entered the hallway, noticing Spider-Man standing there before greeting him. Spider-Man. Good evening. Good evening, Reed, Spider-Man said, waving back to the leader of the Fantastic Four. Where's Sue? Reed asked, prompting Spider-Man to point at the room she was in. Just as he did, Sue exited the room in her new costume, posing on the door frame to show it off. How do I look? She said, showing off her new white and black, skin-tight costume. She also took the liberty of changing the logo on the front to something different, 3 hexagons in a pyramid shape. The top hexagon was black, as was the lower left one, and the lower right one was white. Oh la la. Reed said slyly, giving his wife a look as if he were ready to risk it all at that moment. Gross. Eren thought to himself, feeling as if he were watching his parents flirting in front of him. Looks good, huh? Spider-Man made it, she said, pointing over to the hero. Spider-Man nodded. I made one for everyone, even the kids, he revealed. Everyone, come to the front hall, Reed declared, walking over toward Spider-Man and placing a hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Spider-Man. I'm excited, where's mine? Spider-Man reached into the box, pulled out his costume, and handed it to Reed before the rubberyman stretched out of the room to go try it on. Soon enough, everyone entered the room and Eren gave them his explanation before gifting them their new suits. Before long, the entire family was wearing the costume, all deciding to match Sue's new costume design. The kids were excited, dancing around and playing in their new costumes as if they were superheroes, despite their powers not manifesting yet. The red and black wearing hero looked on with a smile on his masked face as the family looked back at him, almost as if they were telling him to join them and wear the family costume. Of course, Spider-Man joined the family, changing his costume to match theirs. Now, Spider-Man wore an all-white costume with a large, black spider on his chest whose legs wrapped around the costume. At the sides of his body and under his arms, there was a sort of black, tire track pattern that went from his ankles all the way to his wrists. His lenses were also black, though he was still able to show his expressions with them. Seeing this, Johnny Storm teased the boy. Dumb, looking good, Spidey, he said, prompting the others to add to the compliments. Spider-Man laughed, as the compliments kept coming before making one last announcement to the family. I have one more thing to tell you guys. You can stop calling me by my hero name now. We're family, right? So I thought it'd be best for me to finally act like it. As the family watched, Spider-Man retracted his mask, revealing to the family his face for the first time. My name is Eren Parker, this is me, he said, extending his arms outward upon making his grand reveal. The members of the Fantastic Family all looked around at each other, smiling before approaching the boy and hugging him as if he were a long-lost family member making his return. As the whole family embraced him, Sue spoke to the boy, welcoming him to the family officially. I'm glad to finally meet you, Eren. Welcome to the family. Chapter 40, Future Foundation. Reed Richards and Eren Parker sat next to each other at the massive, long, rectangular dinner table conversing with each other as they waited for Sue to finish preparing dinner. The two kids, Valeria and Franklin, helped their mother from the kitchen while Ben and Johnny trained elsewhere. Reed looked at Eren's face intensely, as if he recognized him from somewhere. Eren noticed his gaze, and upon the two making eye contact with each other, Reed told the boy what was on his mind. You remind me of someone, Eren, Reed told him, still looking at his face intensely. From the kitchen, Sue looked back at Eren's face, taking a look for herself before agreeing. I was thinking the same thing, honey. I just can't think of who. Oh my God, how could I forget? Reed said breathlessly. Parker, of course. The scientist exclaimed, leaving Eren a bit confused. What do you mean? You knew another Parker? Eren asked. Yes. My old college buddy, Richard Parker. Do you know him? Reed asked, immediately causing Eren's face to react. His jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. That's my father, Eren told them. He never mentioned you by name, but he did mention he had a genius college buddy a few times. That must have been you. You look just like him, Eren. I heard about what happened about a decade ago. I wish I could have helped, but he was so enveloped in his own work, he didn't tell any of us that he was sick. Reed said sadly. I'm sorry for your loss, Eren. It's okay, it took a long time, but I've come to terms with it. Sometimes I wish I could go back and tell him that he was sick before it was too late, but all I can do is move forward from here on. Eren told him. You know, Richard was obsessed with the concept of time travel. I remember we saw Back to the Future together with a couple of colleagues, Sue was there too, and after the movie, he told us. I'm making a machine just like that. Sue, Reed, and Eren said in unison. They all laughed a bit, thinking of the memory of Richard Parker before Eren spoke more about his father. Yeah, he made me watch that movie 100 times, he said that to me every time the movie ended. How's your mother doing? Mary was it? We haven't really heard from her in years, Sue asked, though based on Eren's expression, she knew the answer already. She's gone too, late last year. Eren told her sadly. I'm so sorry, Eren. I didn't know. Sue apologized, realizing she shouldn't have brought it up. No, it's okay. It's fine, really. Eren admitted, which was mostly true. His mother's death was something that he was able to look past. There was a brief silence between the three of them until Sue broke the silence herself. Who takes care of you? An aunt. An uncle? She asked. I don't have any relatives, really. I know nothing about my mom's side of the family and my dad's brother, I think his name is Ben or something, but I've never met him. I'm on my own, really. I take pictures for the Bugle so I make enough to survive. He told her, scratching the back of his head nervously. He forgot to add the world barely beforehand, as he had almost no money left. You're free to live here if you want, Eren. Sue offered. Yeah, we would be honored. There's a vacant room next to Johnny's. You two are around the same age, I'm sure he'd love that. Reed added. No, it's okay. I'd feel like I'm freeloading off of you guys, besides, I'll be living on campus in a few months with my best friend, I'll be fine. Eren told them. He appreciated it, and he truly did, but he was like his mother and didn't want financial help from anyone, it made him feel like a leech. Well, if you ever change your mind, the offer is always there, my friend. Reed said, placing his stretchy arm on Eren's shoulder. As those words left Reed's mouth, Johnny flew into the dining area and past the two men before hovering behind his sister and looking over her shoulder. Hey, sis, is the food done? I'm starved after absolutely destroying Ben in combat simulations. No, Johnny. What did I tell you about flaming on in the kitchen? Sue scolded, pointing a spoon directly at her brother's face. Ugh, you've always been such a prune. Johnny said, returning back to his human appearance. Just as he did, Ben Grimm entered the room, stomping in with his rocky footsteps. 1. He did not destroy me, he won by a single point. The Thing said, defending his own honor from Johnny's lies. 2. He said it to the ice region and ice enemies, I was at a disadvantage. Gotta be ready for anything, big guy. Johnny teased. Mommy, I want to do simulation room combat fighting. Franklin, Reed, and Sue's son asked, tugging on her apron. I want to do combat too. Valeria added. You two don't have your powers yet. When you do, you can train all you want, okay? Sue promised, though she was worried about her children for when they were going to be ready for combat, as a mother should. When's that gonna happen? Franklin asked, looking back at his father. I'm not sure, your uncles, your mom, and I weren't born with our powers. All we know is that our genetics were passed down to you both, so you should get them eventually, maybe. Reed saying this saddened the children and they began to pout. Valeria looked over at Eren, looking at his young face before asking him a question. Mr. Spider-Man, how old are you? She asked. You can call me Eren now, Valeria. He said with a laugh. I'm 18. How old were you when your powers manifested? She questioned, sounding much older than any girl her age. Well, I was 17, but I wasn't born with them either. I was bitten by a spider. He admitted, shrugging to the girl. Valeria. I saw a spider earlier, let's go find it. Franklin added, showing their gap in maturity despite him being the older one. Hey, wait, hold on. Eren added. It wasn't just any spider, it was a special spider. One of a kind. If you're thinking of going around letting spiders bite you, please don't do that. Aw, man. Franklin said sadly. I don't want to get bitten anyway, I'll just wait for my powers. Valeria told him. Enough talk about spiders, dinner's pretty much done. Everyone sit down at the table, please. Ugh, finally. Johnny said, making his way to the table and sitting next to Eren. Everyone else followed suit, finding their seat around the table as Sue began preparing the plates for everyone. Soon enough, the table was set and the entire family was in their seats. Reed cleared his throat before making a proclamation to the family. Now that everyone is here, I'd like to make an announcement. Sue and I have decided that it would be best for us to move on from the name Fantastic Four and onto something new. We started the team back when there were only 4 of us, but with Eren being a member of our team so often and the kids likely manifesting their powers soon enough, we thought a change would be necessary. From today on, we are the Future Foundation. What do you guys think? Everyone looked around at each other, all agreeing that the name was fitting for the new team. Yay. We're on the team, we're on the team. Franklin celebrated. Reed smiled, rubbing his son's hair before ending his proclamation. So with that said, let's dig in, shall we? And so, the family enjoyed their steak and potatoes dinner together, giving Eren the taste of a mother's home-cooked food, something he'd been missing for so long. When everyone finished their dinner, Reed and Sue began cleaning up, bringing the cleaned plates to the kitchen before an alert interrupted them. Receiving call from Nick Fury. The alert said, causing both Ben and Johnny to groan in annoyance. That's never good. Johnny moaned. Yeah, that just means he wants us to do some heavy lifting. Ben Grimm added. Let's be nice, boys. Sue told them before looking over at Eren. It's a holocall, so. She said, pointing at her face. Knowing what she meant, Eren covered his face with his white Spider-Man mask, concealing his identity from the men on the holocall. Reed pressed the answer button, revealing the holographic image of a bald, brown-skinned man with an eye patch and an overall stern aura about him. "Hello Fantastic Four, I hope I'm not interrupting anything," Nick Fury said, scanning the room and taking a close look at every member. "We're actually the Future Foundation now since there's more than 4 of us now," Johnny Storm added. "Ah, of course, so Parker will be joining you," Nick Fury said, looking directly at Spider-Man's masked face. "What?" Eren thought to himself, his eyes widened in response to hearing his name spoken by a man he'd never met. "Surprised, Parker? I know everything about you already. Eren Parker, age 18, friends with Harold Osborn, in a relationship with Cindy Moon, you work at the Daily Bugle as a freelance photographer, and you're Spider-Man," Nick Fury said with confidence. Eren retracted his mask, glaring at the men angrily. "How do you know all this?" "Son, I am the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. I have more knowledge about you than you could imagine. I have details of every superhero's identity on the planet. You don't do such a good job of hiding who you are. All we had to do was have a drone follow you back to your apartment and the rest was easy," Fury admitted, smirking slightly at the boy. "I've been that careless. Why didn't my spider sense detect it? Is it because they weren't a threat?" Spider-Man thought to himself. "You mentioned you were looking for your old friend Victor Von Doom, yes?" Fury said, looking directly at Reed. "Correct," Reed answered. "Right, I did ask Reed about that Doom guy. Project V, I've been so busy I haven't been looking much into it. Could this be it?" "Well, you were correct, he is planning something. And boy has he been busy. Not only has he taken over an entire nation, becoming its leader, he also has a massive army at his disposal, one capable of conquering any country on our planet." "So, what, is he attacking the US?" Johnny asked. "Wakanda," Fury told him. "Chala's home," Sue added. "You would be correct, Mrs. Richards. Victor, referring to himself as Dr. Doom, is planning on conquering the nation of Wakanda for its resources and its powerful army. He gave the nation 2 weeks to surrender themselves to him or else he and his army will attack." Valeria was clearly shaken up upon hearing the name Doom, as that was the name that had been invading her dreams for the longest. All hope lies in Doom, she thought to herself. What could that mean? Despite having incredibly high intelligence, especially for her age, she couldn't decipher what her dreams were trying to tell her, they were too abstract. Regardless, she sat and listened closely, waiting for any answers Fury may have for her. "Chala cannot defeat this army on his own, therefore I need you to go to Wakanda and defend the country." He said 2 weeks, but he could grow impatient and attack at any time. "Go now, the planet depends on it. If Doom gets his hands on their vibranium, there's no telling what would happen." "Understood, thank you for letting us know. We're heading over this instant," Reed told him. "Inform me of your arrival, Fury out." Nick Fury's image faded, leaving the members of the Future Foundation to themselves. Reed looked over at Eren, seeing that the boy was nervous based on his expression. "Eren, if you aren't ready for something like this dash." "No, I'm ready. I've just never been part of anything with stakes this high, is all. I want to help fight," Spider-Man told him. "All right. Everyone to the garage," Reed declared, leading everyone toward the elevator. Once everyone was on board, he noticed Franklin and Valeria getting on the elevator as well. "You two stay here with Hubert, he will watch you while we're gone." But to dash, Valeria tried to speak, but Reed wasn't hearing it. "No buts, this is too dangerous for children." Using his stretchy arms, Mr. Fantastic pushed the children out of the elevator before closing it and sending it down to the garage. All 5 active members of the Future Foundation, all wearing their white costumes, soon found themselves in the garage and in front of the Future Foundation's personal jet. The members of the team boarded it, but before they could take off, Spider-Man had a realization. "Cindy," he thought, looking to Reed before walking over to him for one last request. "I need to say bye to my girlfriend, she'll be wondering where I am," he told him. "Go, we'll be waiting for you." In a flash, Spider-Man dashed away, leaving a blue trail behind him as he took the stairs back up to the main building. The hero was so focused on his destination, he failed to notice the 2 children, Franklin and Valeria, hiding on the staircase in an attempt to get down into the garage. Within minutes, Eren was outside Cindy's window, tapping on it impatiently before she finally opened it. "Eren," she said confusingly. "I thought you were having dinner with the Fantastic Four." "I was. Listen, I don't have much time. I'm going to be gone for a while, in a different country. I didn't want to leave without saying goodbye." Eren told her quickly. "What? You're just going to leave?" Cindy asked, wondering who would protect the city in his absence. "The planet is in danger, they need me. I'll be back within a few weeks, I promise." Eren said, leaning into the window and kissing Cindy on the lips before dashing away in an instant. Realizing he forgot something, the hero dashed back to Cindy, adding one last thing. If anyone asks, I am taking a summer class abroad in Africa for African American students, got it? Okay, bye. The hero said, dashing away in an instant and making his way back to the Baxter building. Cindy closed her window before sitting on the floor in her room in front of it, thinking about what was going to happen now that Spider-Man will be out of the country. Once again, she looked down at her own hand, thinking about the powers that she manifested not too long ago. While he's gone, should I? She thought, feeling a pit form in her stomach as she imagined herself bearing the same weight as her partner. Back at the Future Foundation jet, Eren zoomed up the ramp and into the cockpit, placing a hand on Reed's shoulder and telling him, I'm ready. With that said, the ramp closed and the jet began to move, prompting a massive door to open, big enough for the jet to fit through. The jet slowly rolled out of the garage before lifting itself in the air like a VTOL ship until it was higher than any building in New York City. Everyone strapped in? Reed asked, receiving a nod from every person behind him. This might be a little rough. In an instant, the jet took off, causing everyone's back to press against the seat, surprising Eren due to never having been on a plane before. Beneath the plane, inside the cargo hold, the two children thrashed about, along with the luggage, covering their mouths in an attempt to stifle their laughter. Valeria wanted answers, and this was the only way to do so. Franklin, however, was just in it for the fun of it. Little did the two children know, they were in for much more than a fun trip to Wakanda, as Doom would be much worse than a game for them. Chapter 41, Welcome to Wakanda. Eren stood in the back of the Future Foundation jet's cabin area, pacing back and forth as he spoke on the phone with Harry Osborn. Yeah, my flight got pushed forward, I wasn't supposed to leave until tomorrow. Eren lied to his friend, wanting to wait until they saw each other in person before making the big reveal. What country are you even going to? Harry asked, still confused about Eren suddenly leaving the country. Kenya. Just for a few weeks. Eren answered. Harry, on the other side of the call, tilted his head as Eren was saying this. He wasn't buying it. How come I haven't heard of this Kenyan scholarship? Harry questioned with clear skepticism in his voice. You're white, it's for black students only, sorry bro. Eren lied once more, though it did sound convincing this time. And they just, boom, here you go, here's a scholarship, come to Africa today. Harry interrogated. You know, there's something off about you. You've been disappearing a lot. You know, if you're in trouble you can tell me. Things just come up sometimes. Eren told him. All right, man. Whatever you say, Mr. Disappears all the time. See you when you get back. Harry teased, still not buying Eren's entire lie despite the front he was putting on. See you soon. Eren said, hanging up the phone before taking a sigh of relief. Back at his home, Harry stared at his phone blankly. For a while, he could tell Eren was hiding something from him, it was too obvious. His whole life, he had to deal with his father lying and hiding things, he learned how to sniff that sort of thing out from a mile away. He wondered what it was that Eren was keeping from him and why Eren didn't trust him. Maybe he hasn't changed as much as I thought. Harry told himself, though deep inside, he knew it was much more than that. Everyone strap in, we're arriving. Reed called out to the crew, spurring everyone to sit back down in their seats and put their seatbelts back on. Reed began to speed up and bring the plane closer to the ground, giving the team a good view of the beautiful, lush, African wilderness below them. As the plane continued to fly past the landscapes, Eren looked forward through the cockpit's windshield, noticing that Reed was heading straight for a mountain range at full speed. Reed. Spider-Man said cautiously, pointing forward at the windshield. You gonna pull up, or? Regardless of Spider-Man's worries, Reed continued to go straight for the mountain. Eren looked around, seeing that no one else seemed to be reacting. Hello. Reed, we're going to crash, I think. The plane continued, picking up speed until there was no turning back, they were about to crash into the mountain. Reed. Spider-Man screamed, perfectly timed with the mountain seemingly becoming translucent, allowing the plane to seamlessly pass through it. Whoa. Eren said to himself as the plane began flying over a city, one that appeared far more technologically advanced than any city he had ever been to. The buildings appeared futuristic, yet they still appeared to have African-influenced architecture with dome-shaped and pyramid-shaped rooftops. High-speed rails passed by through the city beneath them, disappearing and reappearing in the greenery between buildings. Soon, the plane was approaching a massive mass of land, surrounded by water. It appeared to be a capital of sorts, having a massive building at the center of it, one that was seemingly made of nothing more than glass and a silverish metal. The plane shifted back into its VTOL mode, descending vertically onto the massive landing zone as African soldiers, all appearing to be bald women with spears, lined up at the landing strip as if to welcome them. At the end of the line, a man wearing an all-black costume, resembling a panther wearing a cape and gold jewelry, stood with his arms behind his back. The plane landed and the ramp extended outward onto the landing strip. "We're here, let's go," Reed said, prompting everyone to get out of the plane. Spider-Man hesitated, still trying to wrap his head around what had just happened. The 4 members of the original team stepped off of the ramp, prompting the warrior women to slam their spears on the ground and perform a quick chant. Leading the team, Reed approached the men in black, though the man was unmoving, glaring at Reed from behind his black mask. The two stood in front of each other for a second before the man's mask disappeared, in a similar fashion to Spider-Man's, revealing his face. The man of course had brown skin, with a goatee and short, well-kept hair. His expression was plain, though it soon shifted into a bright smile before he and Reed shook hands and hugged each other. "Mr. Richards," the man said with a noble-sounding African accent. "King T'Challa," Reed said in response. "It's been a while, my friend." "That it has." T'Challa agreed, looking over his shoulder at the rest of the family. "Mrs. Richards. Mr. Grimm. Johnny. Welcome," he told them, letting go of Reed before walking up to each member and shaking their hands. Soon enough, Spider-Man emerged from the plane, again prompting the warrior women to slam their pikes and chant, startling the hero. "This is the new member Fury mentioned," T'Challa said, looking back at Reed before approaching the masked boy. "Hello, my brother. My name is T'Challa, I am the king of this nation," T'Challa said with a smile, dapping up Spider-Man as if the two had already known each other. "Feel free to take off the mask here if you like, we are friendly people and your identity is safe here, I promise." Eren hesitated for a second, looking around at everyone before removing the mask reluctantly, revealing to T'Challa that their masks worked the same. T'Challa's smile beamed. "I knew it," he said, referring to Eren's appearance. "Yes, I knew based on the way you walk. Welcome to Wakanda, my friend." "Thank you, King T'Challa. My name is Spider-Man, it's an honor to meet you," Spider-Man said, bowing awkwardly before the king. T'Challa grinned. "There is no need for any of that, just T'Challa will suffice. Now, come." T'Challa turned around and led the team into the palace. As he did, the leader of the warrior women yelled, slamming her pike on the ground and signaling the other women to follow from behind. As they walked through the palace, Spider-Man walked beside T'Challa, asking him questions about this hidden country in which they found themselves. "How come Wakanda isn't on any map? I tried looking it up, but I found nothing." T'Challa smiled. "Ah, my friend, that is because we have chosen to remain hidden," the king answered, though the answer wasn't satisfactory enough for the young hero. "Why?" Spider-Man asked, causing T'Challa to let out a small sigh. "Long story," said the king. "I'm listening," Spider-Man told him, showing the face of someone ready to listen intensively. Seeing the boy's determined expression, one eager to learn, T'Challa decided to tell Eren the story of how Wakanda came to be. It all started many, many years ago, before human life even existed on our planet. A meteorite made of vibranium hit the very continent of Africa we are standing in. T'Challa spoke, though he was interrupted by the young man beside him. "Oh, and the crater it made created Wakanda?" Eren asked, prompting the king to look at him with a raised eyebrow. "Who is telling the story, here?" T'Challa asked the boy rhetorically. "Sorry," Spider-Man said shyly, allowing the king to continue. "As I was saying, a meteorite made of vibranium hit the continent, transforming the plant life around it. When men came, they broke into 5 tribes and settled in this land, and this land was called Wakanda. The tribes were in constant war with each other until a warrior shaman was approached by the panther goddess known as Bast. Our goddess led the shaman to the heart-shaped herb, and when he consumed it, he was bestowed the power of the Black Panther, giving him superhuman strength, speed, and instincts. The warrior, with such power, became the first ever king and protector of Wakanda as the Black Panther. 4 tribes agreed to live under the king, however, one tribe known as the Jabari tribe isolated themselves in the mountains, as they had no interest in living under the rule of a man outside of their tribe. The Wakandan people used vibranium to develop technology far more advanced than any other nation in the world. However, as Wakanda thrived, the world around us began to change. War. Violence. Slavery. The world was descending into chaos. So, Wakanda went into hiding in plain sight from those who may want to use vibranium to conquer the world. For many years, the truth was hidden from the outside world, only known by few. Such as the Avengers, who I was a part of, and the Richards family who fought alongside me. That is why it does not show up on any map. T'Challa finished his explanation, leaving Spider-Man a bit puzzled about some of the details. "So, 2 things," Spider-Man said, holding up 2 fingers. "Yes," T'Challa said, waiting for the 2 things Spider-Man mentioned. "So you are the Black Panther, that's why you wear this costume. And the Black Panther is always the king." he asked. You would be correct. Chala answered, nodding with a smile. Okay, cool. Okay, another question, why did you guys do nothing about slavery? Or literally, any other tragedy that fell upon your people? No offense. Eren asked, feeling a bit angered that his people had to suffer for so many years, despite the Wakandon existing with the power to help. Well, firstly, my people are the people of Wakanda and Wakanda only. As for why my ancestors did not help, well, it is because we would have to reveal ourselves to the world. That would cause far more damage if people got a hold of our power somehow. Does that make sense? It was too much of a risk. Chala gave his answer, one he wasn't proud of. He didn't share his ancestors' cold-heartedness, he'd often tell himself that he would have done things differently. Despite that, there he was, letting his country hide instead of helping those on the outside. When the Avengers asked for his help, despite the threat looming off-world, he without hesitation opted to protect his country. It's ironic, considering the fact that the Avengers were technically helping him protect his home at that very moment. I understand, I guess. I don't know, maybe it's because I actually care about helping people, and I don't mean that with any disrespect, King Chala. In fact, I respect you for putting your people before anything. If I was king, well, I would have taken that risk. I was once told by a mentor. Eren thought about what Dr. Connors had told him back before the whole incident had happened. Everything you do is a risk, not doing anything is also a risk. Which risk will you choose, Parker? The words of a dead man, one who took a massive risk that ended in catastrophe, echoed through his mind. Maybe Chala is right. Eren thought to himself, forgetting that he was in the middle of a sentence. What did the mentor tell you? Chala questioned the young man. Nothing, it's not relevant now that I think about it. Again, I meant no disrespect, King Chala. Spider-Man saying this made the king chuckle slightly. Remember, just Chala is fine. I am not offended, my friend, we all have different views, thank you for sharing. Chala smiled at the boy, keeping it to himself that he also doubted his country's way of handling things. However, it was all he had ever known. Being taught no other way, the king decided it would be best to continue with this way of thinking. Sis, do you see anything? Franklin said, watching as his sister peeked through a small window in the cargo hold of the jet. Not really, just some palace and a few guards. Bald ladies. So this is Wakanda, I heard father mention this place before. Valeria whispered. The two continued to try and look out of the window until the plane began to move. What's happening? Franklin whispered frantically, though his sister remained calm. I think they're moving us to a hangar or something. She whispered calmly. They're gonna hang us. Franklin yelped, prompting Valeria to cover his mouth with her hand. Despite being the son of the smartest man in the world, Franklin still had the mind of the average 11-year-old. This was especially obvious next to his sister, the only human capable of beating her father in chess, though it was only a single time. Be quiet, you idiot. No, they aren't hanging us, it's where you park planes. A hangar, with an not an E. Valeria whispered as she looked over at her brother, his face made it clear that he had no clue what the difference between hangar and hangar was. We're doomed. She thought to herself, unaware of just how right she would soon be. Chapter 42, Doom's Message. Chala, his guards, and the Future Foundation walked into a massive room, one filled with many devices, replacement Black Panther costumes, and weapons. There was a gigantic table at the center of it all, one capable of projecting images using small beads of vibranium. In front of the table, there was a young lady with braided hair wrapped in a bun, rewatching something via what looked to be a metallic projection of a person speaking. Upon entry, Chala raised his arms, this is the war room. He told the Future Foundation, prompting the woman at the table to turn around and face the group, revealing her young face being covered in dotted face paint. She wore traditional, warrior clothing, though her toned arms were showing since she lacked sleeves. Ah, if it isn't the Fantastic Four. The young woman said enthusiastically, approaching the group before giving Sue a hug. How have you been, Mrs. Richards? She asked her, smiling over her shoulder. I've been great, Shuri. You've been staying out of trouble. Sue teased, making Shuri laugh as the young lady took a few steps back to marvel at the Future Foundation's new suits. I'm never in trouble, Mrs. Richards. I see you guys upgraded your costumes, what's it made of? Sue turned her head, looking toward Eren before asking him for the name again. Oh, Eren, what did you call it? Spider. Spider Matter. Eren declared proudly, approaching the two ladies before introducing himself to Shuri. I'm Eren, also known as Spider-Man. He told her. I made Spider Matter myself. Shuri smiled, shaking the boy's hand before looking him up and down. I'm Shuri, Chala's sister. You don't strike me as the scientific type. She told him, looking at him rather intensely. Where are your parents from? She asked, noticing some of his features seemed familiar to her, yet at the same time, they seemed foreign. Ah, America. He told her with an uncertain tone. Shuri rolled her eyes, sighing at the boy's unsatisfactory response. I mean, where are their ancestors from? Oh, you mean like where in Africa? He asked her. I don't know. It's not really something we Americans know, typically. I don't even know any of my mom's family members, she never really mentioned any of them. What Eren said was true, his mother never once mentioned any of her family members. Eren asked a few times, but she told him that she no longer spoke with them due to some disagreements. Shuri placed her hand on her chin, humming to herself as she thought to herself. Wanna find out? She asked him. Sure. He agreed, though he didn't really have much interest in knowing. However, he was still just a little bit curious. Come with me. Shuri told him, directing him over to a computer on the opposite side of the room. Everyone else conversed amongst themselves as Shuri and Eren stood beside the terminal, pulling out a pack of cotton swabs. Open your mouth. Shuri instructed, prompting Eren to reluctantly separate his lips before Shuri quickly swabbed the inside of his cheek. Hey. Spider-Man said, not expecting her to be so aggressive. Swiftly, the young woman placed the swab inside of the machine, typing away at the keyboard before a progress bar began loading at the center of it. Before long, the progress bar filled, showing a list of things that Eren could not read due to it being in Kosa, the official language of Wakanda. Next to each word, there was a percentage. At the top, one of them said 50%, while the others below it were a mixture of random percentages. Shuri laughed, I knew it. She said. I knew it based on your facial features. You're half Wakandan. Eren was surprised, his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. I am. Brother. Come look, Spider-Man in half Wakandan. Shuri called out to T'Challa, spurring the young king to walk over to the screen and look for himself. It's Spider-Man. Eren corrected her. That's what I said. Spider-Man. She repeated. No, you're saying Spider-Man. It's Spider-Man with a hyphen. Between Spider and Man. As Eren said this, Shuri looked at him with a weirded out expression. In her mind, he was just saying the same thing as she, though the difference was massive to the young hero. Huh, interesting. Do you have an idea which side of your family it might be? T'Challa said as he approached the terminal. I don't know. My mom's, maybe. I've never met a single family member from her side. Eren admitted, causing both siblings to look at each other. Eren, I think your mother was a Wakandan spy. Shuri told him. This revelation sent a jolt through Eren's body. It all made too much sense. Her never mentioning any family was likely to protect Wakanda from being known by the outside world. She always worked double shifts for the Daily Bugle as an investigative journalist, leaking things before they were even close to being found out. Perhaps those weren't double shifts, but her doing her Wakandan duties. Her death could even be linked to her trying to gather intel for her people, leading to her getting caught up by Fisk. Project V. Eren thought to himself. V stands for vibranium. That's why she was looking into it. I think you might be right. Her name was Mary Parker, well, her American name. Can you gather any information from that? Eren asked them, causing the two siblings to look at each other once more. We've never heard of that name. T'Challa said. Does she know you're here? Eren shook his head. No. She's not alive. He confessed. She died last year. I apologize, Eren. T'Challa told him. Would you like to know what your mother's birth name? He asked the boy, immediately getting a response in the form of a nod. Shuri, retrace his DNA and find out who his mother was. T'Challa ordered. Already on it, brother. Shuri responded, typing away on the terminal for a few seconds as she began searching through the Wakandan databases. Eventually, she landed on one that was described as a woman, age 49, and under the missing category since November. The file said she didn't have a family, though it was common for Wakandan spies to hide that from their higher-ups. That's her. Eren said sadly, looking at the younger version of his mother's face on the computer screen. When she was sent to America, she was around the same age as him, taking on the role of a college student. Menyanon Dungane. T'Challa spoke, looking over his sister's shoulder. That was your mother's birth name. I'm sorry that you had to find out in this way. No, there's no need to apologize. Eren paused, taking in all of the information before clearing his head and putting on an unfazed expression. Thank you, King T'Challa. Princess Shuri. I appreciate you both telling me this. Eren bowed to them, again treating the royal siblings as royalty. No need for honorifics, my friend. Your mother would be proud that you have returned to her home in her stead to protect it. Chala told him, nearly causing the young man to tear up. Right. Spider-Man said, nodding at the king, though something still bothered him. Why didn't she tell me? Eren asked. It was forbidden and she probably also wanted to protect you. I think she didn't want you to get involved with us or her work. Have you told everyone about your secret, Spider-Man? Perhaps it is the same idea. Chala told him, hoping the young man would understand. Oh, yeah. I guess it is the same. Eren told the king. I guess this is how Harry must feel, the feeling of being lied to. He thought to himself. We can talk more about this later if you'd like. Now is as good of a time as any to debrief everyone on the situation with Doom. Shuri. Chala looked at his sister, prompting her to run over to the round table at the center of the room and interact with the terminal connected to it. Everyone else in the room surrounded the table as an image of a man sitting on a throne projected itself with the small beads made of vibranium. The man in the chair was wearing a mask, with a hood covering his head. It was Dr. Doom, and this was his message. Hello, King Chala, it's an honor to finally get the chance to speak to you. I hope this message finds you well. Dr. Doom bowed respectfully from his throne, though it was received to be in a form of mockery by the king. You may call me, Dr. Doom. I am the leader of the nation known as Latveria. You may find yourself confounded as to how I have come to learn of your nation of Wakanda, yes. I shall spare you the details, merely understand that my knowledge of the planet and my mastership in sorcery are far above your comprehension, my liege. You and your homeland possess something that I myself must acquire. Your vibranium. I will put this simply for you. Surrender your vibranium, as well as lend me your army, and I will ensure that your nation is spared from the hand of Doom. If you resist, I will see to it personally that your nation is destroyed by my hand. I am certain you are thinking to yourself, no one man could have the power to destroy the most powerful warrior nation on the planet. However, my strength is beyond your cognition, King Chala. Fear not, for I will not be bothered to dispatch myself for such a leisurely task. I will rather send my brigade of 3,000 Doombots in my stead. If my army cannot produce sufficient progress in my absence, only then will I grace you with my presence. Only then will you truly know Doom. I will reiterate. Surrender your army and your vibranium to me. If you fail to do so, my brigade will conquer Wakanda by force. You have 2 weeks to respond to this message and fulfill my requests. I anticipate my compassion to be appreciated by you. Best regards, King Chala. The projection ended, causing the vibranium beads that were taking the shape of the men to fall back down onto the table. However, the terminal began to make a sound, signaling that they had received another message. There's another one, brother. Shuri said, hesitating to even click on it. Show me. Chala demanded. Doing as her brother wished, Shuri activated the message, prompting the beads to take the shape of Dr. Doom once more. And read. Dr. Doom saying the scientist's name struck a nerve. Doom knew Mr. Fantastic would show up in Wakanda, he was certain of it and was using this to further display just how advanced the sorcerer was. Tell little Valeria that Uncle Doom gives his regards. Dr. Doom chuckled behind his mask and the projection ended once more, leaving the room silent. Eren was stunned, immediately understanding that this man was something far greater than any enemy he had ever faced. This guy is insane. The hero thought to himself. How did he know Reed would be here? What does he mean by Uncle Doom? Eren looked over at Reed and could visibly see that he was upset, the man was shaking due to his anger. He got played, being sent here was all part of Doom's plan, but he wondered why. What did he mean by Uncle Doom? Is he your brother or something? Eren asked the future Foundation's leader, getting a frustrated head shake in response. No. He was a close family friend, at least that's what he pretended to be. Damn it. Reed could barely speak, he was fuming due to the fact that he could just imagine his lifelong rival chuckling to himself that he outsmarted Reed Richards this time. Seeing her husband was frustrated, Sue spoke in his stead. Victor helped me give birth to Valeria. We both would have died if it wasn't for his sorcery, but he said he'd only help us under one condition, if he got to name our daughter. Sue seemed disgusted by this fact, allowing such a man to do something as sacred as naming their daughter. He did it out of spite. Just so he could tell me that he named my daughter. Reed told him, still appearing visually upset. We had no choice. Sue added. So he helped me give birth to Valeria and now he calls himself her uncle, despite them not having any blood relation. We shouldn't have left the kids alone, Reed. What if Victor wants to? Sue thought about her children, her motherly instincts telling her that they needed her help. We can't just bring them here. Damn it. Richard muttered quietly. I think they'd be safer if they were here with us, personally. Johnny added. He won't touch my niece and nephew while I'm here, I promise you that. I agree with Johnny. For once. The Thing agreed. If anything, I can take them far away from here with my speed. Eren suggested. Reed sighed. What if that's all part of Victor's plan? Bringing the kids here? What if he said what he said about Valeria to draw them here? He's playing a multi-layered game here. This isn't a game, Reed. It's our kids. Our babies are home alone right now, defenseless against anyone who might come for them. Sue screamed at her husband passionately, in disbelief that he would even talk about the situation in such a way. They aren't alone. They have Hubert with them. Reed said calmly, though his calmness did nothing but infuriate his wife. Yeah. Your bargain bin Ultron is going to protect our kids from that man. You heard what he said, we have no clue what he's truly capable of. Sue screamed. Everyone in the room was dead silent, none of them had seen Sue this heated before. First off, Hubert is far superior to Stark's Ultron dash, Reed defended his creation, generating an eye roll and facepalm from almost everyone in the room. Oh. Sorry, I forgot Hubert being properly described is what's important right now. Sue yelled over her husband. This is exactly why we broke up all those years ago. All you cared about were your inventions and one-upping Victor. Get your head out of your ass and be a father. Jesus. Eren thought to himself, never having imagined Sue talking to her husband like that. She was usually so calm, collected, and sweet. It was as if all of the anger inside of her that built up over the years was being unleashed. Reed was stunned, his wife bringing up his past self struck a nerve inside of him. Am I really being a bad father? Am I once again putting this foolish rivalry in between those I love again? He thought. Reluctantly, despite what he thought was best, he decided to agree with his wife. You're right, Sue. I'm sorry. Chala, is there somewhere safe for my kids to stay? Reed asked. We have a vibranium bunker for situations like this. They can hide there with my people when the time comes. Chala informed him. Okay, I'll take the ship back to the Baxter building and pick them up. I'll be back soon. As Reed said this, one of the warrior women walked in, slamming her pike on the ground to make her presence known. That won't be necessary, the woman said, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Pardon my intrusion, my king, but I believe these belong to your guests. Just as those words left her mouth, two more warrior women walked in with the Richards kids, both having guilty looks on their faces. The two kids looked at each other before Franklin was quick to rat out his sister. Valeria made me do it. Chapter 43, All Hope Lies in Doom. Inside the Wakandan War Room, surrounded by Dora Milaje, the Future Foundation, the king, and his sister, Franklin pointed at his sister as he ratted her out. Valeria made me do it, he said, compelling her to look back at him with the eyes of one who was betrayed by their closest ally. They had agreed to go down together if they were caught, but that agreement was as brittle as drywall. Sue, however, immediately dashed over to her kids, hugging both of them with each of her arms before scolding them gently. Franklin and Valeria Richards, what is the meaning of this? She said in a tone that seemed more annoyed than angry. In fact, she was happy that they were safe more than anything. We wanted to be part of the team, Franklin told her. If a puppy were able to speak, it would sound exactly like the little boy's adorable, apologetic voice. Yeah, want to be with our family too, Valeria added, using a puppy voice of her own and hiding the fact that she was truly there to understand the nightmares she was having. She wasn't sure if she should mention Doom, she was afraid that it might result in her being sent home, so she withheld the information. It's okay, you're with us now. Your father and I had changed our minds and we're going to bring you here regardless, Sue told them in a comforting tone, hugging her children even tighter. Mommy, are you not mad? Franklin asked her with the same childish voice. Under other circumstances, I would be, but I'm glad you're here, Sue confessed. Why did you come here really, Valeria? Reed interjected, crossing his arms as he scolded his daughter. She was too much like him, he knew she wouldn't have come for such a simple reason as that. Franklin, he could believe, but he could sense his daughter had ulterior motives. Valeria averted her eyes. Dang it, she thought to herself, seeing her and her brother's cute apologies won't work on him. Don't lie to me, Valeria. Why are you here, what do you know? He scolded, causing her to once again avert her eyes before spewing out an answer. I want to know who Doom is, she answered plainly, looking up at her father with determined eyes. They mentioned Doom in that message your boss sent and I've had dreams about this Doom for a long time. Who is he? Everyone in the room looked at each other, baffled by her response. Reed exhaled impatiently, feeling as if Doom had been toying with his family for longer than he had originally imagined. Having no other choice, he explained what was necessary to her. His name is Victor Von Doom. He was a close friend of mine and your mother, but we had differences in opinions and we're no longer friends. Reed hesitated for a second, not wanting to tell her the rest of it, though he knew it was necessary. He also is the sole reason you exist. He helped your mother give birth. If it wasn't for him and his sorcery, both you and your mother would have died from childbirth. I believe he placed a spell of some sort on you, that's why you're having those dreams. Valeria was dumbfounded, she felt lied to. She never knew that she nearly killed her mother during childbirth, nor did she know that any sort of sorcery was involved in her birth. How long have you had those dreams, Valeria? Reed asked, not knowing if it would be better or worse if the dreams had just started recently. I don't know, a few years, maybe. They started off insignificant until recently. They've become more lifelike with each passing day. She confessed, still not wanting to say what exactly her dreams were like. Does he say anything in those dreams? Reed asked, though the answer to this question would immediately turn his world upside down. All hope lies in doom. Valeria parroted the line from her dreams, immediately getting bombarded with various fearful expressions from everyone in the room. No one had a clue what that phrase could mean, but they all knew it couldn't be good. Was it an attempt at hypnosis? Perhaps it was a premonition of the future. Maybe it was Dr. Doom himself attempting to throw them off by implanting weird thoughts in her mind. It could even just be Valeria having a strange dream without any sort of manipulation from Doom or his sorcery. Just a strange coincidence. Time would soon tell just exactly what her dreams truly meant. Valeria, I think it would be best if you let me monitor you while you sleep. Is that okay? It will help us understand what all of this means, that's what you want, right? Reed suggested, kneeling down in front of his daughter, looking directly into her soul through her eyes with a serious glare. Okay, if it will help. Valeria accepted her father's request, though she did feel a bit reluctant to do so. It is getting late. I will see to it that rooms are prepared for everyone. Chala left the room, leaving his sister, the guards, and the future Foundation to think and discuss everything that they learned within the last few minutes. Doom's future attempt at conquering the nation. His knowledge of Reed arriving. His influence on Valeria. This wasn't going to be a simple war, they all knew that now. However, what scared them all was the uncertainty of it all. What was true? What was real? What was he really after? Those thoughts flowed through the minds of everyone in the room, even Franklin to an extent despite having a low understanding of what was going on at a base level. Hours passed and each member of the Future Foundation found themselves in their own personal rooms in Chala's palace. Since the kids were there, Johnny and Eren shared Eren's room while the kids shared what would have been Johnny's room. Reed, using a strange, modified machine from Shuri, hooked it up to Valeria's head to monitor her sleep in hopes it would lead to answers. Eren, alone in his room as Johnny was elsewhere, lay in his bed with his arms behind his back, thinking about everything he'd learned that day. He thought of his mother, wondering if his dad knew about her secret. He wondered when and if she was going to ever tell him, he wondered if she ever planned on coming back home. He thought about Wakanda and his own Wakandan blood. He wondered if he had any relatives who were alive there and he thought about meeting them. His grandparents on his father's side died when he was a baby, so he'd never knowingly met a grandparent in his life. I wonder what it's like. He thought to himself, staring at the ceiling in a daze. I wonder if they'd even accept me, knowing that I was only half Wakandan. I might as well be a bastard grandchild to them, created through forbidden love. Eren rolled to his side, grabbing his phone to see if Cindy had messaged him back yet. Due to the time difference, it was hard for the two of them to talk to each other. However, she was likely about to wake up soon. Eren sighed, still thinking about his own heritage and the strange new circumstances he found himself in. What an existence. I really shouldn't even exist. He thought to himself, acknowledging how low the odds must have been. And Doom, based on his little speech, that man is no joke. I thought magic was fake, now here I am worried about how powerful this guy's sorcery is. Powerful enough for childbirth, I guess. What a complicated family. The young hero continued thinking to himself. All hope lies with Doom, what the hell does that even mean? Does he think he's going to save the world? Maybe it's what the people of his nation think. I hope Valeria is going to be okay, she seemed scared. How do Doom and Fisk connect? Vibranium being Project V makes sense, but the connection does not. Doom was supposed to be out of the country, leading his own nation. Did he really come to America just to meet Fisk? Why would he even need Fisk to conquer the planet? Eren sighed, rolling over in his bed once again. Maybe this is just a coincidence and this isn't Project V. Maybe if I ask nicely, Mr. Doom will tell me. Yeah, sure. Eren shut his eyes, continuing to think to himself until he inevitably fell asleep through his own thoughts. In a wink, the hero opened his eyes, seeing the sunlight entering the room through the window, shining on his auburn face. The boy stretched his arms and legs, grunting as he released the built-up tension from his slumber. As he stretched, he felt his arm hit a person who was sleeping next to him, waking the person up and startling the young hero. The fuck? Eren thought to himself before turning his head and seeing Johnny Storm next to him, completely naked outside of the blankets. What the fuck? Eren said, leaping from his bed and attaching himself to the nearby wall in a standoffish manner. Johnny, not understanding what was wrong, yawned and put his arm behind his head before speaking to the arachnid teen in a casual manner. "What's up?" Johnny said nonchalantly, letting it all hang. Him being naked wasn't the only thing off about him. He was wearing braids in his hair, despite not having the hair type for it. His hair looked as if it were getting ready to snap off of his scalp, but in his mind, he looked as good as ever. In a tone of confused anger, Eren yelled at his part-time roommate from across the room. "Why are you naked?" he shouted, not letting go of the wall he was latched onto. Johnny looked confused. To him, the answer was as obvious as answering 1 + 1. With a confused scowl, Johnny answered plainly. "I'm hot-natured. I can't sleep with clothes on or a blanket." Eren was astounded, still taking his standoffish stance on the wall with his eyebrows furrowed. "Okay, why are you sleeping next to me?" Eren exclaimed, again confusing Johnny as the answer was simple in his mind. "Ah, dude, there's one bed in here. What, you wanted me to sleep on the floor?" Johnny asked in the most nonchalant tone imaginable. "Yes." Eren answered. "That's exactly what you should have done. Dude, we're basically family friends at this point. Seeing my junk won't ruin your life." Johnny leaned up out of the bed before walking over toward some traditional clothing that was neatly stacked on the nightstand. Failing to notice before, Eren locked his gaze on Johnny's new hairstyle, making a confused and unimpressed expression. "What the actual fuck?" he thought to himself, looking at the surfer boy's braided hair which seemed as if it would all fall out at any moment. "Why? Why is your hair braided?" Eren said in a disgruntled, still dumbfounded voice. "Looks good, right? Some ladies I met last night did it for me." Johnny answered, sounding almost as if he were bragging. "It looks terrible. Your hair isn't made for that. I hope your shit falls out from the scalp." Eren told him, detaching himself from the wall and approaching the nightstand. "So that's where you were last night? Getting pussy from some random women? Why didn't you just stay in their room? You can be naked all you want." Johnny shook his head, laughing confidently to himself. They weren't just some random chicks, they were those hot warrior women that follow the king around. They're called Dora Milaje. Johnny placed his hand on his chest, placing his other hand high in the air. "They just couldn't resist the torch," Johnny said triumphantly before he looked at Eren, seeing that he was met by nothing but a blank stare from the young hero. "Well, anyway, I can't stay in their chambers, they'd get in big trouble." Eren rolled his eyes, walking past Johnny and grabbing his own traditional outfit from the table. "Well, the bed is yours. I'll make a web hammock or something on the complete opposite side of the room. You do you, dude," Johnny told him, finally having finished getting dressed before leaping back onto the bed. "Fine by me." Eren got dressed, wearing the traditional clothing over the spider matter costume just in case. "I'm going for a walk," Eren told his roommate before walking out of the room. The hero wasn't done thinking about everything, despite having slept on it. Doom. His mother. His blood. Valeria. Project V. All hope lies in Doom. It all cycled and repeated in his brain as the young hero looked for a place to clear his mind. Chapter 44, Silk, Cindy Moon. A man, wearing a red and black costume, sat beside a fireplace, wearing a striped robe with a newspaper in hand. Taking a sip from his drink, despite wearing a mask, the red and black mercenary turned around to see you, the reader, reading this very paragraph. Well, well, well. You made it all the way to chapter 42. I am so proud of you, you beautiful human, you. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Deadpool, you know, the merc with the mouth. Anyway, I have a message from the author and he asked me to relay it to you. Alright. Here we go. Deadpool cleared his throat before pulling a piece of paper out of. He pulled out a piece of paper so as to not forget a single word of the author's message. Hello, readers. Thank you for reading and making it this far, I truly appreciate. Okay, I'm going to skip this part, let's see. Ah, here we go. Deadpool cleared his throat once more. See that title up there, at the top of your screen? It says Cindy Moon, in parentheses, yes. That means this chapter will not follow or contain Eren Parker in it. I know, this angers some of you, especially with the whole Dr. Doom, Richard's kids, and Wakanda plotlines happening in the main part of the story, but instead of leaving a mean comment about how you don't care about Cindy Moon, you can feel free to skip this chapter. All chapters are important to the story, but if you aren't interested, I can't make you read it. From here on out, check the title to see whose chapter it is. If there's no name, then it's a normal Spider-Man or Eren Parker chapter. If it says Cindy Moon, for example, then it is a Cindy Moon chapter. That's all, thank you and enjoy. It was a standard, sunny, summer day in New York City as Cindy Moon walked by herself cheerfully to buy some groceries for her parents. Having memorized the items, Cindy repeated the items aloud as she walked, making sure she doesn't forget anything. Eggs. Rice. Kimchi. Beef. Milk. The young lady sang out loud before reiterating it again. Eggs. Rice. Kimchi. Beef. Milk. Eggs. Rice. Kimchi. Beef. Milk. Before long, she had arrived at the bodega that was not too far from her home, walking in before greeting the worker inside. "Good afternoon, Mr. Gomez," Cindy said sweetly as she walked past the shop owner and toward the shop's pet cat. "And hello to yous, Mr. Mittens," Cindy said in a playful voice as she pet the cat on the head. The cat purred upon feeling her hands rub against his ears. "Good afternoon," the shop owner greeted her, not looking up at her as he messed with something behind the counter. Eggs. Rice. Kimchi. Beef. Milk. Cindy whispered once again, walking over toward the area where the milk was stored. She approached the fridge, pulling out her reusable bag with Pokemon on it before opening the door and pulling out a carton of eggs. Rice. Kimchi. Beef. Milk. She repeated, leaving off the eggs that she had placed in her bag. As if it were a song, the girl kept repeating it until she found the rice in the back of the store. "There you are," she uttered in a sing-songy tone before placing the rice in the bag. "Kimchi. Beef. Milk," she sang, walking with her bag in hand down the aisle until she found the kimchi in a small jar. She placed it in the bag and began walking toward the area with the beef. Beef. Milk. Beef. Milk. Beef. Milk, she repeated, going toward the back of the store and picking up a package of beef, and placing it in her bag. The second the meat made contact with the inside of the sack, her ears began to ring, a ringing sensation that nearly brought her to her knees due to the intensity of it. No, this wasn't her ears ringing, it was her brain making a painful, white noise in her head. Her fight or flight activated, on and on in her head like an alarm. She didn't know why it was happening or what she should do. Every second, her body changed its mind. It was as if there was an angel and devil on opposite shoulders, each telling her something completely different. "I'm only going to ask you this one time. Put everything from the register in the bag, just listen and no one gets hurt." "All right, boss." A man, wearing a ski mask, held the shop owner at gunpoint as he barked orders at him. Cindy's eyes widened, and the weight of responsibility began taking its toll on her. Again, it was as if an angel and devil were arguing in each ear as Cindy watched the man hold the shopkeeper at gunpoint. He failed to notice her, due to her being shorter than the aisles, so she could have easily hidden until the robbery was over and she considered it. Once again, her fight or flight flipped-flopped in her brain. The pain was excruciating. The young woman grabbed her head with both hands, feeling her brain pulsating through her skull. She could hear Eren's voice, "When I saw innocent people getting hurt, something came over me and I felt like I had to do something about it." Upon hearing the hero's voice, the mighty voice of the metaphorical angel telling her to fight began to overtake the cowardly voice of the tiny figurative devil telling her to flee. She heard Eren's voice once more. "I was gifted the opportunity to stop bad things from happening." Once again, upon hearing his voice, the voice telling her to fight grew louder. "I'll show him by doing everything I can as Spider-Man to protect as many people as possible, even if it costs me my..." Eren's voice spoke once more, this time, nearly erasing any doubt Cindy had in her mind. "Even if it costs me my life," she repeated in her head. That phrasing terrified her. Would I really die just to save people? Would I die to save one random person? She thought to herself. Cindy Moon would never, she was too afraid to do so. However, Cindy Moon was no longer in control at that moment. No, it was someone else. The heroine deep inside her, the one who was birthed when Cindy Moon was bitten by that spider, was emerging from within. Maybe she was always there, that side of her that wanted to save people, but regardless, this was it was time for the heroine within to make her debut. It was as if the entire world began to slow down around her, her instincts, her senses, they all suddenly became sharp like that of an apex predator. She looked to her left, noticing the single camera that the bodega owner could afford to have in his shop. The young, aspiring hero walked over to the camera's blind spot before dropping her bag on the ground. Webs began to seep from her fingertips and the first time hero began covering her body with her webbing. It only took a few seconds before the girl's body and face was completely covered in her webbing, creating makeshift armor around herself and covering the lower half of her face like a medical mask. She didn't have a costume, and she didn't even know what material she should use for one, but this would have to do for the time being. Her inner voice yelled again, and without hesitation, the young heroine walked around the corner and revealed herself to both men. "Hey!" she shouted, alerting the gunman and provoking him to point his gun at her and immediately fire a bullet. The bullet fired, and as if the heroine's body acted on its own, she dodged to the side, narrowly escaping being shot in the chest before extending her hand outward and shooting webs from her fingertips. In a wink, her webs affixed themselves to the thief's face, causing the men to blindly fire yet another bullet at the young heroine. The brave young lady dodged again, this time to the other side before pulling the thug toward her, yanking him as if he were weightless. The hero balled her fist, holding it low and to her side as she stepped forward like a boxer in a low stance. Ha! With a warrior's shout, she delivered a mighty uppercut to the bodega bandit's jaw, sending him soaring into a snack rack, and rendering him unconscious. The newbie hero stood over his body, breathing heavily as her heart rate continued to skyrocket, her chest feeling as if it could explode at any minute. I did it. She thought to herself, looking down at the hand she used to punch the bad guy in the face. It shook rapidly due to the adrenaline coursing through her. She looked at the shopkeeper with wide eyes, mirroring the exact astonished expression that was on his face. Who are you? The shopkeeper asked. Do you want my money? No. The lady arachnid informed him, glancing around the shop until she found her reusable bag on the ground, filled with groceries. I just wanted to buy some things, if that's okay with you. The shopkeeper began speaking quickly out of nervousness and gratitude. Please, just take them. As a thank you for saving me. Oh, okay. Thanks. The young lady told him, holding the bag in her hand with a puzzled look in her eyes. She wasn't sure if she should accept it or just pay regardless. Well, he did offer. She thought to herself as she began awkwardly walking out of the store. Wait. The shopkeeper told her, halting her in place with just his voice. What's your name? The hero paused at the door, bag in hand, as she pondered to herself. My name. She thought. It couldn't be just any name, it had to be something cool, something catchy. Spider Girl. No. Spider Woman. Arguably worse. The Scarlet Spider. Too lengthy. She stood in the same place contemplating monikers until it dawned on her, the perfect title for a hero such as herself. Something simple, unique, and straight to the point. The heroine turned her head, looking at the men behind the counter before smiling beneath her mask and tilting her head slightly in a friendly manner. Silk. My name is Silk. Just as quickly as she arrived on the scene, Silk disappeared, running home with her groceries in hand despite having the ability to swing through the city as Spider-Man does. Once she was out of view from anyone, Silk ran behind her building and removed the webbing from her body before walking into her building as if nothing had happened. Nervously, she walked into her family's apartment, shutting the door and locking it behind her with haste. Cindy a voice called out to her, startling the new hero in disguise. Wah! She yelped, nearly dropping her bag of groceries on the floor. It was her father, but despite that, Cindy was still on edge after everything that had just happened. Oh, sorry, did I scare you? Cindy's father asked, approaching his daughter and hugging her to calm her down. I'm sorry, honey. He repeated, feeling Cindy's breathing and heart rate skyrocketing. Are you okay? He asked her. MHM. Cindy mumbled, her voice being quelled by her father's shoulder. Are you sure? You're shaking and your heart rate is really high. He questioned. Cindy let go of him, handing him the bag before walking away quickly toward her bedroom door. Oh, don't worry, that's just period stuff, you wouldn't get it, bye. Cindy quickly ran into her room, shutting the door behind her and locking it before putting her back on it. She slid down the door, breathing heavily as she tried her best to calm down. She took a few deep breaths, finally settling down before she heard her father's voice once again from the other side of the door. Cindy, he said, sounding as if she had done something wrong. You forgot the milk. Cindy whimpered, placing her face in her hands. You doofus. She told herself, learning firsthand how being a hero impacts one's personal life, even in the smallest ways. Chapter 45, Clearing of the Mind. Atop a hill, a lone tree stood beneath the warm, shining, morning sun in Wakanda. Beneath that tree was a boy, Eren Parker, sitting with his legs crossed while wearing traditional Wakandan garbs. Below him was the beautiful Wakandan wilderness, filled with trees and flowing water with animals drinking from it. His hair, flowing in the wind, was white as Godspeed's blue aura surrounded him. He was in his ultimate Godspeed form, meditating as a way to extend how long he could hold the form and as a way to clear his mind. Meditation helped with training his body, but he still struggled to hold the form for more than 30 minutes. With breaks in between, the hero could extend it further, but his body would feel the effects if it was used too many times. As he meditated in his form, the boy thought of nothing in an attempt to clear his head for a while. His mother, his family, and the impending doom that would attack in a few short weeks. The pit in his stomach that was there ever since hearing about doom had finally faded away, he had finally achieved relaxation. Ha! The boy exhaled, feeling the warm aura around his body as he completed his daily regimen. However, the boy's meditation would soon be interrupted by a presence, actually, two presences. Without opening his eyes, the hero spoke. Franklin. Valeria. What's up? The boy asked, causing both kids to look over at each other with their eyes wide and their mouths open in shock. How do you know it's us? Franklin asked, looking up at the young hero's glowing body in admiration. I have this thing called spider sense. Eren said, pointing to his own head with his eyes still closed. It can usually only sense threats, but when I'm like this and my mind is clear, I can sense pretty much anything. I can't see you, but I can detect two little ones beside me. Who else would it be? Eren told them while having a peaceful grin on his face. Whoa. Franklin said, looking at his sister before looking back up at Eren. By like this, do you mean with the silver hair? Valeria asked, looking at his locks intensively. She was intrigued by how it was done. Learning about superpowers and supernatural ideologies had always interested her. MHM. Eren nodded. The power I have is called Godspeed, named it myself. Before Eren could continue, Valeria looked at him with an unimpressed face. Yeah, I could tell. She told him in a mocking tone, laughing slightly. Eren opened a single, azure eye, using it to look directly at Valeria. He was unamused by her mockery. Anyway, I'll skip over the details. This form that I'm in is called Ultimate Godspeed. Cool. Franklin said breathlessly, bringing a smile to Eren's face. See, he gets it. Eren said proudly. Anyway, it lets me run really fast basically, among other things. How fast? Valeria asked him, once again looking at the hero's glowing form with attentive eyes. I don't know. I never measured it. Eren told her, dousing the girl's excitement. Sensing the excitement wane, Eren raised a question to the girl. Want me to show you? Eren stood up, extending his hand to Valeria. She grabbed it, allowing the boy to bring her to her feet before lifting her up and putting her on his back. Are you ready? Eren asked her. MHM. Valeria answered, though her voice was shaky. She was nervous about the uncertainty of it all. Eren chuckled slightly, don't worry. You'll be okay. Just hold on tight. Valeria's grip around the young hero's shoulders grew tighter and in a flash, the hero dashed away, leaving nothing but a blue streak behind him. Franklin's jaw dropped, as both Eren and Valeria had disappeared, soon there was nothing left behind. Whoa. Franklin whispered, still looking forward as if he could see them. About a minute passed before Franklin heard a sound behind him and a warm breeze that ruffled his clothing. He turned around to see Eren and his sister once again. Eren let go of Valeria, gently setting her down with a smile on his face. Valeria looked as if she had just experienced the most exciting roller coaster of all time. Her hair was blown back, her breathing was sporadic, and her face had the biggest of grins across it. That was amazing. She whispered, cueing Eren to chuckle once more. It amazes me every time. Eren looked over at Franklin, extending his hand to the boy. Wanna try? Without any hesitation, Franklin ran over to Eren and jumped on the hero's back, hanging on tightly before the hero immediately blasted off, leaving Valeria behind. In just a minute, the hero returned with Franklin, surprising Valeria with how fast it seemed while only being the observer. For the next few minutes, the kids took turns riding on Spider-Man's back as he bolted through the city, only being stopped when Ben Grimm arrived at the scene. Eren stopped in front of the thing, placing Valeria on the ground before greeting him. What's up, Ben? Uncle Ben. Both kids said simultaneously, excited to see him. Good morning, everyone. You think I could get a turn? Ben joked. Maybe next time. Spider-Man said with an unsure tone while rubbing the back of his head. I'll hold you to it, kid. Ben then looked down at the two kids. Your parents want you back at the palace. Ah, man. Franklin pouted, crossing his arms. Hey, not my rules. Keep it between us, but I gave you guys a few extra minutes. You gotta go now or your mother will be upset. Ben told them. You can play later. Okay. Both kids said before walking back toward the palace. Ben and Eren stayed behind, as the thing patted the young hero on the back, walking past him and toward the cliff. The kids seem to be growing to like you, kid. The thing said, looking over the hill that Eren was once sitting on. Eren approached Ben, standing next to him as the two looked forward at the beautiful Wakandan scenery beneath them. Yeah, they're good kids. They seem like a handful though. Eren admitted. You'd be right. I could never have kids. The thing acknowledged, thinking it would be way too much for him to handle. Eren looked over at the Rocky Man, looking down at his lower area before pointing below the belt. Is it because the factory is no longer in service or? Eren asked. It was a genuine question, he was curious if things still functioned down there. Ben looked at Eren with a rocky scowl. Yes, it works. It's a conscious decision, not because I'm incapable. Ben declared angrily, not finding the statement humorous in the slightest. I see, sorry. Eren apologized, causing a brief silence between the two. Does it hurt? The girl I mean. Eren added. Because it's made of rock, right? So, you know, I'd imagine it's not very pleasant. Maybe if you used like I don't know, a silicone cover or something. Ben clenched his fist and continued to look at the nature below them before speaking with the tone of a displeased mafia boss. You know, kid, you and Johnny have one thing in common. The thing stated, skipping over Eren's question. And what's that? Eren asked. Ben looked over at Eren, his expression, a furious one, telling Eren everything he needed to know before screaming at him. I want to grab you both by the neck and snap you in half. Ben yelled, startling the hero. With his arms guarding his body, Eren apologized. I'm sorry. I was just curious. Here I was trying to come up here to give you some advice. Ben told him, going back to speaking in a calm manner. Advice? What do you mean? Eren asked. I can tell you're bothered by what you learned yesterday. With Doom and your heritage and all that. You've had this look on your face ever since we left the Baxter building. Like you've got a pit in your stomach. Ben's words surprised Eren. He didn't realize it was that obvious. I see. I'm just afraid. I'm afraid of Doom and I'm afraid of not being accepted. I've been thinking about if I have family here and if they'd accept me. I know the Wakandan people don't take kindly to strangers, besides King T'Challa. Shuri told me he was the first king to even allow outsiders in, only people he considers friends. Eren confessed. The thing nodded his head. Yeah, I get it. I know how it feels to wonder if you'll be accepted because of being different. I'm sure you already had to deal with that back home too. Eren nodded. Yeah. I have. You and me, we're similar in some ways. We both are afraid of being accepted, but do you know what helps me get through it? Knowing I have family and friends who do accept me. I don't let that fear hold me back because I know that despite having this body, I am able to be loved. Ben told the hero with a soft, yet gravely voice. Eren said nothing, he just simply soaked in Ben's words. So your folks here in Wakanda, they may or may not accept you, but it won't hurt to try. There was a time in my life when I was afraid to meet new people after my wife left me when she saw this. But if I stayed that way, I wouldn't have met the love of my life. She doesn't care that I'm different, for her, I'm as much of a man as anyone else. I'm actually thinking of proposing to her soon, I got the ring and everything. Ben spoke with a smile, showing his smile to Eren for the first time as he thought about his current lover. Point is, kid, don't be afraid to talk to your family if they're here. Whether they deny you or accept you, you've got family right here. There's no downside to trying. Yeah, you're right. Eren told him. And about Doom. We're all scared, kid. But as I said, you've got a family right here. We all do. That's the difference between us and Victor. He has no one, he's weak because of it. That's why he and Reed could never get along, he'd always been looking to have what we have. We'll beat him, just like how we beat anyone else that crosses us. The thing patted Eren on the back one last time before leaving the kid to think about what he said. I'll catch you later, kid. Ben said, walking away toward the palace. Hey, Ben. Spider-Man said, stopping the Rocky hero in his tracks. What's up, kid? Ben questioned, looking back over his shoulder. Thanks. Eren told him, now feeling as if he were ready for the road ahead of him. Chapter 46, Acceptance. Eren walked around the palace, looking around for Shuri or T'Challa to ask them about the whereabouts of his family. Eventually, he found T'Challa, walking around in his normal clothes. Immediately upon their gazes meeting, T'Challa smiled, waving off the Dora Milaje women behind him and approaching Eren. Eren, good morning my friend. You look as if you are searching for something. T'Challa seemed to be reading Eren like a book, as everyone seemed to be as of late. Yeah, actually. I was going to ask if my mother had any family left. If so, I wanted to see about meeting them. If possible. Eren asked shyly. He was nervous still, despite having his talk with Ben Grimm. I do not have the answer for you right now, however, how about we go find that out now? Come. T'Challa began to walk away before speaking to who appeared the leader of the Dora Milaje women. Like the rest, her head was bald, but her red uniform seemed more decorated and her face appeared more stern. Okoye, leave us. I will catch up soon enough. Yes, my king. Okoye said, bowing her head before slamming her pike on the ground and chanting to the Dora Milaje behind her. She then marched away with the Dora Milaje women and disappeared down the hallway. Meanwhile, T'Challa and Eren walked down the halls together, making some small talk before finding themselves in what appeared to be some sort of advanced library. The book seemed to also be made of foreign material, unlike any book Eren had ever seen, raising a specific question by Eren. Is everything here vibranium? Eren asked, looking at the futuristic, sci-fi-looking bookshelves. Everything is vibranium in our nation. Our tools, our weapons, and even the clothes on our backs are threaded with vibranium. It is the Wakandan people's lifeblood. Like guns for you Americans. Chala answered with a cheeky grin. I think your image of America might be a little exaggerated, but I see. As Eren spoke, the two ended up in front of a terminal at the center of the library. Chala activated it, triggering a holographic screen to form before he began typing away. Menyanon Dungain. He whispered to himself, bringing up Eren's mother's entire family history. Eren couldn't read it, but he could read Chala's expression. It wasn't good. I'm sorry, they've already passed, Eren. Chala told him sadly, immediately causing the boy's nervous, yet excited expression and body language to shift. His shoulders dropped, as did his gaze, which then looked to the floor. There is, however, another way. If you are interested, you can speak to your mother too. Chala told him. Eren's eyebrows raised, as did his shoulders upon hearing those words. What? How? Eren asked frantically. The Ancestral Plane. Chala answered. It is our afterlife. For Wakandan, the followers of Bast. We are capable of sending ourselves there while we still live, but only if you are strong enough to take the journey. I want to try it. I don't care how tough the journey is. Eren told the king with a determined gaze, one telling the king all he needed to know. All right. Come. With only those words, Chala led Eren through the palace once more, this time into the deepest depths of it. Once they reached the bottom, the two found themselves inside some sort of garden, one filled with hundreds of heart-shaped herbs being tended to by servants. Upon entry, everyone around the two men bowed, causing Eren to feel a bit out of place next to the king. Eventually, the two approached a small, rectangular box filled with brown sand. Chala stopped in front of it, looking to one of the garden keepers before instructing them with his orders. Bring me a single herb. He told the gardener, prompting her to swiftly approach an herb and pluck it beforehand delivering it to him. Thank you. Chala told her. She bowed in response, giving the two men some space. Chala looked at Eren with an intense gaze, staring straight into his eyes and losing that smile that was almost always on his face. This is a heart-shaped herb. Once consumed, you will die, but only for a brief moment. However, there are only two ways for that moment I mentioned to not be permanent. You must be of royal blood or be a worthy warrior. And if I'm neither, I die for good. Eren asked, swallowing his nervousness as Chala stared him down. Yes. I believe you are worthy, my friend. But do you? That is what is most important. Chala asked, still looking at Eren with the same intense stare. I believe I am a worthy warrior. I'll do anything to speak with her one last time, even if it does kill me. Eren answered. He truly believed his own words, and they were undisputably truthful. Okay. Chala then looked around at everyone in the garden. Begin the ritual. He instructed them, before telling Eren what to do next. Strip down to your undergarments and lay in the sand. Eren, doing as he was told, removed his clothes and laid down inside the rectangular box of sand. As he did this, the servants began crushing the herb using a mortar and pestle before surrounding the young hero. His heart was racing as he thought about how these could very well be his last days on Earth, however, he was simultaneously confident that he was in fact worthy. I am Wakandan by blood and I have fought many battles. I am worthy. He thought to himself. Are you ready, Eren Parker? Chala asked. Yes. Eren answered, hesitating before asking one last thing. Will I also gain powers? You may or may not. Perhaps it will enhance the ones you already have. You are the first human with superpowers to consume the herb. Chala answered to the best of his ability. Okay. Then I am ready. As those words left Eren's mouth, one of the women approached his head and hovered a bowl over his face. Place your arms like this. Chala instructed the boy, placing his arms in a cross formation across his chest. Eren repeated the Wakandan nation's salute as his heart continued to race frantically. I am worthy. He thought to himself. Shut your eyes. The woman said gently before pouring the herb into his mouth. It was the consistency of a smoothie, having some bits of the herb still floating around in it, while also being smooth. I am worthy. The young hero swallowed, immediately feeling his body react. He couldn't tell if it were pain or pleasure, but he knew that his body and his mind were changing. As he drifted out of consciousness, the servants began covering his body and face with the sand until he was no longer visible. I am worthy. Eren opened his eyes, finding himself standing at the center of his old childhood home. He looked around and at his own body, seeing that he was in a smaller body than his current one. I'm a child. This is just like those Godspeed visions I have. I wonder if my visions have anything to do with my Wakandan blood. Eren looked up, finding himself surrounded by multiple people he didn't recognize, all wearing their Wakandan garbs. He then felt a hand on his shoulder, the touch of a person he hadn't felt in a long time. It was his mother. Immediately, Eren hugged his mother, crying into her waist upon finally seeing her again. Slowly, Eren began to grow up before his mother's eyes, surpassing her in height before eventually towering over her with his true body. He opened his eyes before looking down at his mother tearfully, showing her just how much he'd changed in such a short amount of time. His mother placed her hands on his cheeks, taking a good look at the face she hadn't seen in so long. "My son," she said softly, this time speaking in her natural, Wakandan accent, surprising the boy. "I knew one day you would come." "I'm so sorry, Mom," Eren told her as tears continued to flow from his face. "Why are you apologizing to me?" his mother asked him. "I could have been there. I could have saved you," he told her, revealing his true feelings about the incident to her. "Eren, there's no way you could have possibly known what was going to happen. My passing was no one's fault but my own. Please, don't blame yourself for that." His mother looked at him sadly, never having known that the boy was blaming himself the entire time. "I'm sorry, Eren. I lied to you about who I am, about who we are. I lied about my work and where I was. I'm sorry for leaving you by yourself." She apologized, bringing tears to her own eyes. "It's okay, Mom. I understand why you did it. King Chala told me everything." Eren's mother smiled, looking up at her son once again before telling him the words that he longed to hear from her once again. "I'm so proud of you, Eren. I'm proud of Spider-Man too." Her saying this was surprising, but also, it made him feel joyful. "How do you know about that stuff?" Eren asked her. "I've been able to watch you, Eren. I've seen you grow up to become a man and a hero. Not just me, but all of us. We are so proud of you, Eren." Her saying this triggered Eren to remember that they were not alone in the room. Eren looked around at his relatives, all of the varying ages, all smiling at the boy. "We are all so proud of you." One of his ancestors, an older man, told him as he patted him on his shoulder before hugging the young man. "Your mother told me a lot about you. I have longed to meet you, grandson." His grandfather told him, overwhelming Eren with emotion. "You have grown to be a strong warrior. You may not have been born in the homeland, but you are a true Wakandan." Eren's grandfather's words brought more tears to his eyes. He didn't think he would ever be accepted by them since he was only a half-blood, but he was thankfully wrong. "My husband is right. You make us all proud, Umzukulu, grandchild in Kosa." His grandmother told him, embracing the boy tightly from the side. "We are from the merchant tribe, Umkshana, nephew in Kosa. We are not fighters. That is why we are also very proud to see you protect your home, as well as coming back to protect ours. Sister always told me you were a good-hearted kid." She was right. Eren's uncle said, who appeared to be barely any older than him, meaning he must have died rather young. The benevolent words of his relatives gave Eren a warm feeling inside of himself. However, there was one thing that bothered him. "Where's Dad?" Eren asked his mother, though her reaction told him everything he needed to know. "It's because he isn't Wakandan, right? He's somewhere else," Eren said sadly. Eren's mother approached him once last time, placing her hand softly on his cheek before giving him her final words. "Like us, I know your father is watching you and is just as proud as we are. Your father wanted more than anything to save people. He didn't have powers, so he wanted to create something that could save everyone. Little did he know, he already did. You are your father's greatest creation." Eren's mother smiled at him, understanding that the time for them to chat was almost over. "I love you, Nyana, son in Kosa, my son. Farewell," she told him softly. "I love you too, Mom. I will continue to make you and our ancestors proud." As those words left Eren's mouth, the boy found himself waking up with a coughing fit, rising up from the sandbox. He looked around, seeing that he was back in the real world, surrounded by the servants and Chala. The king smiled, patting Eren on the back as the boy continued to cough. "Welcome back, my friend. How was it? Did you meet them?" I did," Eren said in a choked-up voice. "I saw them all." Eren could feel the tears in his eyes flowing down his face as they did in the Ancestral Plane. He had finally been able to speak to his mother one last time, he was finally able to say goodbye. On top of that, he was accepted by his family, despite not being a full Wakandan. Though it was short-lived, that small interaction with his family would motivate Eren more than he ever had. They were watching him, proudly, and he was going to continue to make it so. Chapter 47, The Most Powerful Being on Earth. Cindy Moon. Once again, Deadpool sat beside a fireplace, wearing a striped robe with a newspaper in hand. Taking a sip from his drink, despite wearing a mask, the red and black mercenary turned around to see you, the reader, reading this very paragraph. Hello again, I have a quick message from the author. The last Cindy Moon chapter will be moved to better improve the story for those who will catch up later. The author was struggling with the time zone difference and such, and he wanted both stories to seem as if they were happening simultaneously. If you're reading this chapter, make sure that you didn't miss any chapters that were rearranged. Nothing is being added or deleted, just moved in terms of the order. Thanks for reading. See ya. Eren Parker lay in a web hammock that he had created in his room, making sure to stay away from the bed that Johnny had used. The young hero called Cindy Moon, as their time zones had finally allowed them to do so. It was very late in the evening, almost morning for Eren Parker, but in the early afternoon for the secret heroine in New York. On the other side of the call was Cindy Moon, or rather, the heroine Silk, sitting on the corner of a building, wearing her webbed costume. After what happened the day before, Cindy started practicing swinging around the city. She still wasn't sure if she wanted to be a hero, but she knew that if something were to happen, she would need that skill. Eren explained everything to Cindy. His newly discovered heritage, visiting the Ancestral Plane, Johnny's shenanigans, and even the little details such as how beautiful the country was. Cindy looked at the screen with a soft smile and kind eyes as she watched her lover go on and on about everything. It truly made her happy seeing him speak about the things that made him happy, whether it be science or family. After a long call, the two said their goodbyes, leaving Cindy to sit alone in her own thoughts. She sighed, looking at the city below her before swinging back home, getting used to the whole traversal method quite easily after watching footage of her partner doing so. The only difference with her method was that her webbing was organic and came from her fingertips, rather than coming from homemade web shooters from Spider-Man's wrists. Soon enough, Cindy returned home, climbing in from her window in Eren fashion before ripping the webbing off of her body. She arrived just in time too, as she received a knock on her door, telling everyone that dinner was ready. With her normal clothes, Cindy walked into the kitchen, finding her entire family waiting for her. Her mother prepared jjigae, a Korean stew, for the family, which was one of Cindy's favorites. Thank you for making dinner, Cindy told her mother, receiving a smile in response. You're welcome. I hope you like it. Everyone took their seats as Mrs. Moon made everyone's bowls for them. Before long, the table was set and everyone started enjoying their dinner together. Cindy was silent, poking at her food with her utensils rather than eating it. There was so much on her mind, she couldn't help but space out. What's wrong, Cindy? Her mother asked her. Is there something wrong with the jjigae? Her mother's voice snapped the undercover heroine out of her daydreaming state, driving her to eat the food like normal. No, it's great, she said, taking a bite of her food, nearly burning her tongue. Her mother wasn't buying it. She looked at her daughter with an intense stare, as her father and brother ate their food normally. Are you sure? Your father noticed you've been acting strangely since yesterday. Hearing this, Cindy's father averted his eyes, not really wanting to probe into his daughter's personal problems. If it was a real issue, he knew she'd speak up, their family dynamic allowed it to be so. However, little did he know that her current issue was something no one could have ever predicted. I'm not. I was just nervous. There was this weirdo at the store and he creeped me out, that's all. That's why I forgot the milk, because I was really trying to get out of there. Cindy lied, hoping that would be enough to get off her parents' radar. Did he touch you? Her mother asked concernedly. What? No. I was just uncomfortable so I left. That's it. Cindy continued threading the lie, realizing that her plan to get them off her back was backfiring. Cindy. Her father chimed in, finally. You can talk to us. I know I can. I'm fine. Cindy began eating her food faster, hoping to finish quickly so she could escape into her room before they could continue to probe. Cindy, we're your parents. We can tell when something is wrong. Is it boy problems? Are you arguing with Eren, maybe? Cindy's mom asked, embarrassing her daughter. Nope. Cindy said before eating 2 bites from her stew. Everything is super good between us. He is in a trip to Africa right now. Scholarship. She said with a mouth full of food. Then what is it? You've locked yourself in your room all day, you didn't even come in to say hi or good morning. Are you lonely? Her mother continued questioning her, visibly appearing to be concerned. I'm fine. Cindy yelled, though she immediately began taking it back. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell. Can we please just move on from this conversation? Both of her parents, and even her brother, were stunned. She'd never snapped at anyone in that room like that before. This made it evident that something had definitely changed about her, but no one could pinpoint what. Cindy cleared her throat, realizing she was basically ruining dinner time with her attitude and personal issues. She looked to her brother before fishing for a random topic to talk about. "Are you excited about high school, Albert?" she asked the 14-year-old. He would be starting his first year of high school in the fall, though this question would only ruin the mood more. "No. I don't really want to go to school. Where all those people died," he told her, referencing the tragedy at Osborne Academy. Oh. Cindy didn't even know what to say. She never thought about how that event would impact those who would continue to walk the halls there. For her, it was going to be nothing more than a distant memory she wouldn't have to revisit, but for them, it would be a daily reminder. "Ah!" Cindy screamed, dropping her spoon into the bowl as she held onto her head with a single hand. "Cindy!" her dad shouted, reaching out to her. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, just a migraine. It happens sometimes," she said, though the pain in her head was far worse than any migraine she'd ever had before. "Is it my sense thing?" Cindy thought, still not having a name for it. "I need to go lay down. Please, don't bother me," she told her family before abruptly getting up out of her chair, stumbling into her room, and shutting the door behind her. Her family was puzzled. This was very uncharacteristic of her. "Don't bother me," her mother parroted. How dare she talk to us like that? Her mother was almost furious, though Cindy's father attempted to calm her down. "I'm sure she didn't mean it that way, honey. She did mention it was, you know, that time." He added, however, that last part made his wife roll her eyes. "That's not how it works. It doesn't suddenly turn you into a disrespectful, rebellious, forgetful dash." Cindy's mother kept going as she listened in on the conversation from the other side of the door. "Dad," she whispered to herself, understanding that he was trying to stand up for her but probably made the whole situation worse. That's just how their family dynamic was. Her mother always worried and overreacted while her father was the complete opposite, often underreacting to things. With her face still pressed against the door, Cindy winced. Her sense was still going haywire. "What the hell is it?" she whispered, before realizing that her sense was acting almost like a sort of compass. It was pointing her in a direction where it wanted to go, somewhere outside. It was time for Silk to return. "If that'll make you shut up," Cindy told her brain as she began covering her entire body with webs just like she did when saved the clerk at the corner store the day prior. Now ready to become a hero once again with her body and face covered in a makeshift costume of webs, Cindy placed one foot on the windowsill before taking a look at the room behind her. Her plushies, her posters, her sewing kits, and all of her objects representing her hobbies were visible to her. She noticed a picture of her family, making her realize what getting bitten will mean for her family life. Regardless of that fact, Silk leapt from the window, swinging off toward where her senses were telling her to go. "Ha ha 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 ha. Whoa. Out of the way, peons." A man, riding through the city on a massive wheel, crushed and rolled his way past the many civilians who were either in their cars or walking along the street, laughing manically as if he had lost his mind. "I, Big Wheel, have achieved greatness. That's right, world, I am the most powerful being on Earth. Woohoo. No one can stop me." The man continued to scream like a psychopath as his giant wheel contraption crushed everything and anyone in its path, or at least, he tried to. The vehicle was moving at such an unremarkable pace, most people were able to flee from their vehicles and the rest just simply walked to the sidewalks. A news helicopter flew over the odd vehicle, presenting it for all to see on the news. The news reporter in the helicopter began to speak to the audience, sounding baffled and just in utter disbelief at what she was witnessing. "There appears to be a man driving a giant wheel through the city." The woman's eyebrows were furrowed as she looked down from the helicopter, her expression only becoming more confused when she received word of what the guy was calling himself. "Big Wheel. Are you serious?" she asked through her headset, and they are very serious. "Ladies and gentlemen, the man you see is calling himself." It was clear that the woman was trying her best not to laugh. This was no laughing matter, a god above anything any puny human had ever witnessed was now upon them, or something like that. "He calls himself Big Wheel," the reporter said before busting out into tears of laughter. Big Wheel. Even the pilot and the cameraman were starting to laugh at the ridiculous name. Before long, millions of Americans were laughing at the self-proclaimed god as he continued to roll through the city, wreaking havoc, though at a very slow pace. Suddenly, the news lady spotted something in the distance. "Ladies and gentlemen dash," it was still hard for her to speak through her laughter. "It appears Spider-Man has come to save us all from this great danger," she told them sarcastically, only being able to make out the silhouette of a person swinging through the air. Once the figure was closer, she could see that it was no Spider-Man, but a Spider Lady. "It appears to be someone other than Spider-Man. It looks to be some sort of Spider-Woman or Spider-Girl," she told the audience, unaware that they were in the presence of the one and only Silk. "Ha ha 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 ha. Yes. 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 I've done it. Big Will shouted, having an almost grotesque expression on his face until he noticed the heroine flying through the air. Spider-Man. No. Spider-Woman. He questioned. No matter. I have come prepared. Big Will pressed a button on his contraption, revealing 2 machine guns, one on each side of his massive will vehicle. Die, Spider-Girl. He shouted before firing hot lead at the young heroine. Machine guns. Seriously. Silk thought to herself before clumsily web-zipping out of the way toward another building. She had been practicing her swinging, but nothing could have prepared her for dodging bullets. Drat. Big Will shouted, attempting to shoot Silk with his guns but missing every single shot in an embarrassing fashion, tracking her through the air as she outswung them. Once again, Silk could feel her senses tingle, warning her of something. Someone was in danger, but it wasn't her. She turned around, spotting a traffic jam, and a school bus filled with a girls' basketball team stuck in the intersection. Despite how slow Big Will was moving, if he were to collide with them, there would be some serious injuries. Silk's eyes widened upon seeing the situation at hand, driving the young heroine to once again web-zip toward her desired destination, this time going away from Big Will and toward the bus of teenagers. Look. One of the girls said, pointing at Big Will heading straight for them. Everyone on the bus began to panic as they attempted to exit the bus in an unorderly fashion, pushing and shoving each other in an attempt to escape. Big Will was getting closer, still firing his machine guns in the air at Silk as she too swung closer to the bus. It's now or never. Silk said to herself before using her webs to slingshot herself downward. As she spiraled down toward the earth, Silk webbed Big Will's guns, stopping them from spinning and deactivating them before landing between the wheel and the bus and using a single hand to stop Big Will in his tracks. What? Big Will shouted upon seeing his godly device being stopped with such ease. She showed no signs of putting in any effort, it was as if she were stopping a very lightweight object from toppling over. Cool. Whoa. A lady Spider-Man. The girls on the bus were amazed to see the heroine save them in such a fashion, wondering just exactly who the girl was. Big Will tried to move his big wheel, but it was of no use. Time to kick it into overdrive. He shouted, pulling on the ignition and causing the wheel to spin faster, so fast that it was starting to cause smoke to appear from beneath it. Silk, however, remained unmovable, glaring at them and piloting the massive wheel with the eyes of a killer lioness. What is the meaning of this? She asked the men, webbing the wheel in place so that he could no longer move it. His answer, however, would come unexpected to her. I am Big Wheel, and I dash. Before he could begin his grandiose proclamation of godhood or whatever, Silk burst into laughter. Big Wheel. She repeated, holding her stomach with one hand as she tried to contain her laughter. Your name is Big Wheel. Isn't that a bit too literal? She asked, still laughing at the ridiculously stupid name. Before long, the girls on the bus began laughing at him, as did any onlookers who were watching from a distance or in their cars. Big Wheel was embarrassed, yet again he was the biggest laughingstock known to men. His whole life he was bullied, made fun of, laughed at, and becoming Big Wheel was supposed to end it all. Stop laughing. He shouted, though his pleas only made people laugh at him longer. In his head, he was supposed to become the next Tony Stark or Reed Richards. A man is known by all for his technological genius, though there was one key difference. Being the leader of the Avengers or the Fantastic Four was far less lame than parading the city as a giant will named Big Wheel. The cops began showing up soon enough, indirectly telling Silk it was time to make her leave. She fired her webbing into the air using her fingertips, latching them onto a building before one of the girls on the bus asked her a question. Wait. The teenager said to her. Who are you? Silk looked up at the bus, seeing the many girls in basketball jerseys recording her with their phones, all waiting for her answer. Though she'd uttered her name once before, only one man had heard. This time, the whole world would know who she was. Just like before, Silk smiled under her mask, one that was hidden but visible due to the change in the expression in her eyes. I'm Silk. She said, waving to the girls before slinging herself into the air and fleeing the scene. Chapter 48, Where is Spider-Man? Cindy Moon. A week has passed since Spider-Man was last seen by anyone. Despite who people are now calling Spider-Woman, a new female version of the hero, taking up the mantle of New York's protector, crime rates have skyrocketed as criminals do not have that same fear as they had with the original hero. A news story played on a TV inside a restaurant, catching the attention of both Cindy Moon and Harry Osborn, while Lily Hollister looked at her phone. They were showing clips of Silk, who they were calling Spider-Woman, fighting bad guys and saving people, comparing her to Spider-Man doing the same thing. It's Silk. Cindy thought, watching the news story as the people continued to call her by the wrong name. Though she'd said her name before, it didn't take off in the way that Spider-Woman did. Harry glared at the screen intensely, looking at this so-called Spider-Woman and how much she resembled someone he knew. Someone across the table from him. Of course, it could just be a girl with the same haircut as Cindy, she had pretty basic, long black hair which was common for Asian girls her age. To say she was Silk or Spider-Woman because of a haircut would be silly. However, there were too many coincidences happening all at once, so it wasn't out of the question. He wanted answers. Did Eren tell you anything about his trip? He asked Cindy. His face didn't look like someone who was curious, it appeared more as if he was interrogating her. Yeah. Cindy said awkwardly, confused as to why he was speaking to her in such a tone. Even Lily thought it was weird, looking up at Harry momentarily with a puzzled expression. We call every afternoon before he goes to bed since it's nighttime where he is. I see. Harry said plainly before looking back up at the news story playing on the TV. You ever feel like he's hiding stuff from you? Cindy and Lily both glared at Harry with confused looks, though Lily seemed a bit more annoyed rather than just confused. You're still on this? She asked him, sounding as if he brought this up to her in the past. I'm just asking, what's wrong with that? Harry rebutted, speaking as if he wasn't actually asking because he was upset with his friend for lying to him. On what? Cindy asked Lily, prompting Lily to sigh, roll her eyes, and explain her boyfriend's silly thoughts. He thinks Eren might be Spider-Man. Lily began to laugh at the absurdity of it, though Cindy and Harry didn't laugh at all. Cindy was afraid, in fact. If Harry knew about Eren, it wouldn't be too hard for him to figure her out soon enough. She wondered if she should just tell him then and there, but she wasn't sure if telling people about her other self was a good idea. She thought it would be best to consult with Eren first. It's not funny, Lily. Harry told her, looking at her with an annoyed expression. He felt as if she were making fun of him, but that really wasn't the case. Babe, Eren can't even hurt a fly. Do you think he's going around fighting giant lizards and electric maniacs? Come on, Harry, he let Flash bully him for years. Why would Spider-Man do that? She asked him, still laughing at how it doesn't make any sense. Harry was clearly pissed off at how she was taking him for a joke at that moment, though he was able to calm himself. He didn't want to get angry with her and yell, despite the fact that he wanted to. He didn't want to be like his father. Harry exhaled calmly. Lily, please stop laughing at me. I'm being serious right now. He told her quietly. Her laughter ceased, as did her smile once she realized she wasn't really accounting for his feelings. I'm sorry. I wasn't laughing at you, it's just that I can't see someone like him doing that. No disrespect to Eren, but he's no fighter. He's a great guy. He's a genius, he's kind, and he's been a great friend as of late. I just can't see him wearing the suit. She told him. I know, Lily. I get it, but what if that was the point? What if he acted weak on purpose to make it seem like he wasn't a hero? What if he actually was weak and became Spider-Man somehow afterward? Think about it, the bullying stopped, right? He told her, silencing her for a moment. Well, yeah, but how would he just magically get powers? She asked him. That part I'm still working out. Harry said, placing his hand on his chin. Another thing, Spider-Man has been gone for a week and so has Eren. Isn't that proof enough? Right, Cindy. Harry looked directly at Cindy, trying to gauge her response. She was stunned, stumbling over her own words before spewing out an answer. How would I know? If he doesn't tell you, his best friend, why would he tell me? I feel like that's more of a bro code thing or something. True. Lily interjected. Every superhero movie has the best friend know his secret while the love interest is oblivious. Lily saying this did nothing more than annoy Harry, bringing an emotionless expression to his face. Seriously, life isn't a movie. Plus, I have a theory about that dash. Before Harry could continue, the news story changed, gathering the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Breaking news, a shipment of carbonanium has been stolen by a band of thieves. This group of thieves goes by the name of the Magia, having re-emerged after being stopped by Spider-Man some months ago. Perhaps due to Spider-Man's absence, the group feels as if no one can stop them. Where is Spider-Man? Where is Spider-Woman? If this carbonanium gets in the wrong hands. Harry and Lily both looked back at the table, seeing that Cindy was gone, in a similar fashion to how Eren would disappear on them. The two looked at each other, realizing that Harry might be right about his theory, though the two wondered why the two spider people were keeping it a secret. By the time Silk, wearing her webbed costume, was swinging through the city, the Magia had already escaped. However, Silk had something up her webbed sleeve. Like Spider-Man, Silk had her own type of sense, something she called Silk Sense. However, hers was much more advanced than his. This was both a good and bad thing for the heroine, as she was able to detect danger and people who need help from a much further distance. Inversely, she always felt as if her brain was telling her that something bad was happening elsewhere. It was so intrusive, she began to start to just ignore it half the time. Whether it be someone having a minor inconvenience or someone actually needing help, she couldn't tell the difference. It made it hard to sleep at night. However, if she really focused, she could almost form a topographical map of the city in her own mind. She remembered the region based on the small video clip she saw on the news, heading straight to that point in the city before getting atop one of the tallest buildings in the area, shutting her eyes, and focusing. Silk exhaled, focusing on trying to detect where they were in the city, where their hideout was, and where they took the carbonanium. Suddenly, her eyes shot open and the heroine turned around to shoot a web at a figure standing behind her, though the figure was able to dodge to the side and avoid the attack. "I see you won't let me sneak up on you like my little spider does." The figure spoke, revealing itself to be a woman in a skin-tight, black, leather outfit. It was Black Cat, continuing to dodge Silk's attacks with a sly smile on her face. "My little spider." Silk thought to herself, continuing to try and land an attack on the cat burglar. Does she mean Eren? Black Cat leapt in the air, flipping to land atop a water tower behind her before checking out the new hero in town intensively with her feline-like eyes. "So, Spider-Woman, huh?" Black Cat said as she looked Silk's body up and down. Finally having a good look at the scandalously dressed woman, Cindy couldn't help but check out the cat's perfect figure. She eventually snapped herself out of it before replying to the woman's statement. "It's Silk. Not Spider-Woman," she told her, crossing her arms and striking an impatient pose. "Who are you?" Black Cat laughed before adjusting herself on the water tower slightly as if she were about to leap down. However, Silk forming claws at her fingertips using her web stopped the feline in her tracks. "Easy there," Black Cat said with her hands over her head. "You can call me Cat. I'm a friend." "Okay, Cat. Why are you here? And what do you mean by my little spider?" Cindy asked, reverting back to her pouty pose. Black Cat laughed slightly, sensing a bit of jealousy in the air. "Don't worry, it's just a nickname, we haven't done anything if that's what you're wondering," Black Cat said before sitting down on the water tower yet. She teased, though she really had no intentions with Spider-Man anymore after he informed her about his relationship. She wasn't very interested in being a homewrecker though she did still enjoy teasing him. Their relationship had shifted slightly, she would give Spider-Man intel about whatever crime she'd overheard and he'd let her off the hook if she was doing anything less than legal, though he didn't let her push those boundaries too far. "I'm trying to stop the magia for my own reasons. I was hoping Spider would show up, but he's not here." "You know where he is?" Black Cat asked, kicking her feet on the water tower as she spoke. "He's on vacation. I can stop these magia guys myself," Silk said with resolve in her voice though Black Cat was doubtful of that. "No offense, Silky Dash," Black Cat started, however, Cindy interrupted her to make one thing clear. "It's Silk," she said coldly, bringing a smile to Black Cat's face. "I like you," Black Cat said with a bit of a smile. She could tell Spider-Man's lover was no pushover. "Well, Silk, no offense but I don't know if you can handle these guys on your own. They're ready to fight Spider-Man, not you. Let's be honest, neither one of us is as strong as he is." Silk took offense to this, frowning at the mysterious woman with her arms still crossed. "And how do you know?" Silk didn't like this new image that was being formed about her. She didn't like the idea that she was the supposed weaker version of Spider-Man. Of course, it was true, but she still hated it. Though she had many advantages over him, such as having a better sense and more natural speed, she lacked one crucial factor. Godspeed. "I know what it's like, Silk. You feel underestimated right now, you feel weak because of what everyone else is saying, but you don't need to try and prove anything to anyone. From what I can tell, you're strong, but don't bite off more than what you can chew. These guys are serious business. We can't do this on our own," Black Cat admitted. "I want your help with this. Your help with this. And I think I can help you too." Silk thought about Felicia's words, knowing the woman was right. She was far more experienced than her in every way. She knows Eren, he'd never be close with someone he couldn't trust. He doesn't have many friends to begin with. "Okay, Cat. We can help each other," Silk said, though she still sounded a bit uncertain. Black Cat jumped from the tower, landing in front of Silk before extending her hand out to her. "I knew you'd come around. Partners." The two clawed fighters shook hands, sealing the deal that they were now in a partnership. "Partners," Silk replied, however, she still felt a bit reluctant. New York was in their hands now, however, what was in store for them was far beyond anything they could have ever predicted. Chapter 49, Aquatic Ambush. A week had passed since the Future Foundation had arrived at Wakanda. Despite the fact that Doom said 2 weeks, none of them were dumb enough to simply wait and do nothing during the waiting period. Wakanda as a whole was on high alert, shutting down every single entrance to the country, allowing no one to enter or leave. The heroes, T'Challa, and his sister included, spent most of this time conditioning in T'Challa's training facility, prepping themselves for what was about to come in a week's time, preparing themselves for Doom. Eren was especially taking this training seriously, wanting to learn hand-to-hand combat from Chala since Eren was so used to relying on Godspeed to win fights. Eren didn't know the first thing about throwing a proper punch, he just sort of threw his fist at his target and hoped that his powers would do the rest. However, there were no powers allowed for this training for either of the two heroes. Both Chala and Eren wore inhibitor neck braces, stopping both of them from using any sort of super strength or ability that they would not have if they were more than a normal man. Chala taught Eren many of the fighting styles that the young king was taught ever since he was an even younger prince at the age of 5. Zulu stick fighting, dam, lam, capoeira, tiger-style kung fu, wushu, taekwondo, and Muay Thai were among the many styles that Eren was taught. Even without his powers, Eren was a natural when it came to learning anything, whether it be a game, sport, or concept in class. However, with Godspeed, his ability to learn was unimaginable. The power dampener only stopped the boy from using Godspeed during the training. Eren, however, would use Godspeed and his ability to relive memories to play the training in his head over and over, basically image training himself. It was as if he had undergone months of training, despite it only having been a short week. Regardless of this fact, his quick learning would never beat years of experience as he would still struggle when sparring against King Chala himself. "You are growing frustrated, Mr. Parker," Chala said, holding his shield behind his back as if to taunt the young hero in front of him. The two were sparring inside the training facility, having it set to be as cold as the harshest of winters to make the training even more intense. He was right, Eren was pissed. They implemented a point system, the person who landed a strike on the opponent's body would be rewarded a point and the first to get 10 points will win the bout. Eren had yet to get a single point on Chala for their entire sparring session. To make it even worse, the king stopped blocking and simply dodged the boy's attacks with ease, despite Eren implementing the techniques he'd learned perfectly. Eren said nothing, continuing to attack the king with sloppy strikes due to his emotions hindering him. As Chala dodged, he continued to lecture the boy. "Your irritation is not a weapon. It is a weakness," Chala told him before swiping Eren's stick away and landing a sweeping attack on the boy, causing him to fall on his back. Had Eren been able to use his spider sense, he would have seen it coming from a mile away, but the normal Eren Parker did not see it coming. A calm mind is the pathway to victory. Your brain is the body's most powerful muscle, Chala told him, reminding Eren of his father. In fact, that was something his father would tell him very often, insinuating that you don't need powers to make a difference. Chala continued. If you let that muscle become overwhelmed with negative emotion, your most powerful muscle becomes your most vulnerable. Chala extended his hand out to Eren, hoping the boy would understand what he was trying to say. Eren calmed himself down as he grabbed onto the king's hand, getting back up on his feet before looking to the ground. Seeing this, Chala had more words for the boy. "Head up, Eren. Do not be ashamed," he said, patting Eren on the shoulder. Eren shook his head. "I can't help feeling as if I'm nothing without my powers, especially Godspeed. I've had my moments where I've won without it, but barely." As he was saying this, he thought about Hydroman and how his quick wits were the only thing that allowed him to capture him while the villain was off guard. Similarly, he felt he only beat Connors due to luck and a plan that had many flaws retrospectively. "I understand how you are feeling. Before I became the Black Panther, I felt weak very often. I was growing frustrated, calling myself not fit to be a king. Do you want to know what my mother told me?" Chala said, having a slight smile on his face as he reminisced about the past. "She told me that it takes more than physical strength to be king. You need a strong heart, my son. You need a mind more powerful than the vibranium beneath our feet. Only then can you be king. Only then can you be the protector of our people." Chala hoped that his mother's words would help Eren on his journey to growing more powerful. Eren thought about it for a few seconds, nodding his head as he began to understand it. "Your mother sounds like she was wise," Eren told him, bringing a smile to Chala's face. "Oh, my mother was everything. A wise, strong woman. She was the greatest queen of this nation's history," Chala told him, once again smiling reminiscently. "I hope your wife doesn't hear that," Eren joked, causing Chala to lightly slap him on the arm and laugh. "There is a reason why I am divorced, my friend," Chala said with a bright grin before their light-hearted moment was interrupted by Shuri sprinting into the room as if something terrible had happened. The look on her face was filled with terror, immediately signaling that she was bearing bad news. "Brother. Another message from Doom. Come, quick," she shouted before sprinting out of the room. The two men removed their inhibitors before following her through the palace and into the war room. It wasn't long before the other members of the Future Foundation appeared in the room along with members of the Dora Milaje, and Doom's message was displayed for all to see. With his hands interlocked in front of his face, Doom looked directly through the projection and at the spectators with a vicious stare. Dr. Doom exhaled impatiently before once again speaking to the king. "King Chala." Doom spoke with his deep, menacing voice. "It would seem that you have not responded to my memorandum. I take it that you would like to move forward with the invasion of Wakanda. Or perhaps you are attempting to call my bluff. Dr. Doom leaned inward, looking even deeper through the projection. His voice became colder, even more chilling than it was before as his eyes winded beneath his mask. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate a portion of my power. A fraction of my influence. You may notice an army submerging from your waters as you acquire this memo. They are not mine, but Namor's. Like you, he is the king of a hidden nation. Unlike you, he is a man of action. Think of what is about to transpire as a reminder that doom awaits you. Recall that what is about to happen is only a sample of what is to come. You have 1 more week to call off the incursion of your nation and hand over what I requested. I'm finished being nice. That is all. Farewell, King. Doom's message ended, sending a jolt down King T'Challa's body as he nearly became overrun by anger, though he was able to calm himself. We need to go to the Golden City. He instructed them. I can get there in seconds. I'll go ahead. Spider-Man told him as his costume began to form around his body, receiving a nod from the king. No words were said as Spider-Man transformed into his Godspeed state, before sprinting to the Golden City, the coast where the attack would likely come from. Once Spider-Man arrived, he couldn't believe his eyes. A tidal wave, one larger than any building in Wakanda, was approaching the nation, along with an army of hundreds riding the wave like surfers without any boards. Most of them had blue skin and masks filled with water covering their noses and mouth. At the center of it all, there was a man holding a trident, wearing nothing more than a green speedo with gold bracelets and a golden trident in his hand. Though Spider-Man couldn't see it, the man had a determined and almost hate-filled expression on his face. This man was the king of Atlantis, Namor. He was different than the rest with his jet-black hair, pointed ears, and tanned skin. The king from the ocean continued to surf the wave toward the city, causing panic among the Wakandan. Read. Eren said quickly into his earpiece. There's a massive tidal wave coming toward the city. As big as the city itself. We dash. Before anything else could come from his mouth, a light bulb went off in the hero's brain. Do you think I could stop it somehow using my speed? Eren asked the scientist, feeling as if it were possible, but he was unsure. It's possible, but the speed you'd need to run at. Reed said, sounding doubtful. I don't even know if you can reach that kind of speed. Eren felt doubtful himself, his doubts worsened as Reed continued. If you fail, you'll be caught in the wave. I don't know if anyone would be able to survive something of that size. Those words inflicted fear within the half-blooded Wakandan, as he had never learned how to swim. He knew that if he were caught in the tsunami, he was likely going to drown. Even if it costs me my life. Eren whispered as he thought about the things that people had told him over the many months of being Spider-Man. The advice, the kind words, everything that he had learned up until this point. The words echoed in the boy's mind as he began entering a runner's ready stance. Everything you do is a risk. Not doing anything is also a risk. Which risk will you choose, Parker? You need a mind more powerful than the vibranium beneath our feet. Only then can you be the protector of our people. You have grown to be a strong warrior. You may not have been born in the homeland, but you are a true Wakandan. That is why we are also very proud to see you protect your home, as well as coming back to protect ours. Sister always told me you were a good-hearted kid. She was right. Your father wanted more than anything to save people. You were his greatest creation. Go be the hero that I know you are. Spider-Man's lenses squinted ever so slightly as he focused on the road ahead of him. I can do it. I'm fast enough. He said, prepared to run faster than he had ever run before. He was afraid to really push his body, to use every single last ounce of his being while in his ultimate form, but he had no other choice. He had to take that risk. He had to protect his people. He had to be a warrior. He had to make everyone proud. He had to be a hero. Spider-Man began charging the Godspeed energy in his body, the aura around his upper half thinning while simultaneously glowing brighter around the lower half of his body. He had practiced it once before, this technique, but the speed at which he was moving along with the pain he felt while in this state scared him out of doing it ever again. This time, however, he didn't care. He needed that extra speed if wanted to achieve his goal. Instantly, Spider-Man was gone, leaving nothing behind but a blue streak that disappeared into the city, making its way toward the tidal wave. In a matter of seconds, Spider-Man, with his Godspeed aura focused around his legs, was running from one side to the other on the Wakandan beach. Many Wakandan were taking refuge amongst the skyscrapers, hoping to avoid the water that way while others were running away from the wave, though they knew that it would be impossible to outrun it. Look. A young Wakanda boy said. What is that? The boy pointed toward the blue streak of light on the beach, as did hundreds of Wakandan who took refuge in other buildings or ran along the streets, all looking toward their savior. It wasn't long before the Future Foundation and Black Panther showed up, looking over the hill as they watched the blue glint zip back and forth in an attempt to generate enough wind pressure to blow the tidal wave backward. Honey, he's doing it. Sue said breathlessly, hoping more than anything that the young hero could stop the tsunami from hitting the city. Her force fields were strong, but there was no way she could cover an entire city with one. Even just covering a building was a lot for her to handle. If it came down to it, she would have to choose 2 buildings to cover out of the hundreds in the city. That was her only choice. She prayed it didn't have to come to that. Spider-Man continued running back and forth along the shore, using everything he had to push the water backward, noticing that the wave began slowing down. "It's working," he said, though his voice could not hide the immense pain that the boy was feeling going through his entire body. It felt as if his skin was being filleted off his body with a knife covered in salt, each step feeling as if it could be his last. Regardless, he didn't care how much it hurt him. He didn't care about how it might affect his body. He just wanted to save his people. "The kid's really doing it," Ben Grimm said, clapping his rocky hands together and smiling down at the hero from afar. "That's my boy," the Human Torch exclaimed, lifting himself in the air with his powers to get a better view, raising a fist. He was certain Spider-Man was going to send this wave back where it came from. "You got this, Spider-Man," Chala whispered, hoping that the boy could manage to stop the attack. Reed said nothing. He couldn't hide the doubtful expression on his face. He calculated the size of the wave, and Eren's highest speed, along with some calculations on Eren's mass, and deduced that it was impossible for him to reach a high enough speed to turn the wave around, not without some serious damage to the boy's body. However, a human's willpower was incalculable, so Reed let the boy continue. The blue streak continued, going back and forth as the wave continued to slow down and decrease in scale before everyone's eyes. The Future Foundation. The King. The Wakandan. They all looked forward with hopeful eyes, looking at the azure streak continuously building up pressure. It was amazing, truly spectacular, to see what looked like a sapphire star moving side to side before everyone's eyes. He was doing it. He was doing it. Spider-Man, the half-Wakandan, half-American hero from New York, was going to save everyone once again. Until the blue star faded. That cobalt streak, the one moving at a speed that wasn't even trackable by the human eye, was gone. The tidal wave, no longer being held back by the pressure being built up by Spider-Man's speed, began picking up its pace once again. Soon enough, the tsunami began tearing through the Golden City, destroying smaller buildings, and picking up vehicles and people as it continued its siege through the town. The people's screams might as well have been muted as no one could have saved them. Not all of them. Sue tried her best to cover as many buildings as she could with her powers, but she could only protect a few. The rest of the Future Foundation made their way toward the city, trying to save anyone they could with their abilities, but they could only do so much. The individuals inside of buildings looked on helplessly as their people were swept away beneath them, drowning, losing their lives in one of the cruelest ways imaginable. King Chala, wearing his Black Panther suit, stood with his fists clenched as the Atlantean army and their king glared up at him from atop the flooded city. Eren Parker, Spider-Man, floated uncontrollably in the water, allowing himself to drift along with the tsunami deeper into the city. He had lost consciousness when he overexerted himself, only being awoken by the sounds of muffled screams through the water. He'd failed. He failed his people. He failed Wakanda. And he failed himself. Even if it kills me. Spider-Man thought to himself before closing his eyes, letting the raging water take him. Chapter 50, War Between Nations. King Chala stood in place, grimacing beneath his mask as he was forced to watch his people drown beneath the hill he stood. Most of the buildings were completely covered in ocean water, only the tallest skyscrapers remained visible to the king. The tidal wave, however, had finally ceased, stopping right in front of the Wakandan king. Atop the now resting water was King Namor and his Atlantean army beside him. Using wings on his feet, the king of Atlantis hovered forward before addressing King Chala with a regal, yet intimidating voice. "King Chala. My name is King Namor of Atlantis. As you can see, my army has demonstrated but a fraction of what we are capable of. Your city, that city of gold, let that be an example of what will become of your nation if you do not hand over your weapons of mass destruction to the Atlantean people." His words, though convincing, weren't making any sense to the Wakandan king. Precisely at this moment, Wakanda's army began appearing behind King Chala, marching in unison with their vibranium spears before settling behind their king. Already, the army was cut short as at least 100 soldiers were in the Golden City at the time of the attack. Weapons of mass destruction. What are you talking about? Chala asked, clenching his fists. Sure, Wakanda had many weapons, but all of their weapons were for self-defense, not destruction. Don't act foolish with me, King. I received your threats. I will not allow you to conquer my nation, to enslave my people. My people would rather die than be your slaves. Namor shouted passionately, truly believing the words coming from his mouth. I am afraid you are mistaken, Namor. I have said no such threats. Chala shouted back at the Atlantean king. Namor laughed due to how blasphemous that statement sounded to him. Do you believe that I am an idiot? I saw you speaking with my own eyes from your throne. You sent the message to me personally and now you're afraid after witnessing what my people are capable of. You are pathetic. Chala was baffled. He'd never heard of Namor, nor had he heard of the Atlanteans or the nation of Atlantis. Neither nation had heard of the other until that day, both being mirror images of each other and wanting to hide in plain sight from the world after seeing how vile humans could be. Doom. Chala thought, realizing that the two nations were being manipulated into going to war with each other. You are being exploited and lied to, Namor. A man named Victor Von Doom, a sorcerer, is manipulating you into believing that my people were planning an attack on your nation. You have killed my people, but I will give you the chance to live my nation with your lives if you choose to see the truth. Chala, realizing exactly what was happening, didn't want to fight Namor or his army. Chala had just lost thousands of his own people, and he was furious. If he could have things his way, he would rip Namor's heart out with his claws, but that was not the way and he knew this. If the two armies were to fight, it would result in more death. It would do nothing more than weaken the Wakandan army, allowing Doom to do what he wants. You have insulted my intelligence long enough. Sorcery. Do you think I would fall for such a make-believe concept? My people may have been cut off from the rest of the world, but we know the difference between reality and fiction. Namor proclaimed, having never met any type of sorcerer in his country. For him, magic was nothing more than a fairy tale. He was too naive and thick-skulled to even stop and consider that these were not lies. In fact, his weapon was itself enchanted by magic. If you do not believe my words, then so be it. As those words left the Black Panther's mouth, he extended the claws from his suit, only having one last thing to say. Alacello. He shouted before his army shouted behind him, charging toward the Atlantean army. Kill them. Namor shouted, pointing his trident down toward the Wakandan before the two armies rushed toward each other, clashing on Wakandan soil. Meanwhile, Wakandan horns blared, starting at the battlefield and signaling to those nearby that the battle had begun. The horns continued, communicating through many cities and sections of Wakanda, letting everyone know that the nation was officially at war. Meanwhile, the Future Foundation tried desperately to find any survivors in the city, including their friend, Spider-Man. The Human Torch was flying around the sunken city, picking anyone he could find with his hands unlit so as to not burn them. He was moving fast, keeping his eyes peeled in an attempt to find his friend, but to no avail. Both the Invisible Woman and the Thing floated above the water using Sue's floating platforms, carrying as many people to safety as they could as they also kept an eye out for Eren. Sue was in desperation mode, almost as if she were a mother looking for her own son. Eren. She kept shouting, hoping to hear the boy respond to her words, but she received no response. Spider-Man. Ben Grimm shouted next to her, hoping his much louder voice would get Eren to reveal himself, but he too failed. Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, turned himself into a life raft using his ability to mold his body into any shape. Despite it looking a bit horrifying, he had a few dozen people riding on top of him, safe from the sea beneath them. He said nothing, keeping an eye out for Eren and anyone else that needed help. However, they were unaware that the hero had been rescued by someone else. Eren Parker opened his eyes, causing the lenses on his Spider-Man mask to open as well, finding himself inside of a moist room surrounded by Wakandan people. Wyavuka. One of them said. The one speaking, a young boy who was on his knees beside the hero, watching over him. He looked relieved and excited, likely thinking the boy was never going to wake up. Spider-Man looked around, seeing that the room he was in was just a couple of floors above the water. However, the water levels were still rising. The hero leaned up, looking everyone in the eyes, seeing their hopeful glares at the boy. These people saved me. He thought to himself. He looked over at the rising water levels, seeing that they didn't have much time. Spider-Man stood up, coughing up water before removing the lower half of his mask to let it all out. Everyone looked on with worried expressions as the young boy attempted to recover. His body ached, he'd never pushed his body to its limits like that. Thank you. Spider-Man told them. Is this everyone? He asked them, getting a few blank expressions from the children who hadn't learned English yet. There's a mother and her child upstairs, she cannot stand. One of the older women said, pointing toward the stairs. Spider-Man began walking over, limping over toward the stairs to help the two injured Wakandan. Each step felt as if he were walking on shattered glass and his bones felt as brittle as drywall. Follow me. I'll get us out. Spider-Man told them, walking past them and up the steps despite his body feeling as if his skin would fall off the bone. Spider-Man and the individuals that saved him walked up the steps until they found themselves on the next floor, finding the woman and her child sitting at the top of the steps. The child was asleep, and the mother caressed his face, sitting on the ground with what was clearly a broken leg. Spider-Man knelt down before looking around the hallway for anything he could use for her leg. He spotted a broomstick in the hallway, webbing it toward him before breaking it in half and using his webs to wrap it to the woman's leg to create a makeshift tourniquet. The woman winced, causing Spider-Man to stop and be a bit gentler. I'm sorry, he said quietly, hiding the drained look in his eyes behind his mask. Once the tourniquet was finished, Spider-Man whispered, "Does it feel too tight?" The woman shook her head. "No. Thank you," she told him softly. Spider-Man smiled softly beneath his mask. "Anytime," he said calmly before looking around for an escape plan. He noticed that there were a couple of buildings near him that had people in them as well, all being stranded. The hero stood up, looking over at the next building over before breaking one of the windows and shooting a web at the building across the way from them, latching it onto the side of it. He repeated this multiple times until he created a pathway of webs. Knowing physics to such a high degree, he was able to create a bridge made of webs that were stable enough for anyone to walk on, though everyone behind him seemed hesitant. Spider-Man walked over to the woman on the ground before speaking to her again. "I want to help you and your son if you trust me. I'll keep him safe," he told her, holding out both hands. The mother handed her son to him and Spider-Man began creating a sort of child-sized backpack made of webs on his back, attaching the child to himself. Spider-Man picked up the woman and began carrying her in his arms toward his bridge made of webs. Before leaving the building, he stopped before looking back at everyone and nodding toward the bridge. "The water level is rising. My webs aren't as strong as vibranium, but they're strong enough to hold 1,000 men. I promise. Follow me, I'm going to need you guys to help me save everyone." Spider-Man began walking on the bridge with the woman in his arms and the child on his back, though the people were still hesitant. It wasn't until he was about halfway across that people began trying the bridge for themselves. One by one, the Wakandon began walking behind the hero, finally trusting him with their lives. Spider-Man repeated this process, creating bridges between buildings and instructing everyone to follow, making a pathway through the city and through the parts that were overlooked by the future Foundation. It took a long time and the water levels were so high that the entire city was nearly covered at that point, but Spider-Man saved everyone who had been left in the skyscrapers. The future Foundation were guiding people to safety themselves until they heard webs attach themselves to the piece of land they were on. They all turned around, seeing Spider-Man shooting webs from his wrists, creating one final bridge in front of him as hundreds of people were waiting behind him. "Eren," Sue whispered. "The kid's alive," Ben said, bringing a smile to his once solemn face. "I knew you'd come back," Johnny screamed to the hero, bringing a slight grin to Eren's face, though it was hidden beneath his mask. "I can't believe it," Reed whispered, having already written Eren off and deducing that he only had about a 1% chance of surviving the tsunami. However, the young hero beat the odds. Spider-Man continued to walk forward, limping with the woman in his hands and her son strapped to his back as his people followed behind him, singing a Wakandan song of mourning as they remembered those who weren't lucky enough to be saved. Spider-Man couldn't save everyone and that fact nearly broke him. However, what kept him going were the words of that woman he saved during lizard attacks. "You can't save everyone. What matters is that you were here for me, my unborn child, and the countless others you have and will save." He felt like a failure when he couldn't stop the wave, but he knew deep down that the only way for him to truly fail was to abandon his people. Once everyone made it to safety, Spider-Man glanced over to see the battle happening in the distance, looking like nothing more than a couple of hundreds of specks. "I can't use Godspeed anymore, or at least, for the time being. I don't even know how far I'll go until I collapse. So can you form a protective barrier around everyone and maybe take them somewhere safe?" he asked the mother of the team. She nodded, doing just as he said. "I think one of us should stay with her," Spider-Man said. "Just in case." "I'll stay," Reed said, though he found it odd that Spider-Man took the reins at that moment. "Thank you, Reed," Spider-Man told him before looking over at Johnny and Ben. "I guess you guys are with me. Johnny, you mind giving me a ride?" Spider-Man asked him. "Yeah, you got it," Johnny said before he looked at Ben with a sort of dismissive expression. "Sorry, only one person per lift," he joked, grabbing Spider-Man by the arms before flying away toward the battle, leaving Ben behind. The thing simply began running toward the battle at a surprisingly fast rate for his size, knowing he'd make it there only shortly after the two youngsters. On the battlefield itself, an empty field somewhere away from any city, King T'Challa and King Namor were both engaging in hand-to-hand combat, both being equally matched due to both having trained when they were young princes. The clanging of T'Challa's claws meeting Namor's trident was louder than any of the weapons clashing around them as the two kings delivered an onslaught of attacks toward each other, almost all of which were blocked or deflected. Not having to carry a weapon and being on his home turf, however, T'Challa was able to notice a slight advantage in the speed department. "You are sluggish, King Namor," he declared confidently, slashing at the Atlantean and overwhelming him with his speed. All around them, the Wakandon and Atlanteans were dropping each other like flies and many of them were already dead on the ground due to their strength being so equal. Both kings knew that whoever would win their duel would turn the tides of the battle, rendering their nation victorious. King Namor grew irritated by T'Challa's confidence, prompting the Sea King to shout in anger. I will not lose to you, Wakandan. Namor yelled as he slammed his trident down at the Black Panther, though the Wakandan leader blocked the strike with ease using his claws. If this is all you have to offer, perhaps your people should start electing their next leader. T'Challa once again spoke confidently as he held the trident in place as the forked tip pointed directly at his face. Enough. Namor shouted before releasing a light beam from the tip of the trident, sending T'Challa flying backward. Namor then lifted his trident in the air with a single hand, preparing himself to stab it into the ground. Prepare yourself, King. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the trident of Neptune. With one swift motion, Namor used all of his strength to stab the golden trident toward the earth, ready to use his power to create a tremor strong enough to make the entire nation shake. Just before it could hit the ground, a web grabbed the tip of the trident and yanked it from his hands. What? Namor exclaimed, having never had his trident taken from him so easily in battle. Black Panther was just as confused as he, both looking up to see the white and black wearing Spider-Man, dangling by one arm from the Human Torch. In his free hand, the hero yanked Neptune's trident into his own hand using his webs before letting go of the Human Torch and flipping through the air. Johnny Storm kept flying, firing pyro beams down at the Atlantean army beneath him as Spider-Man landed beside T'Challa, using the trident to stabilize himself. Hey everyone. Spider-Man said, trying his best to hide his pain but his voice still sounded weak. The hero looked at the golden trident in his hand, mesmerized by its craftsmanship. It was made of a metal he'd never seen before, a modified adamantium. I thought it'd be a lot heavier. Namor was dumbfounded. A mere child, an American one at that, took his nation's most prized possession from his hands and was now mocking it like some kind of toy. Sorry I'm late, T'Challa. Spider-Man apologized, lifting the trident up like the weapon it was. You came just in time. Let's end this, the Black Panther said back to the hero, prepared to take down Namor before he could cause any more damage to their nation. Chapter 51, War Between Nations 2. Spider-Man and T'Challa stood side by side in the Wakandan field-turned war zone as the arachnid from New York held the Atlantean King's trident, pointing it toward the King of the Sea. Namor was infuriated, shouting at the boy like a child who had their toy taken from them. Unhand my trident, boy. You haven't the slightest hint of what you are doing. The king yelled, nearly turning red in the face due to his fury. Stealing the king's trident was one of the most forbidden concepts in Atlantean culture. Eren Parker had crossed a line. Exhausted, the white and black-wearing spider breathlessly taunted the Atlantean. You mean this big, golden fork? Make me, fish boy. Namor began shaking with anger before dashing at the two fighters, using nothing more than his own fists as weapons. Spider-Man and Black Panther reciprocated the gesture, dashing forward themselves before attacking the Sea King. Putting his weaponry training to the test, Spider-Man swung the trident down on Namor, forcing the king to block it with his gauntlets using an X formation. Meanwhile, T'Challa attacked from below, slicing Namor's chest with his vibranium claws, leaving a panther claw-shaped scar on the king's chest. Namor stumbled backward before getting met with his own adamantium trident in the face, courtesy of your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, swinging the trident as if he were aiming for a home run. Namor's entire body twisted, being beaten so hard that he could only hear a faint ringing in his ears whilst his vision blurred. Using his webs, Spider-Man yanked Namor forward before the king could fall, allowing King T'Challa to kick Namor in the chin, doing a backflip in the process and sending Namor soaring through the air. Meanwhile, the Human Torch was flying high above the Atlanteans, dodging spears and knives as he threw fire blasts at them, almost immediately subduing them due to fire being the natural enemy of the Atlanteans. Those who were able to escape the flames of Johnny Storm would be met by Ben Grimm, the Thing, as he had finally arrived shouting, "It's clobberant time." The orange, rocky hero started off by grabbing two Atlanteans and smashing their skulls together, knocking them out immediately before delivering punches to whoever got in his way. Having landed after receiving King T'Challa's kick, Namor looked around with his vision still blurred and ears still ringing, seeing that his army was being destroyed before his very eyes, despite their numbers. The King of Atlantis tried to get back up on his feet, only to be yet again knocked down by Spider-Man, using his own weapon against him. "It's over, Namor," Spider-Man told him, looking down at the pathetic display beneath him. T'Challa added on, "Call off your army. No more people need to die today. I will never surrender to the likes of you." Namor muttered before spitting on King T'Challa, angering the Wakandan king. With his clawed hand, T'Challa lifted Namor in the air, chafing his neck and drawing blood as the Atlantean tried to break his grasp. "I am giving you one last chance," T'Challa declared, raising his other clawed hand in the air next to Namor's stomach. He was prepared to gut him like the fish he was. Spider-Man was very against this method of doing things. He'd sworn off taking lives long ago, but he knew this wasn't his fight nor was he the king of this nation. His people had been murdered in cold blood by Namor and his army, so if T'Challa was going to go down this route, Eren respected his choice. However, Spider-Man had one last idea up his sleeve, one last way to stop all of this death. "Hey!" he shouted, gathering the attention of many. Is this your king? He proclaimed, pointing at him with the trident. Immediately, the Atlanteans began to panic, but before that, Eren spoke up. Don't move. Drop your weapons, surrender, and your king will be spared. He is willing to die for this war, but are you willing to relinquish your king over a losing struggle? He has the trident of Neptune. One of the Atlanteans said, drawing everyone's attention to it. Damn right, I do. Maybe I'll be your new king. Spider-Man jested, slamming the trident into the ground. Knowing the battle would be lost without both their king and their sacred weapon, the Atlanteans dropped their spears and put their hands up, surrendering to Spider-Man, King T'Challa, and the Wakandon. The Wakandon had won, though it wasn't a joyful victory, for many lives were unnecessarily lost over a simple misunderstanding via Dr. Doom's manipulation. The Black Panther released Namor as the Wakandan army began apprehending the Atlantean army, Namor included. Spider-Man, using the trident as a crutch, continued to try and hold himself up, breathing heavily and feeling himself beginning to drift off. He still hadn't fully recovered. He shouldn't have even been walking around with the amount of damage overusing his power had caused to his body. However, aiding people was of utmost importance to him. Soon enough, the sound of the Namor's golden trident hitting the ground was followed by a thud, as Spider-Man's adrenaline had finally worn off and he collapsed. Spider-Man didn't open his eyes for the rest of the day. Meanwhile, Namor was escorted to the king's palace, restrained of course, and was shown the messages from Dr. Doom, being shown proof that he was being manipulated. Namor tried to refute the claims, but the proof was right there. The king swallowed his pride and apologized to King T'Challa, begging him for his forgiveness and most importantly for the forgiveness of his nation. I will never forgive you for what you have done to my people, but I shall let you live because I want this war to end. Do not let me regret this. T'Challa told him, wanting more than anything to slash his throat on the spot. However, he knew that would only cause more issues. Namor and T'Challa made a mutual agreement that their nation shall never attack one another again. Namor and his army were then sent back to the ocean, having lost around 70% of their numbers. However, that was nothing compared to the countless innocent lives lost in the drowning of the Golden City. Those who lost their homes were given places to live in one of the many nearby cities, and a funeral would be held for everyone within the next couple of weeks, only after Doom was beaten. The reality of it was that it was pointless to have a funeral now, as they knew even more lives would be lost in the next week. Things were especially grim in Wakanda. When Spider-Man still hadn't woken up, Shuri and Reed performed many tests on his body, discovering a lot about him. As Eren lay on one of Shuri's medical beds equipped with dozens of sensors and all types of specialties, Reed began reading off of a screen, explaining what was happening. See these fast-moving cells that are slightly discolored? Reed pointed to a few cells within Eren that were zipping back and forth just as he would when using Godspeed. Let's call these GSP cells. These are unique to Eren. It's the result of him obtaining that power he calls Godspeed. From what I can tell, Godspeed originates from neurons in the brain, sending signals to these GSP cells, which is what allows him to move. Reed explained before Shuri took over. You see these cells here, the ones that aren't moving at all and are all shriveled up. These are dead GSP cells. Reed and I deduced that when Eren overuses his ability like he did when he tried to stop the wave, he kills those GSP cells. Shuri ascribed, pointing toward the screen. In other words, Reed added, he's killing his body every time he pushes too far. Now, we aren't sure if these cells can regenerate, but if he were to push himself like that again, he could lose his ability to use his power, or even worse, his ability to use his limbs. Reed clarified. Everyone was stunned. None of them had a clue that Eren was even capable of pushing his body to such an extent. Eren himself knew that there were going to be major side effects if he were to push past his trained limit, but he never expected it to be this bad. He was far too reckless. However, if he was awake, he would tell them all that it was still worth trying, even if it gave him the chance of saving a single person. So what now? The kid gonna be alright? Ben asked, really feeling for the boy. Yeah, is Eren going to be okay? Franklin asked, standing on his tippy toes to look at Eren on the futuristic bed. Yeah, he'll recover, but not for another month. Reed answered, which was bad news considering the fact that Doom would be there in a week, maybe even sooner if he pulled another fast one on them. However, there is still another option. Shuri added, smiling at the Future Foundation and her brother. Who here has seen Star Wars? Shuri asked, getting a hand from everyone in the room aside from her brother and Valeria. Good. Who knows what a Bacta tank is? As she said this, everyone's hands immediately shot down, not remembering that part of the films. Never mind. I have created a recovery pod that can quadruple the recovery speed of anyone who rests inside it. He should be able to recover before Doom makes an appearance. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's throw him in. Johnny told her. Right. Shuri said before grabbing the hospital bed and pushing him over toward a white cylinder-shaped machine. She pressed a button, causing the machine to open up and turn to about 60 degrees. It was nearly fully filled with water, almost like some sort of strange bathtub. Lift him up, Shuri said, looking over at Ben Grimm as she pressed another button, causing an opening to form on the glass tub. The thing lifted the boy up, dunking him inside the machine. The boy began to float and Shuri hurried around to the other side of the pod, grabbing a breathing mask before placing it on Eren's face. The machine closed, enveloping Eren in the glass coffin before completely filling itself with water, giving him no space to breathe if he wasn't wearing that mask. Soon, the glass was covered by a white metal sheet, enveloping the boy completely. The room fell silent, understanding that their strongest fighter, as well as one of their main intellectuals, was down and may stay down once Doom gets there. All anyone could do was wait, hoping that Spider-Man would wake up before Doom was upon them. Chapter 52, The Spider and the Cat, Cindy Moon. Beneath the moonlight, Black Cat and Silk sat perched side by side across from what looked like an abandoned factory of sorts. However, it being abandoned was far from the truth. There it is, Black Cat said, looking directly at the seemingly inactive facility. Silk looked over at her, noticing her now serious face, a far cry from her usual seductive or nonchalant appearance. It's just some old factory. Silk sounded unimpressed, glancing back at the factory for any signs of life. MMH, from the outside shore, Black Cat whispered before pointing toward an oncoming truck. There. That's our way in. Follow me, she said before leaping off of the building and using her grapple hook to swing down to the streets and behind one of the factory walls. Silk followed, repeating the same steps using her webs. With their backs to a wall, Silk and Black Cat peeked around the corner, one head above the other, waiting for the truck to get closer. Now, Black Cat whispered as she ran out from their hiding place. Silk followed close by until the two were right next to the truck, being sure to stand in its blind spot before crawling underneath and hanging on to the bottom. The truck continued on, making its way inside a completely empty factory garage until stopping above a platform. The sounds of machinery shifting could be heard beneath the two ladies before the truck began to descend into the true base of the facility. Cindy couldn't really see much, just the bottom of the truck and the woman next to her. She didn't say a word, not wanting to risk being heard by anyone else. Eventually, the platform came to a stop, and the truck began to proceed into what appeared to be some sort of storage area or garage, parking next to two other similar trucks. The engine shut off and both the driver's and passengers' doors swung open before two men stepped out. One of the men groaned before doing a little shit talking about their boss. Ugh, I hope Silvermane ain't gonna ask us to do no more collecting from the government. We was almost caught. The thug spoke, sounding like a smoker from the 40s. The passenger laughed, sounding to be a bit heavyset before adding on to it. After tonight, we's gonna retire anyway, especially now that Spider Freak is gone. Both men laughed before saying something that would anger the heroine beneath the vehicle. What? Does Spider Girl not scare you? The driver teased as the two walked off, both laughing at the thought of it. That little oriental chick ain't scarin' me. What's she like 90 pounds? The wind'll handle her for me. The chubby one joked, continuing to laugh until their laughter faded in the distance. I want to claw their eyes out, Silk whispered, obviously exaggerating, and scowling at the woman next to her. Black Cat was already used to this sort of thing, so she did nothing more but silently laugh. It gets worse. At least they aren't talking about what they'd do to you if they had 5 minutes. Black Cat said, using air quotes with her fingers. Gross, Cindy muttered. Yeah. Let's go. Felicia immediately dropped from the truck and rolled from beneath it. Silk copied her, rolling out from the other side and following Black Cat across the garage. As Silk followed, she could tell that the cat knew exactly where she was going as if she had been there before. How many times have you broken into this place? Silk whispered, watching the cat grapple up to a vent and begin unscrewing it with a tool. Lost count, Felicia replied, unscrewing the last screw and gently removing the grate before climbing inside. Come on. We're almost there. The two climbed in the vent, Felicia in front. As they crawled, Cindy averted her eyes, trying to look at wherever Black Cat's swaying backside wasn't. So, Cindy trailed off. Are you gonna tell me more about why you want to take these guys down so bad and how you know so much about them? Black Cat continued on, answering the question vaguely. Personal reasons and personal reasons. Look, I don't care about being a goody-goody like you and your boyfriend, but I hate these guys just as much. Arguably more. That's all you need to know right now. Okay. So what's the plan exactly? You've only said follow me and come on this whole time, Cindy asked, still looking to the side of the vent. You know, just preventing the assassination of Norman Osborn and stopping Silvermane for good. Nothing too big. The cat was being very nonchalant about something so big, driving Silk to question her. Just. Silk parroted. Why are they trying to kill Mr. Osborn? Silvermane is running for mayor in a couple of years. So is Norman. He wants to get rid of the competition. He can't do it around election time, that would be too obvious, right? So he came back to America early to get rid of him. I see, so you're into politics. I'm more into anime and K-dramas. Elections bore me. Silk saying this stopped Black Cat in her tracks, causing the woman to look back at her with a frown. I couldn't give a damn about politics. If Silvermane the Magia gains more control of the city, they'll hurt even more people like how they hurt Dash. Black Cat stopped herself, not wanting to get into her motives any further. Let's just go, all right. Silently, the two ladies continued crawling through the vents until Black Cat came to a stop. Okay, Silvermane's not too far but we'll have to walk the rest of the way. Felicia began unscrewing the vent from the inside before once again gently removing it. She then jumped from the vent, landing silently on her feet as Silk used her webs to slowly descend down and stand next to her. What's that noise? A man's voice said from somewhere down the hall, immediately triggering him to turn around and point his gun-mounted flashlight down the dark hallway. He had a cigarette in his mouth before he spat it out and stepped on it as he walked down the dark hallway. Immediately, Black Cat grabbed Silk and pulled her toward the wall, pinning her against it by holding her arm up and covering her mouth. Shoo. The cat sounded, pressing her body up against Silk's. Cindy's skin slowly began turning pink, feeling Black Cat's chest pressing up against hers. Oh my god. She thought to herself, never having felt this way about a woman's touch before. Black Cat continued to grimace as the gunman continued to march down the hallway, pointing his gun in all directions. His flashlight nearly detected both girls, causing both of their eyebrows to furrow before he directed his attention to the open vent. Before he could inform anyone of what he saw, Black Cat released Silk and lunged at him like a panther, slicing him with her claws before sending an uppercut to his jaw. His gun flew high in the air, though Silk was quick to web it to the wall in order to avoid making any noise. Black Cat looked back at her, commending her. Quick thinking, thanks. She said, getting a nod in response from the arachnid, who was still a bit flustered. The two hid the gunman's unconscious body before running further into the base, discovering a room with a guard, a scientist, and an old man on an operating table covered in metallic armor. Both girls took a listen as the villain of this story decided to monologue his entire plan for no real reason. Now that my body is completely covered with this carbonanium armor, all things are set in motion. The crime boss, Silvermane, spoke as he began getting up from the table. It would appear that he had just finished being equipped with his gear and began walking around. His entire body, aside from his old, withered face, was covered in a chrome-like metal, presumably the carbonanium he stole. With this, his punches would do plenty of damage and he could block almost any attack. Is everything ready? Silvermane asked one of his goons. Almost. The charges are being planted at Oscorp now. The fireworks show should be starting in about 30 minutes. The goon told him with a rocky, cold voice. And the cat? Silvermane asked. No one's got eyes on her, boss. Silvermane scoffed. Seems the kitten's run off. Didn't want to end up like her father. Even if she does show up, Spider-Man ain't here to help her. We'll deal with her. Silvermane laughed. A despicable cackle that disgusted Silk and infuriated Black Cat. Silk looked at her temporary partner, noticing the fury in her eyes, wondering what exactly Silvermane was implying. Did he kill her father? Is that why she's so determined to stop this? Cindy took a closer look at Silvermane, seeing that his metallic suit had plenty of weak spots. Cat. She whispered, gaining the feline's attention. See those wires? We need to detach those. His joints are weak points too, that's regular steel. Black Cat nodded, holding up 3 fingers, then 2, then 1. Both ladies busted through the door, surprising all 3 men with their sudden entrance. Wasting no time, Silk webbed the goon by the face, yanked him forward, and kicked him in the jaw, sending him flying backward onto a countertop. Simultaneously, Black Cat lunged toward the scientist, sending a kick to his chest and rendering him out of the fight before he could even tell what was happening. You! Silvermane shouted upon seeing Black Cat once again. And that damn spider girl. Silk furrowed her eyebrows, pouncing forward at Silvermane as she corrected him on her name. My name is Silk. She shouted, using her webbed claws to try and attack the only spot on his body that wasn't protected, which was his face. Silvermane dodged, however. Black Cat was right behind her, swinging her claws at his face as if she were ready to tear his face off. Though his movements were slow and rigid, Silvermane was able to barely avoid getting his eyes slashed out, causing Black Cat's claws to slash at his carbonanium chest. Though the sounds of her claws scraping the metal plate on his chest were heard by all, they didn't even leave a scratch on the mob boss, bringing a smile to his face before he punched Black Cat in the lower body, sending her flying to the other side of the room and smashing into a wall. Cat! Silk yelled before leaping on Silvermane's shoulders in an attempt to pull off one of the many wires connected to his suit. You bitch! Silvermane yelled, reaching up above his head in an attempt to pull her off of him. He was eventually successful, however, not before Silk was able to rip one of the wires out. He tossed Silk across the room, shouting in pain as the heroine stuck herself to the wall. Those wires were connected to the power source, and with one being damaged, his suit would only be able to perform at a lesser level. Silk looked down at Black Cat, who was recovering from her attack, checking up on her. "You okay?" she asked. "Yeah, I'm fine. It won't happen again. Let's go." Black Cat rose back to her feet, prompting Silk to race towards Silvermane beside her, running across the wall. Using the wall as a springboard, Silk lunged at Silvermane, punching him in the face and causing him to stumble backward. As he reeled back, Black Cat slid on the ground between Silvermane's feet, using her claws to slice the wires on his legs. "Aya!" Silvermane yelled again as his suit continued powering down and he fell on one knee. Silvermane began swinging his arms wildly, trying his best to land a strike on either of the ladies, but they were too fast for him now. Using her webs from her fingertips, Silk webbed one of Silvermane's hands, raising his arm and exposing another wire. Black Cat swooped back around the suited-up old man, pulling on the conduit beneath his arm and breaking it off. Silvermane yelled again, falling to both knees this time as his suit began to completely power down. "No. This can't be happening." Silvermane yelled before Silk webbed his mouth shut and kicked him on his back. "Oh, it's happening, bitch," Silk said before delivering a punch to his face and webbing him down by the arm that was now immobilized. Meanwhile, Black Cat pulled out 2 wires from his chest and shoulders, powering down the suit for good. Now unable to move or lift himself up due to the heavy suit weighing him down, Silvermane watched as Black Cat hovered above him with her claws extended. "Finally, after all these years you're finally in my grasp," she told him. "For 10 years I've waited, just dreaming about clawing your eyes out after what you did to the only family I had left. Now I'm gonna take you from yours," she declared. "Cat," Silk said quietly. However, Felicia ignored her due to her own thoughts clouding her head. Felicia thought about her past life, being in and out of trouble and being a nuisance to her father growing up. He didn't want her to be like him, despite him being the most successful and renowned cat burglar in the world. He was eventually caught, serving many years in prison before Felicia broke him out herself. Once he was out, however, he was assassinated by the Magia gang due to having stolen from them. Felicia was only a teenager when it happened, but she spent the last decade waiting for her moment to finally strike and get revenge for him. This was it. This was her moment to get revenge for her father's murder. However, she thought about Spider-Man. She thought about that one rainy night when he swore to kill his mother's murderer, only to show up at her doorstep calling himself a coward. Back then, she comforted him, but she didn't understand it. She couldn't comprehend why he didn't go through with it. She thought that once it was her turn, she would do it. But she was hesitating. "Why can't I do it?" Felicia thought to herself, still holding her clawed hand above the silver-haired old man. She then remembered how Fisk's death affected the young hero. He saw himself as a monster, a fake hero. It seemed like it was eating him up from the inside and he was looking for another way to make the pain go away. "I am unsatiated." The Phantom Spider's voice coldly spoke in her head, sending a shiver down her spine as she remembered the cold eyes from behind those goggles he used to wear. No, that wasn't the Phantom Spider or Spider-Man, but someone else entirely. Felicia realized that if she were to do this, she would become just like how the Phantom Spider was on that day. A vengeful monster who would never be satisfied no matter how many people he'd maimed. She looked back at Silk, staring at her with the same frenzied eyes that the Phantom Spider glared at her with. Seeing Cindy's face, what Felicia's own face must have looked like on that night, snapped Felicia out of it. She retracted her claws, looking back down at Silvermane with a disgusted look on her face. "Thanks, Spider-Man, if you ever meet him," she told him before stomping on his face, knocking him out cold. Silk approached her from behind, putting her hand on her back to comfort her. "You did the right thing, Cat. We still need to get to Oscorp." Black Cat nodded. "What about him?" she asked. "My webs take a couple of hours to dissolve on their own. He will be here when we get back. Then he can rot in prison for however long his worthless life has left. I'm sure he has a lot of enemies waiting for him on the inside too, they'll give him what he deserves." With that said, the 2 girls left the room, making sure to web him and his men down for extra insurance before webbing the door shut to allow no one in or out. Just like how they came in, the 2 girls crawled through the vents, not being seen by anyone and leaving the entire facility oblivious. As they were leaving, they saw many of the Magia gang members begin to leave the facility, unknown of the fact that their leader was still beneath the facility. Back at Oscorp, Norman Osborn sat in his conference room, speaking with multiple CEOs and VIPs from all over the nation, oblivious to what was going to happen. This wasn't just an assassination attempt on his life, but an attempt at removing any and all competition from the role of mayor. It was up to Silk and the Black Cat to stop it.